Lin Shu, a young maiden well-versed in the art of Chimen unexpectedly embarks on an exchange student journey to Hogwarts. During the sorting ceremony, the sorting hat catches fire. I apologize, I am accustomed to my protective golden light charm, and was unaware it could cause you harm. At the welcome feast, she nearly exorcises a ghost. Is it wrong to assist them in attaining nirvana and reincarnation? On the first day of school, she accidentally explodes Professor McGonagall. Would you believe me if I said it was an accident? A powerful feline presence was before me, and I mistook it for a formidable demon. I was merely inclined to capture it. Potions class is daunting. Fear not, her alchemical skills are quite remarkable, barring the instances of exploding cauldrons. Transfiguration spells are challenging. Witness her Chimen technique of summoning soldiers from beans. As for flying lessons, assessing talent, adjust she has been flying on a sword since the tender age of 4 and has yet to meet an adversary. Cedric and Fred. Why do you both with a countenance of impending doom? Worry not, remember to carry her talisman of safety. When the shadow of Voldemort looms once more and the magical realm teeters on the brink of peril, she resolutely steps forward. So you are Voldemort? You might want to practice a bit more with your track record. You wouldn't even qualify as a minor antagonist. I wouldn't bother engaging you in combat. It would merely seem like bullying. What Death Eaters? Should you be unfamiliar with the principles of the greater vehicle, she possesses a modicum of martial prowess as well. Chapter 1. A first encounter with Harry. As the morning light gently filters through the mottled train window, it graces Lin Shu's visage. She sits within this quaint train, accompanied by the deep brown wooden frame, marked by the passage of time. The train clatters rhythmically along the tracks, each jolt resonating with a steady cadence. Lin Shu supports her chin with her hand, gazing out at the fleeting fields and mountains, her eyes reflecting a blend of longing and confusion as her thoughts drift into the unknown. Carried away by the train's journey to it, is no wonder her mind wanders. This trip represents a significant milestone for her, akin to a bride's first journey in a sedan chair. Even now, she remains perplexed as to why the elders of her sect specifically summoned her to partake in this exchange. What necessity could there be for an Eastern cultivation sect to engage with a Western magical academy? While both lean towards the arcane, they do not belong to the same system. The winding mountain roads seem entirely unrelated to her situation. She had been content within her sect, diligently practicing the arts of Chimen and talisman crafting, while also dipping her toes into alchemy. Her future had appeared bright. So what led to her selection? Could it merely be due to her swift acquisition of foreign languages? Regret envelopes her. She laments her circumstances, her heart heavy with sorrow. The more she contemplates, the more despairing she becomes, feeling as though the very sky has fallen upon her. With a face etched in anguish, she sighs deeply several times, ultimately offering herself the consolation that since she has arrived, she must make peace with her fate. Moreover, it provides her an opportunity to observe the nature of Western magic and compare it with her Eastern practices, which holds greater power. Just then, the door to the train compartment swings open, and a bespectacled, delicately featured young boy steps inside. "Excuse me, may I sit here? The other compartments are full. I cannot find another seat." The boy stepped inside. He was instantly captivated by Lin Shu's enchanting gaze. Her hair, a natural deep brown, shimmered softly in the sunlight, cascading effortlessly over her shoulders and swaying gently with the breeze. Her eyes, clear and bright, resembled two resplendent gems, radiating wisdom's glow. In the fluidity of her glances, a delightful playfulness intertwined with innocent purity, and with a mere glance she could stir one's heart. Her long, thick lashes curled gracefully, each blink akin to the delicate flutter of butterfly wings, stirring a gentle breeze. She sat there quietly, the surrounding clamor fading in a mere background noise, the world around her transformed into a vivid tapestry, all due to her stunning presence. At that moment, Lin Shu flashed a radiant smile. Unaware of why the little boy before her was frozen in awe, she was not deterred from appreciating his striking looks. In her mind, she mused that those of Western descent were inherently beautiful, resembling dolls regardless of gender, much to the delight of her aesthetic sensibilities. After a brief moment of admiration, Lin Shu directly addressed him. "Hi, this booth is all mine. Please take a seat. Are you also a student enrolling at Hogwarts?" Lin Shu's friendliness naturally bridged the gap between them. Once seated, the boy's initial shyness dissipated, and he introduced himself with newfound confidence. "Yes, I'm Harry Potter. Hello, Harry. I'm Lin Shu, from the East. I'm here as an exchange student. It's a pleasure to meet you." Upon hearing her words, Harry's eyes widened in surprise. The concept of the East seemed distant to him, and he knew little about its mystical aspects, which piqued his curiosity. "That's really cool. I've never heard of a magical world existing in the East. Are there many witches there?" Lin Shu was momentarily taken aback by the question. She pursed her lips and shook her head uncertainly. I don't think we practice magic, nor do we have witches at least. I've never seen one at what? Really? No magic? How did you get accepted? I mean, no offense, but if Hogwarts sent you an acceptance letter, there must be some magic within you. Perhaps you just don't realize it yet. Lin Shu chuckled, finding Harry's manner of speaking quite amusing. He was distinctly different from her fellow disciples back home, embodying a refreshing tone. Harry, I'm not sure how to explain the differences between our worlds. But in the East, those with talent who embark on a spiritual journey are referred to as cultivators. Once they join a sect, they undergo tests to determine their elemental affinities, such as wood, water, or fire. This helps guide their cultivation path. Do you understand what I mean? Harry listened intently, his face alight with fascination, clearly eager for more, his expression pleading for Lin Shu to elaborate further. Wow. You are truly amazing. Is there more? It sounds extraordinarily impressive. It's wonderful that you can come to Hogwarts. I suppose we are friends now, right? Can I reach out to you to learn more about the world of cultivation in the future? Of course. Lin Shu generously shared her knowledge. As Harry expressed interest, she chose to recount the most fascinating aspects. After all, Harry was her first friend in this foreign land, and having a friend intrigued by Dongxian made her immensely proud. Look, Dongxian is filled with profound and remarkable treasures. As their conversation deepened, the atmosphere reached a delightful crescendo. Suddenly, Lin Shu pointed at Harry's glasses. She had noticed for quite some time that Harry's glasses appeared damaged, initially hesitant to mention it for fear of offending him. Now that their relationship had grown closer, she could no longer suppress her curiosity. Harry, it seems your glasses are broken. There's a crack on them. Is this a trend here? I've been meaning to ask. Harry shrugged, a faint blush creeping across his face. Oh, Shu, may I call you that? I apologize, these glasses broke at an inconvenient time, and I haven't found a moment to repair them. I see, but it's really not a significant issue. I believe I can assist you. Would you like to experience what it feels like to be without glasses? What do you mean? As she spoke, Lin Shu extracted a stack of yellow talisman paper from her backpack, along with a box of cinnabar and a brush. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes, quietly absorbing the energy flowing through the surrounding AI in a flash. Her arm moved steadily and powerfully, the brush dancing across the yellow paper, leaving behind smooth and intricate lines. With her strokes, it seemed as though a subtle current of electricity pulsed through the air, and the cinnabar ink on the talisman appeared to come alive, glowing with a faint red light. Harry was utterly mesmerized in his understanding. Magic was the most incredible existence, but Lin Shu's display brought him a different kind of astonishment. He gaped, struggling to suppress any sound, even fearing that his breath might disrupt Lin Shu's concentration. As Lin Shu completed her final stroke, the entire talisman suddenly erupted into a brilliant glow, gradually calming to leave only a gentle warmth in the air. Setting down her brush, Lin Shu gently blew on the talisman to ensure the ink was dry before pinching it between her fingers. Harry, are you ready? Harry took a deep breath, as if about to partake in some mysterious ritual, filled with a sense of trepidation and excitement for the unknown, yet he nodded. Harry, if it feels too hot, you may close your eyes. With that, Lin Shu waved the talisman a couple of times, and it was soon engulfed by flames. Before the talisman was reduced to ashes, she waved it before Harry's eyes. He indeed felt a searing sensation, yet it was bearable. Wow, that's hot, bright as the sun, rising in the east. Healer from the heavens, curing ailments with skill. For all ailments and troubles, swiftly bring peace and health. Urgent as the law commands. Harry only heard a strange incantation spill from Lin Shu's lips, incomprehensible to him. Yet he could not help but feel that it was remarkably impressive. When he finally emerged from his reverie, he was struck by a wave of dizziness, a consequence of his glasses being too strong, prompting him to hastily remove them. In the next moment, he was utterly astounded, for he realized, to his astonishment, that he was no longer nearsighted. Everything before him was strikingly clear. Oh my, this is truly incredible, akin to the feats of a divine healer. He had never experienced such clarity without his glasses before. Overwhelmed with excitement, he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Shu, I see. I can truly see. You are remarkable, the most extraordinary wizard I have ever encountered. Thank you. It's no trouble at all, we are friends now, aren't we? As we attend the same school, let us look out for one another, she replied. Indeed. Shu, you are the best. The two engaged in delightful conversation, feeling no solitude on their journey, until suddenly, the carriage door swung open again. This time, a boy with a head of fiery red hair entered, named Ron Weasley, who was also seeking refuge in an empty compartment. Lin Shu and Harry graciously welcomed him. Lin Shu gazed at Ron, finding him quite adorable, and felt a strong desire to ruffle his hair. She lamented that he was not her little junior, for otherwise, she could have tousled his golden locks daily. The mere thought delighted her. As the trio introduced themselves, Ron's demeanor shifted dramatically upon hearing Harry's full name. His expression transformed in a myriad of ways, leaving Lin Shu utterly bewildered, as she had never witnessed someone display such a spectrum of emotions simultaneously, piquing her curiosity. Tentatively, she inquired of Ron, "Is there something amiss with Harry's name? Why the strange expression?" Seeing that Lin Shu was oblivious to the implications, Ron felt an overwhelming urge to share the astounding secret, yet he was constrained by the presence of a name that mustn't be spoken. Thus, he suppressed his excitement. Biting his lip, he donned an expression akin to that of someone constipated, turning to Harry to confirm. "Are you truly Harry Potter? Then you really have." "Have what?" Harry prompted. "That scar." With a knowing smile, Harry lifted his hair to reveal a lightning-shaped scar. Meeting Ron's eager gaze, he affirmed his identity. Meanwhile, Lin Shu was left in a state of confusion. What was the significance of a mere lightning scar to elicit such excitement? Inquisitively, she asked, "Harry, that scar is quite unique. Did you have it intentionally inscribed? Or is it your family's crest? Why is it on your forehead?" Faced with the questions, both Harry and Ron were at a loss for words, until Ron finally spoke. "Shu, this matter is a taboo topic in a magical world. In short, Harry is the savior, the only one who survived that dark wizard." "Oh, I see." Lin Shu wore an expression of sudden realization, but in the next moment her demeanor shifted. She continued, "What does this mean? I don't understand. What's this about this person and that person? Is this matter too sensitive to discuss? Can't it be elaborated upon?" At that moment, Ron felt an overwhelming urge to cover Lin Shu's mouth. Her audacity and unfiltered words were simply too reckless. He glanced around in panic, ensuring no one else was present before he spoke. Shu, matters concerning this individual cannot be disclosed. He is truly terrifying. No one in the entire magical realm dares to utter his name." "Ah, how extraordinary. Just whisper it to me. Do you really think that person can hear you? If he were truly that formidable, he would have left this realm long ago and ascended." Chapter 2. Young Master Malfoy. Lin Shu's small head was filled with vast perplexities. No one provided her with answers, leaving her in a cloud of confusion that rendered her wholly unamused. Perhaps it was due to her status as an outsider. The terrifying tales that troubled the locals held no significance for her. Nonetheless, observing their reluctance to speak, she chose not to press further. The time passed swiftly as the train whizzed along, and Lin Shu began to close her eyes, truly exhausted from the jolting journey. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron indulged in a variety of snacks until a girl with seaweed-like hair entered their compartment, shattering the previous tranquility. "Hello, I am Hermione Granger. Have any of you seen a toad? Neville has lost it." Ron, seated closest to her, answered promptly, "I haven't seen it." "Well, you three should put on your robes. We are about to arrive," Hermione advised. Lin Shu, rubbing her sleepy eyes, clearly had not rested enough. As for robes, she had none to wear. She had dawdled on her way here, leaving no time to procure the necessary items for school. Having brought with her numerous magical tools and talismans from her sect, she thought it unnecessary to purchase robes or wands. "Oh dear, must I wear a robe? I haven't bought one. I hope the teachers will let me in regardless," she murmured softly, then proceeded to rub her eyes and ready her small backpack as the train approached its destination. Upon hearing her complaint, Hermione quickly responded, "You don't have a robe? It's mentioned in the first-year handbook." "Yes, unfortunately, my home is in the east, and it took quite a while to get here, so I didn't have time to buy one. Besides, I'm unfamiliar with this place and don't know where to purchase one. So I suppose it will have to be as it is." "Ah, I see. That must be difficult for you," Hermione sympathized. Clearly imagining Lin Shu as hailing from a similarly impoverished background, her tone tinged with empathy. However, oblivious to this interpretation, Lin Shu replied nonchalantly, "Not at all. When I left, my senior brothers and sisters gifted me plenty of good things that are impossible to buy. I consider myself quite fortunate." Thinking of the magical tools she had received, a radiant smile spread across Lin Shu's face as she laughed heartily. The thought of being an exchange student far from home seemed less daunting now. Her optimistic demeanor soothed the anxious hearts of the other three, and soon the train arrived at the station under the cloak of night. Lin Shu carried little with her. The few scattered belongings she had were stored within a savings bracelet given by her master, making her the lightest of the group. As the train doors opened, she followed the crowd off the train. Throughout this time, she remained with Harry, Ron, and Hermione, cherishing the bond they had formed during their journey, all eager to stick together in this unfamiliar environment. "First years, this way. Come along, new students. Do not be shy. Hurry up and get off the carriage. Follow me." A resonant voice echoed through the air. Lin Shu followed the sound, only to behold a giant of a man with a bushy beard, towering and robust, his ample belly protruding, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. "Wow, are there really giants in this world?" Lin Shu murmured uncertainly, not expecting a response, Yet Harry interjected. Do not be afraid, Shoo. That is Hagrid. He is quite amiable. He accompanied me while I gathered my supplies and made my way to the platform. To be honest, he is truly kind-hearted. Wonderful. It seems one cannot judge a book by its cover. Soon, they naturally flowed with the crowd towards the front. After Harry exchanged greetings with Hagrid, the gathering behind them had nearly formed. Hagrid continued to project his booming voice, wielding a lantern, forging a path ahead with the confidence of a steadfast guardian. Is everyone here? Follow me to the boats. Quickly now, keep up. A small boat could accommodate 4 individuals. And thus Lin Shu, Harry, Ron, and Hermione settled in without seeking to join others. Before long, the boat drifted along the river, and as they drew nearer, Lin Shu could finally discern the ancient castle revealing itself. This was a novel sight for her, one she had never encountered in the eastern world of cultivation. The distant castle loomed like a slumbering giant beast lying in wait upon the wilderness, its vast silhouette partially obscured by the ethereal blue moonlight. The outer walls were constructed of shimmering magical crystals interspersed with dark meteorite stones, the crystals pulsating with light as if stars were trapped within, flickering incessantly. The meteorite stones bore mysterious runes that occasionally glimmered with an eerie green phosphorescence, creating a striking contrast that outlined a cold yet opulent texture. Not just Lin Shu, but all the new students present could not help but emit gasps of awe, some high and some low. In no time, they entered the castle's interior, adorned with lavish and classical decor that dazzled the eyes. However, Lin Shu was suddenly enveloped by a palpable aura of gloom, causing her to shudder involuntarily. This does not bode well. There may be many spirits lurking here. She hastily performed a golden light spell. With her incantation, a surge of energy enveloped her, golden light weaving through her form and converging at her surface. This luminous shield was as firm as a divine barrier. Should any malevolent entity approach, it would be scorched by the golden light, retreating in anguish. The phrase "ghosts and monsters tremble" was not merely a saying. The surrounding commotion masked her subtle movements, allowing her to continue following the throng until they reached a staircase corner, where a noble and elegant lady adorned with a hat and exquisite attire awaited them. Coincidentally, one of her classmates recognized this lady and promptly called out her name, Professor Minerva McGonagall. Lin Shu blinked at her, feeling an inexplicable warmth emanating from the professor. Welcome to Hogwarts. In a moment, we shall pass through this door and join the other students. However, before you take your seats in the dining hall, you must first be sorted into your houses. The houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Lin Shu listened with utmost seriousness, yet she remained ensnared in the fate of misunderstanding. Despite her diligent practice in foreign languages, she found herself utterly perplexed upon hearing the details regarding the sorting into houses. Why must there be 4 houses? On what basis are they divided? Is it determined by one's magical affinity? What consequences await those who are misallocated? Burdened with a plethora of questions, she could only persist in her attentive listening. The professor continued, Students, during your time here, the house will be your home. Your exceptional performance will earn points for your house, while any misconduct will result in deductions. At the end of the year, the house with the highest score will be awarded the House Cup. After concluding her speech, Professor McGonagall strode purposefully into the interior, leaving the new students in a state of anticipation. Lin Shu, however, was not in a hurry. She seized the opportunity to inquire about the sorting process. Though she had come as an exchange student, she was keen to avoid being placed in the wrong house and thereby jeopardizing her academic pursuits. She was determined to acquire knowledge and experience, and even if Western magic differed from Eastern principles, she would embrace the essence while discarding the dross with an open mind. Unlike other cultivators who imposed self-restrictions, believing that mastering one path precluded the exploration of others, she understood that the universe knows no boundaries, so why should she confine herself? Just as she was about to ask Harry a question, the platinum-haired boy standing to their left lifted his chin and spoke. It seems the rumors on the train were true. Harry Potter, you really have come to Hogwarts. His words were met with a wave of whispers, and Lin Shu felt a strange sense of disconnection, wondering what the fuss was about Harry Potter. Why did the mere mention of his name incite such a reaction? She licked her dry lips, watching as the platinum-haired boy swiftly approached them. I am Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. Malfoy was indeed a melodious name, yet for some reason, Ron on the side suddenly burst into laughter. Lin Shu looked over, her small mind filled with confusion. In her recollection, Ron was not one to lack manners. At least during their journey on the train, he had exhibited a certain gentlemanly decorum. As for why he had laughed, she could not fathom, so she chose not to interfere. However, it was clear that Draco Malfoy's expression shifted dramatically, and his next words were quite startling. As he did not intend to let Ron off lightly. What are you laughing at? Do you find my name, Draco Malfoy, amusing? You need not speak. I already know who you are. With that red hair and worn robes, you must belong to the Weasley family. Harry Potter. You will soon learn that there are hierarchies among wizarding families. Some are simply more noble than others. You wouldn't want to associate with such riffraff, would you? However, I would be willing to be your friend. With that, Malfoy extended his hand in a gesture of camaraderie, his gaze fixed intently on Harry. Lin Shu sensed the tension in the air, and in the next moment, she heard Harry respond candidly. I can still distinguish right from wrong, thank you. Such a blunt rejection left Draco in a rather awkward position. Lin Shu, initially disinterested in meddling, couldn't help but feel that Malfoy was somewhat unjustly treated. He had come with genuine intentions to forge friendships, only to be ridiculed and humiliated in public. Were she in his place, she would have retorted without hesitation. Thus, driven by an inexplicable impulse, she interjected, Harry, he means no harm. Perhaps, but he is disrespectful to my friends, and I dislike that. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu chose to remain silent. However, the exchange reached Draco's ears, and instead of calming him, it only fueled his ire. If looks could kill, Malfoy would have undoubtedly dispatched Harry and Ron countless times over. Chapter 3. Setting the Sorting Hat ablaze? It was truly unintentional. The incident between Harry and Malfoy did not impede the sorting ceremony, and soon Professor McGonagall returned to guide them into the Great Hall. The hall towered majestically, its ceiling adorned with a starry sky, shifting to mirror the real night sky outside, as though they stood beneath a vast celestial dome. For long tables were arranged in the center, each draped with the colors of their respective houses, the banners fluttering gently in the breeze. What was truly awe-inspiring was that each dining table was filled with students. As the newcomers walked down the central aisle, they became the focal point of scrutiny and discussion among the older students. Such a spectacle was unprecedented in Lin Shu's former sect. Even if their sect was grand and prosperous, they would never conduct a recruitment in such a lavish manner, typically selecting only a few exceptionally gifted individuals as inner disciples. Thus, being the center of attention among so many was a novel experience for Lin Shu, leaving her somewhat anxious. Students, before we commence the sorting ceremony, I must announce several important points for the new term. The voice was ancient and resonant, belonging to the school's headmaster, Dumbledore. With a mane of white hair and a beard to match, he resembled a whimsical Santa Claus, donning a small sleeping cap. Lin Shu found it difficult to articulate her impressions of this elderly gentleman. He exuded a charm that was both endearing and amusing. First years, please take heed. The Forbidden Forest is off limits to students. Furthermore, our caretaker, Mr. Filch, requests that I remind you not to venture into the corridor on the right side of the third floor if you wish to avoid a most unpleasant fate. Lin Shu raised an eyebrow, clearly perplexed. If these areas were forbidden, why mention them at all? Knowing their rebellious age, the trait most prominent among them was a disdain for restrictions. It was best not to know, for the temptation to sneak a glance would be unbearable. Lin Shu could wager that had this been in her own sect, her master would have merely uttered those words, and right after. The forbidden zones would be trampled by eager feet, each one curious to discover what lay within. Forbidden zones? They were more akin to tourist attractions. Lost in thought, Lin Shu allowed her imagination to wander as she passed the time. However, the students ahead had already commenced the sorting ceremony. Lin Shu, amidst her flurry of tasks, managed to steal a glance. She learned that it was a hat capable of speech, which, upon being donned, efficiently sorted students with remarkable ease. She found herself too weary to express her disdain, perceiving the entire ritual as rather hasty. Ultimately, Hermione was assigned to Gryffindor, and Ron followed suit. The strikingly handsome Draco, who had established a rivalry with Harry and Ron, was sorted into Slytherin. When it came to Harry's turn, the sorting hat hesitated to render its verdict. Oh, this is indeed a conundrum. It is evident that you possess great courage, a kind heart, and, most importantly, remarkable talent, coupled with a fervent desire to prove yourself. Which house shall be your rightful abode? Not Slytherin, not Slytherin, resolutely avoid Slytherin. Are you certain? You have the potential for greatness. It is inscribed within your very essence. The aspirations you seek, Slytherin could guide you towards glory. The voice of the sorting hat was distinctly audible to Lin Shu. After a moment of Harry's resistance, he ultimately found himself in Gryffindor, alongside Hermione and Ron. Perhaps this was a twist of fate. Just as Lin Shu reveled in their shared joy, Professor McGonagall called her name. Under the gaze of her peers, she ascended the stage and, like the preceding students, seated herself upon the stool, allowing the sorting hat to rest upon her head. Yet, in the next instant, a thunderous crack resounded, and the hat tumbled to the ground, enveloped in smoke and flames. Lin Shu gasped in alarm. She feared she had unwittingly committed a grave error on her very first day by causing the sorting hat's demise. Oh no, it was the golden light charm that had triggered this chaos. Good heavens, to create such a disaster before the entire school was truly a remarkable feat. The situation escalated swiftly, with Headmaster Dumbledore being the first to respond, casting a cleansing charm that proved ineffective. Lin Shu hurriedly intertwined her fingers to dispel her earlier spell, reciting an incantation. As the celestial pathway completes, so too do the celestial bodies align. The essence of the universe encircles me, connecting with the divine, manifesting power. I invoke prosperity, and those who oppose shall suffer. Upon concluding her spell, the sorting hat lay on the ground, its vitality waning. Yet she had managed to preserve her own life. Tentatively, Lin Shu raised her gaze to observe the expressions of the headmaster and the professors, noting their grave countenances. She truly hadn't intended this. I apologize. I was unaware that my protective charm would harm it. Perhaps I could mend its wounds, remedy my unintentional transgression. Without waiting for a response, she hurriedly set to work, her hands weaving intricate gestures. Divine might, cleanse the wicked. With celestial support, let virtue ascend. By my command, may all endeavors succeed, swift as the decree of the celestial maiden. As she completed the incantation, the sorting hat gradually regained its vigor, the charred remnants from the golden light charm visibly mending. Ah, I have returned to life. This cohort of newcomers nearly frightened me to death. I almost met my end. How terrifying this was. Slytherin, Slytherin. The voice of the sorting hat pierced the heavens, resonating within the eardrums of all present. Judging solely by its sound, it appeared to be in fine form. After a brief interlude of silence, the long table erupted into fervent discussions, and Lin Shu could easily surmise that she was the subject of their discourse. Help! It's the first day of school. She did not wish to be the center of attention. Exhaling deeply, she braced herself for the scrutiny of the headmaster and the other professors. Well, even if they decided to send her back immediately, she would accept it. So be it. No more struggle. Let whatever happens, happen. Yet, in the next moment, Dumbledore's voice rang out. Ah, a splendid spell. You truly are a genius. It seems I have made the right choice in selecting you as an exchange student. Please, take a seat. After the feast, you may visit my office to collect the school supplies I have procured for you. Huh, is that it? Lin Shu once again questioned her hearing, but when she looked up, she indeed beheld Dumbledore's kind eyes filled with affection. Oh dear. This kind old man did not scold her. If it were her master, she would have been punished severely. Oh dear. So touching. Thank you, headmaster, and I apologize. Sorting hat, I shall be more mindful next time. What? You will have a next time? The sorting hat bellowed, only to be seized by Professor McGonagall, whisked away to an unknown destination, rendering it silent. Lin Shu could only muster an awkward yet polite smile before hastily making her way to the Slytherin table. The moment she settled into her seat, the chatter at the table abruptly ceased, and every pair of eyes turned towards her, making her acutely uncomfortable. She could not help but glance back, only to see her peers quickly averting their gazes, staring at the ceiling or the floor, anything but her. It seemed her first day had left quite an impression on her classmates. This was troubling. She would be living here for quite some time. She could only hope her days would not be too dull. Pondering this, she picked up her knife and fork, methodically slicing into her lamb chop. A strong gamey flavor assaulted her palate. She stifled her nausea and refrained from spitting it out, lamenting the poor quality of the meal, which barely met even the most basic standards. How disheartening. Just then, an unexpected hand appeared before her. She looked up to find herself locking eyes with Malfoy. I am Draco Malfoy. I saw you on the stairs. You were with that Weasley. Yes, we met on the train. Harry is quite decent. Damn it. I've had my hand raised for ages. Why aren't you shaking it? Are you trying to emulate that Weasley to gain notoriety in Slytherin? Lin Shu shook her head and instinctively extended her hand to meet his. She sensed that Malfoy had a somewhat haughty demeanor, a typical rich boy attitude. Yet his character was commendable. Apologies, I didn't realize you wanted to shake hands. Forget it. You must have been hanging around that Weasley too long. Your brain must be muddled. I mean, you can't possibly be a mudblood, right? Mudblood? What is that? Lin Shu searched her vocabulary, but found no match, leading her to inquire, what is a mudblood? Good heavens. You are utterly ignorant of what a mudblood is, so let me rephrase my inquiry. Are you of pure blood? Pure blood? What on earth is that? Draco must be inquiring about her innate magical affinity, for it seems to be the only plausible interpretation. Thus, she replied with unwavering conviction, indeed, how could one cultivate without purity? My master has asserted that my talent is a rarity, appearing only once in a century. Very well. Given this, I shall permit you to be my friend, Shu. Lin Shu remained perplexed, finding Draco's arrogance excessively pretentious and delightfully dramatic. Surprisingly, she felt no aversion towards him. Rather, she listened patiently to his incessant chatter. By the way, Shu, what incantations did you employ during your sorting ceremony? Are they spells passed down through your family? They are the ancient spells of the Facumen. Indeed, a closely guarded secret among your kind. How impressive. When might you demonstrate them again so I can witness them up close? Lin Shu smiled helplessly when suddenly, a transparent head materialized at the Gryffindor table. Just as Ron reached for a chicken leg, it appeared shimmering before everyone. Lin Shu's singular thought was, there's a ghost. Capture the ghost. This specter cohabitates with the living, utterly defying the natural order. How outrageous. Shortly thereafter, several ethereal figures emerged from the castle, all of them transparent, devoid of any semblance of life, leaving a chilling breeze in their wake. Draco was startled by this spectacle when a phantom glided past their table. He instinctively dove beneath it. Lin Shu had no intention of intervening, yet upon seeing his pitiable, frightened demeanor, she could not suppress her compassion. She slipped under the table as well, grasped Draco's hand, and pulled him out. Malfoy, do not fear. They are merely spirits, should they dare approach. I shall banish them to oblivion. I am not afraid. I merely dropped my cutlery. Indeed, Malfoy is the bravest of them all. If you cannot find your utensils, let us return to our seats. Very well. Chapter 4. Exorcising Spirits, a task I am well versed in. Once Draco and Lin Shu resumed their seats, the ghosts mentioned by Lin Shu had already made their rounds in the Great Hall, and soon students began conversing with them, appearing quite familiar. Sir Nicholas, did you enjoy your summer holiday? Not at all. I wished to partake in the Headless Horseman hunt, but once again, I was denied. As his words settled, Ron quickly recognized him. I know. You are the one who nearly lost his head. I prefer to be addressed as Sir Nicholas. Hermione joined the conversation, directly voicing the thoughts of many. Nearly lost your head? How could that happen? Well, like this. In the next moment, Sir Nicholas performed the act of head removal, startling quite a few first-year students. Lin Shu, seated at the Slytherin table, furrowed her brow, pondering why the Western magical world cohabited with ghosts. Spirits are ethereal entities, destined for their own realm. Prolonged interaction with the living can only adversely affect their health and fortunes. It is truly incomprehensible. What an inversion of nature. Malfoy, why are these ghosts allowed to drift about freely? Why do the headmaster and professors not take action? Do you know? God knows. They seem to have existed for several centuries. What can be done? They nearly frightened me to death just now. I hope they don't appear again. How ominous. Lin Shu smirked, contemplating how simple the matter truly was, yet it seemed overly complicated to others. It would be so easy to send them off. A simple incantation for salvation would suffice. Are your Western wizards not benevolent? Or is your magic lacking? Lin Shu asked sincerely, rendering Malfoy momentarily speechless. However, his pride as a young master prevented him from yielding. He retorted stubbornly, if you can do it, then you should. Without hesitation, Lin Shu positioned her hands to conjure the ghost locations and began to chant the incantation for the Tai-E salvation. Almost instantaneously, the ghosts gasped in unison, their forms seemingly frozen, and as Lin Shu recited more verses, their spectral bodies grew increasingly translucent. Dumbledore, save us! Sir Nicholas cried out in a strained voice, prompting Dumbledore to leap from his seat, scanning the surroundings, fearing a return of the Death Eaters. Yet, no traces of dark magic could be found. As everyone stood in confusion, Malfoy abruptly interrupted Lin Shu, placing his small hand over hers and whispering urgently, stop your incantation. Don't tell me this is your doing. What else could it be? Shouldn't the ghosts return to where they belong? Why linger in the mortal realm? I don't know what that means. But I do know you may have attracted significant trouble. Lin Shu blinked innocently, feigning disbelief. Just then, she turned to observe the floating, uncontrollable spirits, intent on continuing her salvation, when she noticed Dumbledore striding purposefully towards her. The elderly man moved with a surprising urgency, almost frantic. Oh, Miss Shu Lin, please do not tell me that everything happening just now was your doing. Lin Shu was perplexed. Was a mere ghostly salvation truly such a grave matter? Why was everyone questioning her involvement? She had nearly conjured an afterimage with her hand gestures. Surely, anyone with eyes would recognize her efforts. Yes, headmaster. I was capturing ghosts for the school, sending them to where they ought to go. One might consider it a good deed. Oh dear. Stop this at once, Shu Lin. Child, I appreciate your good intentions, but you cannot act in this manner. Ghosts are our friends. They are part of our school community. You must not use magic against your friends. Can you understand? Lin Shu did not comprehend. How could one befriend ghosts? This was not a tale of undying love between humans and spirits. Yet, considering the cultural differences between East and West, she suppressed her myriad questions. She then touched her nose and murmured, all right, I shall refrain from performing salvation on them in the future. Good child, please release them promptly. Lin Shu casually gestured, dispelling the array of symbols surrounding them, causing the ghosts to flee as if confronted by a colossal monster. Heavens, there is a demon among the new students this year. That was utterly terrifying. I have lived for centuries and nearly vanished. Indeed, that child, so young yet with a heart full of malice. One must certainly steer clear of her in the future. As the commotion subsided, Lin Shu unexpectedly rose to fame once more. She felt dazed, grappling with a sense of having inadvertently caused trouble despite her good intentions. She endured a rather unpalatable dinner, feeling as though she were sitting on pins and needles. With the conclusion of the banquet, the first-year students followed their prefects to their respective houses. However, Lin Shu, having an appointment with Professor Dumbledore, remained in the hall, waiting for him to escort her to his office. Throughout the journey, anxiety gripped her. Upon finally arriving, Dumbledore invited her to sit, and then presented her with an assortment of candies, though the mere sight of them did little to whet her appetite. Lin Shu clearly discerned candies shaped like cockroaches and bees. Could this be the legendary insect chronicles? She respected but did not comprehend, offering a polite smile. Just as Dumbledore extended a cup of unidentified fruit tea towards her, her maintained smile finally faltered. Please, Professor Dumbledore. Our customs differ. We do not consume insects. Oh, my dear child, this is quite sweet. I assure you, once you taste it, you will surely enjoy it. Are you certain you do not wish to try? No. I drank plenty of pumpkin soup at dinner and am quite full. A lie. The pumpkin soup was horrendously unpalatable. Fortunately, Dumbledore did not linger on this topic, and Lin Shu managed to survive the ordeal of the insect feast. Well, my child, I had initially gone to the east to fetch you, but by the time I arrived, you had already departed. Poor thing, you must have had quite a journey. Not at all. My master always said that traveling brings valuable experience. Lin Shu touched her nose, recalling her journey had been relatively uneventful. In fact, due to her tender age, she received extra care wherever she went. However, in Dumbledore's eyes, this translated into a fade of forced cheerfulness. He was convinced she had suffered greatly, perhaps even enduring hardship akin to begging in the harshest of conditions. My dear child, it is my oversight for not having retrieved you in time. But let us not dwell on this somber topic. Instead, let us examine this. Dumbledore presented her with a small package. Lin Shu, meeting his expectant gaze, opened it to find a neatly arranged assortment of items listed on her enrollment checklist. At last, she had her robes and wand. Eagerly, she grasped the wand and waved it, witnessing a lovely interplay of lavender and azure light flickering from its tip, a truly enchanting sight. To comprehend her recent flourish, one must realize that it was merely a gesture, devoid of any infusion of her magical essence. Yet, even this elicited a response. How extraordinary! Lin Shu, akin to a child discovering a delightful new plaything, was eager to explore further possibilities. Meanwhile, Dumbledore, observing her enthusiasm, could not help but smile in satisfaction. It appears I have not erred in selecting your wand. The Hollywood paired with a phoenix feather truly favors you, does it not? Thank you, Headmaster. I am grateful for your assistance in choosing the wand. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss as to where to procure one. However, I have just arrived and have yet to exchange currency. Would it suffice if I offered gold? With that, Lin Shu produced a hefty handful of gold ingots from her pocket, their weight substantial and purity remarkable, and placed them upon Dumbledore's desk. I wonder if this amount is adequate. If not, I can retrieve more from my luggage. My dear child, this is something I should have prepared. You are far too courteous to even consider payment. Please, take back this gold. You will need it for your life at school. Lin Shu remained unmoved, evidently unwilling to reclaim the gold. Her master had once imparted the wisdom that money paves the way. Regardless of the circumstances, spending gold is never a misstep. After all, it is said that those who are courteous rarely face ire. Child, I did not wish to reiterate this, but I implore you to forgive my redundancy. The likes of Sir Nicholas have existed for centuries. We ought to show them kindness, do we not? Perhaps you might contemplate your Eastern incantations more judiciously before employing them. Understood, Headmaster. Given Lin Shu's commendable attitude in acknowledging her misstep, Dumbledore chose not to detain her further. She departed the headmaster's office, guided by Filch back to the Slytherin dormitory. Upon Lin Shu's return to the dormitory, the other students had already settled into their rooms. Whether it was due to the impression she left during the sorting ceremony or not, she found herself alone in a dormitory, with no one willing to share her quarters. Yet, this did not trouble her. She relished her solitude. However, in the common room, Draco Malfoy remained seated on the couch, seemingly disgruntled. Even as she made her bed, he continued to sulk, appearing as if the world owed him a considerable debt. Malfoy, are you unhappy? Has someone wronged you? Huh, what a ridiculous notion. Do you hear yourself? Who am I? I am Draco Malfoy. Who would dare to bully me? Unless they wish to court disaster, I would certainly inform my father. Wow, that is quite impressive. Having connections is a form of power, indeed. This was wisdom imparted by her master. TCH, I hope you speak sincerely. It's infuriating. Can you please not lag behind in the future? Do you realize that when the first years returned with the upperclassmen, you were the only one absent? Upon hearing this, Lin Shu could not help but smile, her expression radiating warmth. The sentiment felt familiar, reminiscent of her senior sister who possessed a tough exterior yet a tender heart. Often, her words, though laced with barbs, conveyed genuine concern, devoid of pretense. Intentions matter most. Malfoy, were you just expressing concern for me? Malfoy, upon hearing this, nearly jumped from his seat. Concern? How could that possibly be? He is none other than the sole heir of the Malfoy lineage, a young master of pure blood. Would he ever deign to concern himself with an ordinary girl hailing from the east? Yet, when his gaze met Lin Shu's enchanting, almond-shaped eyes, the words he had prepared to utter caught in his throat. Perhaps he had misjudged her. She bore no semblance to an ordinary girl. Indeed, she must be an angel from the Orient. The longer he fixated on those captivating eyes, the more his heart and soul yearned to draw closer to their owner. It was only when he regained control over his own faculties that he stammered a retort, desperately attempting to salvage his dignity. Chapter 5. She blasted the professor. How could this be? Am I not expressing my grievances? Can you not discern that? It's your fault for returning so late. Acting as if you are above the rest, leaving the common room lights ablaze. Very well. My apologies. I was fetching supplies from the headmaster. Having come from the east without the opportunity to procure my first-year necessities, the headmaster assisted me in acquiring a wand and such. The round trip took longer than anticipated. Are you a muggle? Are you unaware of the supplies needed for the start of term? Malfoy persisted, his words firing off like a rapid succession of gunshots. Yet, Lin Shu remained unfazed, taking a seat beside him on the sofa, her demeanor calm and cheerful as she awaited his tirade to conclude before replying. Malfoy, you could, with great candor, express concern for me next time. I am unfamiliar with this place, and you are one of my few friends. I appreciate your concern. The hour grows late. I shall accompany you for a chat tomorrow. Good night. With that, she sauntered back to her room, leaving Malfoy seething with unspoken frustration, caught in a state of agitation. How infuriating. Shu Lin, you are utterly disrespectful. How dare you leave before me? Do you think you can treat me with such indifference? You are dismissing Draco Malfoy. How foolish of me to worry about your expulsion. I waited for you in vain. From now on, even if you beg, I shall not spare you a glance. Just wait and see, Shu Lin. In response, silence enveloped him, for Lin Shu had already retreated to her dormitory, lying in bed, awaiting a restful night's slumber. This left Malfoy with a sensation akin to striking cotton with his fists, frustratingly futile. Yet, Lin Shu continued to treat him with kindness, her words offering him no ammunition for retaliation. How maddening. On her first night at Hogwarts, Lin Shu enjoyed a particularly sweet slumber, awakening at 4 the following morning to meditate. This was a habit cultivated over many years, and this particular hour held significance, for it was when the spiritual energy was most potent. Once she completed her meditation and attended to her grooming, she found ample time remaining. She took her books and set off to locate the Transfiguration classroom, which, as expected, was still unoccupied. Speaking of Transfiguration, her heart brimmed with anticipation, for in her studies of Eastern mysticism, she had not encountered this discipline. There were no mentors within her sect to impart such knowledge, nor did the ancient texts contain any references to it. Perhaps it had once existed, now lost to time. However, none of that was of paramount importance. What she eagerly awaited was how Western magic would approach the art of transfiguration. Lost in thought, she opened her book and began to read. After gazing for a considerable time without grasping the essence, she could only recall some theoretical knowledge, leaving her far from the threshold of true transformation. She involuntarily lifted her head, rotating her slightly sore neck, and was met with the sight of a cat on the podium, its large eyes locked onto hers. Oh, had this cat just appeared here? How strange that I had not noticed it. Wait a moment. This cat seems somewhat peculiar. If it were merely a cat, the energy radiating from it would be rather excessive. Could it possibly be a cat demon? Has it cultivated a modicum of powers, seeking to refine itself through a borrowed form? Humph, not on my watch. Regardless of whether you are a formidable demon from afar or some lesser spirit, you shall be dealt with. As practitioners of the Tao, it is our duty to subdue demons and dispel evil. Capture the demon. In a swift motion, Lin Shu hurled an explosive talisman, forming a celestial net with her left hand while her right hand held onto the talisman, resolute in her belief that it would not escape unscathed. Boom. Bang. A cloud of smoke enveloped the area, and Lin Shu shut her eyes, utilizing her heavenly sight to discern the position of the cat demon. Yet, an extended silence ensued, prompting her to open her eyes in confusion. Before her stood Professor McGonagall, sporting a wild hairstyle, exhaling wisps of black smoke, her gaze fixated on Lin Shu with an intensity that seemed to bore into her very soul. Lin Shu felt a chill of dread. Could this cat demon have transformed into Professor McGonagall? Yet, that seemed implausible. How could Professor McGonagall possibly be a cat demon? Maintaining a skeptical and meticulous demeanor, Lin Shu retrieved the demon-revealing mirror gifted to her by her master before her departure. Daring cat demon, how bold to impersonate Professor McGonagall. Let us see what the mirror reveals. To her astonishment, the reflection displayed Professor McGonagall's face, radiant and unblemished, not a demon in disguise. Goodness! She nearly dropped the mirror in fright. Oh no, this is indeed Professor McGonagall's visage. Once more, she gazed into the mirror. Oh heavens, this is disastrous. It is not an illusion. The cat is truly Professor McGonagall transformed. Ah, she seems to have landed herself in another predicament. Heavenly spirits. Can anyone inform her of her recent actions? She has inadvertently blown up the professor. Blown up. Blown up. She might soon receive a rather unwelcome expulsion package. Or so she thought. Who could have imagined that a professor in the Western magical world would harbor such peculiar habits? Transforming into a cat for no apparent reason, yet failing to conceal her presence, leading her to believe a formidable demon had descended. Oh dear, is there still time for her to feign unconsciousness? Just as she was lost in her thoughts, she felt a sudden chill at her neck, the warm breath of another. With an awkward smile plastered on her face, she turned to find Professor McGonagall standing behind her, looking as pristine as ever. I believe you owe me a reasonable explanation for recklessly employing dark spells in the classroom, especially in the presence of your professor. Do you expect me to believe it was unintentional? Lin Shu felt tears welling up in her eyes at the gravity of the situation. Professor McGonagall's countenance was exceedingly grim. After casting a cleansing charm upon herself, she resumed her stern gaze upon Lin Shu, as if to convey that without an adequate explanation for today's incident, Lin Shu would not be permitted to leave. Acknowledging her fault, Lin Shu rummaged through her small backpack and retrieved a vial of Jade Clarity Elixir, a concoction crafted by her master, renowned for its remarkable efficacy. This was indeed a high-grade elixir, designed to assist cultivators in breaking through their limitations, rapidly accumulating spiritual energy, enhancing the strength and resilience of their meridians, and accommodating greater spiritual force. She pondered whether this would suffice as an apology. With great care, she extended the vial to Professor McGonagall, emphasizing the elixir's benefits. Noticing Lin Shu's genuine contrition, Professor McGonagall ceased her intent to press further. However, she hesitated to accept the offering, wary of what peculiarities this girl from the East might conjure. Yet, as she contemplated, her hand inexplicably uncorked the vial, and a powerful aura of herbal essence enveloped her, instantly invigorating her spirit. What sorcery was this? The enchanting fragrance and its effects were evident. She had merely inhaled the aroma and recognized its exceptional nature. She wondered how remarkable its effects would be if truly consumed, as Lin Shu had claimed. Suppressing her curiosity, she maintained an impassive facade while accepting the offering. Thus, the matter was settled, compelling her to take closer notice of this extraordinary girl from the East. From the sorting ceremony's fiery hat to the exorcism of ghosts, and even the curses she had cast, each incident heralded her extraordinary nature. Though reluctant to admit it, the Eastern techniques employed by Lin Shu undeniably demonstrated resistance, if not suppression, against their magic, a veritable truth. Professor McGonagall fell into deep contemplation, while Lin Shu fidgeted anxiously, yearning for the class to commence and conclude swiftly. Hoping not to attract further scrutiny, time passed, and at last, the hour for class arrived, with students arriving at the classroom in succession. Lin Shu finally dared to shift her position beneath Professor McGonagall's watchful eyes. Despite the earlier unpleasantness, Professor McGonagall dutifully began the first lesson in Transfiguration. Students, she began, as we delve into the realm of Transfiguration, I must impart several key requirements and considerations for your success. To master this art of magic, you must firmly remember my words. First and foremost, prior to any transformation, you must concentrate your attention, wield your wand with precision, and articulate the correct incantation. Furthermore, during the transformation process, you must adhere to the fundamental laws of transfiguration. Magic cannot revive deceased beings, conjure magical objects, alter quantity or essence, nor create something from nothing. Now, let us commence our first lesson. I trust you have all observed the matchsticks upon your desks. For this lesson, you are to transform one into a needle. Lin Shu listened intently, fearful of missing even the slightest detail of this powerful magic. Once Professor McGonagall had elucidated all necessary precautions, she began to demonstrate the seemingly simple transfiguration spell. With a flick of her wand, a matchstick instantly morphed into the shape of a needle. Lin Shu, seated in the front row, possessed the clearest view of the demonstration. The needle appeared utterly authentic, devoid of any flaw. It was simply mesmerizing. She was determined to learn. To master this skill, she could not afford to bring shame upon Dongxian. As Professor McGonagall concluded her demonstration, it soon became time for the students to attempt the spell themselves. Lin Shu recalled the instructions, striving to focus her mind and eliminate distractions. She then precisely uttered the incantation. A spark flickered at the tip of her wand, crackling with a sense of presence. However, the match on the table remained unchanged. Professor McGonagall, observing her closely, promptly advised, your wand's movement must harmonize with your body and spirit. Moreover, you must vividly imagine the shape of the needle. With guidance, Lin Shu made another attempt. This time, as her wand descended, the match successfully transformed into the shape of a needle, stunning Lin Shu. She had anticipated success. In other words, despite her hopes, she was a practitioner of Dongxian and feared she might struggle with Western magic. In truth, prior to this successful transfiguration, she had felt lost regarding her future, anxious that her years abroad would yield no results. Yet now, her worries dissipated. She had accomplished it, and she was the first to succeed in this class. Immersed in joy and excitement, she found it difficult to regain her composure, while Professor McGonagall, having examined the silver needle she had created, remarked, you did exceptionally well. The first to master the transfiguration spell, Slytherin earns 5 points for this flawless transformation. Her success was akin to a stone cast upon a lake, igniting the ambition of her fellow Slytherins. She felt genuinely happy. relieved that Professor McGonagall bore her no ill will. She had truly encountered an extraordinary teacher. In the subsequent part of the lesson, Malfoy took the lead, repeatedly waving his wand and reciting the incantation, successfully transforming the match into a needle, earning Professor McGonagall's praise and contributing points to Slytherin. Lin Shu felt a heartfelt joy for her dear friend, secretly giving him a thumbs up while wearing a broad smile. This scene caught Malfoy's attention, and he was momentarily taken aback by her intense gaze, which he interpreted as admiration for a hero, a genius. He basked in it, confident in his appeal. As the trials continued, many classmates gradually succeeded in transfiguring matches into needles, bringing immense satisfaction to Professor McGonagall, whose affection for her students overflowed like a rushing river. Unfortunately, at that moment, the classroom door swung open, and Harry and Ron hurriedly entered, their hair and robes somewhat disheveled. They exchanged apologetic glances with Professor McGonagall, causing her previously improved mood to revert to sternness. Late on the very first day of school. How absurd. She regarded Harry, Ron, and Lin Shu, noting that the trio could easily form a formidable group. What was this all about? This is undoubtedly the most dismal class of students she has ever encountered. Chapter 6. Senior, why do you look as if your days are numbered? Perhaps transforming you into pocket watches would yield better results. Perhaps then you would grasp the essence of punctuality. Harry felt a twinge of embarrassment, but still managed to explain, I apologize, Professor Mike, we got lost. Should I turn you into a map instead? Never mind, take your seats quickly. I trust you can locate your own seats without a map. Harry and Ron, rather dejected, seated themselves, fortuitously placing Harry right beside Lin Shu, who generously lent him her notes. Thank goodness for you, Shu. Otherwise, I would fall behind in our first Transfiguration class. Harry expressed his gratitude. It's a minor matter. This spell is quite simple. You will surely master it with just one attempt. Don't worry. With Lin Shu's encouragement, Harry felt a sense of calm wash over him as he began to attempt the transformation spell. With a wave of his wand and the incantation uttered, half of the matchstick morphed into a needle, while the other half remained unchanged. Observing this, Lin Shu continued to encourage him. You're almost there. Give it another try, and you'll succeed. Harry shared her belief, gradually gaining confidence. He waved his wand once more, but the matchstick remained impervious. After several attempts, the matchstick persisted in its half-in-half state, leaving him puzzled. He cast a pleading glance at Lin Shu, who appeared equally bewildered from her perspective. Harry's incantation and wand technique were flawless. Why wasn't it working? Harry, how about I demonstrate it once? You can observe closely, perhaps it will aid you. All right. Lin Shu took Harry's matchstick and, channeling the sensation she experienced during her own successful attempt, waved her wand. A brilliant aura burst forth, and the matchstick instantly transformed into a needle. Before she could share her insights with Harry, gasps erupted from all around, as Lin Shu's singular action had transformed every matchstick in the classroom into needles. While others transformed theirs one at a time, she had produced a veritable wholesale effect. Oh no, I must have unconsciously channeled the energy of the magical pathways. She froze in place, uncertain of how to rectify the situation. Yet she felt utterly unjust. Her past experiences with drawing runes had conditioned her to infuse her magic with energy, forming a habitual memory. Suddenly, she had forgotten that wielding her wand did not necessitate her magical pathway's energy. However, Professor McGonagall and her fellow classmates were unaware of the underlying circumstances, turning their astonished and admiring gazes toward her. Professor McGonagall took a deep breath, exclaiming, Goodness, what an extraordinary transfiguration spell. In all my years of teaching, I have never witnessed anyone as gifted as you, Shu. I shall award Slytherin 20 points. The Slytherins rejoiced, pride radiating from them as if they were soaring through the heavens. Did you see that? This is Shu's doing. She belongs to Slytherin. Waves of praise enveloped Lin Shu, and they completely forgot that they had previously ostracized her. This is Slytherin. They have always revered formidable power and will forever be captivated by unparalleled magic. At the conclusion of this lesson, Harry successfully mastered the Transfiguration spell. However, this achievement pales in comparison to Lin Shu's burgeoning fame. Unbeknownst to her, rumors have circulated, claiming she is a prodigious talent from Slytherin, an unparalleled figure admired by other houses. How unfortunate. She implores others to cease such unfounded gossip. She has no desire to attract such animosity. Nevertheless, one cannot deny the silver lining in this situation. Previously, she had always walked alone, with only Draco Malfoy acknowledging her presence in Slytherin. Yet now, she has become the center of attention, with countless individuals eager to befriend her and learn magic together. She has been afforded privileges, even receiving special treatment. These admirers frequently inundate her dormitory with snacks, magazines, and an array of intriguing trinkets, leaving her both anxious and bewildered. Following Transfiguration class was potions, another course overseen by their house head, which the Slytherins regarded with utmost seriousness. Many, including Lin Shu, flocked to the library to prepare for this subject. However, Rather than studying books on potion making, she immersed herself in all literature related to Transfiguration. After Professor McGonagall's lesson, she had glimpsed the allure of transformation and was resolute in mastering this discipline. Indeed, within the arcane arts of the Eastern mystical techniques, there exist ambiguous records of transformations, such as the art of concealment and shape-shifting, which allow one to alter their physical appearance or attire to obscure their identity and evade pursuit. More fantastical still are the tales of turning beans into soldiers or grass into steeds, originating from the legendary techniques of the Fakeman. Yet, these practices have long been forgotten. The populace prefers to dismiss them as mere myth or superstition rather than acknowledging their historical reality. After all, the notion that one could scatter a handful of beans to conjure an army or toss aside a clump of grass to summon horses seems utterly implausible. Yet, Lin Shu is wholeheartedly convinced of their existence, attributing their disappearance to the passage of time and the loss of tradition. Perhaps the shifting tides of the era have rendered the spiritual essence of this world thin, preventing the emergence of any remarkable talents capable of grasping such profound techniques. As she contemplates the unknown path ahead, she wonders why she cannot be the first to tread it. Lin Shu lifts her gaze, her eyes radiating ambition, a hallmark of any true Slytherin. She ventures to the innermost recesses of the library, having only acquired a basic guide to Transfiguration, which she deems insufficient. She gazes up at the towering shelves, searching for the knowledge she seeks. Soon, she spots Ultimate Transfiguration and Advanced Transfiguration Guide, but they are perched too high for her reach. Just as she begins to form the incantation to retrieve the books with magic, a tall figure obstructs her view. His large hand accurately lands on the Transfiguration textbook, and in a deep voice, he inquires, "Do you need this book?" Lin Shu nods obediently, instantly recognizing him as Cedric Diggory, a prominent figure among Hufflepuff. At the banquet following the sorting ceremony, she had once caught a glimpse of this senior's handsome visage and had heard whispers about his character from others, describing him as benevolent, warm-hearted, and the dream suitor of many a girl. Today, witnessing him up close, she found the rumors to be undeniably true. His face, complemented by an approachable demeanor, stirred feelings within her that, had she been a few years older, might have blossomed into something more. She hastily replied, "Thank you, Senior. May I trouble you to fetch the Advanced Transfiguration Guide for me as well? I would be immensely grateful." The Senior, taken aback, regarded Lin Shu, pondering how a girl of her tender age did not seem suited for the study of advanced magic. His amber eyes scrutinized her, yet they radiated kindness, evoking no discomfort. His smile resembled the midday sun, seemingly possessing the power to dispel darkness and gloom. He felt it necessary, as a senior, to offer a gentle reminder to this first-year student. He withdrew the book from the shelf and handed it to Lin Shu, still smiling as he said, "You are still quite young. Intermediate and advanced transfiguration spells are not easily mastered. I believe you should accomplish these under the guidance of a professor." "I understand, Senior. I was merely curious to take a glance ahead. You truly are a rather unique little serpent." I have never heard a Slytherin express gratitude towards a senior before. You are the first. I remember you. You stood out during the sorting ceremony." Lin Shu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, unsure of how to respond. The matter of the sorting hat seemed inescapable, akin to a ticking time bomb, ready to expose her vulnerabilities at any moment. "Oh dear, it feels as if I could jump into the Yellow River and still not clear my name. Who would believe that the sorting hat incident was merely an accident?" "Do not worry, standing out is not a negative trait. On the contrary, everyone is filled with curiosity and goodwill towards you. Just relax and enjoy life." His reassuring words delighted Lin Shu, and as their eyes met, she felt a profound affirmation of her decision to venture into this foreign land. Had she remained in her previous environment, it would have offered a stable and comfortable existence. Yet it would lack the allure of exploration. Here, everything was new, and the people were generally kind, showering her with goodwill. Perhaps this was the path she was meant to tread. Fate had dictated it thus, and even through the inevitable stumbles, it was all preordained. In the next moment, as Cedric prepared to turn and leave, Lin Shu intended to watch him depart. However, unexpectedly, a wisp of dark energy emanated from Cedric's neck, swirling around his face before vanishing. Lin Shu furrowed her brow, instantly recognizing it as the essence of death. The presence of such energy signified a looming end. And although Cedric only bore a faint trace, had they not just conversed, Lin Shu might have overlooked it entirely. But how could there be such a presence around someone as luminous as him? If this paragon were to meet an untimely fate, it would indeed be a monumental tragedy. Without hesitation, Lin Shu grasped Cedric's wrist, causing him to halt abruptly in his tracks. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Shu swiftly conducted a divination on the spot, her fingers deftly manipulating the calculations. In a short while, she arrived at a conclusion. Lacking detailed birth information from the other party, she could only provide a rough estimate. According to the divination symbols, fortune and misfortune were intertwined, with life and death remaining uncertain. It appeared that some variable had emerged, rendering the outcome unpredictable. This was the first time Lin Shu had encountered such a strange and ambiguous divination since she began her practice at the tender age of 4. She had never faced an inscrutable mystery until now. Contemplating this, she rummaged through her small backpack until she successfully retrieved a talisman for safety. Regardless of the circumstances, she wished for nothing more than to prevent such a promising senior from meeting an untimely demise, hoping that her talisman might offer some measure of protection. Cedric, wait a moment. Thank you for helping me find the book earlier. This talisman is for you. You can carry it with you. It is said to be quite effective in our Eastern traditions, capable of attracting good fortune and warding off misfortune, protecting the heart in times of crisis. Cedric accepted the triangular folded yellow paper, nodded, and placed it in his pocket. Watching his retreating figure, Lin Shu exhaled a heavy sigh. I hope it proves useful. I wish my unintentional gesture can alter his fated short lifespan. The following day, although their headmaster arrived late, his presence was felt. 2 classes of potions seemed few. Yet the students approached them as if facing a formidable adversary. With nothing else to do, Lin Shu indulged in the gossip around her. She learned that their headmaster was a stern and humorless professor. Apart from Slytherin, he deducted points from nearly everyone, sometimes even fabricating rules on the spot to penalize them. He had memorized each student's name, house, and appearance. Even without their house robes, he would not mistake them. Such a remarkable memory left Lin Shu astounded. As the whispers continued among the students, the classroom door swung open, a gust of wind sweeping through, causing Lin Shu to involuntarily shut her eyes. When she reopened them, Professor Snape had already taken his position at the lectern. Chapter 7, Potions Class. Oh dear, how he resembles my master. Without a mirror, Lin Shu could not see her expression, but she could only assume it was one of profound dismay. Gazing at Snape's countenance, memories of her own master's discipline flooded back. Her master's guiding principle was that the sect did not accommodate the idle. Consequently, he held exceedingly high expectations for his disciples. Should they fail to meet his standards, they were denied food and sleep. She had grown weary of the phrase extra practice. Upon arriving at Hogwarts, she had thought she had found freedom, yet fate had delivered her another professor strikingly similar to her master. In this moment, she fully grasped that destiny had not released her from its grasp. Silently weeping, she fervently prayed to the heavens, imploring that the professor's temperament be unlike her master's. In the next moment, Snape's voice resonated. Wands are not to be waved recklessly in my class, nor are spells to be chanted haphazardly. Personally, I do not expect most of you to comprehend the techniques and intricacies of potions. However, for the select few who possess the necessary qualifications, I can impart to you the art of beguiling the human mind and ensnaring the senses. I can instruct you on how to cultivate a reputation, brew honors, and even achieve immortality. I must reiterate that some may believe that at Hogwarts, their fame grants them the confidence to disregard their studies. Snape deliberately paused, his gaze fixed on a particular spot. Lin Shu dared not turn to look, yet instinctively sensed that someone was about to suffer. Sure enough, the next moment, Snape resumed, addressing Potter, the celebrity of the new generation. What would you obtain by adding daffodil root powder to wormwood infusion? Potter shook his head, clearly at a loss for an answer. Yet Professor Snape had no intention of letting him off the hook. You do not know? Then let us change the question. Where should one begin to search for bezoar? I'm sorry, Professor, I do not know. What is the difference between aconitum and wolfsbane? I still do not know, Professor. Snape remained expressionless, his words cutting as he remarked, what a pity. Clearly, fame does not equate to knowledge, does it, Mr. Potter? Lin Shu closed her eyes, her anxious heart finally at rest. Professor Snape, much like his master, wielded his words like poison, and even his sarcasm was but a mild display, should he be provoked. He could scold for 3 days and nights without repeating himself. Well then, close your eyes. Life is fleeting, and it will soon pass. Let her drift away with the wind. Whether her eyes were opened or closed, she saw the combined visage of her master and Snape, a veritable nightmare for her. Yet others remained oblivious to her inner turmoil, focused instead on the unfolding situation. Potter, inexplicably targeted, felt irked and retorted, Professor. Clearly, Hermione knows the answer. It is truly regrettable that she is not allowed to respond. Attention, Gryffindor students. Due to your classmates' insolence towards the professor, the house has been deducted 5 points. Now, Shu Lin, would you care to answer the question I posed earlier? Lin Shu, named, wished she could vanish on the spot. Because Snape bore such a striking resemblance to her own master, she could not summon any rebellious or disgruntled feelings. Rather, she felt an instinctive tension and fear. She thought to herself, I am a student of Slytherin. Is it not said that this professor would not trouble students from his own house? What does that make her? Does this imply that the professor harbors a form of discrimination? She felt a wave of despair wash over her. I'm sorry, Professor, I do not know. It is my fault for not preparing. I shall rectify this next time. Snape regarded her, his eyes seemingly capable of penetrating all FAAs, making it difficult to meet his gaze. He remained inscrutable, adjusting his dark robes before swiftly approaching Lin Shu's seat. His voice resonated like an incantation. For your reference, Shu Lin. The combination of daffodil root and wormwood produces a potent hypnotic, known as the elixir of life. Bezoar is a stone extracted from the stomach of a goat, capable of neutralizing most poisons. Aconitum and wolfsbane are two names for the same plant, collectively referred to as aconite. As Lin Shui nodded while fervently jotting down notes, her earnest demeanor considerably uplifted Snape's spirits. However, upon observing her classmates, who remained blissfully indifferent and detached, his fleeting sense of satisfaction dissipated once more. "Why do you not take notes?" he inquired, and immediately thereafter, the rustling of pages and the scratching of pens filled the air. "Lin Shui, the young lady from the East, due to your ignorance, you have earned yourself half a semester of detention. After class, report to my office. I trust such a simple request is within the grasp of your walnut-sized brain, is it not?" "Yes, Professor, I shall remember," Lin Shui replied with a hint of dejection. Yet she felt a sense of relief. After all, Professor Snape's punishment merely involved detention. He was not administering any harsh training, and she was quite content with that. She mused that anyone who had experienced traditional Eastern education would comprehend the nuances of this predicament. Thus, in her view, being confined without hunger, thirst, beatings, or scolding was indeed a mild measure. With a positive mindset, Lin Shui soon dismissed the incident from her mind and eagerly listened to Professor Snape elucidate the process of brewing the potion for treating carbuncles. As she listened, she meticulously took notes. It seemed to her that Western potion-making shared numerous similarities with the Eastern alchemical practices she had studied extensively within her sect, enabling her to recall many formulas for treating carbuncles even now. The only difference lay in the materials used in this magical realm, leaving her curious about which might yield superior results. Contemplating this, she was eager to engage in practical application and test the efficacy of Western potions. Before long, students began pairing off, with Snape offering no interference, merely observing from the lectern as the young ones hurriedly sought their preferred partners. As a prominent figure in Slytherin, Lin Shui naturally received numerous invitations. Just as she was about to accept a pairing proposal from a sweet girl, Malfoy strode over with an air of authority, casting a sharp glance that sent the sweet girl retreating rapidly to a distance of 10 meters from Lin Shui. Clearly, with him present, Lin Shui would find it impossible to secure a partner. Yet, she considered that working alone might prove advantageous, as she could control the pace and maximize her potential. With this thought in mind, she began her preparations. She donned gloves and goggles, arranging the materials and tools, such as a slug with tentacles, porcupine quills, serpent fangs, mortar and pestle, crucible, and wand, neatly on the table, her movements skilled and aesthetically pleasing. Meanwhile, Malfoy, if not for the inappropriateness of the situation, would have been seething with rage. "Shu, do you not see me right beside you?" "I do," Lin Shui replied, her tone assertive and seemingly oblivious to the circumstances, leaving Malfoy momentarily speechless. After a prolonged moment, he took a deep breath and donned his gloves and goggles. He then positioned himself closer to Lin Shu, their robes brushing against each other. Lin Shu tilted his head to glance over, only to be met with Malfoy's furious, predatory gaze. "What is the matter, Malfoy? Why aren't you brewing potions? Can't you see it's obvious? I'm assigned to your group." "Oh, is that so? I assumed you would be with Goyle or Crabbe. I'll partner with whomever I choose. Besides, we're already standing beside each other, and you didn't even bother to invite me. Forget it. You're as dense as a troll, and I've given up hope for your intellect." After Malfoy finished speaking, Lin Shu discreetly pinched him when Professor Snape was momentarily distracted. The pinch wasn't particularly forceful, yet it was enough to elicit a sensation of discomfort, especially for the haughty Malfoy, who had never experienced such audacity from anyone. He was taken aback and enraged, nearly crying out, but the moment he caught sight of Lin Shu's displeased expression, he fell silent. "Malfoy, you must not speak to me like that if you wish to remain friends," Lin Shu asserted. "I recall telling you that if you want to show concern or kindness, you should do so openly. I don't appreciate this awkwardness." The atmosphere between them was tense, clearly reflecting their stubborn natures. One was straightforward in posing questions, while the other held his head high, resolutely refusing to admit any fault. Yet, remarkably, this did not impede their progress in potion brewing. On the contrary, they worked together with remarkable synergy, skillfully navigating each step of the process without uttering a single word. First, Malfoy placed 6 serpent fangs into the mortar, grinding them into a fine powder. Lin Shu then preheated the cauldron for a minute, added 4 portions of the powdered fangs with a small spoon, and, with a flick of his wand, turned the heat to high for 10 seconds before adjusting it to medium, bringing it to a rolling boil. At this point, Malfoy stepped in again, turning off the heat once it reached a full boil and using the residual warmth to stir, aiding in cooling. Once the cauldron was uniformly warm, he added 4 slugs and 2 quills from a porcupine, stirring clockwise 5 times until the potion changed color. Finally, he waved his wand to complete the concoction. Their initial collaboration could be described as seamless, and they became the first group to finish brewing the potion in the room. Snape approached them swiftly, and after confirming the potion was flawless, he began awarding points to Slytherin. Timing, temperature, and steps were executed flawlessly. Slytherin earns 10 points. Let me see this potion. Its hue is so exquisite it could be sold in Hogsmeade. Perhaps this illustrates the disparity between individuals. Why are those still working looking at me? You should be focused on your own potions. Harry, I'm speaking to you. Your potion is about to dry up. If it explodes, I will certainly escort you out of the classroom. Malfoy looked at Harry with a smug expression, his disdain blatantly evident. Under such unfriendly scrutiny, Harry instinctively turned to look. And their gazes clashed, both unwilling to yield, sparks flying as if they were ready to cast curses at one another at any moment. Bang! A resounding explosion shattered not only the standoff between Harry and Malfoy, but also drew the attention of everyone present. Snape, closing his eyes briefly, pursed his thin lips into a straight line and strode over to the source of the disturbance, seizing the culprit by the collar. Excellent, Mr. Weasley. It appears you cannot distinguish between the reversal and the standard clock, thereby wasting a cauldron unnecessarily. Or should I commend your sense of loyalty? Observing your good friend Potter on the verge of ruining the cauldron, you gallantly stepped forward to draw the fire away from him. Such noble sentiment indeed. Very well. Exit my classroom. Until your poor brain can grasp the basics of the mother tongue, you shall remain perpetually absent from my lessons. 10 points deducted from Gryffindor. Another 20 points for your absurd classmate. Chapter 8. Are you two upperclassmen looking for me? Following a potions class, Harry and Ron found themselves in a most unfortunate predicament. Coupled with Professor Snape's sardonic remarks, they felt utterly humiliated. In light of this, Lin Shu's confinement seemed trivial in comparison. For the subsequent week, Lin Shu maintained a rigid routine, moving between her dormitory, the dining hall, the classroom, and Snape's office. Initially, she believed that her punishment would entail standing in reflection of her misdeeds. However, upon reaching Professor Snape, she discovered otherwise. Snape first burdened her with a multitude of potion ingredients to sort. Once completed, he commanded her to clean the premises. During this time, he would intermittently quiz her. If she wished to avoid reprimand or an extension of her confinement, she was compelled to diligently study and prepare in private. Consequently, her enthusiasm for learning was inadvertently heightened. While others indulged in leisure, she often found herself immersed in the library, forging a profound camaraderie with Hermione. To be candid, it was the first time Hermione encountered someone with a greater passion for learning than herself. This incited a slight sense of urgency within her. After all, she felt she could not compete with others' pure bloodlines or esteemed backgrounds. Her sole reliance lay in her own diligence. Should that be surpassed, she was uncertain what else she could depend upon. Thus, Hermione intensified her studies even further. During this period, Lin Shu sensed an unsettling tension within Hermione, who seemed excessively strained, which she deemed unfavorable. Her mentor had once advised that imposing excessive pressure on oneself, remaining taut like a drawn bowstring for extended periods, would ultimately lead to either an astonishing release or the breaking of the bow. Hence the ancient wisdom, to stretch and relax in moderation, holds profound significance. One day, having completed the assignments set by Snape, Lin Shu sought out Hermione. After much contemplation, she decided it was imperative to converse with her friend. Hermione, please forgive my intrusion. However, I am genuinely concerned about your state of tension as a friend. Do you understand what I mean? This was the first time Lin Shu attempted to counsel someone, leaving her somewhat uncertain about how to articulate her thoughts. Hermione, grasping Lin Shu's intention almost instantaneously, raised an eyebrow, unsure of how to respond appropriately. Gazing into Lin Shu's clear and bright eyes, she understood that Lin Shu's intentions were rooted in care for her well-being. She felt fortunate to have befriended Lin Shu at Hogwarts. Otherwise, given her background, it was rare for anyone to express a desire to befriend her. As for Ron and Harry, being boys, they were unable to fully grasp the sensitive feelings of girls. Shu, I believe I comprehend your sentiments. However, I too aspire to become a more refined version of myself. But you are already exceptional. Is that truly the case? Hermione, at this moment, resembled a child desperately seeking validation from others, as any remark could significantly impact her. Listen, Hermione, I am uncertain about the source of your anxiety. Yet you must realize that you are the most accomplished peer I have encountered. You are our benchmark for excellence. Therefore, if anyone dares to declare you inadequate, do not hesitate to confront them directly. A chuckle escaped Hermione's lips as she rubbed her weary eyes from reading, recognizing her own misplaced feelings and casting a grateful smile at Lin Shu. Indeed, I am no less than anyone else. So what if my parents are muggles? I am who I am, Hermione Granger. The fact that Hogwarts has formally invited me to enroll is the greatest affirmation of my worth. After all, if I lacked the requisite qualifications and talent, I would not have gained entry to the gates of Hogwarts. Having come to terms with this realization, she resolved to be kinder to herself. Shu, thank you. Without you, I fear I would have been lost in my own thoughts. Actually, I genuinely feel remorse. It was your diligence that induced my sense of pressure. My own insecurities led me to desire surpassing you, only to find that I needed your comfort in return. Me? Diligent? Oh my, thank you, dear. Lin Shu's mind filtered through the words, retaining only the flattery she cherished. It was a rare occurrence for anyone to label her as studious. Truly, how amusing. She wished to record this moment to share with her peers, particularly her mentor, who often scolded her for her lack of academic effort, suggesting she never turned a page of a book. At least others understood the concept of cramming. She could not even muster the energy to jot down a cheat sheet for exams. In truth, she always felt her mentor's criticisms were exaggerated. Her fellow apprentices were simply far too competitive, making her seem as though she were merely coasting through life. Now, with Hermione's praise, she felt a sense of clarity. Without Hermione, I would simply fade into the background. However, should you choose to regard me as a goal, that is entirely unnecessary. You observe my studies, yet in truth, I am merely contrasting the differences between Eastern and Western practices. For instance, regarding the brewing of the carbuncle cure, do you know how it is prepared on our side? Hermione's eyes widened as she was introduced to a new world, leaning closer as Lin Shu revealed a carbuncle pill from her bag. This pill can treat various skin ailments, follicular disorders, acute inflammations, and allergies. It was prepared by my senior sister, who feared I might have an allergic reaction due to unfamiliar surroundings. Hermione, look. This is the remedy from my homeland. It serves a similar purpose as the carbuncle cure, and I have been researching the formulations of both sides, pondering the potential for a harmonious synthesis. The materials required for the Eastern mystic alchemy are exceedingly rare and costly, coupled with the changes in the broader environment. The availability of herbs in the mundane world is dwindling, necessitating that many be cultivated by the practitioners themselves. Consequently, alchemy cannot be pursued with abandon, nor can it be mass-produced. This is not a sustainable solution. If the formula could be refined to merge both aspects, addressing the inconvenience of transporting potions while simultaneously mitigating the scarcity of Eastern herbs, it would yield a most favorable outcome. Oh, how extraordinary. Shu, have you made any progress in your research? Lin Shu shook her head. Indeed, she had drafted several formulas, but to validate them, experiments were imperative, which inherently carried the risk of explosions. Lin Shu had yet to find a suitable location for her trials. The Qing Ding Dan required 3 stalks of 10-year-old Lingqiao Xian flowers, 5 ice spirit fruits, and 1 ounce of spirit crystal powder. First, the Xian flowers and ice spirit fruits must be placed into the alchemical furnace and slowly roasted over a gentle flame for half an hour. Then, the spirit crystal powder is to be added, and the mixture must be refined over a vigorous flame for the duration of a stick of incense. Finally, the potion is to be nurtured with spiritual energy until it takes shape and emits a soft halo. However, achieving success with a single formula necessitates numerous attempts. To date, she had not had the opportunity for practical application. Hermione nodded, understanding Lin Shu's sentiments. However, she had only grasped the excitement surrounding the formulas, while she believed she could assist with the practical endeavor. Shu, I think I know where we can brew the potion. Where? You don't mean the Forbidden Forest, do you? Certainly not. The Forbidden Forest is far too perilous for potion brewing. I am referring to the girls' washroom on the 2nd floor, where the spirit of the Myrtles resides. Lin Shu furrowed her brow, clearly perplexed. The girls' washroom for alchemy? That seems utterly impractical. And who is Myrtle? Does she reside in the washroom? Was she bullied? Lin Shu was inundated with questions, unsure where to begin. Hermione, perceiving her confusion, promptly divulged all she knew. In truth, Myrtle has passed away. She is now a ghost. Because she frequently weeps in the washroom and emits haunting wails, very few dare to venture there, and it remains largely unused. I have heard that only some upperclassmen visit when engaging in clandestine activities. Lin Shu suddenly grasped the implications. It appeared to be an excellent location. That sounds promising. Perhaps I should scout the area. I will accompany you. Very well, but before we go, we must prepare a few essentials. What essentials? Lin Shu raised an eyebrow, feigning understanding. When borrowing someone else's space for our endeavors, one ought to offer something in return. As the saying goes, one should not bite the hand that feeds. This principle applies equally to spirits and ghosts. But ghosts lack a physical form. They cannot touch our offerings. What can we possibly give them? Just trust me on this. This is indeed my area of expertise. Lin Shu and Hermione agreed on a time and returned to their respective houses. Upon reaching her dormitory, Lin Shu rummaged through her belongings and finally unearthed incense candles, talismans, paper money, and various paper-crafted items, predominantly clothing. As the ghost was female and likely had a penchant for adornment, everything was prepared, only the offerings were missing. When dinner time arrived, Lin Shu discreetly packed a substantial amount of food, including corn, Yorkshire pudding, steak, kidney pie, roasted beef, and roasted chicken. She moved swiftly, executing her plans seamlessly, and with so few diners present, she believed no one had noticed her actions. Unfortunately, unbeknownst to her, A pair of keen eyes had precisely locked onto her every move from a hidden corner. "Oh, George, did you just see what our darling did? She thinks she's being so discreet. It's utterly adorable," Fred remarked. "Perhaps you should reconsider your focus. Clearly, that is far more than one person could possibly consume. What on earth is she planning to do with all that?" "Who knows? Clearly, it's a secret," George replied. "We shouldn't miss out on this mystery, should we?" "Agreed." The brothers swiftly made a decision, and the moment Lin Shu vacated her seat, they set down their cutlery and followed suit. Lin Shu moved briskly, calculating that Hermione had likely arrived by now, prompting her to hasten even more. Yet, she couldn't shake the sensation of being followed. She tried to recall if she had offended anyone at school. What could be the intent of whoever was trailing her? Impatiently, she licked her lips and, upon entering the magical teaching building, executed a swift maneuver, scaling the wall to hang from the ceiling, intent on discovering the identity of her pursuer. Meanwhile, Fred and George were left bewildered, scouring the lengthy corridor for any trace of Lin Shu, yet the path was singular, and it seemed impossible for her to have vanished into thin air. "George, as much as I hate to admit it, we've truly lost her," Fred confessed. "Indeed. This is the first time we've encountered someone even slipperier than ourselves. It's rather exhilarating," George replied. Lin Shu listened intently from her perch on the ceiling, yet remained oblivious to the true intentions of the Weasley twins. Eventually, feeling fatigued, she decided to reveal herself, leaping down from the ceiling. "Two upperclassmen, were you searching for me?" Chapter 9. She felt sullied. Lin Shu's agility astonished the Weasley twins, who could hardly fathom how she managed to remain suspended from the ceiling. Was she a spider, perhaps, equipped with suction pads? The shock was evident on their faces, and Lin Shu surmised some of their thoughts. In her view, it was hardly remarkable. These foreign students were simply unaccustomed to such prowess. For practitioners of Eastern mystical arts like themselves, mastering spells was essential, yet they would never neglect physical discipline. Otherwise, in a confrontation, relying solely on spellcasting without true martial skill would inevitably lead to being overpowered and brought to the ground. For her, such trivial and superficial skills were hardly worthy of mention. In comparison to those practical killing techniques, they truly fell short. Wow, Merlin. You are simply magnificent. My dear, with your abilities, success in any endeavor is assured, George exclaimed, followed closely by Fred, who chimed in. For instance, evading Filch and sneaking into the headmaster's office to fully unleash our pranking ventures. Lin Shu pursed her lips, sensing that this did not paint them in a favorable light. "So, dear seniors, do you accompany me for some specific purpose? Are we with you?" "Absolutely not," they replied in unison, their banter reminiscent of a comedic skit, each finishing the other's thoughts with remarkable synergy. Observing their ludicrous exchanges, Lin Shu waited until they fell silent before smiling, though her smile betrayed an underlying hint of danger. "Seniors, you are deceiving me, and that is quite improper. Therefore, I have decided to teach you a lesson of Taraha." Perhaps due to Lin Shu's innocent appearance, George and Fred dismissed her light-hearted threat entirely. With their abundant confidence, they believed that within the halls of Hogwarts, no one could outprank or outwit them. No one had yet been born who could impose a punishment upon them. "Darling, you are truly delightful. If time permits, we could take you somewhere fun. Come play with the big brothers," they urged. Lin Shu declined, sensing that their attention would lead to relentless pursuit, and she feared her school life would never be tranquil again. It was best to evade trouble where possible. Yet, she also felt compelled to teach them a lesson. And seizing this opportunity to escape was indeed a clever plan. In an instant, she cast a terrified gaze forward, her eyes wide with feigned horror as she stammered. "Professor Snape?" George and Fred immediately turned, yet all they beheld was the lengthy corridor, devoid of any sign of Professor Snape. Seizing the moment, Lin Shu swiftly affixed a tread and placed charm on each of them. The incantation was simple, and as long as the charm paper remained intact, its effect would not fade. "Dear seniors, I shall take my leave now. You may continue your little exercise here." A mischievous smile spread across Lin Shu's face as she watched George and Fred involuntarily trot in place, despite their futile struggles. "Darling, be a good girl and release us. I want tea. Please, darling, we can't remain here forever. It's utterly foolish. No, this is your just desserts for secretly following me. Consider it a lesson learned." Waving goodbye, she departed with determination, leaving George and Fred shouting after her, though alas, Lin Shu did not glance back. After wasting considerable time, she hurried to the second-floor restroom, running as she went, and upon arrival, she found Hermione waiting patiently outside. "I'm terribly sorry, Hermione. I encountered a slight mishap along the way and am late. In truth, I have only just arrived as well. Shall we venture in now? I have heard that Miss Myrtle's emotions are rather unstable, and I am uncertain whether she would be willing to lend us her space." "Fear not. I have made all necessary preparations. Regardless of whether she is an Eastern spirit or a Western one, as long as she is a ghost, she will undoubtedly find it impossible to refuse me. Thankfully, she is not a malevolent sorcerer who relishes in capturing spirits to serve her. Otherwise, With spirits like Miss Myrtle and Sir Nicholas appearing so conspicuously before us, none would escape the fate of servitude. As the door to the restroom swung open, a mournful wailing echoed forth, its sound long and low, reminiscent of leaves rustling in the night breeze. Hermione instinctively clutched Lin Shu's arm. Clearly not immune to the sorrowful sound, her body tense as if on the brink of facing execution. In contrast, Lin Shu remained composed. As practitioners of our craft, we have all encountered our fair share of vengeful spirits. Such matters are well within her expertise. Had Dumbledore not explicitly stated that these ghosts were also friends, she would likely have succumbed to her professional instincts, attempting to guide each spirit to the afterlife upon sight. She strode purposefully towards the source of the weeping, halting before a restroom door, certain the sound emanated from within. Her first thought was of the Western ghost's lack of decorum. How could she not mind the uncleanliness? "Pardon me, Miss Myrtle," she began. "I apologize for the intrusion, but I would like to speak with you. Might you consider pausing your weeping for a moment?" No sooner had she spoken than a ghost appeared before Lin Shu and Hermione with astonishing swiftness. Upon closer inspection, the spirit possessed long, straight hair and thick glasses, her large eyes betraying an endless sorrow and loneliness. She bore no physical injuries or grotesque deformities, merely pale skin, her form resembling a wisp of helpless smoke drifting through the damp, chilly space. This was already quite commendable, as it surpassed the condition of the vast majority of spirits. It is known that most individuals who meet an untimely demise do so under tragic circumstances. They appear as they did at the moment of their death. Thus, Lin Shu had encountered many tormented specters throughout her life, and now, seeing one so intact, she found Miss Myrtle to possess a certain grace. "Wow, Miss Myrtle. Seeing you in person is far more enlightening than mere hearsay. You are truly a refined and elegant young lady," Lin Shu sincerely complimented, causing the spirit, who had intended to unleash her wrath, to be momentarily silenced. "What? She called me elegant and refined, and referred to me as a young lady? Merlin, this is simply unbelievable," Miss Myrtle exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before she swooped down from the ceiling above the toilet, confronting Lin Shu closely. Yet Lin Shu remained unflinching. "You are a student of Slytherin. The little snakes of Slytherin are known for their venom. How could you genuinely praise me? Oh dear lady, your preconceptions belong to a bygone era. The current Slytherin is composed of wonderful individuals, fostering friendship and mutual assistance. Even if there are indeed those who embody the serpent you speak of, we are mindful of tempering our fangs. Sharp-tongued and astute. Truly, you are a Slytherin," Miss Myrtle retorted. "Speak, what brings you here?" Lin Shu smiled, delaying her response and creating an air of suspense. She proceeded to unveil the assortment of food she had meticulously prepared, arranging it into a perfect square formation. Next, she produced a large bundle filled with gold ingots, paper money, clothing for the deceased, incense, and candles. The spirit known as Tao Jin-Yong appeared genuinely intrigued, watching Lin Shu's bustling activities without any intent to interrupt or dismiss her, but rather with a growing curiosity about the little snake's intentions. "Tao Jin-Yong, how long has it been since you tasted food? Do you miss it?" Tao Jin-Yong frowned, perceiving Lin Shu's inquiry as absurd, much like her own existence. "I am already a ghost, unable to eat or savor flavors. Are you intentionally reminding me of this painful reality?" she lamented, her emotions overwhelming as tears began to stream down her face. The floodgates opened, and her tears flowed into the toilet, causing unsightly murkiness to spill out. Noticing her unstable emotions, Lin Shu quickly intervened. "Tao Jin-Yong, compose yourself. Hold back your tears. If you continue, it will indeed cause a deluge. Besides, I can help you experience taste once more. Would you not wish to try?" The notion was utterly preposterous for a Westerner's ghost, but despite her skepticism, Tao Jin-Yong's body responded eagerly, stifling her tears almost immediately. "Little snake, I am dead. Does being a ghost not afford me any peace? Must you derive amusement from my plight?" Lin Shu encouraged her. "I know you may doubt, but what harm is there in trying? Even if the outcome is disappointing, it could simply add a delightful interlude to your mundane existence." Persuaded, Tao Jin-Yong nodded, albeit with uncertainty. After all, as Lin Shu suggested, it was merely a trial with nothing to lose. Then, Lin Shu commenced her ritual. She seated herself in the center of the square formation, lighting 3 candles and placing them in an incense burner, allowing the fragrant smoke to rise toward the ceiling. The scent was rich and enduring, possessing an irresistible allure for spirits. Upon inhaling the aroma, Tao Jin-Yong found herself nearly convinced by Lin Shu's claims. Despite their fantastical nature, what did it matter? This was the first time in many years since her death that she encountered a semblance of flavor. It must be acknowledged that upon death, one loses all sensory perception, endlessly wandering the place of one's demise. It is, indeed, a form of torment. Tao Jin-Yong greedily inhaled the fragrant smoke, initially floating but now lying on the ground beside the candles, unabashedly indulging in the aroma. The scent was heavenly, not only delightful but also invigorating, awakening her instincts as a ghost, urging her to inhale more and more. My goodness, Tao Jin Yang, you truly are an eyesore. Lin Shu was about to recite her incantation when she glanced up to see Tao Jin Yang with her nostrils buried in the candles. Heavens, who understands this? Who could lend her a pair of eyes that have never witnessed such a scene? She felt sullied. Indeed, seeing everything only brought her dismay. Do not mind me. You cannot fathom the delightful fragrance of this incense. Could you possibly spare a few more sticks? The quantity is indeed known. Lin Shu, shaking her head in resignation, began to chant an incantation. When the moment was ripe, she ignited the offering of gold ingots, paper money, and paper garments, watching as the flames surged. Fueled by flammable materials, the blaze swiftly reduced these items to mere ashes. Turning her gaze towards the myrtle tree, the sight of treasures, gold and silver, silks and satins, lay before her, tangible and real, a feast for the eyes. Oh my, Shu, you truly achieved it. I can hardly believe my eyes. Hermione exclaimed, having witnessed the entire spectacle, yet still perplexed by how these items had arrived at the myrtle tree. Lin Shu, pleased with the outcome, exhibited a smile of satisfaction, a testament to her not-so-inexperienced skills. Not just that. Myrtle, do indulge in the offerings I've brought you. Though they were merely packed from the cafeteria, they still bear a familiar taste. Chapter 10, Fred. Myrtle was nearly in tears, cradling countless treasures, possessions she had never encountered in life, yet had unexpectedly acquired in death. Furthermore, as events unfolded, she could not help but admire Lin Shu's prowess. She would swear that no professor from the academy could achieve such feats. Ecstatically, she lunged towards Lin Shu, only to be evaded. Oh my Shu, are you rejecting me? Are you disdainful of me merely because I am a ghost? Lin Shu sighed, pondering how swiftly the sentiments of a ghost could change in this era. Rubbing her temple, she exhaled a sigh of frustration and patiently explained to this sensitive and fragile ghostly senior, of course not. If I were to disdain you for being a ghost, I would not have come at all. However, my evasion is for your own good. You cannot come too close to me. If we were to collide, your spirit would only be scorched and unsettled. Thus, let us maintain a beautiful distance. Myrtle, only partially comprehending, nodded and then began to feast heartily on the offerings. The long-missed flavors were finally within her reach, no longer mere specters of sight. She was overwhelmed with emotion, tears flowing uncontrollably, threatening to overflow once more. Lin Shu seized the opportunity to redirect her attention. Myrtle, look, I have also burned gold ingots for you and brought offerings. Now that you have received your benefits, could I possibly borrow your space to brew potions? Without lifting her head, Myrtle readily agreed. Brewing potions was a trivial matter. Lin Shu, having achieved her objective, exchanged a glance with Hermione, both filled with a profound sense of accomplishment. Shu, this is splendid. Now you can come to brew potions at any time. I hope my alchemical endeavors will proceed as smoothly as the summoning just did. I pray the cauldron does not explode. Though dreams are enchanting, reality often proves otherwise. Lin Shu, having experimented with various methods of potion crafting, could not escape the fate of exploding cauldrons. Had she not affixed soundproof charms to the walls, it was likely that a professor would have stormed in to reprimand her long ago. After numerous attempts, the final batch of elixir showed remarkable promise, evidently taking shape. As long as it continued to be nurtured and awaited its completion, it would be considered a significant achievement. Setting aside the efficacy for the moment, achieving this form represented a qualitative leap. It is essential to note that the materials used were all derived from potion making. Even Professor Snape, a master of potion crafting, could only brew tinctures and was unable to condense them into pills without altering their effects. If she succeeded this time, she would truly be regarded as a prodigy. Filled with confidence, she gazed at the cauldron of elixir as if it were her soon-to-be-born child, the maternal affection in her eyes nearly overflowing. In this exhilarating moment, even Hermione and Pomona held their breath, fearing any further mishap. Yet, fate had other plans. With a resounding bang, the cauldron exploded into fragments. Lin Shu hurriedly gestured, conjuring a shield to protect Hermione, thus averting another catastrophe. Ah, I should have known it wouldn't be that simple. Lin Shu remained in good spirits, though a hint of regret lingered. Beside her, Hermione opened and closed her mouth, striving to utter some comforting words, but clearly, she was at a loss. All that emerged were two feeble sentences. Don't be discouraged, Shu. You've done wonderfully. Perhaps the timing is just not right. You must believe in yourself. You will succeed. Of course, in the realm of alchemy, I am a legitimate inner disciple of our sect. The explosion was undoubtedly a flaw in the cauldron, and had nothing to do with my genius. Hermione fell silent again, witnessing this side of Lin Shu for the first time, so vastly different from before, yet more vibrant and imbued with a zest for life. After a flurry of activity, once the two tidied up the scene and bid farewell to Pomona, they realized it was quite late. They had been so engrossed in their work in the washroom that they had lost track of time, and now, stepping outside, they found the night had fallen. Shu, I think we should hurry. Otherwise, we might miss the head of house's room check and face punishment. No worries. Once we exit the teaching building, I shall carry you back. Carry me back? Hermione was puzzled. They hadn't brought their broomsticks. How could she be carried? Could it be yet another technique from the Eastern mystics that she had never encountered? Noticing Hermione's furrowed brow, deep in thought, Lin Shu found her utterly adorable. It's quite similar to riding a broomstick. We simply call it sword flight on our side. I'll take you for a spin shortly. All right. Hermione nodded vigorously, experiencing this rebellious thrill for the first time. At that moment, missing the room check or facing punishment seemed utterly trivial. All she desired was to follow Lin Shu and explore the world she had never seen. As the two descended from the upper floors and walked down the corridor, two familiar figures came into view. However, in the darkness, their movements were exceedingly peculiar as they paced in place, neither advancing nor retreating, as if under a malevolent curse. Shu, what is that? How frightening. No need to panic. I must confess, this is indeed my fault. She hastened a few steps forward and raised her hand to tear off the talismans from George and Fred. Why are you still standing here? Has no one passed by to help you remove these talismans all this time? Oh my goodness, my wicked darling. You have finally returned. I thought you were going to torment us to death. God knows how much my legs ache right now. My feet feel as though they no longer belong to me. George and Fred resumed their banter, exchanging quips in a manner that left no opportunity for others to interject. I apologize, but whose fault is it that you followed me? You should have learned your lesson by now. However, I did not intend to keep you in this state for so long. I thought someone might come along to assist you with the talismans. Yet it seems no one has. Fred, upon hearing this, was filled with frustration. This afternoon, classes for both lower and upper grades were held outdoors, and they had been stuck in this spot for so long without a single soul entering the building. They could only accept their misfortune. Yet, they were not the type to simply concede defeat. Just as they pondered how to regain their footing, a sudden meow pierced the air, shattering the previous harmony. Fred immediately recognized it as Filch's cat. Truth be told, if they were caught, their fate would surely be dire. What should we do now? It's too late to run back, Hermione exclaimed, her terror palpable. In this moment, the situation was indeed overwhelming for a well-behaved student like her. The corridor was lengthy, and if they attempted to flee, the noise would only attract Filch's attention. You two hide behind us. We're the habitual offenders, and he can't do much to us. George and Fred spoke simultaneously, their sincerity evident as they each grabbed one of Lin Shu and Hermione, pulling them behind them. Despite still being youths themselves, they displayed a remarkable sense of responsibility. Lin Shu gazed at Fred's back, suddenly feeling less animosity toward him. Looking down at the hands that had so fervently grasped hers, she felt an unsettling warmth, as if they were branded into her very being, stirring something within her heart. Perhaps this was the bond of friendship among classmates. Yes, it must be. In the next moment, she broke free from Fred's hold, stepping confidently to the forefront, her demeanor exuding assurance, her eyes a blend of cool detachment, mockery, and nonchalance. Why panic? Just conceal yourselves, she declared, not waiting for the others to respond before she began weaving her hands in intricate gestures, chanting softly, Na Gao. General of the Moon, open the armor of the great-grandson Wang Jia. Do not reveal to outsiders. Those who see the armor shall think it is mere firewood. Those who do not see it shall assume it is not a person. In an instant, a faint glow enveloped them, as if shrouded in mysterious mist, their forms becoming increasingly indistinct. George and Fred could not contain their astonishment, their voices raised in utter forgetfulness of their precarious situation. Observing this, Lin Shu quickly reached out to cover their mouths, but it was too late. Simultaneously, Filch had also heard the commotion and was striding towards them, demanding, "Who is there? Step forward at once. Otherwise, when I find you, I shall surely hang you in the basement and mercilessly strike you for 3 days and nights." Such cruelty? Lin Shu's eyes widened like copper bells. It was unclear whether Filch spoke thus intentionally or if there was truth in his words. In that moment, she held her breath, afraid to make even the slightest sound. However, George and Fred were anything but subdued. Fred dashed forward, taking a great stride to tug at Filch's hair. George was not to be outdone. He extinguished the oil lamp held by Filch. Lin Shu was aghast at this spectacle. She and Hermione simply wished to quietly evade this calamity and return to their dormitory in peace. Goodness, what were these two up to? She exchanged a swift glance with Hermione, and they had already reached a decision. Both exerted their utmost strength to pull the boys back, each grasping one. And to prevent any further mischief, Lin Shu firmly clutched Fred's sleeve. Her eyes glinted with a frosty intensity, unwaveringly fixed on Fred, as if to convey, "Should you disobey, I shall cast you out." Fred found it amusing, yet he offered no resistance. When Filch, fuming with rage, returned, Fred promptly pushed him against the wall, clearing ample space for Filch to unleash his wrath. "Who is it? Who dares to torment the professor? You shall all be expelled." His shouts echoed relentlessly, and Filch continued his tirade while the others remained silent. Lin Shu allowed Fred to shield her, their faces mere inches apart, their warm breaths mingling, creating a rather enchanting atmosphere. Just as everyone held their breath in anticipation for Filch to depart, his cat leaped unexpectedly from a hidden corner, pouncing directly towards the spot where Lin Shu and Fred stood. A cat, with unparalleled agility and speed, Lin Shu could evade it, but Fred was not so fortunate. In a split second, she pulled Fred to safety. Perhaps due to inertia, they both tumbled to the ground. Upon landing, Fred instinctively wrapped his arms around Lin Shu's waist to protect her, resulting in a rather intimate position, with her lying directly atop him. Lin Shu felt her heart racing like never before. Perhaps she was unwell. She ought to cast a powerful healing spell on herself. Chapter 11. Divination and Flying on a Sword. Filch searched high and low but found no one. After a prolonged fit of rage, he eventually departed to seek his quarry elsewhere. Throughout this ordeal, everyone maintained their original positions, refraining from making any noise. Naturally, Lin Shu and Fred lingered in that alluring posture for far too long. When Filch finally left, Lin Shu exhaled in relief, thinking she could finally rise. Yet, in the next moment, a dark mist emerged from Fred's neck. Lin Shu hurriedly reached out to grasp it, but the mist slipped through her fingers, retreating back into Fred's body just as it had emerged. Once again, a sinister aura, a portent of a short life. Last time it was Cedric, and now it was Fred. Could there be a connection between them? Lin Shu furrowed her brow, suppressing her intricate thoughts, murmuring softly, "How come you have this too?" Her voice was faint, barely audible, and even if someone had caught her words, they would have struggled to comprehend them, for she had spoken in Chinese. Among the gathered, only Fred was closest to her, who inquired, "What's the matter, sweetheart? What were you just saying?" "Nothing much, just some thoughts I haven't quite unraveled. I'll consult the oracle when I get back to my dorm," she replied. This was an utterly commonplace remark, yet it elicited astonished gazes from Fred, George, and Hermione, who stared at her in disbelief. Their intense scrutiny made her feel uneasy, as if something unclean were lingering about. "Why are you all looking at me like that? It's rather creepy at this late hour. Are you summoning something sinister? I certainly haven't seen anything." "Goodness. Merlin. Shu, do you realize what you just said? Divination? Are you a seer? The kind who can make numerous prophecies?" Hermione was particularly animated, as she had spent the most time with Lin Shu, and the two had become sisters who shared everything. Moreover, Hermione had witnessed Lin Shu showcase her extraordinary talents, and though she lacked understanding of Eastern magical arts, that did not diminish her admiration for Lin Shu's prowess. Hence, when Lin Shu mentioned her intention to consult the oracle, Hermione seized the opportunity, eager to quench her thirst for knowledge. Noticing Hermione's excitement, Lin Shu turned to Fred and George, whose expressions mirrored each other, leaving her feeling somewhat apprehensive. "It's merely divination. Don't you study it?" "Oh, I forgot. I'm also a Hogwarts student." "I mean, don't upper-year students delve into the subject of divination? Is your astonishment truly warranted?" "Sweetheart, I think you may not be fully aware of our school's curriculum," George remarked, followed closely by Fred, who added, "Indeed, while there is a divination course, it only becomes available for selection in the 3rd year, and can be continued in the 4th and 5th years." Lin Shu nodded in understanding, but before she could respond, George further elaborated on Fred's statement. "However, you must understand that divination requires a significant amount of talent, which is why most students choose not to pursue it. After all, no one wishes to enroll in a class they cannot grasp." After the explanation, Lin Shu nodded, then shook her head, broadly categorizing Western magical divination as an innate gift possessed by wizards, lacking substantial knowledge or techniques to support it. Ultimately, it all boiled down to whether fate was favorable or not. The disparity between Eastern and Western practices was indeed monumental. So that's how it is. In our realm, divination is often referred to as Qi Min Dunjia, capable of divining various matters. It is a fundamental course accessible to everyone. For disciples like myself, mastering it is essential, as techniques and arts complement each other. One cannot exist without the other. Having said this, Lin Shu led the trio up to the top floor. They had no choice. Filch had been lingering around the building, and exiting through the main door would be akin to walking into a trap. Yet, it was evident that only she was focused on hastily returning to her dormitory, while the other 3 lingered on the previous topic, still intrigued. "Shu, may I come find you after class tomorrow? I wish to hear you speak of the intriguing culture and mystical arts of the East," Hermione shyly inquired, casting a furtive glance at Lin Shu's expression, anxious that her words might cause offense. "What could possibly be the issue? If you wish to learn, I shall teach you. The art of Qimen Duanjia is not an enigma. With a sharp mind, one can acquire knowledge from books. It is not a secret reserved for the elite. Even ordinary individuals can master it. Is that truly the case?" "Indeed, indeed. Why would I deceive you?" By the time the conversation unfolded, the group had ascended to the top floor. Truth be told, they were uncertain why they had followed Lin Shu. Perhaps it was her unwavering aura of strategy that compelled them to listen. However, as the cold wind howled, brushing against the faces of the 3 companions, a sense of trepidation began to take hold. At such heights, a single misstep could lead to grievous injuries or even a fatal fall. Was it truly necessary to go to such lengths merely to evade Felch? George and Fred exchanged worried glances, instinctively peering downwards. They were not afraid of the height itself. Rather, they were apprehensive about entrusting their safety to another without their trusty brooms. Observing the anxious expressions on their faces, Lin Shu sensed their wavering resolve. Really? You two are the beaters for Gryffindor's Quidditch team. Surely, flying at this altitude should pose no challenge for you. Why the sudden fear of heights? Listen, sweetheart. If I were to bring my broomstick, I would soar with you for 3 days and nights, showcasing what true skill entails. So would I, Fred chimed in, with George readily agreeing. Lin Shu recognized their fear was not of heights, but rather a lack of confidence in themselves. Having flown on various swords since the age of 4, she had become quite the adept, and she could not tolerate such unfounded doubts. It was intolerable to be questioned without cause. She resolved to enlighten these novices. What was wrong with a broomstick? Did it not allow for a comfortable ride? You simply lack exposure. Just watch closely. In the next instant, Lin Shu formed a series of intricate hand seals, and a surge of crimson light erupted, coalescing into a colossal Taiji Bagua diagram, inscribed with unfamiliar characters. This image rapidly expanded, revealing a shield-like artifact. Heaven and earth, grant me your divine power. As I chant, let the object manifest in its grandeur, expand to accommodate my form, transform swiftly into a giant, displaying its might. Command. Lin Shu willed the shield to grow until it was large enough to support 4 individuals. Once satisfied, she glanced back at her companions, concerned they might still harbor doubts and hesitate. Therefore, she stepped onto the shield first. All right, come aboard. I've been doing this since I was 4. My skills are impeccable. You shall not fall. The other 3 hastily followed, their earlier inaction stemming from sheer astonishment rather than a lack of faith in Lin Shu's abilities. Standing atop the shield, they experienced a surreal sensation beneath their feet. The word astonishment had long since lost its meaning. They marveled at the realization that one could soar through the skies without a broomstick, gliding freely through the expanse of the heavens. In this world, there exist such remarkable artifacts, appearing far more impressive than a flying broomstick. Once everyone had stepped aboard, Lin Shu once again formed a seal and chanted the wind control incantation. With the infusion of spiritual energy, the shield hummed and trembled before soaring into the air with remarkable stability. Initially, Hermione, who stood beside Lin Shu, was too apprehensive to look down, but as she acclimated, she leaned over the edge of the shield to marvel at the breathtaking scenery below. Fred and George, equally astonished, found this sensation distinctly different from their experiences on flying broomsticks, leaving them at a loss for words to articulate their feelings. The multitude of wonders they encountered that evening rendered the typically loquacious duo speechless in their praise of Lin Shu. Observing that everyone had adjusted without any signs of dizziness, Lin Shu waved her long sleeves, channeling her spiritual energy to accelerate the shield. Would you like to soar a bit higher? Perhaps I should inquire if you have ever touched the clouds? Not at all, darling. Even a flying broomstick has its limits. Ascending further could be perilous. But fear not. With me, there is no danger. Fred's heart skipped a beat upon hearing her response, though Lin Shu did not turn to face him. He could envision the pride and confidence radiating from her profile, an image utterly captivating. The fierce wind swept past, tousling their hair, yet failing to diminish their exhilaration. Below them, buildings shrank into insignificance, resembling a dreamscape, while the vast sky above brimmed with the unknown and the extraordinary. Suddenly, Hermione felt a coolness on her face. Upon reaching out, she indeed touched the clouds. The group paused amidst the swirling mist, incapable of articulating the awe-inspiring sights they beheld that night. The word stunning hardly sufficed. Alas, no matter how high they flew, they could not reach the moon. This was as far as they could go. They would have to make do. I hope I haven't disappointed you. Truth be told, there is nothing at the cloud's edge, just desolation. After 2 visits, it loses its charm. The others unanimously dismissed this statement as mere modesty. Joyful moments are inevitably fleeting, and regardless of how many circles they flew, they had to return to their dormitory. Thus, when Lin Shu escorted the 3 back to Gryffindor, they met her gaze with reluctance. Do not look at me like that. I'll take you flying again next time. I promise, sweetheart. Next time, I'll let you try our newly developed candies. Lin Shu nodded, appreciating the Weasley twins' goodwill. Shu, be sure to return safely. Of course. After a brief farewell, Lin Shu stepped onto the shield and swiftly vanished from their sight. It was only then that the 3 realized the extent of Lin Shu's prowess. What they had assumed to be a swift flight was merely her restrained capability. Indeed, comparisons can be disheartening. Consequently, Fred and George, the upperclassmen and Quidditch beaters, found themselves feeling utterly humbled. That night, Lin Shu quietly returned to her dormitory without disturbing anyone. She sat cross-legged in meditation, struggling to find tranquility, her mind consumed by curiosity regarding the fates of Cedric and Fred. After much contemplation, She resolved to seek insight into the mysteries of fate. Acting on her thoughts, she swiftly employed the art of divination, and the omens were clear. Both individuals were destined to encounter fatal tribulations. Upon reaching this point, it seemed unnecessary to continue, for the fate of death was nearly immutable. Yet, Lin Shu remained undeterred, continuing her calculations in hopes of uncovering a sliver of possibility amidst the impossibility. As time flowed, the pressure on her third eye intensified. Indeed, to pry into realms one ought not to gaze upon inevitably incurs a price. Nevertheless, she was not left in despair. As her deductions unfolded, the outcome grew increasingly enigmatic. It was evident that the death calamity had not yet sealed her fate, leaving room for maneuver. This conclusion bore a striking resemblance to her initial divination with Cedric, both suggesting an uncertain destiny, the nature of which remained shrouded in mystery. Lin Shu gently massaged her forehead, the source of her discomfort, and then a faint smile graced her lips. Since I have entered this game, perhaps I am the very change that could arise. Those gifted with extraordinary talents possess the luxury of pride. Chapter 12. We are even now. In the following days, Lin Shu's routine returned to a strict regimen. She commenced her meditations at 4 in the morning, practiced a series of martial arts in her dormitory, attended classes according to the schedule, and then spent time in detention with Professor Snape. Her life was strikingly orderly. It was only during her leisure moments that she could spare time to concoct potions with Myrtle. However, fortune favored the diligent. After considerable refinement of her formula, she successfully produced a solid pill from potion ingredients, rather than a liquid. The efficacy was not diminished in the slightest. In fact, it was enhanced. During this period, she also penned a letter to her sect, requesting her fourth senior sister to create several pendant settings for magical artifacts. Thus, when talisman paper was placed within, it would remain effective even when exposed to water. She had long intended to provide Fred and senior Cedric with these, as although she had previously gifted Cedric talisman paper, its fragility meant that without careful preservation, it would fail to activate in time. This foresight was a testament to her genius. On this particular day, there were no classes at the school. Students from various houses gathered in the Great Hall in small clusters. Malfoy, unwilling to let Lin Shu mingle with the foolish Gryffindors, insisted she remain at the Slytherin table. Consequently, Lin Shu could only gaze longingly at Hermione and Harry from afar. However, the atmosphere was soon disrupted by the sound of owls. One after another, owls swooped in, carrying an array of packages and letters, delivering them with precision to their respective owners. Upon receiving a parcel, Malfoy eagerly tore it open, revealing a letter and 2 boxes of biscuits. The moment the lid of one biscuit box was lifted, an enticing aroma wafted forth, an intoxicating blend of creamy sweetness that boldly invaded the senses. Frankly, Lin Shu had yet to taste anything delectable in this place, and such a fragrance was entirely foreign to her. Just as her cravings began to stir, Malfoy pushed the unopened box of biscuits toward her. "Shu, this is for you." "For me?" Lin Shu was taken aback. Was it not excessive to give her an entire box? "Indeed. This was lovingly prepared by my mother, specifically for you. Of course it is meant for you. It is made just for me, yet it seems I am not acquainted with your parents." At this point, Malfoy revealed a smug grin, every pore on his face seemingly urging for praise. "Come, compliment me. Although you have not met them, I previously mentioned you in a letter to my father. You are my friend from Slytherin, and they hold you in high regard." "I see. Thank you, uncle and aunt, and thank you, Malfoy. I shall not be modest. The aroma is simply delightful." Lin Shu joyfully opened the cookie box, selecting a piece to savor, and indeed, the taste was exquisite. Upon biting into it, she discovered a strawberry filling, rich in flavor, neither overly sweet nor cloying. Truly one of the finest desserts she had ever tasted. "Delicious," Malfoy exclaimed. The joys of childhood are so simple. Lin Shu relished the treat while not forgetting to acknowledge Malfoy, the great benefactor, offering him the largest piece. In that moment, an intimate atmosphere enveloped them. This drew the attention of the Weasley twins, who had been sitting across from them in Gryffindor, their expressions tinged with discontent. Although they had little interaction with Lin Shu, that single encounter lingered in their minds. They found Lin Shu to be quite intriguing, unconsciously drawn to her, eager to witness what delightful surprises she might conjure next. However, prolonged observation transformed into a habit. They found themselves instinctively noticing Lin Shu at every moment. Even when she grimaced at a gamey lamb chop, they silently took note. Now, witnessing her camaraderie with Malfoy stirred a tumult of emotions within them, unsure of what they felt, perhaps envy, or even bitterness. Regardless, Lin Shu remained blissfully unaware of their dismal moods, her attention now captivated by other matters. Neville had received a memory orb, said to turn red if one forgot something. It was Lin Shu's first encounter with such a trinket. She fixed her gaze intently on the orb in Neville's hand, and indeed, it transformed into a crimson hue. "Wow, how enchanting. It's merely a trinket. If you like it, I shall purchase it for you," Malfoy proclaimed grandly, as though he were not merely buying an orb, but rather acquiring an entire shop. All right, Malfoy. I have no intention of spending your money. I have my own. That is beside the point. If you have money, keep it. If I wish to spend on you, that is my prerogative. What a domineering statement. How amusing. Malfoy chuckled, leaning closer to Lin Shu, their heads nearly touching as they whispered secrets. If you feel shy, you could gift me a charm. I've heard you once gave one to a senior. Do you have feelings for him? Lin Shu was taken aback. Do I like a senior? Which one? She was completely in the dark. A charm. Oh, he meant Cedric, the senior. Gossip is unreliable, Malfoy. But if you desire a charm, I can write one for you anytime. Lin Shu responded with delight, and Malfoy beamed in return. He promptly selected a strawberry-filled biscuit from his box and offered it to Lin Shu. Here, it's strawberry-flavored. You like this, don't you? You feed me. And I'll feed you. We'll call it even. You must reciprocate. You're truly childish. The two exchanged playful banter, and although Lin Shu claimed Malfoy was immature, she was, in truth, the more juvenile of the two. She continuously fed Malfoy, playfully blocking his mouth with food. If he wished to even the score, he would find no opportunity. She was determined to win at everything. After all, she embodied the indomitable spirit of an Eastern woman. Shoo, that's enough. I'm getting a bit full. All right, the rest shall be mine. I'll share mine with you. It's all yours. And what about you? Lin Shu felt a twinge of embarrassment, for no matter how one looked at it, she appeared to be the one taking more than she gave. I can have the house elf prepare whatever I desire, whenever I wish. Just enjoy yourself. It's rare to see you relish something so much. Malfoy, you truly make me want to cry. You're the best. I'll always stick by you, the best in the world. The atmosphere between the two was as unsettling as a horror film, for neither Slytherin nor students from other houses had ever witnessed Malfoy exhibiting such warmth toward anyone. At that moment, he shed the proud mantle of the Draco name, bowing his head. Yet, to the Weasley twins and Harry, this scene was painfully glaring. Harry bit his lip and said to Hermione, Hermione, you spend the most time with Shu. If possible, you should warn her about how wicked Malfoy truly is. Someone as innocent as Shu must be deceived by him. As her friends, we ought to help her see Malfoy as true nature. Hermione, perhaps Shu doesn't need our concern. I mean, Slytherin values strength and talent, and clearly, Shu possesses both. It's only natural that she would be admired. Trust me. Malfoy won't stir up any trouble in her presence. Harry was rendered speechless, unable to find a counterargument, yet he remained deeply concerned for Lin Shu. Meanwhile, the Weasley twins had unknowingly broken their quills, silently releasing their pent-up frustration. They radiated a chilling aura, dark and foreboding. Had anyone dared to provoke them at that moment, it would have sparked an explosive reaction. They watched the scene unfold before them with piercing eyes, yet found no justification to intervene. As everyone's thoughts wandered, a resounding eagle call pierced the air, a sound so penetrating it was impossible to ignore. Upon hearing that familiar tone, Lin Shu's eyes sparkled with excitement. She wondered if she had misheard, for it seemed as though she had recognized the call of her fifth senior brother's magical beast. Just as her anticipation mingled with doubt, a magnificent eagle appeared in the sky, swooping down towards Lin Shu, its wings flapping vigorously. This sight startled everyone. Yet Lin Shu was utterly elated. Xiaoyu, is it truly you? You have come to see me. Who understands the feelings of family? Encountering a loved one in a foreign land evokes a sense of warmth, even if it is just an eagle. Lin Shu, suppressing the surge of tears, extended her hand to support the majestic eagle, which obediently retracted its talons and settled upon her. Once it discarded the burdensome package from its legs, it resumed its melodic cries. The seamless communication between the girl and the eagle left the onlookers astounded, murmuring in disbelief. The moments of reunion are always fleeting. Xiaoyu, in a hurried departure, soon soared out of the hall. Lin Shu watched until the eagle's figure faded from view, before turning her attention to the package that had fallen to the ground. Upon opening it, she discovered a collection of familiar items: consecrated talismans, vermilion, peachwood swords, compasses, bells, coins from the 5 emperors, and various mystical implements crafted from jujube and peach wood. These were items she had meticulously packed when leaving her sect, not anticipating such a generous delivery. Ah, this is indeed the heavy affection from her fellow disciples. Notably, she also received word that the necklace bases crafted by her 4th senior sister had arrived. There were only 6 in this initial batch, but for Lin Shu, it sufficed for her current needs. The small pendant was shaped like a crescent moon, intricately adorned with hollowed runes. At its base was a clasp mechanism that allowed it to open, revealing a hollow compartment perfect for storing talismans. This was a timely solution for Lin Shu, alleviating her worries about Cedric and Fred's safety. Chapter 13. Perhaps your fates do not align. Since receiving the pendant from her senior sister, Lin Shu had swiftly crafted talismans and placed them into the concealed compartments of the pendant. 3 in total. 1 for Cedric, 1 for Fred, and 1 for Malfoy, who had requested one from her, though she suspected he might not truly need it. After preparing everything, She tucked the finished pendant into the pocket of her wizarding robe, planning to gift it to them upon encountering them in class. Coincidentally, she had a class today, Madame Hooch's flying lesson. Familiar with the art of flying, she felt little of the new student's excitement for the subject. If there were a final exam for this class, she believed she could easily secure the top spot, without a hint of exaggeration. In contrast, Malfoy seemed particularly eager for the flying lesson, his anticipation tinged with a confidence that suggested he was well prepared. Shoo! Let me tell you, I have already learned how to use a flying broom at home. You know I excel at everything I do, including flying lessons. I even played Quidditch at home. The experience was exhilarating. Even my father said I fly exceptionally well. Wow. Impressive. As a supportive listener, Lin Shu provided Malfoy with ample emotional validation. Together, they made their way to the lesson, enduring his enthusiastic recounting of his Quidditch exploits, nearly causing her ears to ache from his incessant chatter. As he recounted his illustrious exploits, the two arrived at the classroom venue, albeit still some distance from the throng of students. However, those who had already gathered could see them quite clearly. Just as Lin Shu was about to greet Hermione, Draco Malfoy suddenly adopted a fierce expression, his gaze fixed intently ahead, as if he were poised to devour someone whole. Before Lin Shu could inquire, Malfoy spoke up. Shu, did you see that insufferable Potter? I'm convinced he has never ridden a broomstick. Today's class is bound to be a spectacle of his own making. Malfoy, perhaps your animosity towards Potter runs rather deep. Do you detest him solely because he rejected your overtures of friendship? Not entirely. Frankly, I believe that insufferable brat revels in his own pretense. Everyone hails him as the savior. Do you understand? He basks in the limelight. But why should he? Anyone with the slightest discernment can see that he lacks the aptitude to be a true hero. Lin Shu nodded, comprehending the underlying insecurities tormenting Malfoy. In essence, this young master, who had long been exalted, found it difficult to accept that someone else might eclipse his fame and prowess. Coupled with Potter's rather unremarkable demeanor, which lacked any particularly striking qualities, it only intensified Malfoy's disdain. This reaction was, after all, a common facet of human nature. People often yield to those who surpass them significantly, yet when confronted with peers or those slightly superior, their initial response is often not admiration, but rather jealousy or even hatred. Listening to Malfoy, Lin Shu mused that although she was unaware of the full context surrounding the so-called savior, she recognized that this title was not something Harry had sought or claimed for himself. It was a mantle imposed upon him by the external world. How could that possibly be his fault? As the saying goes, to wear the crown, one must bear its weight. While his fame may appear resplendent to the outside world, it may not necessarily be a boon for him personally. Thus, Malfoy, a young man of such refinement and gentlemanly demeanor, could undoubtedly shine in his own right, without the need for comparison to others. Malfoy pursed his lips, feeling as though he had encountered profound insights he had never before considered. He should have found them irksome. Yet upon reflection, he realized the truth in Lin Shu's words. After all, he was Draco Malfoy. He had no need to measure himself against others. It had been his own folly to assume a position of superiority over Potter while simultaneously yearning to usurp his brilliance. So, Shu, are you suggesting that I was mistaken? No, you are not mistaken. It is human nature to harbor desires, greed, anger, ignorance, arrogance, and doubt. These weaknesses are inherent to our humanity, and as long as one walks this earthly realm, one cannot escape such tendencies. There is a saying in our culture, a gentleman discusses actions, not the heart. For in matters of the heart, there are no perfect individuals. Each person's heart may conjure malevolent thoughts. It ultimately depends on whether one chooses to act upon them. Shu, you possess a remarkable wisdom. Your words resonate with ideas I have never encountered before. Yet, listening to you brings me a sense of tranquility. It is quite comforting. Nevertheless, I still harbor a profound dislike for that insufferable Potter, an intense loathing, and I fear I shall never reach a reconciliation with him. Lin Shu exhaled a breath of resignation, contemplating that perhaps that was acceptable. Every individual is destined to traverse a unique path in life. Each person an independent entity entitled to their own thoughts and choices. However, in light of this, it seems that her previous remarks may have been in vain. Nonetheless, it is delightful to engage in trivial conversation among friends. By the way, Malfoy, forgive my wretched memory, I nearly forgot. What? In the next moment, Lin Shu produced a pendant from her pocket, and Malfoy, glancing over, caught a glimpse of a flicker of silver light emanating from it. This is for you. Inside the layered compartment lies a talisman I personally painted, ensuring safety and good fortune. You can wear it at all times. This pendant is also a magical artifact, impervious to water, so the talisman inside will remain intact. Really for me? That's incredible. Shu, it seems you have remembered my words all along. Of course, we are the best of friends. Malfoy visibly brightened, his lips struggling to suppress a smile that would have otherwise soared to the sun if not for his concern for his own image. Shu, help me put it on. You can wear it yourself. Madame Hooch is about to arrive. No, You must put it on for me, or I won't wear it. You can be such a child. Lin Shu playfully chided, yet she indulged him, fastening the pendant around his neck. Malfoy, now brimming with excitement, instinctively cast a glance towards Harry, lifting his chin in a gesture of provocation. Potter, did you see that? This was a gift from Shu, and she personally helped me put it on. If your eyes are not deceiving you, you should have noticed. Enough, Malfoy. Using cunning tactics to gain Shu's trust. Is there no limit to your actions? The two were locked in a fierce verbal duel, each unwilling to back down, the atmosphere charged with tension, as if a confrontation was imminent. Observing this, Lin Shu sighed in exasperation, promptly intervening to separate Malfoy, adopting the demeanor of a concerned adult mediating a dispute among unruly children. Malfoy, didn't I just tell you not to target Harry? I couldn't help myself. Wow. A perfect retort, leaving her momentarily speechless. Then try to hold back. Holding back is proving to be quite the challenge. All right, it's quite simple. Perhaps your energies are misaligned, your fates in conflict. Lin Shu resolved to cease her struggle, knowing she could manage the situation momentarily, but not indefinitely. Just then, Madame Hooch strode purposefully towards them, exuding an air of decisiveness with her cropped hair and commanding presence. Good afternoon, Madame Hooch. Good afternoon, students. Welcome to your first flying lesson. What are you waiting for? Stand to the left of your broomsticks. Lin Shu's initial assessment was indeed correct. She was a no-nonsense professor. As the students heard the command, they complied without hesitation, hastily organizing themselves and locating their respective broomsticks. Place your right hand directly above the broom and say up. A simple incantation, Lin Shu mused. Her expression remained calm, her demeanor unperturbed. For her, the ability to summon the broom was not of great significance, as she could fly on a sword and assuredly soar no less adeptly than on a broomstick. As she spoke, a hint of languor colored her voice. In the next moment, the broomstick soared effortlessly into her grasp, her success drawing the attention of many classmates. Meanwhile, Harry matched her triumph, summoning his broomstick on the first attempt, while Malfoy, after a second call, managed to conjure his as well, showcasing considerable talent. With a smirk, Malfoy raised an eyebrow at Lin Shu, who returned the gesture unfazed. Wasn't it merely a display of bravado? Surely anyone could do that. After a lengthy pause, as nearly all the students successfully summoned their broomsticks, Madame Hooch spoke again. Now that you have your brooms, I want each of you to mount them. Hold on tightly, and be cautious not to slip off. When I blow the whistle, I need each of you to push off the ground with vigor. Let your brooms rise into the air for a moment, then lean slightly forward to return to the ground. Lin Shu pondered, thinking how cumbersome this seemed. Must they really ride them? Couldn't they just stand? She was lost in her thoughts when Madame Hooch began to blow her whistle. 3, 2. Unfortunately, before the countdown could conclude, Madame Hooch abruptly halted. Lin Shu snapped back to reality, realizing that Neville had begun to float uncontrollably. His chosen broom appeared especially unruly. Mr. Longbottom, come down, quickly, Madame Hooch shouted, but her words were in vain. The broom swayed, first lifting slightly off the ground, then beginning to wobble chaotically, leaving Neville in a state of turmoil. Mr. Longbottom, heed my command and descend at once. No, save me. I can't seem to get down. His voice trembled, clearly terrified. In the next instant, the broom surged wildly, tilting at a precarious angle as it soared into the air, leaving Neville to cry out in fright. Lin Shu stared in disbelief at Madame Hooch, frowning. Wasn't it evident that Neville's broom was out of control? Why was the teacher not intervening? Was she merely attempting to test the students? Get me down, Madame Hooch urged again, and in that moment, Lin Shu comprehended the situation. Madame Hooch truly seemed indifferent to the chaos. Stepping forward from the line, Lin Shu spoke, her voice steady yet firm. Madame Hooch, it is evident that Neville's broom does not obey him, and he cannot dismount. As a professor, I believe it is imperative that you assist your student. We are but first years, many experiencing flying broomsticks for the first time. We are not adept at this. Her tone was less than cordial, and Madame Hooch appeared momentarily taken aback, her mouth opening and closing as if at a loss for words. Lin Shu locked eyes with her, unwavering. Even if Madame Hooch chose to punish her for this, she remained unperturbed. As a Slytherin, she had always believed in strength. In her eyes, Madame Hooch's lack of action indicated either a disregard for her students or an inability to control the situation, leaving her to flail helplessly. In either case, Lin Shu would not yield to her authority. Chapter 14. I am just like Fred. At the moment when Lin Shu and Madame Ho were locked in a fierce confrontation, Neville's body resembled a kite severed from its string, swaying chaotically in the air, limbs flailing as he desperately sought to grasp something to stabilize himself. The howling wind rushed into his ears, stinging his cheeks painfully. His classmates gazed up in terror, some screamed, while others helplessly called out to Madame Hoa. The situation was dire, yet Madame Hoa's incantations, uttered in her flustered state, yielded no results. Neville continued to be tossed about on his broom, sometimes headfirst, at other times spinning rapidly, his complexion as pale as parchment, his hair standing on end from the gusts. Lin Shu was rendered speechless. Was this it? She felt utterly exasperated. A professor so inept surely wouldn't he even qualify as an outer disciple in their school. In the next moment, she delivered a fierce kick to the broom and leapt onto it with grace. Indeed, she was standing. Riding it would have been uncomfortable for her. In the gaze of the onlookers, she charged forward with an astoundingly agile posture, her speed akin to that of a shooting star. The broom beneath her feet was as if tamed, soaring through the air with a dragon-like elegance, slicing through the sky. Although Lin Shu stood upon the broom, the skill with which she flew was reminiscent of the sword flight from Dongxian. She held her stature tall, her long hair dancing wildly in the tempest. With a slight tilt of her body and one knee bent, she seemed to merge with the very essence of the sword, cutting through the clouds with ease. As she maneuvered, the surrounding mist was cleaved apart by the sharp aura of her sword, revealing the expanse of the azure sky. As Neville plummeted downward, he believed he was doomed, closing his eyes in fear, unable to fathom the disastrous outcome of his fall. However, to his astonishment, pain did not engulf him. When he finally opened his eyes, he found Lin Shu hoisting him effortlessly with one hand. Hoisting him? Goodness! Merlin! Her strength was immense. Lin Shu, once again at a loss for words, perceived that Neville was utterly dazed by the fright. Having already secured him, why did he not hasten to leap onto his own broom? Was he waiting for the vegetables to cool? Her patience was wearing thin, and with a single flick of her wrist, she tossed him behind her before regaining control of the broom to land safely. Shu, you were incredibly impressive just now. How did you devise those stances? I must find an opportunity to try them myself. I dare say standing while flying is far more sophisticated than riding. Malfoy was the first to approach, having been mesmerized by her series of graceful maneuvers, now transformed into a devoted admirer. Do not emulate me. I am not using your flying techniques. Therefore, while my movements may appear intricate, I am safe. I cannot guarantee that your flying methods will prevent you from falling if you attempt to soar as I did. As they exchanged whispered remarks, Neville gradually regained his composure. He had been genuinely terrified, and after landing, he sat on the ground for a considerable time before recovering. Once he gathered himself, the first thing he did was to seek out Lin Shu to express his gratitude. Shu, thank you. Thank you for saving me. If it weren't for you, I might not be whole. Neville spoke with heartfelt sincerity, though perhaps due to his earlier ordeal, his voice still trembled. This incident provided Malfoy with an opportunity to launch his scathing remarks. Who do you think you are, to call yourself Shu? A foolish lion. Relying solely on us Slytherins for salvation in times of peril, how utterly useless. Enough, Malfoy. Neville has done nothing to provoke you, and your fury is utterly unwarranted. Lin Shu interjected, calmly accepting Neville's gratitude and assuring him it was merely a trifling matter, advising him not to dwell on it. Despite the commotion, the class had yet to conclude. Madame Hooch remained steadfast, her demeanor exuding authority, impervious to any disrespect. Now, return to your seats and continue the lesson. As for Lin Shu, for defying the professor and using flying magic without permission, Slytherin loses 5 points. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd, accompanied by hushed whispers. Yet, Lin Shu maintained her indifference, unperturbed by anger or regret, and certainly not feeling any injustice worthy of outcry. She licked her sharp canines in a flirtatious manner and chuckled lightly. How dull. You may continue with this lesson. I shall take my leave. With an effortless grace, Lin Shu turned to depart, dismissing the lesson's significance. Her proficiency in flying with a sword rendered the broomstick trivial. It was unlikely to yield anything extraordinary. She would rather spend her time in detention with Professor Snape or concocting potions with Professor Pomona than squander it here. Her exit was fluid, leaving no trace behind, as if to say goodbye without taking a cloud with her. However, her departure ignited a fervor among her classmates, especially the Slytherin serpents, who rallied in her defense. To them, Lin Shu's formidable strength was a beacon to be revered and aspired to. The notion of defying a professor or possessing a rebellious spirit paled in comparison to their admiration for her power. As the saying goes, the strong possess the right to be proud, only the mediocre are not envied. Lin Shu merely showcased her superiority over the professor, and thus drew their ire. The Slytherin students, their faces contorted with indignation, watched as Malfoy led the charge, discarding his broom in frustration, casting a furious glance at Madame Hooch before pursuing Lin Shu. With one, there soon followed another. In no time, many Slytherins had vacated the scene, marking a historic defeat for Madame Hooch in her professional endeavors. She was filled with both annoyance and fury, her chest heaving with rage, resembling someone deeply agitated. Slytherin had banded together, defiantly challenging the professor and collectively skipping class, resulting in a further deduction of 50 points. Hermione furrowed her brow, her petite figure seemingly harboring immense strength, as she stepped forward ahead of Harry. Seizing the moment to speak, Madame Hooch, Shu meant no disrespect, please believe that. Moreover, she saved Neville and should not receive points for that. She flew exceptionally well, surpassing many upperclassmen, I believe she deserves commendation. Harry nodded in agreement, quickly echoing Hermione's sentiments. In the dire moment when Neville's broom went awry, no one could intervene. Except for Shu, who bravely stepped forth. She did not neglect her classmates from other houses simply because she belonged to Slytherin. She was the finest representative of her house. Madame Hooch was rendered speechless by the remarks, but remained steadfast, never bowing her head. It wasn't until the conclusion of the lesson that the weary students trudged away from the scene. What was anticipated to be an exceedingly engaging class had devolved into a rather disheartening affair, leaving everyone somewhat discontented. The group was concerned for Lin Shu. Yet she herself never engaged in internal strife. On the way back from flying class, she encountered the Weasley twins, who, after a brief altercation, hoisted her arms and dragged her to a deserted staircase. George, Fred, please don't swing me around. I warn you, I am quite formidable, she declared, her tone playful yet firm. Could it be that my strength has inadvertently caused you discomfort, dear? George quipped, and upon his words, Fred chimed in. Lin Shu had grown accustomed to their banter, a harmonious duet that brought her comfort. It was only if one day they were reduced to silence, or if their playful exchanges ceased altogether, that she would feel a sense of loss. However, since fate had brought them together, she decided to hand the pendant to Fred, alleviating her mind of the burden of constant contemplation. Speak. What have you brought me here for? On second thought, allow me to answer. The twins erupted with laughter. But before they could respond, Lin Shu swiftly covered their mouths. Silence, little mouths, she ordered playfully. After 3 seconds, she released them, retrieving a necklace from her robe's pocket and presenting it to Fred. This is for you, a token for your safety. Carry it with you, and you may find it brings unexpected fortune. That's all I shall say. Further discourse would incur additional costs. Fred raised an eyebrow, accepting the necklace and examining it closely, while George's expression shifted, his gaze fixed on Lin Shu as if attempting to awaken her conscience through sheer intensity. Sweetheart, what about mine? He asked earnestly. Oh, George, trust me, you do not require this. How do you know I do not need it? I insist. That is not how it works. No, you must not ask for it, nor may you demand. Spare your adorable, kind-hearted, and virtuous junior from further entanglements. Should I continue, I might inadvertently spill secrets that would summon thunderous wrath upon me. Fred chuckled, but George found no humor in the situation, revealing a rare moment of discord between the twins. I don't care, sweetheart, you cannot show favoritism. Fred and I are equally deserving. Look into my eyes and tell me you have prepared a gift for me as well. Faced with those expectant eyes, Lin Shu found herself unable to utter a word of rejection. Very well, I shall grant you one. It is my oversight for not considering you. It is not a burden at all. I shall accommodate you. With that, she rummaged in her pocket once more, producing another pendant that had originally been intended for Cedric. But since she had yet to encounter him, she decided to give it to George instead, to soothe his wounded spirit. Now, one cannot accuse me of favoritism. This pendant can encapsulate the power of the runes within, crafted by my senior sister. I have but a few. Sweetheart, promise me you will not forget me in the days to come. As for this incident, let us pretend it never occurred. Lin Shu stood frozen, meeting George's still somewhat hurtful gaze, a sense of guilt inexplicably washing over her. I'm sorry, Senior George. There's a reason I'm giving you this, though I cannot articulate it. But trust me, it's better if you never have to use it. She felt this was a subtle hint. Surely, they could understand? Uncertain, she decided to observe further. Fred and George exchanged a glance, their expressions inscrutable, concealing their thoughts. When they turned back to Lin Shu, their smiles returned, revealing their characteristic bright, white teeth. To Lin Shu, their faces possessed an enchanting allure. Caught in a moment of indecision, she neither wished to look down nor to evade their gaze. Sweetheart, help us put this on. Chapter 15, Living Dolls, How Delightful. It had been previously suggested that the Weasley twins might be up to mischief, and Lin Shu believed this wholeheartedly. Otherwise, why did her heart race uncontrollably each time she encountered them? It was truly uncanny. With this thought in mind, she adorned the Weasley twins with the necklaces. Their smiles grew even more beguiling, and George then produced a packet of sweets from his pocket. Fred took one, deftly peeled off its candy coating with his long fingers, and brought it to Lin Shu's lips. Try this. It's a special candy we made just for you. Lin Shu hesitated to open her mouth, having learned during her time with George and Fred that they were indeed masterminds of mischief, and anything passing through their hands often bore an air of danger. Please spare me. Is this one of those prank candies you concocted? I've heard Ron mention that consuming your creations can lead to severe consequences. Merlin, sweetheart, you can't trust what that little brat says. George scoffed, his mind now solely focused on exposing his mischievous little brother to a dose of affectionate reprimand. Meanwhile, Fred remained steadfast, continuing to offer the candy to Lin Shu with a gentle demeanor that suggested no ill intent. Sweetheart, trust us, this was made just for you. There's not a single prank ingredient in it, but it's very sweet, and you'll love it. Ever since Malfoy had delighted Lin Shu with a box of cookies, George and Fred had embarked on a quest to create various candies and cookies. However, Their skills were rather mediocre. The cookies were nothing special, though the candies were passable. After their repeated assurances, Lin Shu decided to take a bite. As she tasted the candy, her lips inadvertently brushed against Fred's fingers. Though it was a fleeting contact, Fred was evidently taken aback. An electric thrill coursed through him, leaving him yearning for more. Meanwhile, Lin Shu savored the sweetness of the candy, her eyes narrowing in delight. In a moment, an unusual sensation overtook her, as if something were attempting to break free within her. This feeling was subtle, neither painful nor irritating, making it easily dismissible. Are you sure this candy is truly safe? Lin Shu inquired hesitantly, but no answer came in response. George and Fred gazed at her with eyes ablaze, stirring a sense of unease within her. Instinctively, she reached to touch her face, only to find her palm transforming into a claw before her very eyes. In a frantic attempt, she felt her head and cheeks, realizing that 2 ears had sprouted atop her head, while a tail had emerged behind her, an ancestral throwback. Oh, Fred, George, you promised this candy would be harmless. Sweetheart. Fred replied, our words are the least trustworthy. Lin Shu closed her eyes, pondering Fred's statement, which rang with the wisdom of a profound truth. She resolved to engrave this lesson in her memory, vowing never to trust them again. Now, all I wish to know is how to revert to my original form. Please don't tell me you concocted this troublesome concoction without an antidote. Well, we actually didn't. Lin Shu pinched her brow, suppressing the urge to unleash her fury upon them, her face adorned with a forced smile. Yet, the next moment, she could no longer contain herself and raised her large hand to strike at the two. Fred, noticing Lin Shu's ire, swiftly lifted his arm and captured her thrashing hand with ease. Fortunately, Lin Shu harbored no real intent to harm them. Otherwise, despite their greater height and strength, they would have been unable to withstand her attack. Darling, the effect lasts only 5 minutes. Don't be angry. To be honest, you look utterly adorable right now. And I'm quite enamored. How can you find it adorable? Why don't you transform yourself? Would you like to see? I can change. I'm not opposed to it, Fred replied, prompting George to chime in eagerly. Indeed, if our sweetheart desires, we can transform for your amusement. Upon hearing their words, Lin Shu found her displeasure dissipating. All right then, let's make it a delightful agreement. Transform now. Fred and George exchanged a fond smile, and without hesitation, they swallowed the candy. The effects manifested swiftly, and they soon sprouted ears and tails. Fred's were black, while George's were orange. Lin Shu exclaimed in astonishment, wow, real-life dolls, this is fantastic. Her excitement surged as she began to explore, ensuring to give equal attention to each of them. She not only touched their ears, but also their tails, caressing and rubbing them enthusiastically. Fred and George found themselves breathing heavily, teetering on the brink of losing control. Fred seized Lin Shu's mischievous hand, denying her any chance to resist. Lin Shu stared at him, her eyes wide and sparkling as they locked gazes for 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Darling, a man's tail is off limits for touching. Hey, you conjured these tails out of thin air. They weren't part of your original form, Lin Shu argued, her logic faltering in the face of her rising excitement. After all, who could resist the allure of something so fluffy? Not touching would be a disservice to the delightful fluffiness. The more she contemplated, the more her hands remained restless. After smoothing the fur on the tail, she took a deep breath, blowing it apart before smoothing it down again, repeating the process with unyielding enthusiasm. Fred and George, unable to endure any longer, disregarded their half-animal forms and fled in haste, leaving Lin Shu in a state of bewilderment. Wait, what is the rush? She called after them, utterly perplexed by their sudden departure. Lin Shu found herself perplexed, yet she could hardly hold George and Fred accountable. They had endeavored to exercise patience. Unable to endure any longer, and with little recourse, it seemed preferable to depart swiftly, preserving a modicum of dignity rather than allowing Lin Shu to witness their disarray. As she observed their departure, Lin Shu naturally lost her inclination to linger. Just then, the effects of the potion faded, and she reverted to her normal appearance. With a confident stride, she exited the stairwell, heading towards the Slytherin dormitory. She had intended to return for a brief afternoon nap, to rest and recuperate. However, fate had other plans, and midway, she encountered an obstacle, this time a formidable one, in the form of Professor Snape. His countenance was grim, resembling an ancient bat. His gaze fixated upon her, sending waves of trepidation surging from her feet to her head. The figure ahead, possessing a head like a troll, should have hastened their pace. It was evident, had they not been detained, surely they were up to no good. How impressive! Leading a class in truancy and defying a professor, they had managed to bring about a deduction of 50 points for Slytherin. Hogwarts ought to immortalize such talent, after all. Individuals of such caliber emerge but once a century, truly a memory worth preserving. Lin Shu inched closer to Professor Snape, fully aware of the reprimands he had just delivered. Not to boast, but the professor's talent for finding fault in others was also a rarity, deserving of its own mention in the annals of history. Yet, She dared only to harbor such thoughts silently. Professor, perhaps I can elucidate the matter regarding the point deduction. Huh. Do you intend to boast about your bravery in rescuing a fellow student while riding a broom? I have no desire to hear it. Follow me. Let us see how well you have grasped the assignment I set for you last lesson. Lin Shu closed her eyes. Let it be obliterated. Random checks again. And this time, one-on-one with her own professor. She could already envision the torment awaiting her. Yet, there was no evading what was inevitable. With heavy steps, she followed her head of house, who moved at an alarming pace, leaving her no opportunity to muster a final act of defiance. Upon their arrival at the office, Lin Shu lowered her eyelids, bracing herself for the impending misfortune. In stark contrast, Professor Snape sat calmly at his desk, casually picking up an assignment to grade. After a considerable pause, he inquired of Lin Shu, if one were to concoct a potion to combat dragon pox, effective within 3 hours, knowing that the standard ingredient of gillyweed must be sun-dried under moonlight for 3 days, how would you adjust the drying time and the subsequent brewing process? Given the current weak moonlight, to ensure the stability of the potion's ingredients and efficacy, Lin Shu swallowed hard, her mind racing, yet failing to grasp any semblance of clarity. Was there truly such a question in the assignments Professor Snape had given? She could not recall ever encountering it. Professor, if the moonlight is insufficient for potion making, why not wait until the moonlight is stronger? Is that not a solution as well? In the next moment, Professor Snape set aside the assignments he had been grading. His movements were graceful yet chilling, and his fingers lightly tapped the surface of the desk, the sound resonating like a death knell. At last, he finally spoke, his voice deep and hoarse, reminiscent of a whisper emanating from the abyss of hell. I truly underestimated the monstrous intellect residing within you. A simple statement, yet it struck like a hammer, making the very air vibrate with its weight. Look at your answer. It is nothing short of a catastrophe for the magical realm. I can scarcely believe you hail from our Slytherin. Perhaps you should be at the magical creature sanctuary, tending to the thestrals, a place where intellect is not a prerequisite, perfectly suited for you. Wow, such harsh words. I have learned a lesson today. Lin Shu listened in silence, not daring to utter a word, until the next question pierced the air. If one were to concoct a potion capable of withstanding the soul-sucking curse, and the conventional ingredient, unicorn horn powder, has been tainted by dark magic and is thus unusable, what alternative materials can you propose? Elaborate on their collection locations, processing methods, and compatibility ratios with the remaining ingredients. You have 1 minute. Begin. His gaze was sharp, unyielding, akin to a black serpent fixated on its prey, poised to deliver a fatal blow to anyone who answered incorrectly. Lin Shu bit her lip, still at a loss. I apologize, Professor. I fear I still do not know the answer. She braced herself for the impending reprimand, knowing that, according to her understanding of Professor Snape, it would be remiss not to subject her to a thorough scolding. Yet, she waited and waited. But the anticipated tirade did not ensue. Instead, she heard Professor Snape speak calmly. Since you are aware of your shortcomings, why not seize the opportunity to catch up? After all, you have already mastered the art of flying. I hear your skills surpass even those of your instructor. You must take pride in that, yes? Therefore, from this day forth, you shall forego flying lessons and instead spend all your free time here in detention, while also salvaging your empty head. Very well, thank you, Professor. Lin Shu did not find this arrangement disagreeable. On the contrary, she felt immense gratitude towards Professor Snape, for this was indeed a rare opportunity, one not afforded to everyone. Moreover, the very purpose of her presence here was to learn that which she did not yet grasp. Potions and transfiguration were of utmost importance. Furthermore, while Professor Snape outwardly appeared stern and unapproachable, his actions truly reflected a protective nature towards his students in Slytherin. Regarding Lin Shu's situation, had Professor Snape not orchestrated her detention and allowed her to continue attending Madame Hooch's lessons, she surmised she would not have fared much better. In any case, the rift had already been established. If Madame Hooch did not give her a hard time, that would be sufficient. Thus, not attending those lessons was for the best. And she was grateful for Professor Snape's thoughtful consideration. She truly admired him. Her eyes sparkled with admiration and affection as she gazed at Professor Snape, filled with reverence and compliance, until he furrowed his brow in bemusement. He mused to himself, could this child have been rendered foolish by my scolding? It is true that children of this age are still quite young, and their spirits are fragile. Perhaps I ought to adopt a gentler approach in the future? Professor Snape contemplated as he continued grading assignments, while Lin Shu remained blissfully unaware of his inner thoughts, still wearing an expression brimming with gratitude. A sudden surge of dark energy erupted from Professor Snape's robes, instantly captured by Lin Shu. This made her complexion change abruptly. Damned, it was deathly energy again. How could this incessant aura of death persist? Was the probability of death in the Western magical realm truly this high? She furrowed her brows, feeling that the situation had grown increasingly enigmatic. Chapter 16. Fear of death should preclude the pursuit of cultivation. Ever since Lin Shu had encountered the aura of death from Professor Snape, she had become increasingly unsettled. As she brewed the potions assigned by the professor, her mind began to wander. In truth, from the moment she embarked on her journey into the mystical path, her master had imparted to her certain taboos. Take divination. For instance, the symbols are capricious. Each individual possesses their own destiny, and everyone has their own path to tread. Interfering forcefully may lead to missteps, plunging one into confusion and inner demons. Thus, for those who cultivate the mystical arts, the first lesson is to cultivate the heart. In essence, it is to respect others' fates and to relinquish the urge to assist. Lin Shu had initially thought this to be simple. However, once she immersed herself in this environment and interacted with its inhabitants, she realized she had unwittingly stepped into the fray. She questioned herself. If she were to witness these individuals walking towards their predetermined destinies, could she remain indifferent? She did not know, and her contemplation yielded no answers. Just then, a voice of fury resonated, piercing her eardrums and pulling her scattered thoughts back into focus. You're about to make this cauldron weep. Are you brewing potions or preparing porridge? Look at this color. It's more unsightly than a troll's snot. Smell this aroma. Even a Dementor would flee. Have you thrown away all the knowledge I taught you? Or do you believe you can invent a new potion formula on your own? The familiar tone and the recitation of familiar formulas jolted Lin Shu back to reality. Indeed, where there is a will, there is a way. Why was she entangled in her own worries? Her earlier distress was merely self-inflicted. If she could truly be indifferent to watching those around her succumb to a short-lived fate, she wouldn't be wasting her time crafting talismans. Following one's heart is paramount above all. Moreover, the path of cultivation defies the heavens. Ultimately, it is a struggle against fate for a slim chance of survival. If one feared death, they should refrain from cultivation. If she was unafraid of death, why should she fear intervening in causality and facing backlash? Absurd. To contend against heaven, earth, others, and oneself is a source of endless joy. Lin Shu suddenly experienced a moment of clarity, transitioning from being bound by her thoughts to enlightenment in an instant. She visibly brightened, yet her joy was met with Professor Snape's discontent. With a loud bang, the cauldron exploded. A pungent smoke instantly filled the entire office, shards of the cauldron scattered everywhere, and potion ingredients splattered about. Professor Snape, with a dark expression, his robes billowing as he hurriedly approached, abruptly halted before Lin Shu. His usually indifferent eyes now aflame with fury. Fool! He bellowed, his voice reverberating like thunder throughout the classroom. Are you here to study potions, or to engage in demolition? Behold this chaos, a veritable desecration of the art of potion making. His slender fingers trembled as they pointed towards the ruinous cauldron. Even the trolls I have instructed possess more intellect than you. To waste such precious ingredients in this manner, are your hands meant for wielding a wand or merely for creating disorder? Should your incompetence continue, vacate my office at once and cease to tarnish this noble craft. Lin Shu fell silent, paralyzed by fear, unable to meet the professor's furious gaze. Professor, Dean, please, temper your wrath. It was merely an explosion. Such occurrences are commonplace. With time, one becomes accustomed to them. Snape was taken aback, utterly incredulous. He could scarcely believe his ears. This student, no different from a troll, was suggesting that multiple explosions were acceptable. It was as if she were administering him a preventative measure. He inhaled deeply, yearning to expel the pent-up frustration. Are your eyes merely decorative? Did you not see the precise measurements required in the potion book? Or do you disdain reading altogether, preferring instead to elevate my office to the skies, showcasing your ignorance and recklessness to all? Veins bulged on Snape's forehead as he paced the corridor, each step seeming to tread upon Lin Shu's very heart. I had hoped to teach someone with at least a modicum of learning ability, yet here you are, a fool capable of botching even the most basic operations. The shards of this cauldron serve as irrefutable evidence of your folly. He seized a piece of cauldron debris, raising it aloft. Are you truly a Slytherin? The sorting hat must have erred. Cursed be it. I genuinely fear for the future of our house. Lin Shu listened in silence, nodding occasionally to provide some semblance of acknowledgement. This only served to amplify Snape's ire. As if he were striking a fist into cotton, this foolish student remained impervious, unaffected. If one were to argue her attitude was poor, that would be untrue. On the contrary, Lin Shu responded to every remark, never showing disrespect. Yet, should one claim her demeanor was agreeable, she could still drive one to the brink of madness. Snape felt as though he might explode, akin to the earlier cauldron. After a lengthy pause, he finally calmed himself, exhaling a deep, frustrated breath, and gritted his teeth, stating, should you commit such a catastrophic blunder again, prepare for confinement in the Forbidden Forest. Perhaps a stay amongst those perilous creatures will awaken your senses, reminding you that one must employ their intellect rather than rely solely on that pitiful, impulsive nature which leads only to calamity. Understood, Professor, she replied with a playful giggle. Do not smile, your gleaming white teeth are blinding. Very well. Lin Shu complied, her demeanor humble. Time passed swiftly, and during the subsequent potion brewing, She made no further errors, successfully concocting 2 batches of Scabious Potion, 1 batch of Forgetfulness Potion, and 1 batch of Wolfsbane Potion. This outcome was indeed commendable. It is worth noting that Lin Shu was merely a first-year student. The Forgetfulness Potion was typically a second-year endeavor, while the Wolfsbane Potion was reserved for third-year studies. Her ability to replicate these potions solely from the book's recipes, coupled with Snape's basic guidance, warranted the title of genius. Upon witnessing the safe completion of the final potion, Snape's anxious heart finally found respite. Did you initially intend to cause an explosion, or perhaps, in your Eastern perspective, the cauldron simply does not align with your destiny, compelling you to replace it resolutely? Here we go again, with that lamenting tone reminiscent of a scorned woman. At this moment, Lin Shu found herself bewildered, unable to discern whether Professor Snape was subtly mocking her or expressing genuine thoughts. Nevertheless, she could only respond weakly. Professor, you seem quite knowledgeable. Understanding the concept of incompatible destinies, Snape's eyes darkened as he perceived the child's lack of awareness. He sighed, deciding to let it go. No need to let anger affect his health. Leave. Depart from my office. I no longer wish to see you. Perhaps our destinies do not align after all. That cannot be, Lin Shu retorted. As practitioners of the arcane, we must trust in science, not superstition. With that, she dashed away, leaving Snape to hurl a parchment at her retreating figure. One could only say that provoking a reaction was indeed delightful. That evening, upon returning to her dormitory, Lin Shu crafted 2 talismans anew, placing one in a pendant for Cedric and the other for Professor Snape. Subsequently, she resumed her studies, diligently memorizing the intricate and often obscure potion recipes, some of which were perilous and malevolent. She eagerly awaited an opportunity to experiment with them alongside Myrtle. It had indeed been a while since she last sought Myrtle out. According to Hermione, Myrtle had once emerged from the second-floor lavatory, calling out to her with a shy and awkward demeanor, expressing a singular desire to see Lin Shu and experience her Eastern mystical arts once more. Lin Shu regarded this as a trivial matter. Her abilities could offer solace to the deceased, which she considered a virtuous act. Lost in contemplation, a sudden knock at the door jolted her from her thoughts. Glancing at the clock, she noted that it was rather late. Many first-year students would be preparing for sleep by this hour. Who could possibly be knocking at such a time? She hurried to the door, opening it to reveal a face she knew all too well, albeit now marred by bruises, with a prominent purple mark on the left side of his lips, making him appear quite disheveled. Good heavens, Malfoy, what happened to you? Did someone strike you? Is there an upperclassman bullying you? As she spoke, her mind raced with indignation, already resolved to defend Malfoy's honor. Regardless of the year of the assailant, she would ensure they regretted the encounter. It was intolerable for someone to bully a Slytherin. One could hardly distinguish between the ranks. She was determined to uphold the principles of her house, viewing life and death with indifference, ready to confront any challenge. If she were to falter now, it would be a disgrace to her lineage. Malfoy, why are you silent? Come in. Allow me to tend to your injuries. No need. He replied. Madame Pomfrey has already treated me. Her healing magic is quite adept. This mark should vanish shortly. Lin Shu ushered him inside, carefully inspecting Malfoy for any other injuries. After a thorough examination, she noted that he struggled to raise his arm, prompting her to frown in concern. It is evident that Malfoy must have suffered immensely, perhaps even being restrained while being beaten. An arm injury frequently occurs when an individual instinctively protects their head with their arm, resulting in the arm absorbing a significant portion of the impact. Malfoy, do tell me, who is responsible for this? I will ensure they pay dearly. It must be Potter. I shall not let him evade my wrath. And I intend to write to my father. Oh my, what? It was Harry? Surely not, given their similar statures. One would expect neither to gain an advantage in a confrontation. Perhaps Harry is also considerably injured. Lin Shu pondered, remaining silent. Shu, why are you silent? You heard it was Harry. You doubt me, do you? Malfoy accused repeatedly, clearly struggling to control his emotions. Do not be agitated, Malfoy. I am merely surprised. However, do elaborate on why you and Harry clashed. I will believe you. Do not forget, we are both Slytherins, and I would never betray my own. Humph. It is that meddlesome Potter and that insufferable Neville. I truly detest those Gryffindors. They are all nothing but filthy mudbloods, wretched muggles. Chapter 17. She holds responsibility. Neville is involved in this. Lin Shu found it perplexing. In her memory, Neville was timid and forgetful, often making mistakes in magical classes that would evoke laughter from their peers. How could such a person possibly engage in a fight with Malfoy? She preferred to believe it was Malfoy who had confronted Neville. Malfoy, do not tell me Neville threw a punch at you. He is far too gentle. I cannot fathom him being so aggressive. Of course, he would not dare strike me. It was that insufferable Potter who initiated the altercation. Please, recount the entire affair from the beginning. Malfoy huffed, wincing from the pain caused by his animated gestures. Observing his distress, Lin Shu promptly cast a healing spell, and soon the pain dissipated completely. Shu, the pain has vanished. Your magic is remarkably swift. I adore you for it. Now, Let us get to the matter at hand. Thus, Malfoy suppressed his fury and began to narrate the events. The conflict arose from Neville losing his crystal ball, while Malfoy, having retrieved a letter from home at the Ollery, happened to possess a crystal ball that had been sent to him. Unbeknownst to Malfoy, Neville's loss had occurred, and he paraded around the school with the crystal ball, intending to surprise Lin Shu. However, fate had it that Harry encountered Malfoy and, upon seeing the ball in his possession, assumed Malfoy had taken Neville's property and demanded its return. Malfoy was not one to explain or concede easily, and thus the tension escalated into a fierce confrontation. Ultimately, words were insufficient, and they resorted to physical conflict. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu slapped her forehead in disbelief. She could not fathom how such a trivial matter could escalate into chaos. In truth, it was merely a misunderstanding that could have been resolved with a simple explanation. Yet they were both too stubborn to see reason. Harry firmly believed that Malfoy had stolen Neville's belongings, while Malfoy, in turn, felt that Harry was unworthy of questioning him and was even more disdainful of the idea of offering any explanation. This back-and-forth exchange inevitably led to an impending confrontation. As Malfoy recounted his side of the story, his eyes glowed red with indignation, reflecting his deep sense of grievance. It was quite unjust for someone of his stature to be falsely accused of theft and subjected to violence. Anyone in his position would feel equally aggrieved. Just as Lin Shu sought to comfort him, Malfoy rummaged through his pocket and presented the crystal ball to her, as if it were a precious treasure. I've always said it's just a worthless ball. If you like it, we can simply buy another. There's no need to envy others. Fortunately, I saved it from being damaged by that fool. At a loss for words, Lin Shu, in that moment, overwhelmed by the sincerity and devotion radiating from the young man before her, embraced him tightly. Thank you, Malfoy. It truly is wonderful to encounter you at Hogwarts. Malfoy returned the embrace, instantly enveloped by a delightful fragrance of herbs and woods, a scent that seemed to possess a healing quality, calming his previously tumultuous emotions. His heart swelled with joy, consumed with thoughts of how to further endear himself to Lin Shu, so as to earn a few more embraces in return. As for the altercation with Harry, it had long been cast aside from his mind. The two basked in a brief moment of warmth before the topic inevitably shifted back to the fight. In truth, Lin Shu had never considered that she bore some responsibility for the situation. Had she not displayed such astonishment when Neville first received the crystal ball, Malfoy would not have clung to the matter nor sought his father's assistance in procuring it. Consequently, these misunderstandings would not have arisen. Alas, she had to acknowledge her part in this. Malfoy, I will clarify everything with Harry tomorrow. Clarify? Why should we explain ourselves to him? That would diminish our standing. He is merely an arrogant fool, always wanting to insert himself into every situation since acquiring the title of the Chosen One. It's infuriating. We are still just teenagers. How could we harbor any truly malicious intent? Moreover, this matter must be addressed, not only to Harry but also to our fellow classmates. You cannot be branded as a thief. Lin Shu understood well the lethal nature of public opinion. Even if Malfoy was the scion of the Malfoy family, it was evident that they could afford a crystal ball. Yet, people are often swayed by rumors. If the situation escalated, Malfoy's reputation could suffer irreparable damage, and by the time clarification was attempted, it might be far too late. As the saying goes, a rumor can spread like wildfire, while refuting it requires a marathon. Malfoy, just trust me. I will set the record straight. For tonight, you should get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow we will attend class together. All right. Malfoy obediently acquiesced, his once arrogant demeanor vanishing in an instant. Now resembling a docile golden retriever, he flopped onto Lin Shu's bed and rolled around playfully. One must admit, this was a rather bold move. His father had instilled in him the importance of being a gentleman, and seeing him in such a state would surely result in a stern reprimand. However, he could not contain himself. The scent emanating from Lin was simply too intoxicating, drawing him in and captivating his senses. He could not hold on to Shu forever, so he instinctively sought to absorb some of her scent from her bedding. It sounded rather abnormal, and he felt somewhat embarrassed in front of Lin Shu. His head hung low, his face and ears flushed crimson, as if he had been roasted. Lin Shu, noticing this, did not dwell on any unnecessary thoughts. Her bedding was inherently soft and thick, enveloping her in a way that made one irresistibly inclined to hibernate. It was no wonder that Malfoy was fond of it. Malfoy, if you like my quilt, I shall gift you one. It truly offers a delightful slumber. Each time I awaken, I find myself reluctant to rise. Malfoy cleared his throat twice to mask his embarrassment. It was not the quilt he desired, but since Lin Shu perceived it this way, he decided to let this beautiful misunderstanding persist. Indeed, Shu, your quilt is remarkably cozy. A refined young man, you and I share similar tastes. With that, Malfoy found no further reason to linger, and indeed, it was time for bed. Despite his reluctance, he had to take his leave. He departed with a heavy heart, reminding Lin Shu to cover herself well during the night, lest she catch a chill. Meanwhile, he returned to his dormitory, enveloped in a sense of solitude. After covering himself with his own quilt and closing his eyes, he found it impossible to achieve comfort, feeling somewhat out of sorts. He tossed and turned throughout the night before finally slipping into a light slumber. On the other hand, Lin Shu, after Malfoy's departure, swiftly consulted her divination to ascertain the whereabouts of Neville's crystal ball. Typically, the day master signifies the current, while the day stem represents the lost object. Before long, she gathered substantial information. The object should be located in a grassy area nearby some buildings. Lin Shu instantly recalled the site of their flying lesson, where Neville's broom had gone haywire, spinning uncontrollably in the air, making it highly probable that the item was lost at that moment. With this thought, she opened her window and, taking advantage of the distraction of others, summoned her shield and sped away. Initially, she believed the search would be arduous, preparing herself for another round of divination. However, upon reaching the location, her shield touched down, and she immediately stepped upon something. Looking down, she discovered it was the crystal ball. Well, what a serendipitous find, requiring no effort at all. She hurriedly collected her prize and wasted no time lingering outside. With such moments to spare, she would rather hasten to bed. The following day, Lin Shu rose early as usual. After completing her morning routine, she awaited Malfoy by the Slytherin dormitory. Malfoy was among the last to emerge. Today, his platinum hair was not styled as meticulously as usual, a single stubborn tuft defiantly standing upright despite his attempts to tame it. Lin Shu found this endearing, as it made Malfoy appear more amiable. Apologies, Shu, I overslept. I can tell, you didn't rest well last night. Those dark circles under your eyes are quite pronounced. Yes, I had fallen asleep, only to dream of that detestable Potter. In the dream, we had yet another altercation, and I awoke feeling utterly exhausted. Lin Shu chuckled, unsure of how to respond. Clearly, the rift between these two individuals has deepened, as they even engage in battles in their dreams. One can only imagine the extent of Malfoy's vexation. Amidst their idle chatter, they arrived at the classroom, where today's lesson was on defense against the dark arts. The instructor was Professor Quirrell, a figure who remained largely unremarkable within the school. In the House of Slytherin, which revered strength above all, he garnered little respect. This was largely due to his stammering speech and his outwardly timid demeanor. He perpetually wrapped his head in an enormous scarf, contrasting sharply with the more dignified attire of his colleagues. Lin Shu had never attended his class, and thus refrained from hasty judgments. However, more than one senior had mentioned that Professor Quirrell was rather mediocre and ill-suited to teach the intricacies of defense against the dark arts. Nevertheless, while one may heed the opinions of others, it is prudent not to accept them unconditionally. From her brief encounters with Professor Quirrell, Lin Shu sensed something peculiar, an amalgamation of energies that felt sinister. If she were to articulate her thoughts, she would surmise that he was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Yet, these observations paled in significance compared to the urgency of clarifying the truth surrounding Malfoy. Taking Malfoy's hand, she rose from the Slytherin table and walked step by step towards the Gryffindor table. With a friendly demeanor and a smile that radiated warmth, she naturally drew the attention of those around her. Harry, I would like to clarify yesterday's incident. Malfoy is not a thief. In fact, the crystal ball in his possession is rightfully his. As for Neville's, it was lost during flying lessons. But I have retrieved it, and it is now back in its rightful owner's hands. Lin Shu produced Neville's crystal ball, followed by the one gifted to her by Malfoy, presenting both to the assembly, thereby dispelling much of the misunderstanding. Neville, this one was found on the school grounds. Take it, and do try not to lose it again. Thank you. Even though I don't particularly need it, I would feel quite disheartened if it were lost. Thank you, Shu, for bringing it back. Not at all. After addressing Neville, Lin Shu's gaze shifted to the other students. So, Malfoy truly did not take anything that did not belong to him, and his upbringing would never permit him to engage in such disreputable conduct. It is merely his lack of eloquence that prevented him from clearing up the misunderstanding at the outset, leading to some unfortunate experiences thereafter. I hope everyone can understand. Her words were precise and effectively dispelled the misconception, altering Malfoy's image from that of a thief in the eyes of his peers. However, both Malfoy and Harry did not appear particularly pleased. Malfoy wore a sulky expression, glaring at Harry as though declaring war. Harry, not to be outdone, returned the glare, leaving Lin Shu feeling a headache coming on. Caught between the two, she found herself at an impasse, unsure of whether to speak or remain silent. Pathetic. Now you see how ridiculous you truly are. You think you stand on the side of justice, yet you have wronged me. You are utterly unworthy of being a savior. Your mind is simplistic, your physique robust, and your foolish demeanor elicits nothing but laughter. How can you possibly excel? With your own mouth, you fail to articulate anything of substance, resorting instead to invoking your father or seeking assistance from Shu. Surely, it is you who should feel embarrassed. Chapter 18. First reasoning. Then physics. Just as Harry and Malfoy were on the verge of another confrontation, Professor Quirrell arrived fashionably late. prompting both boys to reluctantly return to their seats as their classmates gradually settled into silence. Professor Quirrell entered with a series of small, somewhat frantic steps. His gaunt frame was enveloped in a voluminous black robe, rendering him even more fragile in appearance. His signature purple turban sat askew upon his head, wholly incongruous with the image of a learned professor. His complexion was as pale as parchment, his lips devoid of color, and they trembled slightly, while his eyes darted around the classroom in a state of panic, reminiscent of a startled fawn. "Good afternoon, students," Quirrell began, his voice high-pitched and thin, laced with a slight stutter. "I am Quirrell, your defense against the dark arts professor." As he spoke, he raised a hand to adjust his turban, as if it were his most vital bastion of safety. Lin Shu noted this gesture, licking her pointed teeth, and began to scrutinize this enigmatic professor more closely. How intriguing. Were hidden secrets concealed within that turban? Such carefulness was compelling. The other first-year students, however, were not as discerning as Lin Shu. Their thoughts were consumed by how feeble this professor appeared, contemplating how relaxed they could be in his class, perhaps even imagining a reprieve from assignments. Moments later, Professor Quirrell clumsily flipped open his lesson plan, officially commencing this mysterious defense against the dark arts class. Lin Shu followed his rhythm, opening the corresponding textbook. In truth, she had already reviewed the material thoroughly with Hermione and was well acquainted with its contents. Nonetheless, she remained attentive, eager to hear what unique insights this peculiar professor might impart. Naturally, foundational concepts were indispensable, and Professor Quirrell began on the first page. What is dark magic? He elucidated that dark magic is, at its core, a branch of magic driven by malevolent intentions, starkly contrasting with conventional magic, which is used to create beauty, heal wounds, and assist in learning. For instance, the infamous Avada Kedavra curse is one of the unforgivable curses. When cast, a flash of green light occurs, instantly claiming a life with no possibility of redemption, existing solely for the purpose of murder. The Imperius curse invades the thoughts of others, manipulating their actions, rendering the victim a mere puppet, devoid of autonomy. The Cruciatus curse subjects its victims to excruciating pain, tormenting both body and mind, akin to being pierced by 1,000 needles. These forms of dark magic violate the essence of humanity and morality. Learning to defend against them is essential for safeguarding the peace of the magical world. Professor Quirrell endeavored to simplify the esoteric concepts from the textbook, breaking them down and feeding them to the first-year students. Although he continued to stutter, the impact of his words was not diminished. Lin Shu found herself thoroughly engrossed. He illustrated his points with various malevolent curses, instantly piquing the curiosity of his classmates. This was quite effective. After all, who would not feel a shiver of fear upon hearing such dark incantations, yearning to learn how to defend against them? After elucidating the concept of dark magic, he seamlessly transitioned to the fundamental principles of defensive magic. The students listened intently, occasionally lifting their quills to jot down notes. The art of defensive magic is predicated on the principle of magical energy equilibrium. For instance, when employing the barrier curse, the caster concentrates their mind, channels their internal magical energy, and upon uttering the incantation, a semi-transparent shield composed of magical energy materializes before them. This shield possesses an energy that can counteract and dissipate the impact of incoming dark magic or malevolent creatures, utilizing the accumulation of positive magical energy to thwart the invasion of evil forces, thereby safeguarding the caster from direct harm. The successful execution of this spell necessitates not only precise pronunciation, but also the caster's adept control over their magical energy and their unwavering focus in the moment. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu couldn't help but furrow her brow in contemplation. Was the Western magical realm truly so benign? Others were employing dark magic to inflict harm upon you, while you merely defended yourself. What was the difference between this and allowing someone to ride upon you while defecating? And your only response was to don a helmet? Though it spared you from the worst of it, it was still quite bothersome. Unlike their Eastern philosophy, which treated life and death with indifference, and believed in retaliation if wronged. If one dared to provoke, they would be hunted down, no matter where they fled. The so-called nobleman seeks revenge from dawn till dusk. If one did not make them regret their existence, it would be deemed a personal failure. Perhaps Lin Shu's complex expressions during her musings prompted Professor Chilo to call upon her to answer a question. Shu Lin, please reiterate the concept of the magical shield that was just discussed. I trust if you were listening, you can respond to my inquiry. If you prefer, you may remain seated. Lin Shu clicked her tongue, finding Professor Chilo exceedingly humble, devoid of any semblance of authority. One could only imagine that if he had called upon a mischievous child instead of her, the outcome would have been quite embarrassing for him. Nonetheless, Lin Shu inherently respected her teachers and succinctly summarized the key points of the knowledge imparted. The magical shield, as a critical component of the defensive system, is akin to the much-revered armor charm. As the caster silently recites the incantation, magical energy emanates outward from them, weaving an almost imperceptible protective layer across their body. This shield effectively absorbs impacts from external forces, whether from direct assaults of dark magic or physical attacks, mitigating the extent of bodily harm. The resilience of the shield is intricately linked to the caster's current level of magical energy. The stronger the magic, the sturdier the shield. Additionally, the focus maintained by the caster while sustaining the shield significantly influences its duration. Distraction may lead to its dissolution. Lin Shu articulated her summary with clarity. Yet in her heart, she regarded the magical shield as little more than a turtle's shell. Certainly, the Eastern Xian system also possesses similar magical techniques, such as shields, barriers, lightning-resistant spells, and golden light incantations, all of which offer protective benefits. However, these methods are fundamentally defensive, not offensive. After an entire class, Lin Shu had yet to encounter any counterattack spells, let alone lethal techniques. In this context, lethal spells are referred to as dark magic. A person who practices dark magic is often perceived as a natural antagonist, rebellious, and unaccepted by society. Very well, Shu Lin, your response was quite commendable. I shall award 5 points to Slytherin. However, may I inquire why your expression appears so troubled? If you are unwell, you may consult Madame Pomfrey. Professor Quirrell's words prompted all eyes to turn toward Lin Shu. Given her notoriety among the first-year students, it was impossible for them not to pay attention. Meanwhile, Harry, Hermione, and Malfoy exchanged worried glances, genuinely concerned for her well-being. Lin Shu accepted their goodwill and took a deep breath. Boldly speaking up, I don't believe I need to seek Madame Pomfrey, Professor. I am not unwell. I merely find it perplexing that we are only taught defensive magic without any instruction on offensive spells. Her words ignited a wave of astonishment among her peers, shifting their expressions from concern to shock. Some appeared bewildered, as if they recognized the validity of Lin Shu's argument, while others deemed her remarks audaciously rebellious. Professor Quirrell seemed momentarily taken aback, pausing for a considerable time before responding. Indeed, there are offensive counterspells, but as first years, you are not yet prepared to learn them. For instance, the disarming charm is a spell that can cause an opponent's wand to slip from their grasp, rendering them defenseless in battle, a common tactic in magical dueling. The severing charm can inflict wounds akin to those made by an invisible blade. It is a formidable offensive spell, albeit perilous. Additionally, the stunning spell can emit a red light that renders the struck individual unconscious, effectively incapacitating an attacker to safeguard oneself. For some reason, Professor Quirrell spoke with fervor, articulating these spells fluently. Yet, after he finished, Lin Shu remained silent, seemingly waiting for further elaboration. When Professor Quirrell continued to remain quiet, Lin Shu raised an eyebrow and interjected. Is that all? The most frequently used ones are merely these. Of course, there are spells like the Fiend Fire and Ironclad Charm, but not everyone can master those. Lin Shu tilted her head, at a loss for words. Is this it? Is that truly all? Indeed, Shu Lin. That encompasses the main spells. Do not underestimate these incantations. They can suffice for a lifetime of study. Is that so? Lin Shu felt a cloud of dismay envelop her. After carefully reflecting on the information she had received, she finally regained her voice. I apologize, Professor. I am uncertain if my understanding is accurate. However, what you imply is that if one were to be attacked with dark magic, such as the Killing Curse, the Cruciatus Curse, or the Soul-Crushing Curse, devastating spells capable of bringing about death with a single strike, our only recourse would be to disarm the assailant or induce a state of slumber for self-preservation. Professor Quirrell paused for a moment before responding. Shu Lin, theoretically, that is indeed the case. Good heavens, she exclaimed, finding the situation utterly outrageous. It was absurd beyond belief. Lin Shu found herself momentarily at a loss for words, managing only an awkward yet polite smile. Just as she contemplated retaking her seat, a familiar voice resonated from behind, instantly silencing her classmates. Lin Shu didn't need to turn around to identify the voice. It belonged to none other than Professor Snape. No one knew why their professor had chosen to appear, but that seemed inconsequential. It was likely that wherever Professor Snape wished to go, he could do so without hindrance. Shu Lin, tell me, what would you do? Or rather, if someone were to cast a curse upon you, how would you respond? Lin Shu felt no trepidation simply because the one posing the question was her professor. On the contrary, she responded with calmness and poise. Professor, if the situation is not dire, I would first seek to reason with them, and then resort to physical means if the need arises. Professor Snape's brow furrowed, evidently perplexed by the term physical. What does physical entail? It means incapacitating the attacker. If they cannot comprehend reason, I possess a modicum of martial prowess. Chapter 19. What is this all about? Lin Shu believed her response to be quite objective, pragmatic, and grounded in reality. She saw no impropriety in her words. Yet her classmates' expressions shifted dramatically, resembling a vivid palette of colors. Lin Shu scratched her head, questioning if she had said something amiss. At that moment, Professor Snape, after a prolonged silence, spoke. It seems you advocate for a tit-for-tat approach, Yet how does this differ from those who wield dark magic? The distinction is profound. One acts in self-defense, while the other seeks to inflict harm. There exists an essential difference between the two. Furthermore, the study of offensive spells is intended to empower me to converse assertively with those who would attack me, compelling them to heed my words with caution. As for those who cannot grasp reason and resort to casting curses, they are beyond redemption. What fault is it of mine to offer them a final journey? After all, forgiveness is a matter for the divine, while my task is merely to escort them to their reckoning. Lin Shu articulated her points with conviction, and her classmates, having absorbed her rationale, began to appreciate the validity of her arguments. Absolutely correct, Professor. In our Eastern philosophy, we believe in cause and effect. The act of casting a curse is the cause, while facing retribution is the effect. Ultimately, one can only blame themselves for their inadequacy. Professor Snape remained silent for a considerable time, neither affirming nor denying her assertions. Instead, his previously tense expression gradually relaxed, and he departed the classroom with a final remark. Come to my office after class. Very well, she replied. A class on defense against the dark arts swiftly came to an end, and Lin Shu hastened to Professor Snape's office, clutching her book. Unsurprisingly, Professor Snape was engrossed in grading assignments, his brow furrowed in concentration. His long, pale fingers picked up the next piece of parchment, and his piercing gaze swept across it. Upon spotting errors, the corners of his mouth turned down slightly, revealing a trace of dissatisfaction. The quill in his hand danced across the paper, leaving bold annotations that spread like dark vines. His cutting remarks were relentless, whether muttered to himself or directed at Lin Shu. They were decidedly difficult to engage with. With such chaotic potion steps, I wonder what that fool around your neck is for. I dare say even a troll could master this. Is this simpleton daydreaming during lessons? 5 points deducted from Gryffindor. Lin Shu refrained from responding to his tirade. Instead, she cautiously approached, glancing at the assignment that had drawn such ire from Professor Snape. Fortune smiled upon her, as she caught sight of Ron's name. Ah, poor lad. Yet it was hardly surprising. Time passed, and as Professor Snape diligently marked through approximately half of the assignments on his desk, he finally spoke again. In your defense against the dark arts class, were those opinions you expressed truly your own thoughts, or were they imparted to you by someone else? Lin Shu turned her gaze, setting aside the question she had been working on, and replied naturally, of course, they are my own thoughts, Professor. Upon hearing this, Professor Snape's quill came to a halt, as if he were contemplating something inscrutable to Lin Shu. Professor, was there an issue with my answer? If so, please do not take offense. Perhaps it is merely a reflection of the differences between East and West. In your Eastern culture, is the study of dark arts commonplace? Well, not quite, Professor. In the East, we do not study magic. We practice the art of cultivation. However, our methods are not solely defensive. We have many offensive techniques as well. There is a well-known saying in our culture: without the means of a diamond, do not show a bodhisattva's heart. With the Buddha in heart and a blade in hand, one bows to the Buddha and draws the blade against the ghost. One should embody compassion in life and wield strength in action. When engaged, one spares no effort. When drawing the blade, one leaves no room for mercy. To be able to do good and evil alike is to be just. Avoiding trouble and fearing none leads to a life of tranquility. The profundity of Eastern culture is vast and intricate, and Lin Shu hoped Professor Snape would gradually grasp its essence. Indeed, her thoughts were not misplaced. Upon finishing her words, Professor Snape fell silent once more. Long-buried memories resurfaced, transporting him back to the time of the First Wizarding War. That conflict endured for an extensive period, from 1970 to 1981, plunging the magical world into a state of panic and chaos, where fear was a constant companion. The streets bore the scars of battle, with ruined buildings and the flickering dark mark as grim reminders of strife. Death Eaters prowled, launching surprise attacks that cast a shadow of darkness over the entire magical realm. Many wizarding families were embroiled in the turmoil, facing separation and devastation. During this tumultuous period, the Death Eaters, in a frenzy of malevolence, wielded unforgivable curses to inflict torment upon the innocent, employing the Imperius curse to dominate others and manipulate the operations of the Ministry of Magic and similar institutions. They mercilessly enacted the killing curse, claiming countless innocent wizards and muggles alike. Following each heinous act, they would unleash the dark mark into the sky, a grotesque display not only mocking their victims, but also proclaiming their nefarious achievements to the magical realm. Although the war eventually subsided, the indelible shadow of dark magic lingered in the hearts of the people. Dark magic was reviled by wizards, mainstream society, and the authorities alike. Subsequently, those who dared to employ these unforgivable curses faced life imprisonment in Azkaban. Magic schools even relegated texts pertaining to dark magic to restricted sections of their libraries. Hogwarts, henceforth, focused solely on the defense against the dark arts, eschewing any instruction in dark magic, aiming to steer students away from its seductive allure. If Lin Shu were to hear of this, she might remark that once bitten by a snake, one lives in fear of ropes. Yet, mere avoidance does not resolve the issue. The cruelty of dark magic does not stem from its very essence, but from the hands that wield it. One cannot cease the pursuit of such profound magic out of fear that malicious individuals might misuse it. Addressing the problem in this manner merely scratches the surface. For those with noble intentions, even mastery of dark magic would not lead them to commit acts of slaughter. Conversely, those with sinister motives would seek alternative avenues to learn. Regardless of restrictions, a pressing concern remains. If one day dark magic were to be wielded again for murder, and the magical community found itself devoid of any means to resist, save for mere defense, how could they ever hope to repel their foes? In truth, Severus Snape has lived for years engulfed in regret and torment. In that fateful battle, he lost his one true love. Consequently, his adoration for the dark arts morphed into aversion and evasion. However, he was not blind to the prevailing circumstances. He harbored concerns for the future of the magical world and its educational system. Had it not been for Lin Shu's bold remarks during class, he would have believed himself to be the sole thinker of such notions. Shu, perhaps you are right. To combat evil forces, one must resort to extraordinary measures. Indeed, Lin Shu dismissed the notion lightly, perceiving it as a trivial matter. Yet soon after, Professor Snape spoke again, this time raising his head, his expression more solemn than usual. In the magical realm, dark magic is an abomination, scorned by all. To advocate for the study of offensive spells is to promote the mastery of curses. Have you considered that if everyone were to wield such curses, one day the magical world might find itself shrouded in the darkness of malevolence? While the method of addressing issues at their root may seem foolish, one cannot deny its efficacy. Snape's words, deliberately dogmatic, were designed to entrap Lin Shu and test her resolve. He anticipated she would ponder his statement or concede, yet to his surprise, Lin Shu responded almost instantly. Without a moment's hesitation, this question has been posed by the master before, and I am quite familiar with it. Allow me to elaborate slowly. Ultimately, humanity has drawn the line between good and evil too distinctly. However, the world is not merely black and white. It encompasses a vast expanse of gray areas. Moreover, the definition of evil is often overly simplistic. What constitutes evil? Is causing harm to others inherently evil? What if one inflicts harm upon another in self-defense? Or, if one harms another to protect beloved friends and family, does that still qualify as evil? For instance, if someone has endured years of abuse and finally retaliates by taking the life of their tormentor, is that evil? While such an act may be deemed evil by the perpetrator's victim, it may be perceived as an act of good by the individual seeking retribution. The distinction between good and evil is often a matter of perspective. To label a person with a mere word is ultimately superficial. The master once imparted to us disciples that flowers bloom with duality, and life oscillates between the sacred and the malevolent. The essence of a Buddha does not harm the virtuous, whereas the nature of a demon seeks to spare no wicked soul. As Lin Shu concluded her lengthy discourse, she felt a slight thirst, yet she refrained from drinking the water here, wary of inadvertently consuming a potion concocted by Professor Snape. Such a thought was indeed alarming. Meanwhile, Professor Snape had undergone a transformation in expression during Lin Shu's speech, transitioning from an initial testy demeanor to one of scrutiny, and ultimately, a captivated engagement. As if struck by profound insight, his gaze brimmed with approval, recognizing her potential. Lin Shu felt a shiver run down her spine under his intense scrutiny, which was somewhat unsettling. Very well, you should return to rest early today. Prolonged study can adversely affect your health, especially at your age when you are still growing. He said. What is this? Lin Shu muttered, astonished by Snape's unexpected gentleness. She could hardly believe that such tender words could originate from him. What are you standing there for? Are you experiencing low blood sugar? Snape inquired, opening his drawer to produce a jar of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans and a jar of honeycomb sweets, pushing them toward Lin Shu. I believe you could use these. Don't look at me like that. I confiscated them from other students. Yet, they have finally found their purpose, have they not? Lin Shu forced a smile, unsure of how to respond. Had her earlier words had such an effect? Were these little trinkets so easily swayed? No, Professor. I am not experiencing low blood sugar. I would prefer to leave them for others. As she spoke, a thought struck her. She retrieved a crafted talisman from her pocket and placed it on Professor Snape's desk. She had previously lacked the opportunity to present it to him, but now seemed the perfect moment. Professor, this amulet is for you. It can withstand a single lethal attack. However, it is a one-time use, so it is best to keep it on your person at all times. With those words, Lin Shu truly departed, not looking back as she hurried away. Today, Professor Snape had been rather intimidating, and in contrast to his newfound gentleness, she would have preferred him to maintain a more stable demeanor, even if it meant reverting to his usual coldness. The abrupt shift in attitude was undeniably striking. Whenever Snape smiled, Lin Shu couldn't shake the feeling that he was harboring some grand scheme, with her unwittingly ensnared within it. After departing from Snape's office, Lin Shu resolved to return to her dormitory early to rest. However, she encountered Hermione, who was cradling a hefty tome, evidently engrossed in her studies. Harry and Ron were also present, walking alongside her. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a look of melancholy on Harry's face, while Ron appeared exuberantly cheerful. Lin Shu hastily caught up with the trio and, after exchanging a few words, learned that Harry had made the Quidditch team, a dream come true for many. She felt genuine happiness for him, yet she was acutely aware that first-year students were typically barred from Quidditch selections. It seemed clear that Harry's life was destined to become tumultuous. Chapter 20, A Three-Headed Dog? How adorable. Ever since Harry exhibited remarkable prowess during flying lessons, it would not be an exaggeration to call him exceptionally gifted. Madame Hooch praised him profusely, and during one of his flights, Professor McGonagall noticed him and made an exception, allowing him to join the Quidditch team. Under normal circumstances, this would be an extraordinary stroke of luck, something others would covet. Yet, Harry remained apprehensive, fearing he might not be up to the task. Lin Shu, I really don't think I'm as good at flying as you might believe. Since witnessing your flying skills, no matter how hard I practice, I always feel lacking. Harry, take it easy. While you may not hold an advantage when compared to me, you certainly excel beyond others. What was intended as a comforting remark, however, struck Harry to the core, despite its truth. Lin Shu was not one to offer mindless flattery to bolster Harry's confidence. To her, recognizing one's own shortcomings was a commendable trait. Everyone possesses their unique strengths. Lin Shu indeed excelled at flying and saw no need for excessive modesty. At their age, the ability to discern reality and possess the courage to face it was of utmost importance. Ultimately, Harry, I'm not competing in Quidditch. Your rivals are not me. With your talents, you stand a substantial chance of overcoming them, don't you? But I still worry, afraid of disappointing everyone. Besides, I've never played before. What if I embarrass myself? At that moment, Hermione chimed in. Harry, you won't embarrass yourself. You have family legacy on your side. Hermione's words, though vague, created an air of mystery. However, she quickly led them up to the 4th floor of the castle, where a trophy room awaited. Inside, there were numerous crystal display cases, each showcasing various trophies, shields, medals, and statues, along with a list of past student council presidents. Among them was Harry's father's Quidditch trophy. As the sunset's afterglow streamed through the stained glass windows, it cast a kaleidoscope of colors, draping the treasures within the room in a dreamlike veil. The trophy shimmered in the light, engraved with the name James Potter. The familiar yet foreign handwriting, akin to a magical key, instantaneously unlocked a torrent of memories. Harry seemed to envision his father in his youth, adorned in the Gryffindor Quidditch team robes, soaring through the air on a broomstick. The golden snitch glimmering in the light as his father reached out to grasp it, the wind tousling his dark hair amidst the thunderous applause of the crowd. Unconsciously, Harry pressed his hand against the glass, his fingertips trembling slightly, a complex array of emotions swelling in his eyes, pride, longing, and a profound melancholy for the times he had not yet experienced. In that moment, the trophy appeared as an invisible bond, transcending time and space, granting him a fleeting connection with the father he had never met. In the tranquil exhibition room, the past and present intertwined, and with this warm yet bittersweet strength, he silently vowed to continue the family's legacy on the Quidditch field. Ron was the first to break the silence, his carefree, adoring demeanor abruptly shattering the atmosphere. Wow. Harry, you never mentioned your dad was also a seeker. I really had no idea. They lingered in the exhibition room for quite a while, and by the time they departed, the sun had long set. The 4 of them ascended the staircase instinctively, familiar with this path from countless trips to and from classes. Yet they had forgotten that the stairs moved on their own. Meanwhile, Ron and Harry were still engrossed in their conversation about the Seeker, oblivious to the subtle shifts around them. Lin Shu and Hermione noticed, but what did it matter? It was merely a staircase. It could change as it pleased. They could always return. Before long, the stairs, which had initially moved slowly, began to exhibit a restless energy, accelerating their pace. With a clatter, they merged with another unknown door. Hermione grasped Lin Shu's arm tightly, while Harry and Ron held onto the banister. Once they confirmed the staircase had settled, they hastily exited, opening the nearest door to them. Let us hurry, or the stairs will start moving again, Harry urged, leading the charge. However, upon opening the unfamiliar door, a cloud of dust assaulted them, prompting Lin Shu to cast a protective barrier around them. Otherwise, each breath would be laden with dust, utterly repulsive. Ron sensed something amiss. The interior was shrouded in darkness, obscuring his vision, yet an ominous premonition stirred within him, leading him to voice his concern. Do you guys feel like we've gone off course? I don't think we should be here. Hermione quickly concurred. Ron has hit the nail on the head. We really should turn back. Remember? The 3rd floor is off limits. Then let us leave quickly, Harry agreed, and Lin Shu sighed in resignation. Truth be told, she had been eager to explore that restricted area. After all, Her previous experiences had been filled with detentions and homework, leaving her little chance to delve into the mysteries of the Forbidden Forest. It was indeed a regret. Nevertheless, since Harry, Ron, and Hermione wished to depart, she decided to follow suit. After all, she couldn't endanger them if danger lurked within. As for her, she could simply choose another time to sneak in. Their imaginations were quite beautiful, yet fate had other plans. Just as they were about to depart, the wall sconces in the corridor ignited spontaneously, and upon looking back, they were unfortunate enough to find Filch's cat appearing behind them. It was indeed Filch's cat. They must not allow it to catch them. Run. The group quickly made their choice, and a subtle curve appeared at the corner of Lin Shu's mouth. She had remained silent throughout. In truth, to avoid Filch. She could have easily employed her invisibility spell once more, but her curiosity about what lay within the forbidden zone was far too compelling, so she refrained from mentioning it. Soon, they dashed down the lengthy corridor, all the while she did not forget to observe her surroundings. Every so often, a wall sconce illuminated the path, its flickering flames casting dancing shadows upon the walls, rendering everything around them vague and indistinct. The walls were adorned with ancient portraits, the eyes of the figures seemingly following the movements of those who entered. At the end of the corridor stood an entrance barred by an iron gate, rusted and imposing, evoking a sense of coldness and rigidity. Upon noticing that this grand door was locked, Lin Shu struck it with a powerful fist. Regardless of whether it was a golden lock, a silver one, or any other kind, she would shatter it. Harry witnessed the entire spectacle, utterly astounded by Lin Shu's decisive display of strength. His gaze swiftly shifted to Lin Shu's hands, which bore no signs of injury, not even a hint of redness. Yet, she effortlessly reduced the iron lock to dust. Was that reasonable? Harry had not seen Lin Shu wield a wand or utter a spell. This indicated that her remarkable abilities were entirely innate, requiring no magical assistance. How utterly impressive. As they rushed in and closed the door, Filch's voice echoed through the corridor. After repeatedly inquiring if anyone was present, he eventually departed. The group exhaled in relief and began to speak loudly. However, the next moment, upon witnessing the colossal creature before them, they were rendered speechless. Oh my, how adorable. A single body with 3 heads. Was it a deformity or a rare species? TSK. If only 5th senior brother could see this, he would be overjoyed. Lin Shu approached cautiously, stroking her chin in contemplation. She had anticipated that the forbidden area would harbor great terrors, but to her surprise, it was merely a 3-headed dog. The creature was so cute. What kind of terror could it possibly embody? Although it was somewhat larger, more robust, and a bit fierce, it was impossible to mask its inherent charm. In any case, Lin Shu found herself quite fond of these small animals, feeling no fear whatsoever. She mused, is this truly worthy of being deemed a forbidden zone? As she expressed her thoughts with abandon, the other 3 remained frozen in place, even holding their breath, fearful that any movement might awaken the ancient being before them. Relax. It's just a little dog. Shu, do you even hear what you're saying? Harry gazed at the massive creature, fierce in appearance and intimidating, and simply could not reconcile it with Lin Shu's description of a gentle, adorable dog. The crowd trembled with fear, their legs quaking. Reluctant to utter another word or linger any longer, their sole desire was to flee. Observing their pallid expressions, Lin Shu refrained from teasing them further. She rummaged through her small backpack and produced a delicate porcelain vial filled with elixirs favored by formidable beasts, alongside 3 precious spirit fungi, each beyond valuation. Lin Shu felt an undeniable affinity with the canine creature, as it struck a chord deep within her heart, prompting her to be generous in her offerings. During her time at the sect, she often envied her 5th senior brother, surrounded by various enchanting spirit beasts, each warm-hearted and obedient, enhancing his stature in battles. She longed to forge a bond with one herself. Upon opening the vial, a potent fragrance of medicine filled the room instantaneously. The 3-headed dog, previously slumbering on the ground, abruptly opened its eyes, confronted by 3 unfamiliar intruders. Holding food in her hands, Lin Shu was not perceived as a threat. In an instant, however, the creature shifted into a defensive stance, letting out a fierce growl directed at Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Unsatisfied, it seemed intent on tearing them apart. Realizing the situation was precarious, Lin Shu swiftly conjured an invisible barrier. The dog's claws scraped against it. Yet it could not harm Harry and the others in the slightest. Lin Shu then lifted the spirit fungi, adopting a demeanor akin to that of a trainer with a dog. Do you wish to eat? What must you do to receive this treat? Must you sit patiently? I will reward the most obedient with a piece of spirit fungi. Uncertain if the 3-headed dog comprehended her words, she noted its aggression had subsided. Its gaze followed the fungi, and a pool of thick, foul-smelling drool pooled at its lips. Bow wow. Each of you shall have one, no snatching. Everyone eats their own. If you behave, I may bring you more in the future. If you do not, there shall be none. Lin Shu placed the spirit fungi on the ground, and indeed, The three-headed dog began to eat without contention. Each head focused on its own share, and once finished, they rolled on the ground, tongues lolling to one side, displaying a charming innocence. Lin Shu felt a surge of joy at their exposed bellies. She had not anticipated such a reaction on their initial encounter. During her time in the sect, she had heard her fifth senior brother discuss the art of beast taming. This art could be categorized into three methods. The first, the contract method, involves binding a beast through a special contract spell. The second, the taming method, requires the tamer to possess exceptional skills, utilizing culinary delights and a balance of kindness and authority, comprehending the nature of the beasts while investing time and effort into their training. The third, the soul control method, employs potent spiritual energy to dominate the beast's soul, compelling it to obey. Lin Shu was only adept in the second method. The others remained beyond her grasp. Initially approaching the task with a mere trial-and-error attitude, she was pleasantly surprised to discover that the beasts were indeed fond of her offerings. The resources she provided were invaluable for their cultivation. Who could resist such gifts? Subsequently, she extracted 3 specialized pills for beast cultivation breakthroughs from the vial, distributing one to each head. In a fleeting moment, the three-headed dog seemed to submit to Lin Shu, incessantly rolling over and exposing its belly, even emitting soft grunts from its throat. Indeed, where there is nourishment, loyalty follows. It was clear that they were utterly captivated. Merlin, I feared I was hallucinating. Chapter 21. Unrestrained Innocence. Harry and Ron could scarcely believe their eyes. They had been astounded numerous times that evening, and one more shock seemed hardly worth noting. Hermione, however, felt differently. While she too was taken aback, her emotions leaned more towards admiration for Lin Shu. She regarded every astonishing feat Lin Shu accomplished as entirely reasonable, pondering how few individuals in this world could rival her talent and prowess. The mere presence of a three-headed dog bowing at her feet felt utterly commonplace. As the trio regained their composure, Lin Shu had already engaged in playful antics with the three-headed dog, fostering a budding connection. Although she could not claim the creature as her own immediately, it was no longer inclined to attack them. Even as Harry and his friends drew nearer, the dog merely exhaled a couple of snorts from its nostrils before turning its head away, recognizing them as Lin Shu's companions. It understood that any reckless harm towards them might jeopardize its chances of receiving the delicacies it so cherished. In this regard, its animal instincts were sharp. It could almost wear the word cunning upon its countenance. Moments later, Hermione spoke up, mustering her courage to dispel the peculiar atmosphere. Shu, I believe it has taken quite a liking to you. Perhaps you could bestow upon it a name. Lin Shu scratched her chin, finding Hermione's suggestion quite sensible. She had a premonition that this encounter would not be her last. Should this three-headed dog indeed share a fateful bond with her, it could potentially become her steed, which meant it certainly deserved a name. What shall it be? A name that resonates with power and majesty, one that inspires awe and fear. Lin Shu pondered deeply, racking her brain for an appropriate title. Just as she was immersed in thought, Hermione interjected, Shu, I have thought of a splendid name. Oh, what is it? Lin Shu inquired eagerly, her curiosity piqued by Hermione's enigmatic smile. How about Neza? You remember, from the book you lent me, there is a deity with 3 heads and 6 arms, a figure from your Eastern mythology. This three-headed dog has 3 heads as well. It seems rather fitting, doesn't he? Hermione felt confident in her reasoning, yet Lin Shu's eyes widened in astonishment. Hermione's bold proclamation struck Lin Shu as if thunder had cracked above her. In a swift motion, she dashed forward, covering Hermione's mouth with all her might. Then, bowing fervently, she murmured, Innocence of children, innocence of children. Please do not hold it against us, O great deity of the 3 altars. The disciple promptly set up an offering table and incense altar upon returning, urging no offense be taken. With a sigh of relief, Lin Shu spoke earnestly, Hermione, such words are not to be uttered again. In our Eastern traditions, we hold deep reverence for the celestial deities. Neza, the 3rd prince, serves in the heavenly court as the grand deity of the 3 realms, overseeing the dominions of heaven, earth, and water, confronting various malevolent beings, and preserving the order and peace of the 3 realms. How can he be compared to a mere 3-headed dog of the mortal realm? Hermione nodded in understanding, realizing her faux pas, and mimicking Lin Shu's solemnity. She bowed towards the sky. I am unaware of your customs, and it was not my intention to offend. I believe the celestial beings are magnanimous and would not hold our ignorance against us. Upon my return, I shall sincerely apologize to the grand deity of the 3 realms. As for the name of this 3-headed dog, let us call it Mimi. Lin Shu ultimately settled on this simple name, for as the saying goes, a humble name is easy to care for, and Mimi suited it perfectly, adorable and endearing. Harry and Ron exchanged glances at the 3-headed creature, pondering the name Mimi. Well, it must be said, Lin Shu has a knack for naming. After this incident, they unanimously decided to leave, for remaining any longer would risk being caught during the nightly inspection. They were quite obedient, not wishing to incur points deducted from their house due to their own actions. Lin Shu said nothing further, gently stroking Mimi's head as she followed the others out. As they departed, she cast one last glance at the stone slab beneath Mimi's massive paw, clearly in concealed door. She suspected it concealed something significant. Initially, she believed the terror of this forbidden third floor lay solely with Mimi, but upon noticing the hidden panel, she swiftly revised her thoughts. Surely, something lay beneath that panel, and someone had gone to great lengths to keep it hidden, employing Mimi as a guardian beast. What a clever scheme. Yet this only intensified her desire to investigate further. However, not tonight. She resolved not to involve Harry, Ron, or Hermione in her curiosity. Additionally, she needed to prepare the altar upon her return, so she would have to come back another day, leaving with a tinge of regret. A wave of disappointment washed over her heart. Lin Shu trailed behind the group, and Hermione walked alongside her. To her credit, Hermione was indeed a keen observer. While Harry and Ron remained lost in the awe of the evening's revelations, Hermione inquired, "Shu, did you notice the hidden door beneath Mimi's paw?" Before Lin Shu could respond, Ron, as if electrified, exclaimed, "Hidden door? What hidden door?" "I was too focused on its head to notice its feet. Did you all not see it has 3 heads?" Lin Shu and Hermione exchanged a glance, then turned to Ron with exasperation. It was futile. The boy was simply innocent, revealing a hint of endearing Navvet. They had long since accepted that they should not harbor any illusions about Ron's intellect. "Ron, you are absolutely right." After Lin Shu finished speaking, Hermione immediately chimed in. "Shu, please refrain from praising him. He might genuinely float away." Returning to the main topic, Mimi stood on the dartboard, and this surely was no mere coincidence. "I believe it must be guarding something." "Oh dear." Lin Shu gave Hermione a thumbs up. She appreciated such intellect. Befriending clever individuals certainly simplifies matters. It is entirely normal to guard something. After all, I recall that during our freshman orientation, the headmaster mentioned that the 3rd floor was off limits, making it plausible that something is concealed there. Having calmly articulated her thoughts, Lin Shu intended to part ways with the others. As her dormitory was not situated in this direction, continuing further would be inconvenient. However, the phrase concealed something acted like a stimulant, elevating Harry's curiosity to its zenith. The desire to explore the unknown tugged at his small frame, and were it not for the presence of reason, he might have ventured back for a bold and reckless exploration. "Wait a moment, hiding something? Guarding what? Shu, are you heading back now?" Harry's voice carried a hint of urgency, laced with curiosity and an adventurous spirit. "Indeed, Harry, let us return to the dormitory first. Frankly speaking, if something truly significant is hidden there, it is bound to coexist with danger," Hermione interjected, her tone markedly less serene than Lin Shu's, tinged with a hint of severity. "Shu is absolutely correct. Do not forget that without her, we might have perished at the paws of the 3-headed dog, and we can hardly fathom the subsequent trials, which could be even more perilous. In any case, I am off to sleep to prevent you two from devising any schemes that might cost us our lives, or worse, lead to expulsion." Hermione's admonition doused Harry's curiosity like a bucket of cold water. The group returned to their respective dormitories, and Lin Shu gathered all necessary materials, even exchanging some gold with several classmates for new snacks. After discarding the Holy Grail and receiving the directive to prepare for the ritual, she meticulously arranged the offerings according to protocol, and then sincerely repented for the taboos committed that day. In truth, the celestial beings were not overly concerned. However, witnessing Lin Shu's adherence to rules and her genuine heart was indeed appreciated. As the saying goes, it is better to err on the side of courtesy. The divine is ever present, particularly for cultivators like them, who aspire to ascend to higher realms and dare not offend the celestial deities. This is akin to an intern striving for a permanent position. Would one foolishly antagonize the core members of the company? Certainly not. In the mortal realm, individuals favor those who are adept at navigating social nuances and possess high emotional intelligence. The same principle applies in the heavens. This holds true irrespective of the setting. The following day, Lin Shu awoke later than usual, having experienced a dream, or perhaps it was more accurately described as a visitation from the great deity of the 3 altars, who spoke to her. The diminutive figure found herself brought into the celestial realm, listening attentively with trepidation. "The cakes and candies you've offered, I do not fancy. They are excessively sweet." I took a bite and felt as though I had been struck by sugar. "And those canned meats, they smell horrendous. You would do well to remove them promptly." Lin Shu smiled awkwardly, acknowledging the unfortunate reality of her situation. In this place, there was hardly anything palatable to savor, and her time spent here had resulted in noticeable weight loss. Moreover, she could not fathom the locals' insatiable craving for sugar. They even dipped their eggs in white sugar. She had witnessed a classmate pour half a bottle of coconut oil into their bowl, followed by several generous spoonfuls of sugar. She could only exclaim in disbelief at this culinary darkness, yet her classmates savored each bite with delight. "Enjoy your bland fare," she thought, as her peers indulged in silence. Upon waking, Lin Shu lit 3 incense sticks, promising the great deity of the sea that upon her return to the east, she would once again set up offerings. Following the instructions given, she cleared away the previous offerings. After completing these tasks, she proceeded to her class as usual. Today was the lesson on charms, taught by Professor Phileas Flitwick, the esteemed head of Ravenclaw House. He boasted a lineage of fairies and was reputed to be a master duelist. Well-versed in a myriad of spells, affable, intelligent, and gifted, he fostered a relaxed atmosphere in his classroom. Students could converse and play during lessons, with very few failing grades reported. Lin Shu held a fondness for this professor and chose a seat closest to the podium as she entered the classroom, remaining within the Slytherin long table. Soon, her classmates began to arrive, and the professor commenced the lesson punctually. He swiftly approached the podium, and the students realized that due to its height, he had to nimbly stack several hefty books on the ground before carefully standing on them. Even then, he could barely reach the surface of the podium, revealing only his eyes and a portion of his face. Today, they were to learn the levitation charm, one of the foundational spells, which essentially allowed objects to soar into the air. Today's lesson in charms promises to be exhilarating, Professor Flitwick exclaimed, his high-pitched voice brimming with enthusiasm as he waved his short wand, its tip glimmering with a soft light. With his movements, models of wands and crystal balls on the podium lifted gracefully into the air, arranging themselves in an orderly fashion. Like this, raise your wand slightly. Give your wrist a gentle flick, and do not forget the correct wand movements. With a flourish and a flick. Clearly enunciate Wingardium Leviosa. Chapter 22. The innate practitioner of the sacred body. The incantation was straightforward, and Lin Shu grasped its essence immediately. Essentially, it was simply about making objects float. Even without a wand, she could achieve it with a mere lift of her hand. However, she chose to blend in, practicing the wand movements and pronunciation of the spell in rhythm with her classmates. Once Professor Flitwick permitted the students to practice with their wands, she picked hers up and casually uttered, Wingardium Leviosa. In that instant, a radiant glow erupted from the tip of her wand, akin to the brilliance of stars bursting in the night sky. What followed was a truly remarkable spectacle. The books on the desk stirred first, breaking free from the constraints of gravity, leisurely rising into the air, their pages rustling as if to cheer for the magic being conjured. The feather quill of her deskmate did not shy away from the display, rising alongside the textbooks, its tip glimmering with ink, tracing marvelous arcs in the air. Not far off, the notebooks and parchment of other students floated, each page ascending like a flock of pristine doves unfurling their wings. The hourglass in the classroom hung inverted in midair, its crystalline grains of sand yet to fall, flowing rhythmically, marking the fleeting moments of this magical instant. The portraits of illustrious wizards adorning the walls were also affected, their frames trembling slightly as the figures within widened their eyes in astonishment, gazing at the extraordinary transformation within the room. Even the broomstick nestled in the corner stood upright, its bristles quivering as if poised to dash out and sweep the sky. A gasp escaped the crowd as countless gazes converged upon Lin Shu, causing her to involuntarily swallow hard, wishing only to find a crack in the ground to hide within. Lin Shu was flustered, was she not? Who could explain to her why? She ruminated over her recent actions, but after much contemplation, she could not fathom the reason. She had followed the professor's instructions meticulously, each step in accordance with his guidance, devoid of any improvisation. Yet, how could her results diverge so dramatically from those of her peers? It was essential to note that at the beginning of class, Professor Flitwick had bestowed a feather upon each of them. The hovering charm they were learning was merely intended to make that feather float. The outcome of her actions, when observed even by herself, seemed absurd. Was she perhaps born with an innate affinity for magical practice? But how mortifying it was. Gazing at the array of items still suspended in the air, she hastily waved her hand, forgoing her wand, channeling her magical energy to bring everything back to the ground from whence it came. Malfoy, seated behind Lin Shu, incessantly stood to nudge her shoulder, exclaiming loudly, Shu, that was you, wasn't he it? I knew it was you. Only you possess such talent. Shu, ha ha ha. Everyone look, Shu is from Slytherin. And we Slytherins are indomitable, unbeatable. Shu, teach me that trick when you get back. Lin Shu buried her head low, wishing fervently to silence Malfoy. Enough, enough, please stop. Everyone can hear you. Just be quiet, or I might actually faint. Her toes curled in embarrassment, wishing he would cease emphasizing her misfortune in front of the crowd. She had just declared her desire to avoid the spotlight, only to find herself at the center of attention. Though she could not comprehend why, it was indeed mortifying. Thus, she became the first student to hide within her robe during class. Thankfully, her petite face allowed her to bury most of it within the fabric, muttering to herself, You can't see me, you can't see me, you can't see me. She was fervently praying for invisibility when, in the next moment, she heard Professor Flitwick's voice awarding points to Slytherin. His tone was exuberant, filled with excitement. How to describe it? It was akin to a masterful individual, having spent a lifetime seeking a worthy successor, finally discovering one. He deftly leapt from the book, striding with his short steps, almost flying to Lin Shu's side. The fervor in Lin Shu's eyes nearly overwhelmed her. Please don't come any closer, Professor. Shu Lin, heed the professor's advice and demonstrate that spell once more. If you would be so kind. His hand rested on Lin Shu's desk, and his voice quivered with enthusiasm, bordering on excessive zeal. Gradually, Lin Shu calmed herself. After all, what was a little fame? She had experienced it countless times before, so what was one more instance? With this thought in mind, she followed the professor's instructions and cast the levitation spell before the audience once again. The outcome was identical to the previous attempt. Observing closely, her classmates and the professor noted that Lin Shu's wand movements and incantations were no different from their own. Yet, she alone possessed the ability to make all objects float. After a considerable pause, Professor Flitwick regained his composure. My dear child, you truly are a genius. Your performance was exceptional. Slytherin deserves to earn more points. However, let us not rush, for while you can levitate all objects, let us now challenge you to levitate a single item. I am confident you can accomplish this, as sometimes we must focus our efforts. Professor Flitwick's words were both insightful and encouraging, coaxing Lin Shu into action. Once more, her toes wiggled, but this time, instead of merely levitating the castle, she conjured an entire globe. With her classmates' eyes fixed intently upon her, and the professor's eager gaze directed squarely at her, she found herself unable to refuse. Did she even have a choice? No, she did not. Internally, she felt a pang of despair, yet she steadied her resolve, concentrated her thoughts on the object she wished to levitate, and recited the incantation once more. Success! A feather floated gracefully in the air above her desk, while the other objects remained still. She had achieved it. Remarkable, my dear. Professor Flitwick's eyes glistened with tears of excitement, his hands clasped fervently over his heart. Your talent is astonishing. Your perception and mastery of spells far surpass your peers. Continue to strive forward, for your future is limitless. He gently placed a hand on Lin Shu's shoulder, his touch imbued with boundless hope and encouragement. Lin Shu felt her cheeks flush with warmth and nodded vigorously in response to Professor Flitwick. Around her, classmates cast envious and admiring glances in Lin Shu's direction. After this moment, the class resumed. The others concentrated intently on their spell work, with Hermione being the first to master the levitation charm after Lin Shu, earning praise from Professor Flitwick. Malfoy and Harry were nearly neck and neck, achieving success almost simultaneously. However, Ron's efforts proved to be quite amusing. His wand movements were exaggerated and comical, prompting Hermione, seated beside him, to lose her patience. Stop. You're going to poke someone's eye out. And you've mispronounced the incantation. It's Leviosa, not Leviosar. Ron, upon hearing this, wore an unmistakably defiant expression. Yet, as Hermione became the second student to successfully learn the levitation charm, he found no grounds for his objections. Thus, he resigned himself to sulking alone at his desk. A class swiftly passed, and Professor Flitwick dismissed the students punctually. As he departed, he called Lin Shu aside, advising her that she could seek his assistance with any spells she found perplexing. This was indeed a gesture of intent to provide her with additional guidance. Naturally, Lin Shu graciously accepted the professor's goodwill. The opportunity to delve into advanced spells was not a privilege afforded to many, and she was far from foolish. She hurriedly expressed her gratitude, her words dripping with sweetness as she extolled the professor's remarkable deeds, idolizing him in her heart, which delighted Professor Flitwick immensely, his lips nearly stretching to the heavens in joy. As he regarded Lin Shu, his proud pupil, his satisfaction deepened. After bidding farewell to the professor, Lin Shu and Hermione made their way outside, planning a visit to the library. Lin Shu had previously promised Hermione to teach her some basic divination techniques. Complex matters could wait, but she believed Hermione could master simple yes or no inquiries if she applied herself diligently. Upon exiting the classroom building, they spotted Harry and Ron and quickly hurried to catch up. However, as they approached, they overheard Ron exclaim, "It's Leviosa, not Leviosar." To be frank, Lin Shu found him quite insufferable and wondered why he struggled to make friends. Hermione and Lin Shu heard every word, and Lin Shu immediately frowned, noticing Hermione's altered expression, which only fueled her anger. What was wrong with Ron? Were friends meant to jest at each other's expense? Moreover, why did Harry not come to Hermione's defense? Unable to contain herself, she urged Hermione to quicken her pace and confronted Ron, her tone stern. All right, Ron, we heard you. I think you owe Hermione an apology. Your behavior is far from gentlemanly. And who says Hermione has no friends? Am I invisible? After Lin Shu's outburst, Ron fell silent. His lips pressed together as he stared at the ground, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Hermione tugged at Lin Shu's sleeve. Let's forget it, Shu. We don't have time to waste on him. I suppose I shouldn't interfere. If he fails to learn the spell, I shan't say another word. The two turned to leave. After walking a considerable distance, Lin Shu calmed down, her anger subsiding and reason returning. Hermione, I believe Ron meant no malice. When we hang out together, he usually shows good character and sound principles. Perhaps he is just going through a rebellious phase typical of young boys. Hormones might be clouding his judgment. Once we've both cooled off, perhaps we can discuss it and mend fences. Hermione nodded, feeling immensely grateful to have Lin Shu by her side. If Ron's words were true, and she had no friends at all, how heart-wrenching that would be for her. Would she not descend into self-doubt and spiraling thoughts? She feared she might. She would question whether there was something fundamentally wrong with her, plunging into an abyss of self-denial and anxiety. Shu, thank you. With you beside me, I feel reassured. Ron's words Haven T truly hurt me. Very well. You must learn to maintain your composure and not be swayed by emotions. Let us set aside these unpleasant matters and commence our discussion with the first lesson of Chimenduanjia. Indeed, Shu. To be honest, I can scarcely contain my eagerness. During this period, Lin Shu lent Hermione numerous tomes on Eastern myths and legends, with the intention of providing her a vague, yet comprehensive understanding of Eastern metaphysics. The origins of Chimenduanjia are also steeped in legend, its authenticity remaining unverified. Lin Shu recounted that approximately 4,600 years ago, the Yellow Emperor engaged in a protracted battle against Qi Yu Zhuolu, finding himself at an impasse. It was then that the Nine Heavens mysterious woman imparted to the Yellow Emperor the dragon-armored divine chapter within a dream, encompassing not only the methods of weapon forging but also military strategies for warfare. Upon awakening, the Yellow Emperor meticulously recorded the contents he could recall from the dream. He instructed Prime Minister Feng Ho to distill this knowledge into 13 military chapters, 12 solitary techniques, and 1,080 arrangements of Chimenduanjia. Ultimately, armed with this knowledge, the Yellow Emperor crafted the guiding chariot and triumphed over Qi Yu. Later, during the Zhou dynasty, Jiang Taigong condensed it into 72 arrangements for military formations. In the Han dynasty, after receiving teachings from Huang Shigong, Zhang Liang further reformed it into the current practice of 9 yin arrangements and 9 yang arrangements, totaling 18. Now, Hermione, this encapsulates the overall origins of Chimenduanjia. Today, I shall elucidate the concepts of the 1 yuan, the 2 instruments, and the 4 images. Among these is a mnemonic that states, 1 yuan begets 2 instruments, 2 instruments beget 4 images, 4 images beget 8 trigrams. Chapter 23, Astonishing. It has made the trending list. After a period of study, Hermione had made a preliminary entry into the realm of Chimenduanjia. Initially, she required Lin Shu's guidance. But eventually, Lin Shu entrusted her with the translated notes, allowing her to embark on a self-directed learning journey. For a prodigy like Hermione, self-study posed no challenge. Throughout her learning process, she diligently recorded any questions or uncertainties on parchment, and once she had filled a page, she would present them to Lin Shu for clarification, thereby significantly enhancing her efficiency. During this time, Lin Shu was exceedingly busy, often feeling as though she were splitting herself in two. Not only did she have to endure confinement under Professor Snape's watch, but she also needed to attend Professor Flitwick's classes in advance to learn spellcasting knowledge. The extent to which she could prepare in advance was limited only by her imagination, as there was nothing Professor Flitwick could not accomplish. Initially, Professor Flitwick merely taught Lin Shu some of the simple spells expected of first-year students, such as the levitation charm, unlocking charm, repairing charm, and leglocker curse. However, to his astonishment, upon a single demonstration, Lin Shu could master them flawlessly. This resulted in Lin Shu absorbing an entire semester's worth of material in less than 15 minutes, leaving Professor Flitwick in a state of disbelief. He could hardly remain passive, promptly confronting Snape to claim Lin Shu's tutelage. He had heard that Lin Shu was required to spend all her free time under Snape's confinement, and this simply could not be allowed. Such a promising student should not be monopolized by that old bat. Thus, he stormed into Snape's office, unyielding in his demand for Lin Shu's mentorship. To this day, Lin Shu vividly recalls the scene, as it was the result of the escalating antics between the two professors that once again thrust her into the spotlight. In my memory, that day was graced by a gentle breeze. Professor Flitwick, with his diminutive stature, burst into Professor Snape's dim and gloomy office, radiating an unusual fury. The door slammed against the wall with a resounding thud, startling the various bottles and jars within, causing them to tremble. Snape lifted his cold gaze from a pile of parchment, his eyebrows arched and furrowed, perplexed by the sudden intrusion. You had better have a reason for this. For if a single vial of my potion is shattered, I shall hold you accountable. Flitwick's face flushed crimson, his typically gentle eyes now wide with indignation. He leaped onto a chair to achieve eye level with Snape and brandished his wand as he began to speak. Very well, Snape. It is my fault for not articulating my purpose clearly. However, you cannot be so unreasonable. Look at how that child, Shu Lin, has been ground down by your demands. She spends every spare moment in this potion-scented laboratory. Snape set down his quill, rising slowly, his black robes rustling ominously. Clearly, he was baffled. Had Shulin not been under his strict supervision since the beginning of the term? Flitwick was not new to this situation. What could possibly have prompted his sudden visit? What is it you wish to convey? Noticing Snape's perplexed expression, Professor Flitwick decided to be forthright. I believe that child possesses extraordinary talent and charms, and I intend to provide her with private instruction on the material she struggles with. I have also inquired, and it appears she has committed no wrongdoing. You should not have confined her for such an extended period. Do you understand, Snape? My words are final. I will take her under my wing, and she shall no longer attend your classes. I merely came to inform you. As Flitwick grew more resolute in his stance, he hopped off the chair, ready to depart. He had not anticipated that Snape would refuse to grant him this favor. Yet, just as he turned, Snape's icy voice cut through the air. Oh, I see now what brings you here, Flitwick. You come with ulterior motives, claiming I am monopolizing her time. How utterly ridiculous. That child possesses a remarkable aptitude for potion making. Only under my tutelage can she acquire true skill, unlike some who merely entertain with trivial tricks in class. Snape's characteristic sharp tongue delivered a stinging retort, underscoring his unwillingness to relinquish Shulin. This incensed Flitwick further, his fury ignited like a fuse. He leaped into the air, the tip of his wand flickering with uncertain light. Entertain? My lessons are equally rigorous and substantive. Do not presume that your insight is unparalleled. Shulin's talent and charms is formidable. If you continue to stifle her, her future in the field will surely be compromised. She requires the freedom to grow, not to be confined here endlessly. Snape's expression darkened, his demeanor exuding an increasingly oppressive aura as he advanced. Freedom? In the realm of magic, it is strength that constitutes the essence of freedom. I am doing this for her own good, guiding her to avoid unnecessary detours and master the art of potion making at an early stage, which will undoubtedly benefit her in the future. Flitwick, with his neck arched defiantly, stood his ground, his petite frame standing tall and unwavering. Do not attempt to deceive me with such rhetoric. This child is not your experiment. Her holistic development is far more significant than excelling in a singular subject. If you persist in your obstinacy, I shall seek out the headmaster for a fair resolution to determine who is truly in the right. With that, he crossed his arms, glaring furiously at Snape, embodying a resolve that suggested he would not relent until he achieved his aim. Professor Flitwick believed this would compel Snape to yield. Yet contrary to his expectations, Snape merely scoffed, his disdain palpable, retorting, "Go ahead. I am curious to see how Albus will adjudicate this evident matter." Flitwick, undeterred, waved his wand to reposition a chair and, in a huff, followed closely behind Snape as they both strode towards the headmaster's office. Inside the office, Headmaster Dumbledore sat behind his desk, fingers interlaced, gazing over his half-moon spectacles with an air of inquiry. The moment the two entered, a cacophony of argument erupted forth. "Albus, you must ensure justice is served. Snape is utterly tormenting the students. You have no idea, Shulin. That poor child has lost all her free time. At such a crucial time for her growth, this relentless pressure is extinguishing her spirit." Flitwick exclaimed, his voice sharp with agitation. Snape, upon hearing this, turned his head dismissively, slightly shifting his stance, his dark robe billowing, his voice low and chilling. "Everything I do is for the child's future. Her potential in potion making is boundless. If she is not meticulously honed now, how can she achieve greatness later? It is others who unjustly meddle. Do you truly believe no one sees through your intentions? Accusing me of exploiting the child, when you yourself wish to claim her and secretly increase her workload. How utterly shameless. To cast oneself as the paragon of virtue, it is ludicrous." Neither party was willing to concede, each poised as though ready to draw their wands at any moment. Observing this, Dumbledore could not help but wearily pinch the bridge of his nose. Truth be told, the fierce dispute between these two professors was making his temples throb. The usual tranquility of the headmaster's office had been irrevocably shattered. Ultimately, Dumbledore could only resignedly intervene in the fray, his gaze oscillating between the two professors, his eyes reflecting confusion. In his understanding, these two individuals, typically so distinct in temperament and dutifully engaged in their respective educational roles, rarely found themselves in such a state of discord. Was it truly normal for such a ruckus to arise over a single student? Though he was not unfamiliar with Shulin's name, having noted her prominence at the freshman assembly, he had recently been preoccupied with Potter, inadvertently neglecting to learn more about this exchange student. It appeared he had indeed missed a great deal of excitement. "Both of you, please, let us take a moment to calm down. I appreciate your concerns for the student, but such quarrels are unproductive to resolving the matter at hand. Severus, I recognize your dedication. However, the child's growth should not be confined solely to potion making. She requires the opportunity to explore other avenues as well." Upon concluding his words, Snape rolled his eyes dramatically. Although he uttered no protest, he remained utterly unyielding, convinced of his own righteousness. Dumbledore then shifted his gaze towards Flitwick, a smile gracing his lips. "Filius, Your eagerness springs from a commendable desire for the multifaceted development of our students, which is indeed praiseworthy. However, forcibly severing her connection with Severus's tutelage may not be the most prudent course of action. Flitwick, grasping his wand tightly, glanced at Snape and, perceiving the latter's displeasure, promptly abandoned any thoughts of concession. At that moment, it was evident that only the headmaster was striving for resolution. Perhaps we could devise a flexible learning plan for the child. Severus, you could allocate specific time slots each week for her to engage in spell practice or other activities. Filius, I suggest you also ease your approach. Beyond potion instruction, grant her greater autonomy in her choices. How does that sound to both of you? Professor Flitwick had no objections, as his initial request had been precisely this. He was dissatisfied with Snape monopolizing Lin Shu's entire extracurricular time. Should Snape relent, he wouldn't have felt compelled to contest the matter in the headmaster's office. With Flitwick's agreement, the focus now turned to Professor Snape. He rolled his eyes once more, his expression rife with reluctance, yet ultimately chose silence and strode away with determination. Such was his temperament, and this was not the first instance of such behavior. Dumbledore, well acquainted with his disposition, bore no ire towards Snape's unreasonable conduct. On the contrary, after Snape's departure, Dumbledore smiled at Flitwick and declared, "Then it is settled." Thus, the tempest subsided. Lin Shu remained blissfully unaware of the tempest her presence had stirred. She learned of the incident through whispers from her peers. By the time she caught wind of it, the affair had already ascended to the trending topics at Hogwarts. Headlines screamed shock. 2 professors clashed over a first-year student. The reason is a stunning rivalry. The mysterious Eastern student sparks a professorial duel, unveiling the professorial contest. Is it a distortion of humanity or a moral decline in the pursuit of that unique student? It would be no exaggeration to say that Lin Shu spent that period with her head bowed in embarrassment. Upon grasping the full extent of the situation, all she could muster was exasperation. She truly wished to voice her dissent, for she, the very subject of the matter, had not consented to additional classes, yet. The professors joyously made decisions on her behalf. Did she dare to speak up? She did not. Did she dare to protest? She did not. Oh well, I suppose I must accept my fate. Learning more is beneficial, she repeatedly reassured herself. Yet, each time she faced the overwhelming course schedule, an uncontainable sense of fatigue washed over her. Ironically, she had never felt such pressure within her own sect. Now, having entered the magical realm, she found herself ensnared in an unrelenting whirlwind of demands. Nevertheless, she remained profoundly grateful to the professors for providing her with private lessons. After a period of intense, specialized study, the results were remarkably gratifying. Even she found herself admiring her own progress. How extraordinary! How impressive! This is by no means an act of narcissism. One must understand that she has already progressed to the 4th grade curriculum in her charms class and the 5th grade material and potions. To prevent her from forgetting what she has learned, the professors have thoughtfully implemented a system of assessments, small quizzes every 3 days, major tests every 5 days, alongside weekly, monthly, and yearly examinations. This is designed to firmly embed knowledge in her mind, allowing it to take root and flourish, ensuring it remains unforgettable throughout her life. Chapter 24, Big Fellow, Your Opponent is Me. On this day, Halloween arrived, and Hogwarts was abuzz with excitement as all the students and professors gathered in the Great Hall. The long tables were adorned with deep black tablecloths, while thousands of bats flitted and spiraled beneath the ceiling, resembling a dark, inverted cloud. The tables overflowed with an extravagant feast, the aroma of roasted pumpkin wafting through the air, caramel apples gleaming enticingly, and the oddly shaped blood jelly shivering slightly in the candlelight. Students donned black robes and an array of wizard hats, their faces painted with playful or haunting designs. Laughter and cheer echoing throughout the hall. Lin Shu finally had the opportunity to catch her breath. On this day, both Professor Snape and Professor Flitwick granted her a reprieve. There were no makeup classes and no assignments. Who could comprehend such bliss? She felt as if she were soaring, as if she had tumbled into the clouds, experiencing happiness like never before. She joyfully shared her delight with Malfoy, who, upon hearing the volume of work Lin Shu was required to complete daily, could not help but exclaim in astonishment, feeling a deep sense of empathy for her hardships. "Shu, you must be exhausted. Eat more, especially after exerting your mind. Your stomach will be quite hungry. At such times, it is essential to eat well, otherwise, you'll be tormented by a rumbling stomach while trying to sleep at night," Malfoy said, as he served her a piece of roasted duck leg. Lin Shu took a few quick bites, sipped a bit of pumpkin soup, and nibbled on an apple before stopping. She dared not touch the overly sweet cakes and desserts, fearing a sugar-induced demise. She ate swiftly, and before long, she set down her utensils. Her gaze then shifted to the Gryffindor table, where Harry and Ron were happily indulging, as was Hermione. However, the next moment, Hermione stood up and turned towards the direction of the restroom. Lin Shu thought nothing of it, assuming Hermione simply needed to relieve herself. Soon, boredom crept back in, and for a fleeting moment, She felt a sense of unease with her newfound idleness. Perhaps it was the result of a life accustomed to tension. Once it paused, there arose a feeling of squandering time. This simply would not do. Such thoughts were unacceptable. She had seen pressure exerted upon others, but never had she witnessed someone imposing it upon themselves. She mustn't be like a mountain pig that cannot handle the fine sustenance. Just as she was lost in her thoughts, the doors of the great hall were suddenly flung open with a resounding bang. Professor Quirrell stumbled in, his turban askew, his face as pale as parchment, eyes wide with terror. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, soaking the already crumpled collar of his robes. There is a troll in the dungeon, a troll in the basement. I thought you ought to be informed. Professor Chilo's voice trembled violently, infused with a sharp quaver, as if an invisible hand had seized his throat, and when his words erupted into the silence of the auditorium, chaos ensued. He collapsed immediately after speaking, leaving us to ponder whether it was from terror. In an instant, the joyful laughter ceased abruptly, and the air seemed to freeze. The smiles on the students' faces faded into expressions of sheer horror. Some dropped their utensils with a clatter, while others stood frozen, mouths agape, eyes fixated on Professor Chilo in disbelief. Soon, panic spread like a tidal wave. The cheerful expressions of the students were replaced by profound dread. Within moments, screams and shouts echoed through the hall. Lin Shu grasped Malfoy's arm tightly, feeling his fear as beads of sweat formed in his palm. Malfoy, don't be afraid. And whatever you do, don't run. It's easy to cause a stampede in situations like this. All right, I will heed your words, Shu. I will follow whatever you say. Malfoy managed to steady himself, but the terror within him was unabated. After all, it was a troll, a genuine troll, something he had never encountered before. He only knew they towered at least 12 feet high. Calling them a small mountain would not be an exaggeration. With such a size, who could possibly remain unafraid? Just as the situation seemed poised to spiral out of control, Headmaster Dumbledore rose with a swift motion. His tall figure loomed under the candlelight, exuding an air of authority and calm. He waved his wand, and a brilliant beam of light shot toward the ceiling, illuminating the entire hall, interspersed with waves of calming magic. Students, please remain calm. Do not panic. Heads of houses, lead your students back to their dormitories. Teachers, follow me to the basement. His voice was steady and powerful, resonating like a great bell, penetrating the frayed nerves of the students. The heads of houses responded promptly, and the once chaotic student body seemed to rediscover order, retreating in an orderly fashion behind their respective heads. Lin Shu was also in the process of retreating when she felt an unsettling sense of neglect. After a moment of contemplation, she recalled that Hermione had left the long table midway to visit the restroom. Oh dear, Hermione seems unaware of the troll's arrival. If she evacuates alone, she will undoubtedly be in danger. I must ensure Hermione's safety. Resolute in her decision, she attempted to turn back. However, Malfoy's grip on her hand was too tight, making it difficult to break free. Malfoy, follow the head of your house. You will be safe. I need to go back for Hermione. She seems to still be in the restroom. Malfoy frowned, his face etched with discontent and dissent. Shoo, I won't allow you to go. She's just a mudblood. Why do you care? Besides, she is a Gryffindor. If anyone should look after her, it should be Gryffindors. What does it have to do with us Slytherins? That's not acceptable, Malfoy. She is my friend. I will never abandon a friend to face adversity alone. And what about me? Am I not your friend? You just said you would protect me, but the troll is coming. Even though I have been following the prefect, we still face the risk of encountering the troll. Don't we? Can't you stay with me? Lin Shu was in a difficult position. She wished for a solution that would satisfy both sides, yet none existed. Moments ago, Professor Quirrell had mentioned that the troll was in the basement, but after such a long time, who could say whether the troll had moved or where it might have gone? She could not ensure that Malfoy would return to the dormitory with the prefect without encountering the troll, nor could she guarantee that the troll would not head towards the restroom. She wished she could split herself in two. In this moment of urgency, time for her to deliberate was scarce. Ultimately, she broke free from Malfoy's grasp. Malfoy, I will catch up with you soon. Just give me 5 minutes. I'm quick. With that, Lin Shu dashed against the tide of people. As she squeezed through the crowd, she distinctly spotted Harry and Ron, who were also running in the opposite direction, making them quite conspicuous. Lin Shu hurried to catch up with them. Are you also looking for Hermione? Yes, Shu. Hermione has been in the restroom for quite a while and hasn't returned, so she has no idea the troll is here, Harry replied, panting heavily. However, as soon as his words fell, Lin Shu immediately gestured for silence. Her ears were attuned to the sounds around her, and she could already hear some commotion. Sure enough, heavy and slow footsteps soon echoed through the air. As the sound grew clearer, the ground trembled slightly, as if a moving mountain were approaching. Following this, a thick, pungent stench permeated the air, nearly suffocating them. Lin Shu, Harry, and Ron concealed themselves behind a pillar, their eyes fixed ahead. In the dim light, the silhouette of the troll gradually emerged. It truly towered like a mountain, its gaping maw revealing jagged tusks. gripping a club riddled with bumps and spikes. It dragged the weapon across the ground, leaving behind a gruesome trail that seemed to announce the impending bloodshed. Harry and Ron trembled with fear, yet none dared to take a step back. In contrast, Lin Shu licked her sharp teeth, forming hand signs, and conjured her weapon instantly. Wasn't he just a fight? This was her forte. Although the creature looked terrifying, she was not one to be trifled with. Harry, Ron, you go find the professors. Leave saving Hermione to me. Lin Shu's voice was calm, yet it bore a hint of ferocity and menace, a side of her Harry and Ron had never witnessed before. To be honest, it was rather frightening. When they glanced back, they clearly saw the long spear Lin Shu was carrying. They could not describe the weapon, but just one look sent chills down their spines. The spear's tip gleamed coldly, resembling shards of a frozen moon, its light piercing the depths of the abyss. The shaft, over a zhang long, was dark as if forged from mysterious iron, seemingly absorbing countless drops of blood. Adorned with intricately carved dragons and phoenixes, the designs were lifelike, exuding a noble yet fierce aura. The tassels were crimson as blood, swirling wildly in the wind. Each movement seemed to whisper the tragic tales of ancient battlefield carnage. The grip of the weapon fits perfectly in one's hand, its texture resembling a natural formation yet possessing a rugged feel, as if recounting the tumultuous path of a conqueror. Having traversed countless thorns and mire, as Lin Shu lifted the gun, an overwhelming aura of dominance surged forth, seemingly capable of collapsing the heavens, instilling fear in the mountains and causing the winds to shift. She dashed towards the giant, leaving Harry and Ron in stunned silence. Merlin, who is she really? Just a glance at her weapon made me feel as though I were being targeted by something terrifying. It was utterly chilling, Ron stammered, his lips quivering and his teeth clattering together, producing a delicate, fragmented sound. Harry fared slightly better. Though initially taken aback, he managed to regain his composure. He forced himself to think clearly, realizing that Lin Shu had rushed out too swiftly for him to formulate a plan with her. Although she had instructed them to seek out a professor, they were deeply conflicted about leaving. If Lin Shu were to falter alone, they ought to assist her. What to do? What to do? What on earth should they do? Ron, why don't you go find the professors while I help Lin Shu? You guys are making me feel useless. Am I some coward? I can fight for my friends too. Ron asserted stubbornly, refusing to budge. In the end, Harry had no choice but to take a gamble, deciding to join Ron in aiding Lin Shu. Meanwhile, Lin Shu, moving with remarkable speed, had already caught up to the giant. Before engaging, she cast a spell to mask her sense of smell. The stench was unbearable, and she feared she might be incapacitated before the confrontation even commenced, or worse, vomit mid-fight, which would greatly tarnish her imposing image. At that moment, she positioned herself directly behind the giant, and as it attempted to enter the restroom, she shouted, "Hey, big guy, your opponent is me." Chapter 25, The Spear of the Overlord of Western Shu. Lin Shu's voice resonated powerfully, and she did not hold back, causing Hermione, who had just finished washing her hands, and Harry, who was hurrying over, to hear her call. Recognizing Lin Shu's voice, Hermione rushed out, only to be met with a scene that startled her immensely. Merlin, a giant. This hideous creature is terrifying, she exclaimed. Shu, you must run, don't worry about me. Hermione cried, her voice trembling with fear, wishing fervently that if someone must perish, it would be her rather than Lin Shu. She desperately hoped Lin Shu could find a chance to escape. Hermione, have you ever seen me in a fight? Frankly, I believe the methods of the Western magical world are far too gentle. This giantess appearance is rather fortuitous. I've been itching for a chance to unleash my energy. Lin Shu's tone brooked no argument. Hermione bit her lip, but ultimately complied, retreating beneath the wash basin in the restroom. Although the giant could not comprehend human speech, it felt underestimated by the scene unfolding before it, inciting its fury. In the next moment, the colossal beast swung a spiked wooden club towards Lin Shu, the rush of air suggesting a force powerful enough to shatter her into oblivion. When Harry and Ron arrived, they were met with a scene so astonishing that they instinctively held their breath and shut their eyes, fearing that the next sight would be Lin Shu's body reduced to a mere pulp. However, after a prolonged silence, when the anticipated sound of Lin Shu's defeat had yet to echo, they mustered the courage to peel open their eyelids and gaze ahead. To their astonishment, Lin Shu stood tall and resolute, her feet firmly planted, as she raised the Shichu Overlord spear with its tip directed towards the heavens. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A streak of lightning-like brilliance coursed down the spear, infusing it with power from her inner magical veins. Almost immediately, she darted forward with an ethereal grace, the spear thrusting forth with immense force, cleaving the air and producing a cacophony of explosive sounds as it aimed for the beast's throat. The monster, wide-eyed with terror, hastily raised its club in defense. With a resounding crack, the wooden club was pierced, leaving a deep gash and sending splinters flying. This maneuver was aptly named Shattering Clouds and Piercing the Sun. Lin Shu not only executed her attack, but but also proclaimed the name of her technique with an air of grandeur that was simply breathtaking. Harry and Ron stood agape, their mouths forming an astonished "Oh, Merlin." Lin Shu was extraordinarily formidable. From that moment on, she became their idol, the beacon of light they aspired to pursue. They were on the verge of cheering for her, clutching handkerchiefs in excitement, when a sudden realization dawned upon them. Their reckless determination to rush to her aid seemed unnecessary. The spotlight returned to Lin Shu, who swiftly pivoted, sweeping her spear with pinpoint accuracy to blind the creature's eyes. As it staggered back in pain, she seized the opportunity. Relentless in her assault, leaping into the air with her weapon in hand, tracing a perfect arc. This technique was named tearing the skies. The spear then descended like a colossal axe, mercilessly striking at her foe. At that moment, the Shichu Overlord spear radiated with brilliance, and wherever its cold light touched, the ground cracked, mud splattered, and a faint scent of blood permeated the air. She had successfully breached the beast's rock-hard skin. Previously, she had read that the creature's hide could withstand certain magical attacks, yet in this battle, it seemed utterly trivial. This move was called breaking the wind and shocking the thunder. For reasons unknown, Harry and Ron felt as though Lin Shu could dispatch the beast with a single strike. Yet she seemed intent on prolonging the encounter for her own amusement. Nevertheless, they hoped the battle would endure a while longer. As they had yet to satiate their appetite for the spectacle, they were captivated, nearly drooling in admiration for Lin Shu, completely oblivious to the chaotic footsteps behind them. When they finally regained their senses and noticed the presence of others nearby, they found themselves standing alongside the headmaster and a group of professors. In truth, the professors had rushed over, having thoroughly searched the basement inside and out to ensure safety before emerging. What unfolded before them was a scene that would leave an indelible mark on their lives. Lin Shu, with a single hand gripping her firearm, angled the barrel towards the ground and spun rapidly on her heel, conjuring a whirlwind of dust. The weapon, shrouded in the swirling debris, appeared almost ethereal, while the gun's tassel danced like a bloodthirsty serpent. Each rotation seemed to possess an insatiable pull, as if it sought to ensnare the very soul of the giant. This maneuver, known as the tyrant's sky-splitting gun, was lethal. To perish by its hand would be no injustice. Following this strike, the colossal creature collapsed, irrevocably lifeless. An eerie silence enveloped the scene, a deathly stillness. Amidst the dim ruins of the ancient castle, dust continued to whirl violently, silently affirming to the gathered professors that this was no mere illusion. Lin Shu stood tall, still wielding the Western Chu tyrant spear, its tip glinting ominously in the haze. Drops of the giant's blood trickled down the shaft, pooling on the ground into a shocking violet puddle. Just as Lin Shu pondered how to cleanse such viscous blood, her gaze fell upon the headmaster and the professors at a distance. Yet, the usually composed and authoritative professors did not approach her. Instead, they stood frozen in place, as if ensnared by an enchantment. Professor McGonagall's tightly pressed lips parted slightly, her eyes widening in shock, the astonishment palpable behind her single lens. Her wand drooping limply in her grasp. She could scarcely fathom that a student could possess such terrifying power. Professor Snape's countenance was dark and foreboding. Yet beneath his furrowed brow, astonishment surged like a hidden tide. He fixated on the spear radiating lethal intent, his mind tumultuous. This extraordinary display of strength shattered his preconceptions of student capabilities, leaving him momentarily speechless. Professor Flitwick's diminutive form trembled as he hopped about, eager to discern every minute detail. His eyes brimmed with disbelief, and his wand swayed unconsciously, his murmurs questioning the reality of the scene before him, yet the acrid scent of blood was all too tangible. After what felt like an eternity, Headmaster Dumbledore struggled to reclaim his voice, though it was tinged with dryness and tremor. "My dear child, it is truly a daunting task for one to confront a giant alone. Have you sustained any injuries? Let us see." Perhaps it was the giant that had been put to the test. Lin Shu found the headmaster's words rather disingenuous. "I am well enough without you, headmaster." The other professors remained silent, their thoughts ensnared in a whirlpool of confusion. On one hand, they marveled at the formidable prowess exhibited by the student, if properly channeled. Such might could herald a remarkable future. On the other hand, they harbored concerns regarding the origins of this power and its potential peril, should it spiral out of control. The repercussions would be unimaginable. Amidst this tumultuous blend of emotions, they could only stand aghast, gazing at Lin Shu and the tyrant's spear, as if confronted with an unsolvable enigma. In the next moment, Lin Shu sheathed her weapon, and Hermione burst forth from the restroom, her eyes reddened, tears cascading down her cheeks as she enveloped Lin Shu in a tight embrace, exerting every ounce of her strength. "Shu, did I not tell you to leave me be? Although you are quite formidable, what if the troll's power surpasses yours? Would you not be sacrificing your life for me? Oh, do not fret over matters that have yet to transpire. Confronting this troll is merely a trivial task for me. Initially, I anticipated it to be a formidable adversary, pondering if there were any means to subdue it for regular sparring. Yet, To my astonishment, it proved to be extraordinarily weak, collapsing before enduring but a few blows. With such a lackluster performance, what is there for you to worry about? Why the tears? Lin Shu spoke as she gently wiped Hermione's tears, soothing her with the lightest of tones. Witnessing this, the professors, who had been previously petrified, gradually relaxed their tense expressions. The complexity in their eyes softened into a hint of warmth, their lips curving into involuntary smiles. They reflected on their own narrow-mindedness, realizing the unfounded suspicions they harbored towards a child. Soon, the professors gathered around, their eyes filled with gratitude. They patted Lin Shu on the shoulder, speaking earnestly, "Child, you have done remarkably well. Single-handedly facing a troll, your talent and strength have surely shaken the entire magical community." Lin Shu felt a tinge of bashfulness as she scratched her head, responding politely and formally, "Thank you, professors. I merely did what was expected of me." Yet, internally she mused, is it really such a big deal to slay a troll? Must it be so exaggerated? Upon further reflection, she understood. The children here study magic but neglect the cultivation of physical prowess, which explains their astonishment. One can only say she is highlighted by her peers. In her own circle, the technique she employed would merely be deemed rudimentary. However, she refrained from voicing such discouraging thoughts. Before long, sunlight pierced through the clouds, bathing the ruins in its glow. The shadows of the crowd elongated, dispelling the earlier tension and estrangement, leaving only a scene brimming with hope and warmth. Subsequently, Lin Shu, Hermione, Harry, and Ron were summoned to the headmaster's office to recount the entire ordeal. Hermione was the first to speak, taking full responsibility. "It was my fault, professors. I went to find the troll on my own, believing I could handle it. If it weren't for Shu, Harry, and Ron arriving in time, I might have perished." Lin Shu furrowed her brow, puzzled by the need for falsehood. This incident had no connection to them. The troll had legs of its own and could hardly be controlled. Contemplating this, she interjected, "Headmaster, professors, that is not the case. The truth is, Hermione left the table to go to the restroom during dinner, and I noticed her absence. Until Professor Quirrell alerted us to the troll, she had not yet returned. Concerned for her safety, I went to find her." With Lin Shu's revelation, the headmaster and professors grasped the gist of the situation. They found themselves at a loss for any harsh words, and having witnessed Lin Shu's prowess, they could hardly attribute it to mere luck. In summary, they were rendered speechless, and apart from offering consolation, there was little else to be imparted. Ultimately, each of them received accolades, resulting in a collective sense of joy. Once they exited the headmaster's office, Harry and Ron transformed into fervent admirers. Lin Shu surmised they must have exhausted their lifetime supply of flattery on her. The very thought sent shivers down her spine, leaving her utterly uncomfortable. "Stop. I truly cannot bear this. Can you not behave normally? Would it not be preferable to revert to how things used to be? Your current demeanor is unbearable. I cannot accept this, thank you." "All right, Harry, Ron. Shu has had a long day. I understand your excitement, but please refrain from disturbing her any further. Allow her some peace," Hermione interjected, coming to Lin Shu's rescue. Upon hearing this, Harry and Ron indeed quieted down, though their eyes remained glistening, fixed intently upon her. The intensity of their gaze made Lin Shu feel as though she were a delectable pudding, irresistibly enticing to them. It was utterly terrifying. "No, please don't come any closer." Overwhelmed by her own imagination, she fled from the peculiar pair. However, upon returning to her dormitory and spotting Malfoy still seated on the common room sofa, she suddenly realized she might be facing a different kind of trouble. Chapter 26, Alienation. As Lin Shu stepped into the common room, her gaze collided directly with Malfoy's stormy gray-blue eyes. At that moment, he reclined against the armrest of the sofa, his usual elegance overshadowed by a sullen demeanor. Though still in the body of a child, one could faintly perceive the aura of future patriarch Draco Malfoy. He fixed his intense stare upon Lin Shu, his thin lips pressed into a stubborn line, his previously pale complexion now tinged with a hint of crimson. As if fury were igniting his reason, Lin Shu swallowed hard. While she had remained steady during the encounter with the giant, now her legs felt as heavy as lead. Refusing to move an inch, she licked her dry lips, contemplating uttering something to break the awkward silence. But what could she say? Should she express that her feelings for him had not waned despite Hermione's presence? Should she explain that her delayed return was due to the battle with the giant, prioritizing his safety over her own haste? Or perhaps she should promise not to let it happen again. Yet, these sentiments seemed to echo the words of a heartless flirt. Lin Shu forced a wry smile, hesitant to speak, fearing it might only exacerbate the situation. Conversely, Malfoy, noticing her silence, seemed to tense up, his posture unchanged. Yet it appeared he was on the verge of confronting her. This realization sent her heart racing, and she felt overwhelmed by waves of guilt. "You stand there, seemingly unwilling to remain in Slytherin, right? Is abandoning your friends not enough? Must you also forsake your own house? That is simply not true. Do not make baseless accusations." Upon hearing Malfoy finally break his silence, Lin Shudair mustered her courage and gradually moved closer to him. With each step, she felt Malfoy's piercing gaze burning through her, as if it could scorch a hole into her very being. When she approached him, she could distinctly see his hands trembling, tightly gripping the armrests of the sofa, his knuckles paling, as if he was on the brink of unleashing a tempest. Lin Shu had come to realize that if she failed to placate him this time, his anger would be far from easily quelled. Malfoy, I am truly sorry. I should not have abandoned you, and I vow it shall not happen again. Oh, how vividly I remember you proclaiming that I was your dearest companion. Were those words mere fabrications? Or do you utter such sweet nothings to everyone, relishing my vulnerability and investment in you? Is it your delight to toy with someone as esteemed as Draco? Not at all. My intentions tonight were straightforward. I simply sought to locate Hermione and bring her back. I believed my swift flying would allow for a brief absence, hence my actions. Malfoy remained unconvinced, his frustration manifesting in the erratic rise and fall of his chest. A wave of despair washed over him, and he loathed Lin Shu. She failed to grasp the crux of his distress. Did she think he was troubled by her speed? Even if she had only taken 5 minutes to find Hermione, he would still harbor resentment, for his true concern lay in whether he would be chosen unwaveringly. In a moment of crisis, Lin Shu had released his hand. She let go of him to seek another. How dare she? Just a mudblood. And yet she dared to compete with him. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, his eyes like smoldering coals, radiating despair and fury. Tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks. Stay away. I can no longer trust you. You are just as false as the others. He screamed, his voice fractured. Malfoy, you know I suffer too. The troll was not wandering the basement. When I went to find Hermione, it was merely a few steps away from the washroom. I care deeply for you, but if I had not sought Hermione tonight, she would have been in grave danger, consequences too dire to fathom. What if the situation had unfolded differently? What if, after you pursued that mudblood, the troll had appeared on my side? You would have abandoned me. You left me unprotected, unaware of where the troll might emerge, effectively placing the peril in my path. No, Malfoy. Everyone followed the prefect back to the dormitory. The older students will ensure our safety. Compared to Hermione, she is far more vulnerable. Malfoy covered his ears, unwilling to absorb any more. Witnessing the depths of his despair weighed heavily on Lin Shu's heart, like a 1,000-pound stone crushing her, rendering her breathless. As she saw Malfoy turn to leave, she instinctively grasped his arm and quickly implored, Please, Malfoy, do not act this way. You are my closest friend in Slytherin. I have never deceived you. My friendship has always been sincere and heartfelt. I acknowledge my fault this time. I was disloyal. Grant me another chance, and I promise I shall never fail you again. Regardless of what transpires in the future, I will stand unwaveringly by your side, will you not? In Lin Shu's words lingered a hint of pleading. Yet Malfoy paid her no heed, withdrawing his hand from hers as if she were but a fleeting shadow of the evening. In that moment, Lin Shu felt an overwhelming sense of Malfoy's disappointment and despair. Her lips parted and closed, a mixture of shame and hesitation preventing her from speaking further. As Malfoy turned and stormed into the dormitory, his black robes billowing in the wind, his resolute departure bore no trace of hesitation. The sound of the door slamming resonated with the soft thud of Lin Shu's tears hitting the ground. That night, she played the role of a courageous hero. Yet her heart remained heavy with sorrow. The following day, Lin Shu rose early, her eyes shadowed by 2 prominent dark circles, a clear testament to her restless night. Her mind had been plagued with unrelenting thoughts. Had she steadfastly chosen Malfoy and not ventured to the restroom, would Hermione have emerged unscathed? She harbored no certainty. Yet, she mused that had she made that choice and later discovered that the troll had headed towards Hermione, she would have been engulfed in profound regret and confusion. Thus, if given the chance to relive that moment, she would still rush to save Hermione. However, one must consider that these reflections stemmed from an omniscient perspective. As Malfoy had pointed out, had the troll not gone to the restroom but instead appeared near him, and she was absent, what then? She would again find herself ensnared in remorse and self-reproach. She believed this conundrum was ultimately unsolvable. To arrive at a satisfactory answer would require the ability to be in multiple places at once. As the ancients wisely stated, how can one achieve balance in the world, neither failing the Buddha nor the beloved? She had come to truly grasp this sentiment. Clutching her books, she waited at the dormitory door, her eyes brightening upon catching sight of Malfoy. She followed him eagerly, but he merely cast her a fleeting glance before dismissing her entirely. Accompanied by Goyle and Crabbe, his strides quickened, rendering her attempts at conversation futile. He treated her as though she were invisible. Malfoy, please don't ignore me. I was wrong. Let us reconcile. I've deeply reflected on my actions, truly. Yet, her words fell on deaf ears, and Malfoy continued to quicken his pace, leaving her with nothing but a gust of wind in his wake. Lin Shu found herself at a loss. She had no experience in soothing a friend's anger. Back in her sect, quarrels with her fellow disciples would typically resolve by the next day, regardless of how fierce the conflict had been. Each subsequent day would see them return to camaraderie as if nothing had transpired. Consequently, no one had ever taught her how to navigate such a delicate situation. In the days that followed, although Lin Shu maintained her routine, attending classes and diligently pursuing her studies, her countenance remained shrouded in a veil of melancholy. Each day, she would wait outside the dormitory, hoping to exchange a few words with Malfoy. Upon witnessing his continued refusal to forgive her, she would retreat, only to repeat this cycle until a week had passed. During this time, she also managed to visit the girls' restroom on the second floor of the teaching building in search of Myrtle, hoping to glean some valuable advice from her. Once again, she brought an abundance of delectable treats, even including cakes and desserts that she typically would not touch. She packed them all up, allowing Mertacii to indulge to her heart's content. In truth, Mertacii had long anticipated her arrival and had sent several messages through Hermione, only to learn that Lin Shu was exceedingly busy. To be candid, upon hearing Lin Shu's class schedule as a ghost, she felt a twinge of reluctance to trouble her. Today, being able to summon Lin Shu was cause for an ecstatic twirl as she floated gracefully in midair, dancing a little jig. Shu, you can come. You still remember me. This is truly delightful. I've heard your academic workload is quite heavy. I genuinely fear you might be overwhelmed. Oh, it's manageable, Mertacii. My coursework remains within my capacity. Don't be absurd. Your spirit is clearly lacking. You weren't like this the last time you visited. Lin Shu sighed at this observation. Mertacii, you've seen right through me. As it happens, I have a question I'd like to ask you. Would you be willing to answer? Upon hearing this, Mertacii perked up. She was a spirit who valued dignity and understood the importance of gratitude. Having received so many offerings from Lin Shu, including fragrant incense and gold ingots, she had been pondering what she could do for her in return. The mere thought that Lin Shu would seek her out brought her immense joy. It had been ages since she felt needed and trusted. Shu, just say the word. As long as I am aware, I shall impart all that I know. It's about a misunderstanding with a friend. I recognized my fault, yet he hasn't forgiven me. I'm uncertain whether my approach was flawed or if he has truly decided to sever our friendship. Regardless, I've been troubled by this matter, feeling both distressed and guilty. Mertacii gasped, placing a hand over her mouth. Who is this person? Which fortunate soul, unappreciative of such a friendship, dares to be so choosy? What is their intention? She felt a surge of indignation, wanting to weep until that individual was submerged in her tears, though she lacked the specifics. Her unwavering loyalty to Lin Shu clouded her judgment. In her eyes, Lin Shu could never be at fault. If that person ignored Lin Shu, it could only mean they were utterly oblivious to the treasure they had. All right, Shu, perhaps my perspective differs. I cannot help but think that if he is so insensitive, perhaps you should consider finding another friend. Lin Shu shook her head, clearly disagreeing with such a notion. However, in the next instant, Mertacii conceived a brilliant idea. While she might not be able to alleviate Lin Shu's worries, she could certainly take her to a splendid place. Surely, once there, Lin Shu's troubles would lessen. Mertacii was instantly invigorated, teasingly withholding the destination but assuring Lin Shu that it was an exquisite locale where all worries could be forgotten. Given Lin Shu's current mood, she willingly followed. Stay close, dear. I can assure you, this will be a place unlike any you've encountered, one that will render you unforgettable for a lifetime. Just one glance, and all your troubles will vanish. Is it truly that miraculous? Absolutely, trust me. Chapter 27, An Indelible Past. In the blink of an eye, Lin Shu followed the myrtles to the statue of the muddled ghost, Bao Rue. Having never visited this place before, she curiously scanned her surroundings. She sought clarification from Myrtle regarding the nature of this place, yet Myrtle remained reticent, ambiguously stating it was a paradise on earth. In a fleeting moment, Myrtle passed through the wall, and after a brief hesitation, Lin Shu steeled herself to follow suit. However, as soon as she entered, she was met with a wave of humid warmth. Reacting instinctively, she opened her eyes wide, and through the hazy mist, she glimpsed several naked figures. In that instant, Lin Shu felt as though her head had exploded, her cheeks flushed with heat, as if ensnared by a spell, her feet firmly rooted to the spot. Good heavens! Myrtle had tricked her. She was utterly flustered, unsure of how to respond, or where to direct her gaze. In her frantic glance, she caught sight of the rippling water in the pool, which only added to her embarrassment, nearly suffocating her. Her lips quivered, yearning to articulate something. Yet she found herself parched, unable to utter a single word. Her heart raced like thunder, pounding painfully against her eardrums, as she stood frozen for 3 seconds, allowing the tide of embarrassment to engulf her. At that moment, the Weasley twins were splashing water at each other, droplets cascading down their muscular arms. Cedric, with his back turned, happened to turn around, revealing his honey-toned skin and well-defined physique. He stood proudly in the center of the vast bath, resembling a statue from ancient Greece. Tilting his head slightly, he allowed the fine droplets to cascade from his smooth golden hair, flowing down his broad and well-defined shoulders, converging into a gentle stream at his chiseled chest, cascading over his distinctly sculpted abdomen, disappearing beneath a white towel. Lin Shu, having seen far too much for her tender age, felt as though she would explode. Her face turned crimson in an instant, and a scream erupted in her throat as she hurriedly turned to flee. To her dismay, she stumbled, knocking over various bottles and jars in the washroom. The sharp sound of shattering glass pierced the silence, instantly drawing the attention of everyone present. The Weasley twins gaped in astonishment. Cedric appeared equally bewildered, while Myrtle cackled gleefully, her laughter echoing off the washroom walls. George frantically swung a towel in front of his lower body, but alas, it was too small, barely covering the essentials. His ears turned a deep shade of red as his arms flailed in a panic, attempting to grab a nearby bathrobe, only to inadvertently topple a shelf, sending toiletries crashing to the floor. Fred fared no better, clutching a bottle of shampoo tightly against his chest as a makeshift shield, while his other hand floundered in the water, trying to retrieve floating garments, splashing water everywhere, which only served to drench his face, as mortification rolled down his flushed cheeks. Lin Shu managed to escape relatively quickly. Aside from the Weasley twins who spotted her, the others only glimpsed a fleeting figure in a Slytherin robe. Once she finally emerged from that mortifying situation, she wished desperately to find a crevice to hide in. This was utterly disastrous. Her once pristine reputation lay in tatters. She was certainly not the kind of person who would delight in peeping at boys while they bathed. Oh dear. She fled for her life, seemingly hearing a few distant calls from the myrtle bushes behind her, but at that moment, she could hardly focus on anything else. Upon reaching her dormitory, she locked herself in, neglecting to seek out Professor Snape or Professor Flitwick, and took a day off due to illness. This was not a mere fabrication, for she genuinely felt unwell. Her cheeks burned as if aflame, her mind clouded and heavy. Even after reciting several verses of scripture, she could not find tranquility. Whether her eyes were open or closed, she was besieged by unspeakable, jumbled images, and to her astonishment, she had even begun to bleed from her nose. She feared she had been afflicted by some profound magic, the kind capable of invading the human mind. How terrifying. Indeed, her tender heart felt as if it had been struck 1,000 times. She realized that there were always greater powers beyond her comprehension. She had underestimated the formidable beings within the magical realm. It was evident that there were indeed remarkable figures lurking in the shadows, having ensnared her without a sound. Remarkable. She leaned over her desk and rummaged through a multitude of potions, primarily life-saving elixirs, disregarding their suitability, and consumed them without hesitation. She was certain that if she did not take measures to save herself, her mind would no longer belong to her. After a tumultuous struggle, she finally collapsed. Just before losing consciousness, her mind felt blank, and she couldn't help but smile knowingly. Finally, peace had arrived. Did they think they could control her? In their dreams. Today, she would make it clear to this body who the true master was. Lin Shu fainted, plunging into a deep oblivion, unaware of the passage of time. When she awoke again, a strong, acrid scent of disinfectant assaulted her senses. She attempted to move her limbs, surveying her surroundings, only to discover that she lay in Madame Pomfrey's immaculate infirmary. The white bed curtains hung softly around her, and when she tried to sit up, she felt utterly weak, her head heavy. Just as she gasped, a throng of people burst forth from behind the white drapes. Lin Shu looked over, astonished. Everyone who could possibly be there had arrived. Professor Dumbledore, Professor Snape, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, along with Harry, Hermione, Ron, Malfoy, and the Weasley twins. Had she committed some grave transgression? But why was she in the infirmary? Her head throbbed, and despite her deep contemplation, she could not find the answer. Turning her gaze back to the crowd, she was genuinely surprised to see Malfoy among them. But why were George and Fred here? The moment she laid eyes on them, vivid images flooded her mind. She closed her eyes, thinking perhaps her method of perception was flawed. Yes, what if everything before her was merely a dream? Perhaps she was still immersed in slumber. She reclined once more, covering herself with a blanket. After a few moments of dazed reflection, she opened her eyes again to survey her surroundings, only to find the same familiar faces staring back at her. Very well, let it all end. Life is short, it will pass in an instant. The onlookers were perplexed by her bizarre demeanor, yet it was Hermione who rushed forward, her eyes glistening with tears as she tightly grasped Lin Shu's hand. Shu, thank heavens. You are finally awake. What has happened to me? Lin Shu felt a sense of bewilderment. She distinctly remembered sleeping in her dormitory, yet here she was in the infirmary. Severus Snape, observing her dazed expression, pressed his thin lips together, his brow furrowed in concern. He called out to Madame Pomfrey in the inner room. Pomfrey, I believe this child is still in a daze. The antidote she received appears insufficient. Perhaps another vial would be prudent. Listening to Snape, Lin Shu realized she had already consumed 1.5 vials, a considerable dosage for her. I think it best to monitor her further. Let us not distress this poor child any more, he concluded. Lin Shu exhaled a heavy sigh, quietly absorbing their conversation. Gradually, a coherent narrative began to emerge. It seemed that she had poisoned herself by consuming a potion the previous night, and fortunately, the professors had discovered her plight in time to save her. As someone well-versed in potion making, it was indeed embarrassing to have succumbed to such folly. This incident would undoubtedly become a part of her enduring shameful history. Moreover, she had to concede a disconcerting truth. The symptoms she experienced last night, overheating and mental fog, were not the result of a curse, but rather her body's natural response to having viewed something she ought not to have. Feeling utterly humiliated, she pulled the covers over her head. Avoiding eye contact with George and Fred, concerned by her continued odd demeanor, her friends drew closer, with Hermione cautiously lowering the blanket. "Shu, are you all right? The professor said you were poisoned. Can you understand us now?" Lin Shu thought it was time to confront reality. Evading it would not resolve her predicament. With a resigned tone, she replied, "Yes, don't worry, Hermione. I should be fine." A collective breath of relief washed over her friends. And Harry and Ron finally felt emboldened to speak. They had been apprehensive earlier, fearing that Lin Shu's peculiar behavior might provoke her further. "Shu, you truly frightened everyone," Harry remarked. "Why did you take so many potions? Was someone forcing you?" His words carried an unspoken implication, conjuring images of Lin Shu being bullied in Slytherin. His gaze inadvertently drifting toward Malfoy, heightening the tension in the room. Seeing the atmosphere shift, Lin Shu hurriedly interjected, "Thank you for your concern, Harry. I merely had a headache last night, and, in a dazed state, sought out some medication. I wasn't fully aware of what I was taking at the time." With that, George and Fred chimed in. To be honest, Lin Shu felt hesitant to meet their gaze. Despite their attire, she perceived them as nearly undraped. "Oh dear, please don't do this again. We were all terribly worried about you," George lamented. "Indeed, seeing you carried out of the dormitory, pale as a ghost, made my heart skip a beat," Fred added. Lin Shu nodded vigorously, offering a polite yet awkward smile. Internally, she urged the Weasley twins to depart and avoid scrutinizing her any longer, as her face was likely to flush anew. Goodness, she feared her composure was faltering. Lin Shu's gaze flickered nervously, avoiding the Weasley twins, yet she inadvertently caught sight of Malfoy at the rear of the crowd. He remained stationary as others jostled past him, arms crossed, a hint of arrogance gracing his lips, and an unmistakable air of impatience about him. He muttered softly, "Fool, unable to even take care of oneself." With that, he turned on his heel and departed without lingering for a moment longer. A sense of disappointment washed over Lin Shu. She had hoped Malfoy's presence signified her forgiveness, but it appeared she still had much to atone for. The path to reconciliation with Malfoy was fraught with challenges. Following this incident, Lin Shu found herself the focus of her professor's attention, granted a 3-day respite to recuperate. Gradually, her life returned to normalcy, devoid of any further dramatic occurrences. It was not until her return to class that the Weasley twins intercepted her. Chapter 28. You Like Us. In the afternoon light of Hogwarts, sunshine filtered through the dappled leaves, casting patterns upon the cobblestone path. After her recovery, Lin Shu resumed her studies, having just concluded a lengthy potions class. Clutching her books, she hurried forward, her mind still mulling over the intricate potion recipes and their potential for refinement. Suddenly, a flash of red appeared before her, accompanied by a gust of wind. When Lin Shu regained her composure, she found Fred standing before her, his signature mischievous grin in place, his tall figure blocking her path. Her heart raced. Although the incident of seeing them in the bath was several days past, she still felt the urge to evade them whenever possible. After all, it was impossible to escape the vivid images that crept into her mind. As the saying goes, if you cannot provoke, then avoid. She resolved to take the more prudent course. In an effort to maintain her composure and shield her heart from worldly distractions, she quickly turned on her heel, feigning ignorance of Fred's presence, and chose an alternate route. As long as she remained unembarrassed, the discomfort would belong to them. However, mere steps into her escape, her path was once again obstructed, this time by George, equally sporting a grin. It was evident that the brothers were in perfect sync, effectively sealing off her retreat. "Where do you think you're running off to, sweetheart?" Fred tilted his head slightly, his gaze locking onto Lin Shu like a predatory beast. His striking red hair glimmered in the sunlight. "Aren't you going to say hello upon seeing us?" George leaned closer, arms crossed, his playful demeanor inviting. Left with no alternative, Lin Shu was compelled to confront the two brothers. Summoning her courage, she glanced from Fred to George, forcing a smile that resembled more of a grimace than a grin. With a slight tug at her lips, she replied, "I'm not running away. I simply need to meet Professor Snape for detention. I'm rather pressed for time. Haha, goodbye, seniors. Until next time." With that, she attempted to move forward, convinced there would be no further attempts to hinder her. Yet, she had underestimated the twins' determination. Fred's long legs once again obstructed Lin Shu's path, a sly smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Detention? I suspect you are merely trying to evade us. What is this? You had the audacity to spy on us bathing last time, yet now you seem embarrassed?" It was an unfortunate topic for Lin Shu. Strangely, whenever her thoughts drifted to Lin Shu's physique, she found herself losing control. At that moment, her face flushed a vibrant red, and her mind short-circuited. The sensation of being unable to govern her own reactions was disconcerting. Lin Shu felt both mortified and irate. I didn't do it intentionally. I can explain what happened. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Shu managed to claim 3 minutes to recount her side of the story. Fred and George expertly guided her to an isolated stairwell, where they listened quietly. The situation was rather straightforward. She candidly explained that she had been in a foul mood that day and sought out Myrtle for a conversation. Little did she know, Myrtle had vehemently promised to show her something that would lift her spirits, and Lin Shu, being naively trusting, believed her words without question. Thus, she found herself unwittingly wandering into the boys' restroom. Her once untarnished reputation was now in shambles. Regret consumed her. If only she could turn back time, she would certainly keep her distance from the boys' restroom. As the story unfolded, Lin Shu declared, "Well, now that the misunderstanding is cleared up, I shall take my leave." She was determined to escape, her heart racing as though it might leap from her chest at any moment. It became evident to her that she was utterly powerless in the presence of George and Fred. Perhaps it was simply fate whenever she encountered them. Even in the most mundane of circumstances, her face would betray her with a blush and her heart would race. It was rather uncanny. Were it not for the knowledge that her body was in good health, she might have suspected they had cast a spell upon her. With all her might, Lin Shu sought to depart, wishing to linger no longer. Yet, her intentions had not gone unnoticed by George and Fred. Just as she began to step away, Fred and George exchanged a glance, a smirk gracing their lips. In the next instant, Fred seized Lin Shu's arm with a firm grip that brooked no refusal. He pulled her toward a corner, and despite her initial struggle, she relented, curious about what these two tricksters had in store. George followed closely behind, a look of affectionate amusement on his face. "Sweetheart, we wouldn't harm you. What are you so afraid of? Fear? Nonsense." Would she truly be frightened? Just as she was about to retort, she noticed Fred leaning down, his gaze locked onto Lin Shu's eyes, filled with mirth and a hint of curiosity. The proximity was intimate, allowing Lin Shu to discern the fine hairs on Fred's face, feel the warmth of his breath, and catch a whiff of his citrusy fragrance. Instantly, her cheeks flared crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple. She bit her lip, cursing herself for her lack of composure, while simultaneously lamenting her decision to venture out without consulting the almanac, blaming George and Fred for unsettling her heart. In the midst of these thoughts, a flicker of irritation sparked within her. Faced with the teasing of George and Fred, she chose to turn a blind eye, not wishing to utter a single word to them. Those who disrupt her tranquility are simply intolerable. She must remain steadfast. With an air of haughty defiance, she cast a sorrowful glance in their direction. Soon, George unexpectedly leaned in closer, gently tucking a stray strand of hair behind Lin Shu's ear, and tenderly remarked, "Your face is flushed. It is not warm in this corridor. Are you perhaps feeling bashful upon seeing us?" Upon hearing this, Lin Shu instinctively raised her hand to touch her cheek. She had only felt a surge of warmth moments ago, unaware of how vividly crimson her face had become. Seizing the opportunity, she touched her face and opened her eyes in astonishment. To her surprise, it was indeed scorching. She mused that this body was rather unruly, prone to such peculiar reactions, seemingly forgetting who truly held dominion over it. Though Lin Shu was indignant, she could not mask the rapid beating of her heart, feeling her breaths becoming more hurried. As she lifted her gaze to meet George's, she no longer shied away, boldly declaring, "I believe I am not shy at all. Please tell me, what is happening to me? Speak the truth. Have you placed something upon yourselves that confounds my senses, or have you truly bewitched me?" Upon hearing her, Fred and George exchanged glances and suddenly erupted into laughter, amused by Lin Shu's naivety and endearing nature. Fred's finger lightly traced Lin Shu's cheek, his touch cool and refreshing. Yet, after a mere tease, he withdrew, leaving Lin Shu with an insatiable yearning. Just as her frustration peaked, Fred's hand unexpectedly grasped her chin, gently lifting it, compelling her to gaze into his eyes. His expression was laden with mischief and flirtation. "My dear, do you think it might be because you harbor feelings for us?" Feelings? Could affection wield such power? Yet, she also cherished Hermione, Draco, Harry, Ron, Professor Snape, and Professor Flitwick. None of them had ever invoked such a response. "Nonsense. I have an abundance of affections, enough to reach France. You two do not even make the list. Little sweetheart, such words pierce my heart. You shall be punished." With that, Fred produced a candy from his pocket and promptly placed it in Lin Shu's mouth. The moment it touched her tongue, her salivary glands reacted swiftly. The reason? It was unbearably sour. Ugh, ugh, ugh. She sputtered, finally spitting the candy out, taking a moment to recover. "I feel as though I've been struck by a lemon." "I concede, you two are indeed villains. In any case, this puts us on even ground." "Even ground? My dear, how do you mean?" George inquired, puzzled by her assertion. Perhaps the candy had soured her pride, for now, Lin Shu faced them with a newfound confidence, no longer merely shy or flustered. It's just like that time when Myrtle led me to the washroom. We are even now a clean slate. Just like that, a clean slate? The pace is astonishing. Did we reveal ourselves to you only to find ourselves so undervalued? Lin felt a sense of discomfort. George was even more enigmatic than Fred. What other choice did they have? It was not as if they could simply disregard everything and let them return unscathed. Such a notion was utterly preposterous. Do not think that I have gained an advantage over you. In truth, I had no desire to witness this at all. The aftermath left me tormented by nightmares. If you must know, I have not sought retribution for the turmoil you caused within my heart, so consider yourselves fortunate. Turning the page is in the best interest of us both. Do you comprehend? Oh, what a heartless little darling you are. Just as George finished his complaint, Fred leaned in closer. He pinned Lin against the wall, ensuring she would not escape mid-conversation. His gaze softened, imbued with warmth and affection. Sweetheart, we have long been aware of your presence. You effortlessly capture our attention in the most subtle of ways. At this, George quickly chimed in, indeed. You are like a little sun, consistently bringing us warmth and joy. The two collaborated seamlessly, weaving a tapestry of vague yet enticing words that left Lin utterly perplexed, her mind swirling with confusion and doubt. Just when she anticipated further revelations, Fred suddenly leaned in, his lips almost brushing against Lin's ear. He whispered softly, Do you know? Sweetheart, we truly wish to befriend you. And even more, he deliberately paused, leaving Lin in a state of anguished anticipation. What more? She urged. Fred, do hurry. Fred locked eyes with Lin, while George wore a mischievous grin. After a prolonged moment, they both finally declared, We shall tell you next time. Very well. That sounds splendid, Lin replied, taking a deep breath and exhaling slowly, as if trying to suppress the anger bubbling within her. She realized the truth. Fred and George were clearly toying with her. Oh, how insufferably wicked they were. Fred and George, adept at reading her emotions, sensed her rising ire and quickly remarked, All right. We shall cease our teasing. Allow us to escort you to Professor Snape. Huh, no need for that. I must decline, she retorted politely. Rejection is not an option. Grant us a chance, sweetheart. Unable to resist their persistence, Lin reluctantly acquiesced. The trio emerged from the corridor, traversing the campus. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from a distance, with numerous students rushing in that direction, as if drawn to some spectacle. Lin, disinterested, continued her path forward. Yet, in the next moment, two brooms soared into the sky, their erratic movements perilous. Lin recognized the figures immediately. They were none other than Harry and Malfoy. Chapter 29, Are you reckless? Lin could scarcely believe her eyes. However, the thunderous clamor sweeping from the Quidditch pitch served as undeniable proof that this was no illusion. That platinum blonde head was unmistakable, even if she wished to deny it. She could not. In the vast expanse above, Harry and Malfoy darted through the sky, akin to two agile and furious falcons, riding their flying brooms with fervor. Harry's raven-black hair danced wildly in the wind, his jaw clenched tight, eyes radiating determination and courage. He leaned forward, tightly gripping the broomstick, skillfully maneuvering it through the air, seeking to shake off Malfoy's relentless pursuit while searching for an opportunity to retaliate. Meanwhile, Malfoy's signature platinum hair was disheveled, his pale face twisted with a perverse excitement, his gaze fixed on Harry like a predator locked onto its prey. He spun his broom with fervor, charging at Harry with ferocity, intent on knocking him from his perch. The two broomsticks zipped through the air in a breathtaking display, leaving behind trails of blurred light, each perilous near miss eliciting gasps from the spectators below. Their flight path was erratic. At times, they shot upwards like arrows released from a bow, while at others, they plummeted downwards like meteors, tracing harrowing arcs in the sky. The fierce winds generated by their high-speed flight billowed their robes, resembling dangerous signal flags fluttering madly. Amidst this intense clash, the tips of their broomsticks occasionally collided, sparking dazzling bursts of light, the flickering gleam reminiscent of deathly phosphorescence, sending chills down one's spine. Lin Shu felt as though these two were playing with their lives. They were friends who had shared countless moments together. Each knew the other's strengths and weaknesses intimately. Although Harry and Malfoy were among the best flyers in their age group, they were not yet at a level where they could recklessly gamble with their lives. This was sheer folly. Watching the two figures soaring through the sky in such perilous arcs, Lin Shu couldn't help but feel a wave of anxiety, her heart constricted as if gripped by an invisible hand, rising to her throat. This was madness. Had they lost their minds? Were they truly jesting with their own lives? It was utterly absurd. At that moment, one thought consumed her. She had to intervene immediately, lest the consequences be dire. In this frantic scenario, she momentarily disregarded George and Fred, thrusting the book she held into their arms before forming a protective seal with her hands, summoning her personal shield. Arise, the incantation uttered. The shield shot into the sky like an arrow, racing towards the Quidditch pitch. The wind howled in her ears, Her hair whipped about chaotically. Her cheeks stung from the force of the gusts, yet she paid no heed. Her gaze remained fixed on the two precarious figures above, her heart racing as she urged her broom to accelerate, desperate to reach them and halt this perilous contest, ensuring Harry and Malfoy's safe descent. Meanwhile, Fred and George watched in awe as Lin Shu soared away on her broom, their expressions filled with admiration and wonder at her remarkable flying prowess. The thoughts inevitably drift back to the first time Lin Shu took them on a flight, soaring through the skies on their swords. That evening, they engaged in a battle of wits to evade Felch, and Lin Shu gracefully returned them to their dormitory, allowing them to revel in the mysteries nestled within the clouds. Such memories are profoundly beautiful, evoking a smile that cannot be suppressed at the corners of one's lips. Fred's gaze remained steadfastly fixed on Lin Shu, his eyes ablaze with an intensity akin to a fire igniting within him. George, did you see that? I dare say her flying skills could rightfully be deemed the finest at Hogwarts, surpassing even those of anyone in Quidditch. Indeed, she descended upon them like a legendary figure from the magical realm. George, still brimming with excitement, could not divert his gaze. All he could see was the enchanting figure soaring through the sky like a celestial being. Lin Shu appeared ethereal, poised gracefully atop her sword, her long hair dancing in the wind, as if she were one with the very air around her. Her speed left them awestruck. Trailing behind her were beams of radiant light. She always manages to surprise us, doesn't she? Her magical prowess far exceeds our wildest imaginations, Fred murmured, his admiration for Lin Shu intensifying, his heart pounding as if it were a drum, yearning to leap from his chest. Indeed, her abilities are truly remarkable. I dare say, there are few in all of Hogwarts who can compare to her. She is nothing short of a magical prodigy. George nodded vigorously, admiration evident in his eyes, his expression almost reverential. I always knew she was exceptional. Her courage and wisdom have captivated me, and now her remarkable magical abilities reveal her as the embodiment of perfection. Fred's gaze shimmered with affection, feeling his heartbeat quicken under the influence of an unseen force that drew him deeper into his profound admiration for Lin Shu. Haha, Fred, you are indeed in too deep, George teased, playfully patting Fred on the shoulder. Yet, I must confess, she is undeniably charming. I too find myself enchanted by her. Regardless of the words exchanged, they were merely two sides of the same coin. Neither could escape the indelible mark Lin Shu had left upon their hearts. The two exchanged a knowing smile and made their way toward the Quidditch training grounds. By then, Lin Shu had already arrived. However, at that moment, the intensity of the conflict had not abated. Instead, they were embroiled in a fierce struggle, each exerting their utmost efforts to send the other flying. As Lin Shu drew closer, the scene became clearer. She observed Harry, his jaw clenched, eyes ablaze with anger and determination. Beads of sweat flying from his brow with each vigorous movement. His broomstick sliced through the air with a sharp whoosh, narrowly evading Malfoy's collisions while waiting for the perfect moment to counterattack. Malfoy's pallid visage was marred by a twisted excitement, his pale blonde hair drenched in perspiration, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he maneuvered his broom with the agility of a serpent, hurtling toward Harry with ferocity. The broomstick gripped tightly in his hands, knuckles white. At that moment, Lin Shu could no longer concern herself with appearances, anxiously shouting from the ground, "You two! Stop this at once! Are you both intent on self-destruction? A broom is not meant to be wielded in such a manner. We are classmates. What deep-seated enmity could possibly justify this? Malfoy, Harry, can you not pause for a moment? Whatever misunderstanding exists, let us resolve it on solid ground." Chapter 30, The Tracking Backlash Spell. Lin Shu's pleas fell on deaf ears. She should have anticipated as much. The two combatants above were engrossed in their fierce duel, utterly oblivious to her cries. Yet, it was clear that allowing this to continue was untenable. Their contest was evidently a desperate struggle. The spectators surrounding the arena held their breath, eyes fixed on the perilous spectacle unfolding in the air, gasps and screams punctuating the tension. Observing the escalating peril, Lin Shu realized she must take action. With a decisive grit of her teeth, she resolved to intervene. With renewed determination, she deftly formed a spell with her hands. Her legs poised on the shield and soared gracefully into the sky. The wind roared past her ears like a wild beast. Her gaze remained unwavering on the two figures above, as she meticulously adjusted her flight path and speed. As she drew near, the brooms of Harry and Malfoy careened toward her, out of control from their fierce clash. Lin Shu swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the collision, though a few strands of hair were swept away by the broom's edge, dancing in the wind. Unfazed, she seized the fleeting moment as the two separated, extending her hand to grasp the hem of Harry's garment, yanking him back with force. Harry, caught off guard by this sudden tug, nearly toppled from his broom, turning to Lin Shu with a look of astonishment. "Fear not, I am here, I will not allow you to fall." Yet before Harry could respond, Malfoy seized the opportunity to charge at them once more, his eyes alight with frenzied recklessness. Observing this, Lin Shu quickly directed her broom to intercept Malfoy, calling out, "Malfoy, halt!" But Malfoy paid no heed, his gaze radiating venomous rage as he barreled toward them. Lin Shu urgently shifted her position, forcefully pushing Harry away, but in the process, she was grazed by Malfoy's broom on her arm, a sharp pain coursing through her, prompting a muffled cry of distress. "Malfoy, are you a wretched cur? Do you hold such a grudge that it must end in bloodshed?" Malfoy, realizing that his initial intent was to strike Harry but had inadvertently harmed Lin Shu instead, felt an unexpected pang of remorse. Yet the moment Lin Shu's words pierced the air, his fury surged once more, taking precedence over his regret. Why? Why is it only he who is spoken of? Why must you shield Harry? Why did you not stand by my side at the first opportunity? His thoughts spiraled into a dark labyrinth, his eyes ablaze with anger, as he continued his reckless charge. Do I appear so malevolent in your eyes? Is it so wrong to protect that insufferable Gryffindor? And what of me? Do not forget, we are Slytherins. Potter is the outsider, he bellowed, his voice resonating through the air. Lin Shu caught a glimpse of tears glistening in his eyes, and disregarding her own pain, she pursued the frantic Malfoy. After an intense chase, she seized the opportunity to approach him, hoping to calm the unruly boy. However, in the blink of an eye, calamity struck as Malfoy's broom began to shake violently. His eyes widened in terror as he flailed his arms in a desperate attempt to regain control. But all was in vain. The broom, akin to a wild stallion, spiraled chaotically in the air, soaring upwards before plunging downwards, nearly dislodging Malfoy from his precarious perch. He clung tightly to the broom, his fingers whitening from exertion, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, amplified by the chilling wind. Seeing this, Lin Shu hastened towards him. Just as she was about to reach out, the uncontrollable broom veered towards the stands. Realizing that casting a spell would be futile, she made the swiftest decision possible. Without a moment's hesitation, she surged forward, and at the critical moment before the broom collided with the stands, she sidestepped and grasped Malfoy's arm firmly. The tremendous impact jolted them both, nearly destabilizing her protective shield. Malfoy's face turned as pale as a ghost, his eyes filled with despair and helplessness as he continued to sway uncontrollably with the broom. Lin Shu pulled him towards her with all her might, urgently shouting, "Hold on to me." In that life-or-death moment, Malfoy clung to her waist as if she were his lifeline, allowing her to pull him onto the shield while his broom plummeted from the sky. He felt utterly wronged and terrified, his hands gripping her tightly, his nails digging into her clothing. As Lin Shu comforted him while maneuvering the shield, she initially thought the ordeal was over. But the fallen broom surged back with a malevolent force, hurtling towards them. A steely resolve filled Lin Shu's gaze. Even she, though not the brightest, recognized that the broom was being manipulated. If they sought to harm her friend, they would pay dearly. She deftly evaded the broom's attack, simultaneously casting a binding spell to hold it momentarily in midair. Then, she invoked a wicked tracking curse, a spell capable of inducing excruciating pain, leading to a soul's fragmentation and utter annihilation. This effect, of course, was not absolute. Against a formidable opponent, it might merely induce a nosebleed or a few days of misfortune. However, if the adversary was weaker, they would face severe backlash, an inescapable fate. Lin Shu, incensed by the betrayal against her friend, was resolute in her desire for retribution. She is neither a saint nor does she subscribe to the notion that a monk's hands should remain untainted by blood. In this world, she lives with audacity. The principle is simple. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. Should anyone dare to wrong me, I will ensure they pay back 100-fold. Spirits of the underworld and divine beings across the heavens, by my blood, I will trace their souls. Should they defy my will, let their spirits be extinguished, their souls obliterated, cursed by blood, and condemned to eternal suffering. The curse has been cast, and once the target is successfully tracked, an unimaginably tragic fate awaits them. After executing these plans, Lin Shu cast her gaze upon the flying broom she had immobilized in the air. With but a glance, she ignited it, reducing it to a mere cloud of dust drifting downwards. Yet her anger remained unquenched, and a sense of dread crept into her heart. What would have been the outcome had she not intervened today? If calamity had indeed struck, whether it be Malfoy or Harry, she would undoubtedly have been heartbroken. At this moment, with a tumult of emotions swirling within her, she guided the shield to the ground while tightly grasping Malfoy's cold hand, offering him a semblance of reassurance. Her gaze then shifted to Harry. Upon confirming his safety, she finally felt a weight lift from her chest, just as she resolved to comfort Malfoy. A thunderous ovation erupted from the crowd. Before she could comprehend the situation, the throng surged towards her like a tide, encircling her completely. "My goodness, you are so brave. I have never witnessed such incredible magical flight. You are truly our hero." The crowd's praises flowed incessantly. Lin Shu stood in stunned silence, gazing at the adoration reflected in their eyes, where excitement sparkled like stars. A sense of discomfort washed over her, causing her to instinctively retreat. Yet the fervor of the crowd only intensified, drawing her in tighter. At that moment, a singular thought occupied her mind. Who could rescue her? Truly, she was in urgent need of assistance. As seconds ticked by, the throng showed no sign of abating. In that instant, she resembled a brilliant star, radiating dazzling light amidst the crowd, becoming the focal point of the Quidditch pitch. Finally, a familiar voice broke through the chaos, liberating her from her predicament. What are you all doing? Pushing her in there. Are you trying to make today's Quidditch match even more chaotic by showcasing your disorganized enthusiasm? Do you wish to suffocate her here, thereby depriving Hogwarts of someone more clever and capable than yourselves? Chapter 31, Conspiracy. Alas, that familiar tone. That unmistakable voice. It was none other than her beloved Professor Snape. She had been saved at last. Professor Snape, while displaying his characteristic sharp tongue, strode purposefully towards Lin Shu, his dark robes trailing behind him with a rustling sound, each step exuding an air of authority. The students instinctively parted to create a path for him, as if he were Moses parting the sea. Reaching Lin Shu's side, he surveyed the surrounding students with his icy gaze and coldly declared, "Disperse. Do not disgrace yourselves here. If you have this much idle time, you would be better off diligently reviewing your potion studies. I assure you, the upcoming potions examination will profoundly reveal what true passion entails." The students exchanged glances, hesitant to speak further, and gradually dispersed with downcast expressions. Only then did Snape turn his gaze back to Lin Shu, his eyes still bearing their customary sternness, but a hint of concern flickered beneath the surface. Well, look who we have here. Our little hero, believing himself to be the golden snitch in Quidditch, drawing attention wherever he goes. Such a penchant for theatrics. Weaving between brooms as if engaged in some perilous game. Do not presume that a modicum of skill grants you the liberty to act recklessly. Danger lurks everywhere at Hogwarts, and fortune does not always favor you. Lin Shu received the reprimand with an awkward smile. After all, he had long understood that Professor Snape's cold exterior concealed a warmer heart. So what if he was scolded a bit? It was of little consequence. He could simply stand there and endure the tirade until Snape eventually ran out of steam. Lin Shu maintained a remarkably positive attitude, adhering to the principle of letting words pass through one ear and out the other, remaining unscathed by Snape's sharp tongue, which only served to further irritate the professor. Seeing this, Snape felt a rising frustration, a tightness in his chest that made him wish he could simply faint on the spot. Meanwhile, Harry and Malfoy, who had been standing nearby, could no longer contain themselves. To their eyes, Snape's diatribe against Lin Shu was a clear act of unjust restraint, failing to acknowledge the significant merit Lin Shu had displayed. Their anger flared, and witnessing Lin Shu's distress caused a dull ache in their hearts as they rushed forward. "Professor!" Harry raised his voice, trembling slightly with urgency. "How can you blame Lin Shu? You have no grasp of the situation. It was Malfoy and I who were struck by some malicious curse during our flight, causing the broom to spiral out of control. Lin Shu risked his life to save us." Harry's gaze locked onto Snape's, unwavering in its determination, even as the professor's icy demeanor sent chills through him. Yet, his ardent desire to defend Lin Shu steeled his resolve. Malfoy stepped forward as well, his face somewhat pale, his usually neat blonde hair now disheveled, damp strands clinging to his cheeks, yet his expression was markedly serious. "Professor, I swear, I could distinctly feel that malevolent force manipulating my broom. This was no mere accident. Someone harbored ill intent, wishing for us to be harmed, perhaps with even more sinister motives." Lin Shu intervened at a critical moment, averting a dreadful catastrophe. Malfoy lifted his chin slightly, his eyes reflecting a defiant determination as he sought to vindicate Lin Shu, dismissing any previous grievances with him. As Snape listened to their words, his countenance darkened to a frightening degree. He was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation at hand. At Hogwarts, a school he deemed of utmost significance, there were those who audaciously cast malevolent curses upon students. Furthermore, this transgression was directed at the representatives of two houses in plain sight of many witnesses. Undoubtedly a grave affront to the safety and sanctity of Hogwarts. Yet, the greater the peril, the more imperative it became for him to caution the students. Otherwise, what would become of a future where everyone sought to be a hero, disregarding their own safety? "Enough," Snape abruptly interjected, his voice as cold and hard as ice clashing together. "Everyone, follow me to the headmaster's office. This matter must be thoroughly investigated." With that, he turned and strode purposefully ahead, a group of students trailing behind him. Although the atmosphere was quite serious, Lin Shu inexplicably recalled a childhood game of eagle-catching chicks. In that moment, Snape resembled an eagle, safeguarding all the students behind him, instilling a profound sense of security. Upon reaching the headmaster's office, Snape forcefully pushed open the heavy door. Lin Shu had been there several times before and was somewhat familiar with the surroundings. At that moment, Headmaster Dumbledore sat behind a desk cluttered with documents. He looked up at the newcomers, his gaze, magnified by his crescent-shaped glasses, exuded warmth and an insightful depth as he silently observed them. Albus, Snape's voice resonated deeply in the stillness of the office. The two hulking students had foolishly engaged in a flying contest on the Quidditch pitch. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The critical point was that they had been subjected to a vile curse. Had it not been for an overzealous giant intervening, the consequences could have been dire, representing a blatant challenge to the school's order. Lin Shu, upon hearing this, could only smile in disbelief. What was this? Had she already been given a nickname? The giant leader? It was hardly flattering, and she vehemently protested. Truly, Professor Snape was commendable in many respects, but his words could be quite cutting. It was evident that Lin Shu had become the first victim of his remarks. Yet, such trivialities paled in comparison to the gravity of the curse. Who had dared to commit such an act in front of so many? What could their motives be? Was the targeting of Harry and Malfoy a mere coincidence? Or was it premeditated? These questions remained unanswered, but the headmaster's office was now abuzz with tension, with the involved parties becoming subjects of keen scrutiny. Dumbledore's expression shifted to one of solemnity as he slowly set down his quill, gesturing for everyone to take a seat. This matter could not be rushed. As headmaster, he needed to maintain control of the situation. Please, elaborate on what transpired, he urged, directing his gaze toward Lin Shu, Harry, and Malfoy. With Lin Shu receiving the most attention, likely due to her notorious reputation for being troublesome, Lin Shu felt the weight of their stares and wondered why they were looking at her. She was merely a rescuer in this scenario. When it came to verbal sparring, she was not particularly adept. Thus, she resolutely joined the ranks of professors and the headmaster, maintaining her composure as she calmly observed Harry and Malfoy. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Harry and Malfoy found themselves compelled to recount the entire saga. The origin of this turmoil lay in Malfoy's observation of Harry participating in Quidditch team training, which raised his suspicions, for first-year students were traditionally barred from such activities. What, then, justified Harry's presence among the team? Determined to uncover the truth, Malfoy sought information regarding this anomaly. To his astonishment, he discovered that Harry had displayed exceptional talent during flying lessons, thus being granted an exception to join the team. This revelation ignited a fiery resentment within Malfoy. He considered himself no less capable than Harry. Why should Harry be allowed to partake in Quidditch while he was not? A storm of anger brewed within him, prompting him to confront Harry. Their initial rivalry in flying escalated into a fierce contest, culminating in a chaotic loss of control over their brooms. Through a series of exchanges, they managed to piece together the truth of the matter, including every detail of Lin Shu's brave rescue, disregarding her own safety. Dumbledore listened intently, his hands resting thoughtfully upon his chest, occasionally nodding slightly, while his wand rhythmically tapped the surface of his desk as he pondered the intricate conspiracy lurking beneath the surface. Chapter 32. An urgency arises. As Harry and Malfoy completed their narrative, Dumbledore ceased his contemplation, and a tense atmosphere enveloped the office once more. It appeared that Dumbledore finally spoke, his voice steady yet imbued with a sense of gravity. There are unsettling and malevolent forces at play within our school. His gaze swept across the assembly. This matter demands meticulous investigation. No detail must be overlooked. We must identify the perpetrator and ensure the safety of every student. While he had already formulated a plan in his mind, he refrained from articulating his profound fears in front of the students, wary of inciting panic. However, once Lin Shu and the others departed, he intended to convene a significant meeting with the professors to address the issue. Lin Shu, observing the situation, blinked and gazed at the furrowed brows of the headmaster and her professors, feeling an urge to interject. It's not that serious. Although the matter had severe implications, she believed that uncovering the mastermind would not prove overly difficult. There was no need for such dire expressions. The deep lines etched upon their foreheads were almost tragic. She felt pity for her professors, who, despite being in their 30s, appeared as if they bore the weight of 40 years. Each time she saw them, she yearned to concoct an elixir for youthful vitality. Indeed, the teaching profession, irrespective of the realm, was a demanding endeavor. As her thoughts began to drift, she forced herself to cast aside the frivolous notions, and after a brief moment of contemplation, she quietly raised her hand. Severus Snape was the first to meet her innocent gaze and felt an immediate sense of weariness. He was well aware that whenever Lin Shu adopted such an expression, regardless of her feigned innocence, she invariably harbored a significant revelation. Taking a deep breath, he mentally prepared himself before responding. What is it this time? I hope you're not about to surprise us again. I warn you, if this is not of serious concern, keep silent. Your whimsical ideas are better suited for dealing with trolls. Lin Shu, unable to restrain her playful nature, finally pulled herself back from the brink upon noticing the familiar eye roll from the headmaster. She decided to address the matter at hand. In truth, I have leads regarding the person who cast the malevolent curse. Dumbledore's eyes widened in earnest attention, while Snape, accustomed to her antics, did not expect any significant information from her. Oh, Wow, how impressive. Look at our great contributor. Her ideas are overflowing, nearly too much for the entire school to contain. Dumbledore played the role of mediator, genuinely hopeful that Lin Shu might possess a clue that could swiftly unmask the culprit. Headmaster, Professor, I have placed a tracking backlash curse on that individual. He will undoubtedly suffer backlash and cannot escape, unless his abilities far exceed mine, allowing him to break my spell. Otherwise, he shall await his torment in purgatory. Upon finishing her statement, all eyes turned towards her. Among them, Snape was particularly speechless, subtly distancing himself, fearing that others might associate this eccentricity with his proud pupil. Though Lin Shu's words were astonishing, they raised numerous questions. But Lin Shu, as a member of a reputable house, could you refrain from emitting a villainous laugh? It's rather unsettling. Speak properly, otherwise one might mistake you for the very person who cast the curse. With that expression, you are more villainous than the villains themselves. Don't say you're from Slytherin when you go out. Then where should I claim to be from, Professor? Just say you are from Gryffindor. All right then. Just expel her from Slytherin already. Is she truly that unworthy? Humph. Without her, let us see where Snape finds a clever, gifted, and exceptionally talented pupil such as her. He'll regret it dearly. A genius can thrive anywhere. As Lin Shu basked in her triumph, a sudden thump on her head interrupted her reverie. Looking up, she saw Snape's fist just retreating from above her. His dark gaze pierced through her. Do not tell me you were genuinely considering the possibility of joining Gryffindor. Huh. You're anxious, I see. Lin Shu chuckled inwardly, but maintained a polite smile, asserting, I wouldn't dare. I'm quite content in Slytherin, and I won't be going anywhere. You best be. Snape retracted his fist, while Lin Shu silently rolled her eyes, relieved to have saved her head. Stingy professor. Inconsistent professor. Nitpicking professor. Grudge-holding professor. Always criticizing me, yet when I truly consider leaving, he'll be displeased. Once Snape finished his complaints, Dumbledore finally spoke, having been filled with questions awaiting Lin Shu's clarifications. Child, you say you employed a backlash curse on that individual? To my knowledge, such magic does not exist in our wizarding world. Where did you hear of it? And will it truly be effective? The backlash tracking spell is a technique from our Eastern mysticism. Its efficacy is beyond question. However, I previously mentioned that if the opponent's abilities vastly exceed mine, they might be able to break my spell, rendering it ineffective against them. So it is. If the incantation proves effective, what kind of reaction should we anticipate? We could utilize this to conduct our investigation. Lin Shu clicked her tongue thoughtfully, stroking her chin, and then uncertainly remarked, it's difficult to say. As I mentioned, it varies from person to person, depending on their capabilities. The stronger their abilities, the weaker the backlash they experience. Conversely, for those whose powers are inferior to mine, the repercussions could be fatal. For instance, there could be instances of reversed blood flow, damage to meridians, regression in cultivation, shattered souls, bleeding from the 7 orifices, or even death by disintegration. Lin Shu did not disclose that when she executed this spell, she had no intention of allowing the opponent to survive. Although one cannot entirely dismiss the possibility of facing a master, Lin Shu was confident that within the magical realm, individuals whose powers far surpassed hers were quite rare. Even if her spell did not claim the opponent's life, it could certainly inflict considerable distress. The meeting in the headmaster's office concluded swiftly, with Professor Dumbledore and Professor Snape having posed their inquiries, allowing the students to return to their dormitories. What the headmaster and the professors decided to undertake next was no concern of the students. Lin Shu, Harry, and Malfoy soon exited the headmaster's office, the atmosphere among the three being exceedingly delicate. Harry expressed his gratitude to Lin Shu for rescuing him, and just as she was about to respond graciously, Malfoy abruptly pulled her aside, addressing Harry with disdain. Listen here, Shu is one of us in Slytherin. You ought to recognize your own status. Do not shamelessly encroach upon her. It is utterly disgraceful. Moreover, it was I who she saved, not you, the Gryffindor. Do not overestimate your importance. Chapter 33, The Battlefield. Lin Shu was reluctant to admit it, but the truth was evident. Clearly, a fierce confrontation between Harry and Malfoy was once again on the brink of eruption. Unfortunately, she had unwittingly become the catalyst for their conflict. Oh heavens! Oh earth! How unjust fate is! Who have I offended? Why is there never a moment of peace? Malfoy hurled insults at Harry, and after a brief exchange of verbal sparring, Harry inhaled deeply, his brow furrowed, and a surge of rage ignited within him. Fixing a piercing gaze upon Malfoy, his eyes reflecting a venomous resentment as if Malfoy had desecrated his ancestral graves. Malfoy, do not push your luck. You routinely isolate her in Slytherin, disregarding her as if she were mere air. Now, she has saved us, and yet you stand here, consumed by jealousy, seeking to monopolize the credit. How dare you? You selfish wretch, you do not deserve her assistance. Harry's cheeks flushed with emotion, his tightly clenched fists trembling at his sides. His gaze filled not only with anger, but also a hint of concern for Lin Shu. Touched by his sentiment, Lin Shu felt compelled to clarify to Harry that Malfoy was not as reprehensible as he had portrayed, and that the notion of her being isolated was entirely unfounded. The two were embroiled in their own conflict, while the other classmates remained uninvolved, thus it could not be elevated to the level of isolation. Ah, Harry, you misunderstand. There is no isolation here. Before the sentence could be completed, Malfoy, as if struck at a sensitive spot, flushed an angry red and retorted loudly, "Shut up. You foolish Gryffindor. She is a Slytherin. What I do to her and the grievances between us are none of your business. If you utter another word, I shall brandish my wand and bestow upon you a well-deserved punishment." Malfoy took a few provocative steps closer, nearly bringing their noses to touch, their chests heaving with intensity. Neither willing to yield, Lin Shu, observing the silence between them, interjected once more, "That Malfoy. We cannot be so absolute. We are all from the same school, and mutual support is commonplace. We should not harbor animosity towards Harry simply because he is a Gryffindor. History often repeats itself in astonishing ways." Yet again, before she could finish, her words were seized by another. This time it was Harry who spoke. "Malfoy, you are truly a despicable little wretch. Even now, you attempt to manipulate Shu. I dare say her experience in Slytherin must have been most unfortunate." "Not at all. I have been thriving," Shu interjected with a laugh. "Oh, you self-righteous fool, what pearls of wisdom you spout. As a standout among the newcomers, my time in Slytherin has been nothing short of splendid. What is the matter? Are you angry? Jealous, perhaps, because Shu is not one of your Gryffindors? It is understandable. Your house is filled with nothing but foolish lions, likely incapable of finding a single intelligent soul among you. Am I wrong to say that the points deducted from your house can never be regained? It has become a well-known fact that Professor Snape always deducts points from Gryffindor. It has become a rule of sorts. Whether those lost points can ever be recovered is indeed debatable. However, setting that aside, Lin Shu could discern that this was a battle belonging solely to them. It was wise for her to maintain her silence. Yet, just as she reached this conclusion, for reasons unbeknownst to her, the battlefield unexpectedly shifted towards her. She watched as Harry turned his gaze towards her, his eyes shimmering with warmth and expectation. "Shu, you need not fear Malfoy. You only need to speak your truth. You are unhappy in Slytherin, are you not? We can appeal to the headmaster and request a house change for you." At this, Malfoy, consumed by rage, seized Lin Shu's arm and pulled her close, exclaiming loudly, "She is a Slytherin in life and a Slytherin in death. To undermine me in my presence. You must be tired of living. Do you not understand? Shu came here today to save me. Did you not see her rush to my side? Fool. You are nothing but an afterthought. Do not deceive yourself any longer." Lin Shu felt a buzzing in her ears, and as Malfoy yanked her, she stumbled and nearly fell. Witnessing this, Harry's heart ached, and he rushed forward, intent on prying Malfoy's hand away, shouting loudly, "Malfoy, release her. Can't you see you've hurt her?" Yet Malfoy, relentless, forcefully shook off Harry's hand and shouted back, "Get your hands off her. She belongs to me, and you shall not take her away." Harry and Malfoy clashed once more, their wands slipping from their robes and clattering to the ground with a sharp sound. Lin Shu cradled her head, a wave of helplessness washing over her. Unable to contain herself any longer, she shouted, "Enough. Stop fighting." Her voice was tinged with despair and resignation. Reluctantly, the two withdrew, rushing towards Lin Shu in an attempt to sway her to their side, but she could no longer maintain her composure. She extended her delicate, porcelain-like hand, and in the next moment, brought it to her ear, speaking as she walked away, oblivious to Harry and Malfoy's confusion. "Hello, Professor Snape? What? The office is on fire? All right, I'll be there immediately." After walking a distance, Lin Shu cautiously glanced back, relieved to find no one in pursuit, and exhaled slowly. In that instant, it felt as though her very essence had been drained. She had finally escaped. Oh heavens, it had been such a harrowing ordeal. She prayed fervently that such a battleground would never occur again. It was unbearable. She simply could not endure it. She hurried back to her dormitory, locking the doors and windows behind her, collapsing onto her bed, and covering herself with the blankets in one swift motion. The commotion outside was no longer of her concern. It was only at this moment she felt she was truly free, truly alive once more. As she gradually relaxed and succumbed to slumber, the individual on the other side, afflicted by her retaliatory tracking spell, was far less fortunate. In a dim, shadowy chamber permeated with the stench of decay, a figure lurked in the darkness. This person swayed, resembling a fragile candle flickering in a tempest. His body was rigid, as if petrified in an instant, struck by an invisible bolt of lightning from the depths of hell. His eyes widened in terror, bulging with bloodshot veins, pupils constricted to pinpricks, deeply embedded within their sockets, as fear and agony surged like a relentless tide. His mouth gaped open, yet the excruciating pain rendered him incapable of producing coherent sounds. Only fractured sobs and guttural howls escaped from his throat, as if countless searing needles were piercing his nerves, each inch of his soul crying out in anguish under the torment of this malevolent force. Had Lin Shu been present, she would have unmistakably recognized the familiar visage of Professor Quirrell, a realization she should have foreseen. Chapter 34, Voldemort. What is happening? How could this be? How is it possible? Muffled voices sputtered forth like a broken wind instrument, while the speaker was engulfed in a disjointed, indescribable torment. Quirrell's hand spasmed as he clutched his head, fingers digging into his hair like talons, yanking violently as strands were uprooted, mingled with droplets of blood. Yet he remained oblivious to his own suffering. His body began to tremble violently, his legs buckling beneath him, compelling him to kneel involuntarily. His knees striking heavily against the cold, damp ground, splashing water in every direction. A layer of icy, fine sweat erupted from his forehead, nose, and cheeks, coalescing into thin rivulets that traced down his pallid, bloodless visage, cascading into the fetid puddle below, creating tiny ripples. At that moment, a nauseating stench emanated from beneath his robe, a harbinger of the decay festering within his very being. It felt as if countless serpents were writhing just beneath his skin, sending waves of grotesque sensations rippling through him. Occasionally, patches of skin would inexplicably cave in, as if something within were consuming him, only to bulge outward again, as though some malevolent force were ruthlessly corroding his flesh from within. His lips had been bitten through, blood streaming forth, teeth chattering in agony. Amidst this excruciating torment, his consciousness began to waver, yet a profound fear clung to him like a shadow. Tendrils of thick, inky darkness swirled around him, reminiscent of cursed apparitions desperately striving to escape the rotting shell of a body that was slipping away. His breaths grew rapid and labored, each inhalation akin to drawing in toxic smoke, searing his lungs with pain. With every exhalation, his body trembled violently, as if he were expelling the last vestiges of life within him. Summoning the final remnants of his strength, he staggered backward, his back colliding forcefully against the moss-covered, fungal-laden walls of the chamber, fragments of stone tumbling down upon him. Yet he had become so numb that he felt no pain. He resembled a wretched soul dragged into an endless abyss by a demon, his spirit being mercilessly torn and crushed by the backlash of dark forces. While his body succumbed to the insidious erosion of this malignant power, on the brink of disintegration into a foul mass of decaying flesh, destined to dissipate within this chamber rife with sin and despair, becoming yet another victim consumed by dark magic. Meanwhile, the parasite within him was similarly besieged by this overwhelming force capable of toppling everything. It felt as though it were ensnared by an invisible net woven from the deepest abysses of hell, interlaced with boundless resentment and malevolent energy. The wicked soul was agitated by this sudden agony, roaring in fury within Kyler's mind. "Kyler, you damned fool. What in the world is happening? Where did this power emerge from?" The voice belonged to none other than the infamous Voldemort, who should have long since perished, striking fear into the hearts of the magical realm. Truth be told, his presence here was indeed surprising. Yet, should he be discovered, people might wonder why the formidable Voldemort had been reduced to existing as a parasite. However, such considerations were trivial. What truly mattered was that after all his scheming and painstaking efforts to orchestrate a grand resurrection, he now stood on the precipice of failure due to a mere spell. Could this be considered a case of setting out for battle only to perish prematurely? Confronted by his wrath, Professor Quirrell's eyes widened, bloodshot and filled with terror and despair. He trembled, his cracked lips quivering as he struggled to utter a few words. "My lord, I truly do not know which girl it was. She cast an unknown spell." "A girl? What girl?" Voldemort's voice sharpened, rife with confusion and ire. "Are you suggesting it was a student from Hogwarts? How could you be outwitted by a mere child?" "It is the Slytherin girl," Quirrell gasped, striving to articulate his thoughts in a manner that did not render him utterly ineffectual. "I intended to create some trouble for that Potter boy as per your instructions, but unexpectedly, the spell struck Draco's broom. Then, she appeared out of nowhere, rescuing the two and casting such a formidable enchantment." "The Slytherin girl?" A hint of surprise and contemplation crept into Voldemort's voice. "Humph. I did not anticipate such capable students emerging from Hogwarts." Professor Quirrell, his face a mask of agony, implored, "My lord, I can scarcely endure this. The spell is too powerful, and I feel my very soul is on the brink of being torn asunder." Voldemort roared within Quirrell's mind, "Silence. If you perish now, I shall suffer alongside you. I have yet to regain my strength. I cannot allow your uselessness to drag me into eternal damnation." With that, Voldemort, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain of his soul being rent apart, summoned the remnants of his magic, laboriously forming a faint yet resilient barrier within Quirrell's body, attempting to stave off the relentless tide of backlash. Ethereal wisps, akin to black smoke, traversed Quirrell's veins, and with each passage, the searing pain diminished slightly. Yet, in comparison to the overwhelming force of the backlash, this relief was but a drop in the ocean. As the magical energy continued to flow, Voldemort's parasitic soul grew increasingly feeble. The once venomous, potent voice within Quirrell's mind, which had exuded an oppressive aura akin to a viper, now sounded faint and hoarse. as if it were a feeble moan emanating from an abyss of darkness. Foolish wretch, to have attracted such trouble. Were it not for my need of your body, I would ensure you experience a fate worse than death. With that, Voldemort could speak no more, his strength utterly depleted. Quirrell, in turn, exhaled a sigh of relief. The excruciating torment finally quelled, albeit temporarily. In that fleeting moment, he had glimpsed the specter of his own demise. This girl from the East was indeed a formidable adversary, exuding both skill and an unsettling aura of fear. Where previously Quirrell had disregarded her, from that day forth, he regarded her with trepidation. After all, none could predict what other formidable abilities she might possess, and caution was paramount. If only he could devise a plan to expel her from Hogwarts. The absence of such a threat would render dealing with that Harry Potter significantly easier. With myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, Chilo contemplated any possible scheme to expel Lin Shu from Hogwarts, yet each plan was unceremoniously dismissed. The reason was simple: Lin Shu was far too renowned. Not only was she cherished by her classmates, but she was also held in high esteem by the professors. To oust such an exemplary student from the school seemed a task more arduous than scaling the heavens. What was he to do? What indeed could he do? Chapter 35, Do Not Disturb Me. In the depths of the basement, Chilo endured experiences known only to him. Lin Shu, oblivious to his plight, awoke from a restful slumber and diligently proceeded to practice martial arts and attend her classes. Notably, Draco Malfoy's ostentatious brawl with Harry had yielded results, as he successfully secured a spot on the Quidditch team, something Lin Shu found entirely unsurprising. Given Lucius's propensity to indulge his son, it was evident that Malfoy's modest wish to join the Quidditch team would be granted without hesitation. Regardless of the process or whether Lucius had orchestrated it on his son's behalf, the outcome was now inevitable. The young master had achieved his desires. In Draco's own words, he finally managed not to be outshone by that insufferable Potter. On this day, the afternoon sun cast its golden rays upon the expansive Quidditch pitch at Hogwarts. Dressed in a pristine Quidditch uniform, Draco's silver hair shimmered with a cold brilliance in the sunlight, radiating an air of haughty charm. He forcefully pulled Lin Shu over, leaving no room for dissent, demanding that she witness the entirety of their training session. Lin Shu found herself bewildered by his erratic behavior. Ever since she had saved him, the tension between them had dissipated, and Draco had resumed clinging to her. The only noticeable change was his increasingly spoiled demeanor. Any slight dissatisfaction would incite a prolonged tantrum. Lin Shu had grown wary of him. Whether it was a phase of rebellious adolescence or some other inscrutable reason, his behavior defied all logic. Resigned, Lin Shu acquiesced to his clinginess, his petulance, and his spoiled whims. Anything seemed preferable to the cold detachment he had once vowed to uphold. Thus, she found herself reluctantly seated in the spectator stands, having chosen a somewhat secluded corner to observe their Quidditch training. It must be said, Quidditch held an undeniable allure in the Western magical realm. Even during routine practices, throngs of enthusiasts gathered, students from various houses and years, all united in eager anticipation of the upcoming training. Lin Shu's gaze remained fixed on Draco as he attentively listened to the captain's explanations before seamlessly transitioning into action. It seemed as though he was born for this sport. With effortless grace, he mounted his meticulously polished broomstick, took a gentle leap, and soared effortlessly into the air. The breeze tousled his garments as he gazed into the distance, as if this expanse of sky were his dominion. With a sharp whistle piercing the air, the training commenced in earnest. In an instant, Malfoy transformed into a bolt of white lightning, darting across the field with breathtaking speed. His gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, was fixated on the elusive golden snitch, which sparkled enticingly in the sunlight, soaring high and skimming low, as if engaging Malfoy in a thrilling game of hide and seek. Masterfully maneuvering his broomstick, he leaned gracefully with each turn, every motion fluid and seamless. When a bludger hurtled toward him with a fierce rush, he remained unfazed, a flicker of disdain and determination flashing in his eyes. With a deft squeeze of his legs around the broom, he executed a sharp sidestep, narrowly evading the bludger's assault. A moment that elicited gasps and cheers from the spectators and teammates alike. Yet, Malfoy merely raised the corners of his mouth in a satisfied smile, as if this was all part of his grand design, a mere interlude to showcase his extraordinary prowess. Wow, Malfoy is amazing. Malfoy is the best. Go, Malfoy. Lin Shu transformed into a cheerleader, her exuberance infusing energy into the crowd. She had observed that the upperclassmen had their established fan bases, but Malfoy was a recent addition. Regardless of skill, maintaining the momentum was paramount. With a deftness for rallying the crowd, Lin Shu could amplify the spirit of 10 individuals single-handedly, ensuring Malfoy would not lose face. She was there to support her friend. Soon, an idea struck her. She retrieved a capturing stone from her backpack and deftly tossed it into the air, ready to document the forthcoming spectacular moments. She then shouted towards the field, "Malfoy, don't worry, the camera is on me. I'll get the shot." "Yes, yes," Give me that 45-degree profile. Perfect, so dashing. Her voice resonated like a bell. And with her innovative equipment, she momentarily outshone the other cheering fans. Curious glances were cast her way. Yet whether due to Lin Shu's fame or the awe surrounding the formidable giant she had faced, no one dared to approach her to inquire about the capturing stone. Fortunately, undisturbed, Lin Shu recorded many of Malfoy's pivotal moments. Throughout the training, Malfoy's gaze would occasionally drift toward the stands, their eyes meeting briefly before parting once more. At last, the whistles signaling the end of practice sounded, but Malfoy did not pause, striding directly toward Lin Shu, sweat-soaked and breathless. What were you shouting from the sidelines? I couldn't quite catch it, he inquired. Not catching it doesn't matter. Let us not dwell on such minutiae. I recorded all your impressive moves. I'll show you when we get back to the dorm. Lin Shu was still secretly captivated by her own filming skills when, in the next moment, her slender wrist was seized by Malfoy, exuding an irresistible aura. Come with me. Today, you shall truly witness what a genuine Quidditch prodigy is, he declared. His voice deep and resonant, infused with unshakable confidence. The warmth of his breath grazed Lin Shu's ear, causing her cheeks to involuntarily flush. Her heart racing with an unbidden excitement. Lin Shu clicked her tongue, pondering what was happening. The people around her were quite admirable, yet each seemed intent on disrupting her peace of mind. This was unacceptable. She refused to comply. However, the next instant, Malfoy effortlessly mounted his broom, insisting on whisking her away, and with a firm squeeze of his legs, the broom obeyed and soared into the air. He elegantly spiraled in the center of the pitch, and thus commenced a new round of dazzling displays. He accelerated, leaping high at times to mimic the motion of catching the golden snitch, while at other moments, he skimmed low, showcasing his agility and charm, his actions proclaiming that he was the singular, most resplendent presence on the field. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as if the entire world existed merely to accentuate his brilliance. Lin Shu was momentarily mesmerized by his breathtaking performance, but soon felt a jolt of discomfort in her posterior. Oh dear, she truly could not bear to dismiss Malfoy's goodwill. Yet she felt compelled to express her discomfort with the broom. Given the choice, she would prefer to fly while standing. Thank you very much. Next time, she would rather not be summoned for such ostentatious displays. She would politely decline. Malfoy, enough already. This is too bumpy. Let's land. This act has gone far enough. I suspect we have become the talk of the school. Don't say I didn't warn you. Cover your face on the way back. Upon saying this, Malfoy landed the broom and turned to her, raising an eyebrow, patiently awaiting her next words. In any case, she certainly wouldn't divulge that she had no other thoughts regarding his earlier impressive gesture. But as it stood, the two merely stared at each other until Lin Shu took the initiative to pry open his eyelids, inquiring, "Are your eyes bothering you?" Malfoy, speechless and irritated, huffed. "Forget it. You have no sense of romance. Just stop touching me." "Huh, why are you angry again? Weren't we fine just a moment ago?" Chapter 36. Harry, you are quite brave. After spending ample time with Malfoy, Lin Shu had discerned certain rules. Chiefly, his temperament was as changeable as the weather. In light of this, she devised a strategy to let Malfoy stew in his own frustration until he calmed down, at which point she would reappear. This approach effectively sidestepped many unnecessary quarrels. She was, indeed, quite clever. Thus, she entrusted the recording stone to Malfoy and then swiftly vanished from sight. "Where are you going? Aren't you coming back to the dorm with me?" she called. "Oh, little one must learn independence. I shall dote on you another day." "You've gone mad." A roar echoed from a distance. Lin Shu realized he was agitated. Indeed, he was. Look, this emotional instability. Perhaps he should drink some chrysanthemum tea to cool his temper. She ran increasingly faster, leaving Malfoy no chance to catch up with her. Soon, she found herself within the castle, unexpectedly encountering Harry, Ron, and Hermione. The three were huddled together, their heads stacked upon one another, leaving no room for even the slightest gap. How intriguing. What were they conspiring about? She was determined to eavesdrop. In an instant, a mischievous glimmer flickered in her lively eyes. She tiptoed quietly, inching closer to them with utmost stealth, reminiscent of a cat poised to ambush its prey. As she approached within mere feet of them, Lin Shu suddenly extended her arms and exclaimed, "Hey!" Instantly, Harry leapt in surprise, akin to a startled rabbit. Nearly toppling from his chair, his wand almost slipping from his grasp. Ron turned his head in a flurry, his mouth agape, his face etched with terror, instinctively recoiling. Hermione was equally startled. Parchment scattered from her hands as she clutched her chest, casting an admonishing glance at Lin Shu. "Shu, what on earth are you doing? You nearly frightened us to death." Lin Shu was thoroughly amused by their reactions, finding them exceedingly easy to startle. With her hands on her hips, she surveyed their disheveled appearances and triumphantly declared, "What were you all whispering about over here? Planning something fun without me?" Upon hearing this, Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged glances filled with reproach, directing their mournful gazes at Lin Shu. The intensity of their stares made her feel as though she had betrayed them, akin to a heartless traitor. This was rather peculiar. Why are you looking at me like that? Shoo, you cannot pretend this isn't true. How long has it been since you last spent quality time with us? Hermione was the first to speak, closely followed by Harry. Indeed, you have been constrained by that Malfoy fellow. There have been several occasions when we wished to seek you out, yet were thwarted by the Slytherins. Honestly, you have been far too lenient with Malfoy. Why subject yourself to his whims, a person who lacks understanding and compassion? Harry and Hermione voiced their grievances incessantly, their frustrations spilling forth. Lin Shu discerned that their disdain for Malfoy ran deep, and she found herself caught in a precarious position. To divert the conversation, she quickly interjected. All right, my friends, let us put my situation aside for now. What were you plotting while your heads were so closely huddled together? Skipping class, or perhaps school? Count me in. The trio exchanged exasperated glances, rendered speechless. It was noteworthy that Lin Shu, under the watchful eye of Professor Snape, dared to utter such words about skipping class. Was she courting danger? Clearly, the monotony of her life had driven her to seek excitement. Shu, do you dare to repeat what you just said in front of your head of house? Hermione asked casually, not anticipating Lin Shu's earnest contemplation. Perhaps I could try it on April Fool's Day, but not any other time. I fear he might obliterate me, she mused. Clearly, it is evident. However, to turn the conversation around, you are now his prized pupil, and it is unlikely that the sole heir will be easily vanquished. Thank you. No need for thanks. I wonder why Lin Shu had not noticed before how abstract Hermione is. Soon, after the idle chatter concluded, Harry managed to steer the atmosphere back on course. With Lin Shu's presence, the four of them resumed their discussion of the significant matters that had previously gone unaddressed. Listening intently, I must ask you to prepare yourself mentally before I share my next thoughts. All right, I will be thoroughly prepared. Harry took a deep breath and voiced his suspicions. I suspect that Professor Snape is quite dubious. Perhaps he is indeed the one wishing to bring about our demise. Wow. Harry, you are quite brave, truly. Lin Shu sincerely praised him, regardless of the truth. Harry's audacity in directing his accusations at Snape demonstrated a courage that others could scarcely match. Bravo. She applauded him, adding a few more exclamations. To be honest, Harry, if one day you were to fall victim to Snape's wrath, as your good friend, I would surely light incense to summon your spirit back. Harry, feeling anxious, perceived Lin Shu's reaction as disbelief in him, prompting him to present a plethora of evidence. Lin Shu, my suspicions are by no means baseless. Do you remember the day you faced the troll alone? When Professor Snape arrived, there were bloodstains on his leg, and he was limping. I believe that night, Snape was using the troll as a diversion to slip past the three-headed dog, but evidently, he failed and got bitten. Wait, why would he provoke the three-headed dog in the first place? Hagrid retrieved something from Gringotts. He once told me it was a matter of utmost secrecy at Hogwarts. So, you mean to say that the item Hagrid took out is what the three-headed dog is guarding, and Snape intended to steal it? Upon hearing this, Lin Shu's expression became as unpleasant as if she had swallowed a fly. Harry then dropped another bombshell. Furthermore, on the day my broom went out of control with Malfoy, he was the first to arrive. I suspect he was lurking in some corner, casting malevolent curses upon us. That is impossible. My rebound tracking spell would never fail entirely. If it truly was Professor Snape who cast the curse, he wouldn't act as if nothing were amiss. Lin Shu spoke with great confidence, born from her belief in her own abilities. Harry felt it prudent to say nothing further, his lips parting slightly before sealing into a straight line. Yet, being still a child, he found it hard to conceal his concerns. After a moment of restraint, he finally voiced his anxieties. Lin Shu, are you certain your spells will be effective? I recall you mentioning in the headmaster's office that if an opponent's power far exceeds yours, they could negate the effects of your spell, correct? Lin Shu nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is not difficult for someone beyond my capability to suppress or nullify the effects of my magical backlash. However, I must emphasize that once a spell is cast, it leaves traces. No matter how powerful the opponent is, as long as they are not exceedingly far from me, I can sense whether there are remnants of my spell upon them. It is abundantly clear that there are none on Professor Snape. I find myself confined in his presence daily, yet I have never sensed any residual traces of my magic upon him. Upon hearing this, Harry fell into a contemplative silence. With Lin Shu's assurance, the suspicion surrounding Snape diminished, albeit slightly. It could only absolve him of the malevolent curse cast upon the broom. It could not, however, exonerate him from the act of pilfering in the forbidden third-floor corridor. With these doubts lingering in his mind, Harry remained obstinate, determined to uncover the truth. As if 8 horses could not draw him back, Lin Shu, observing his fervor, felt a measure of confusion. Why did they, a mere group of children, concern themselves with such matters? Were these truly issues worthy of their attention? When calamity strikes, surely a higher power will bear the burden, will it not? Furthermore, when the time is ripe, the truth shall inevitably reveal itself. There is no need for haste, Harry. I mean no offense. But I must express that all of this stems from your conjectures, does it not? Perhaps we should ease our minds and live our lives. For these conspiracies hold little relevance to us. Shoo, I understand that Snape, as your professor, holds significant importance for you Slytherin students. And you likely wish to disbelieve any shadow of conspiracy linked to him. Nevertheless, my pursuit of evidence regarding his suspicious activities will persist unabated. Lin Shu clicked her tongue, thinking to herself how obstinate he truly was. No one could match his stubbornness. Could it be that Professor Snape has deducted so many points from Gryffindor that he has instilled a deep-seated animosity in young Harry? Chapter 37. Has Snape disturbed your ancestors? Harry was resolute in his quest to investigate Snape, leaving Lin Shu with little recourse. Suspicion is akin to a seed that thrives in the wind, if left unexamined. It will inevitably grow into a towering tree. When that day arrives, the consequences could be dire. However, while Lin Shu did not deter Harry from his inquiry into Professor Snape, she remained skeptical of its merit. In her view, rather than squandering time on Professor Snape, it would be wiser to investigate Professor Quirrell. This timid, paranoid, and somewhat stuttering professor had, on more than one occasion, elicited a peculiar sensation within her. She trusted her instincts more than anything. Harry, since you are determined to investigate, I shall offer you a new direction. Perhaps you could commence your inquiries with Professor Quirrell. I have always found him rather strange. If Hogwarts must identify a villain, I would cast my lot with him. Upon hearing this, Harry, Ron, and Hermione widened their eyes in disbelief. Professor Quirrell? How could that be? Lin Shu anticipated such reactions and was neither surprised nor anxious. She merely waited for them to process the revelation. Soon enough, Harry closed his mouth in astonishment. He instinctively adjusted his glasses and, after much deliberation, spoke. Shu, have you made a mistake? Are you certain it is Professor Quirrell and not another professor? This is simply unbelievable. He always appears so timid. Unable even to steady his own cauldron. Once, during class, he was so frightened by a house elf that he turned pale. Following this, Ron chimed in, echoing his disbelief. Professor Quirrell's classroom is one of the rare sanctuaries where he can truly be himself, free from the burdens of homework and the obligation to answer questions. It is simply delightful. Yet, despite his seemingly innocuous demeanor, there are still those who harbor doubts about him. He believes the world has gone mad. Even the principal is under suspicion, but surely Professor Quirrell cannot be implicated. Shu, you must be mistaken, he stammered, for he often struggles to articulate his thoughts. To him, the gravest of intrigues would be sneaking an extra piece of Honeydukes chocolate. Lin Shu shrugged and glanced at Hermione, eager to see what conclusions she might draw. After much contemplation, Hermione concluded that the complexity of this issue surpassed even the essays assigned by Professor Snape. Her logic dictated that Professor Quirrell could not possibly be associated with any conspiracy, yet her instincts, deeply trusting of Lin Shu, insisted that he must be correct. Thus, she found herself entangled in a long internal debate before finally speaking. Logically, we lack any substantial evidence pointing towards Professor Quirrell. His usual demeanor is that of a timid and cautious individual, far removed from the archetype of a schemer. But what if? Lin Shu would never make baseless claims. And she had faith in his intuition. His divination skills were indeed among the finest, and she believed that those deemed suspicious could not evade scrutiny. Prompted by Hermione's insight, Harry and Ron suddenly recalled this matter. Right. Shu can predict the future. If she senses something amiss, perhaps she has calculated it. Maybe she was discreetly providing them with hints for fear of revealing too much. Merlin. The more Harry pondered, the more he felt reverent towards Lin Shu, as if gazing upon a deity. In a short span, his imagination ran wild. Professor Quirrell had to be investigated thoroughly, and likewise with Professor Snape. Harry remained convinced that Snape's leg injury was inflicted by the three-headed dog. Regardless of why Snape had provoked the creature, secrets undoubtedly lay hidden beneath the surface. It would not be unreasonable for him to dig deeper. Perhaps he might unearth a malevolent professor lurking within the school. Soon enough, Harry resolved to set his sights and direction. Unfortunately, Lin Shu was unaware of his train of thought, seeing him silent for too long. She assumed he was lost in fanciful musings. Thus, she interjected, snap back to reality. Harry, my suspicion of Professor Quirrell is not merely instinctual. He has not attended a single class in the past few days, claiming to be on leave. How convenient. The moment I cast the rebounding spell, he vanished from sight. Even a ghost would recognize something is amiss. Let us begin our inquiries with Professor Quirrell and simultaneously delve into Professor Snape's affairs. Harry's declaration was resolute, and Ron, being his steadfast friend, readily agreed with whatever Harry proposed, as was customary. This left Hermione and Lin Shu exchanging glances, their expressions clearly conveying their disbelief. Really, Harry? Has Snape dug up your family grave? Why can't we just let this matter rest? Must we involve Snape of all people? Why provoke the one who is the least approachable? Moreover, if truth be told, Gryffindor had indeed suffered for having Harry among their ranks. Their points were nearly in the negative, and now the savior Harry sought to stir up even more trouble. It is likely that Professor McGonagall would have to take 2 tablets of blood pressure medication upon learning this. What can be done? Just as the atmosphere among the four grew delicately tense, the sound of an owl echoed, prompting everyone to instinctively look up, curious as to whose package had arrived. Strangely, this time there was only a single owl. It clutched a lengthy object in its beak, soaring through the air with evident difficulty due to the weight of the parcel. With the eyes of the onlookers fixed upon it, it gracefully landed on the desk in front of Harry, gently scratching its talons against the wooden surface, producing a faint sound. Then, with an elegant shake of its body, it carefully placed the package before Harry. Tilting its head, it regarded him with its bright eyes for a moment, a glimmer of pride shining through its dark, bean-like pupils, before it spread its wings wide and flew out the window, swiftly vanishing into the azure sky. Wow, is this for me? But who would send me a package? No one has sent me anything since I arrived at school. Harry pondered, equally perplexed, while Ron was brimming with excitement. The size of the package suggested that its contents would surely not disappoint. Let us open it. Harry nodded, extending his hand to deftly untie the twine securing the package. Ron and Hermione joined in to assist him, and as the twine and paper fell away, the contents gradually revealed themselves to the group. It was a pristine broomstick. The handle, crafted from smooth wood, gleamed with a warm and enchanting luster under the sunlight streaming through the window, as if it had been touched by a delicate golden enchantment. Intricate patterns adorned one end of the handle, reminiscent of ancient magical runes, mysterious and unique, seemingly infused with formidable power. The bristles of the broom were neatly arranged and dense, displaying a profound black hue, each bristle standing upright as if meticulously groomed, brimming with resilience. Harry's eyes widened in astonishment, sparkling with delight and excitement, the radiance surpassing even that of the sunlight outside. His heart raced, as if a joyous little sprite were dancing within his chest. He slowly extended his trembling hands, cautiously grasping the broomstick's handle and lifting it gently. Merlin's beard. This is no ordinary broom, Harry. This is a Firebolt 2000. Ron exclaimed in wonder, meeting several pairs of bewildered eyes. Hermione's lack of understanding stemmed from her disinterest in such matters, while Lin Shu, unfamiliar with the Western magical world, was even more confused. Harry, having only heard of it in passing, still found himself in a state of ignorance. Observing their expressions, Ron eagerly began to educate them. In the magical realm, the Firebolt 2000 held immense renown. Chapter 38, the Firebolt 2000. Firstly, the Firebolt 2000 is currently the most sought-after broomstick for competitive play, a coveted piece of equipment for nearly every Quidditch player. Within various Quidditch supply shops, the Nimbus 2000 stands as a flagship product, renowned in the realm of magical sports akin to the most prestigious athletic brands in the Muggle world. Its exceptional performance is truly its distinguishing feature. The astonishing speed it offers allows users to navigate the Quidditch pitch with remarkable agility, whether chasing the elusive golden snitch or evading bludgers, granting them a distinct advantage through its velocity. The broom's balance is equally commendable, providing stability during flight, enabling the rider to effortlessly control their direction and execute intricate aerial maneuvers, such as sharp turns, dives, and ascents. Its craftsmanship is exquisite, with a handle designed to fit comfortably in the hand, and the overall materials are of the highest quality, robust, and durable. Harry, with such an extraordinary broom, you are bound to triumph in Quidditch matches, Ron exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement, almost parched from his fervent speech. He could hardly contain his own exhilaration, as if it were he, not Harry, who was about to take to the field. Merlin, my brother has been selected for Quidditch in his first year, and to wield the Nimbus 2000 in his inaugural match. This is beyond thrilling. His shrill voice pierced the air, prompting everyone to instinctively turn away or cover their ears. Yet no one dared to silence Ron. Let him revel in his enthusiasm for a moment. It was a rare sight to see him so enamored with anything aside from Wizardess chess. Aside from Ron's exuberance, Harry found himself equally enchanted by the broom. He gently caressed its surface, savoring each intricate detail, a radiant smile blossoming on his face. In that moment, his mind conjured visions of soaring across the expansive Quidditch pitch on the Nimbus 2000, the wind rushing past his ears as he deftly weaved between the goalposts, the jubilant crowd below erupting in cheers that surged like crashing waves. He felt like a luminous star, free to glide in the sky that belonged to him, pursuing the golden snitch, a symbol of glory and dreams. But who could have possibly gifted him such a treasure? In a fleeting thought, Harry recalled Professor McGonagall, his head of house. Almost instantaneously, her typically stern yet occasionally warm demeanor materialized vividly in his mind. He reminisced about their Transfiguration classes, where she would stand at the front of the classroom, her wand elegantly waving to transform objects into marvelous creatures. Whenever he struggled with spells, transforming items into peculiar shapes, she never scolded him harshly. Instead, she would approach him, bend slightly, and focus intently on his actions, patiently correcting his movements and pronunciation, gently advising, "Potter, concentrate. The essence of magic emanates from within, You must feel it with your heart. The encouraging gaze was akin to the warm sun of winter, both comforting and powerful, enabling him to rise anew after each failure. This time, his extraordinary admission to Quidditch was attributed merely to his display of talent during flying lessons. In truth, it was Professor McGonagall who recognized the fervor and dedication gleaming in his eyes, steadfastly recommending him amidst a chorus of skepticism. He still vividly recalls that day when he covertly soared into the sky on his broomstick, reveling in the sensation of freedom and the exhilarating thrill of falling from great heights. Professor McGonagall witnessed him then, not with reprimand, but with praise instead. At that moment, Harry felt as though he had been endowed with a pair of wings, poised to soar through the skies of Quidditch. As Harry's gaze slowly shifted from the broom, it seemed as though an invisible force compelled him to search the classroom for Professor McGonagall's figure. He subtly turned his head, directing his sight toward her, his eyes reflecting a mixture of anticipation and nervousness, his breath quickening. The students within the castle were engaged in their own conversations, laughter and discussions intertwining. Yet Harry felt as if he existed in a silent realm, his vision fixated solely on that possible figure. At that moment, Professor McGonagall's gaze fortuitously drifted toward him, imbued with a blend of gratification, tenderness, and a subtle hint of expectation. A warm tide surged from his heart, swiftly enveloping his entire being. The sensation akin to being wrapped in the softest blanket on a frigid winter night. He perceived the answer in the professor's eyes. In that instant, the cacophony of the castle seemed to dissipate, and the world appeared to be reduced to the intense exchange of glances between him and Professor McGonagall. A faint smile graced Harry's lips, revealing a brilliant and blissful expression as he gripped the broom tightly, as if holding onto the most precious treasure in existence. With the arrival of the Nimbus 2000, the day of the Quidditch match approached like a swift bolt of lightning, enveloping Hogwarts in an atmosphere of palpable tension. Armed with his new weapon, Harry's enthusiasm for training escalated. Every day after classes, he would dash to the practice field, fueled with fervor and an abundance of energy, unsure of how to channel it. Fortunately, Quidditch was indeed physically demanding. After each training session, Harry would emerge drenched in sweat, yet immensely satisfied and exhilarated. However, with competition comes conflict, an immutable law that even the magical realm cannot escape. On this particular day, Harry arrived for practice as usual, navigating through the center of the group, his Nimbus 2000 polished to perfection. Under the sun's glow, its sleek lines and gleaming metallic components radiated an alluring charm, reminiscent of a rare treasure from the magical world. His eyes sparkled with affection and pride for the broom, his fingers gently caressing the handle as if whispering to a dear companion. Yet, in this tender moment, a raucous commotion erupted at the entrance of the field, the sound akin to the shrill cry of a night owl, shattering the prior harmony and tranquility. The members of Gryffindor turned their heads in unison, witnessing Malfoy striding forward with an air of arrogance. His impeccably pressed black robes billowed in the breeze, and his pale visage bore a smile that bordered on the grotesque, while his meticulously styled hair glimmered under the sunlight. Behind him, the Slytherin Quidditch team lined up like a well-equipped army flaunting their spoils, each member brandishing a brand new Nimbus 2000. "Ah, is that not our illustrious St. Potter?" Malfoy shouted, his voice dripping with mockery and disdain, the harsh tone echoing across the pitch as if to rend the tranquil sky. "Look at your precious broom. Do you truly believe that possessing a Nimbus 2000 makes you a hero on the Quidditch field?" As he spoke, he carelessly toyed with his own broom, gloved hands moving with casual arrogance, yet his gaze pierced through Harry like twin daggers. A surge of fury ignited within Harry, his hands instinctively clenching into fists, knuckles whitening with the pressure, his face flushed crimson as a ripe tomato. "Malfoy, what on earth do you want?" Harry's voice was a low, suppressed growl, akin to a lion poised to unleash its wrath. Malfoy sneered, the sound chilling like the wind on a frigid night, sending shivers down the spine. He then waved his hand sharply toward his teammates, a motion reminiscent of a general signaling an impending assault. The Slytherin players immediately raised their Nimbus 2000s in unison, the new brooms shimmering in the sunlight, their metallic luster nearly blinding. "Do you see this, Potter?" Malfoy's voice brimmed with arrogance and pride. "I simply believe that someone like you is utterly unworthy of being the first to possess a Nimbus 2000. But fret not, every member of Slytherin now boasts one. What do you have to be so smug about?" His eyes sparkled with a near-manic satisfaction, as if in this contest over brooms, he had ascended to the pinnacle of the world, crushing Harry beneath his heel. The Slytherin team erupted into laughter, their mirth echoing mockingly as they shook their brooms with exaggerated force, the wind whistling through them like a cruel taunt directed at Harry and the Gryffindors. "Malfoy, do not overstep your bounds," Harry roared, his face a deep shade of purple, veins bulging in his neck. "Do you think that a few brooms will secure you victory? You are merely flaunting your family's wealth, not showcasing true Quidditch prowess. Such behavior will only earn you further disdain." With that, Harry took a deep breath, closing his eyes in a desperate attempt to quell the tempest of emotions raging within him. He understood that Malfoy sought to provoke him, aiming to incite a loss of composure in front of their peers, thereby humiliating both him and Gryffindor. He could not allow Malfoy to succeed. It was absolutely imperative that he did not. Moments later, he slowly opened his eyes, released his tightly clenched fists, and straightened his posture. His gaze turned resolute and calm, akin to the depths of a tranquil lake, as he stared at Malfoy. Malfoy, mere possession of a broom will not secure victory in Quidditch. We Gryffindors shall demonstrate through our prowess who the true champions are. Upon hearing these words, Malfoy let out a couple of derisive laughs, which swiftly vanished without a trace. He glared fiercely at Harry, his eyes seemingly intent on devouring him whole. Then, with a sudden turn, he stormed off with the Slytherin team toward the far side of the pitch, shouting, "Just wait and see, Potter. In this Quidditch match, Slytherin will undoubtedly triumph. And then we shall see how smug you remain." With the Slytherins having departed, the Gryffindor players seized the opportunity to comfort their new teammate. They quickly gathered around Harry, their faces adorned with expressions of indignation, defiance, and determination. "Ignore them, Harry. Let us train diligently, and let our skills speak for themselves. They possess brooms. But we have courage, technique, and teamwork. These are the true keys to victory." Hearing his seniors speak thus, Harry nodded resolutely. Truth be told, he felt a twinge of discouragement upon seeing the opposing team equipped with Nimbus 2000s. This was not due to cowardice. Rather, he had trained on a Nimbus 2000 and was acutely aware of its superior performance. It was no exaggeration to assert that a finely crafted broom could be pivotal in securing victory in Quidditch. However, individuals like Malfoy, who were extravagantly wealthy, were indeed in the minority. Equipping the entire team with Nimbus 2000s was a considerable expense. Therefore, envisioning Gryffindor outfitting all its members with such brooms was nearly inconceivable. Realizing that this path was unfeasible, they resolved to train even harder. Harry quickly came to terms with this, and although a simmering anger still resided within him, he recognized that such fury was futile at this moment. Only through exceptional performance and victory in the match could he silence Malfoy and the Slytherin players. Thus, they picked up their brooms, filled with fervor, and followed their teammates onto the field, ready to embark on another session of earnest and rigorous training. However, to their dismay, Slytherin had already claimed the training ground they had previously occupied. For heaven's sake, they had merely entered the field a little later. The space had been usurped. The audacity of the Slytherins was utterly intolerable. Upon witnessing Slytherin's brazen takeover, the Gryffindor players erupted in outrage, and both sides soon resembled two swarms of agitated hornets. Their shouts resonating loudly, drawing numerous students to observe from a distance, akin to butterflies drawn to nectar. Given the recent unpleasantness between the two factions, tempers had not yet fully subsided, and the air was thick with insults, escalating tensions toward an imminent clash. There is no alternative. Everyone yearns to utilize this competition venue for their final training blitz, akin to a tightly wound clock, poised on the brink of collapse. Under ordinary circumstances, such matters might allow for negotiation or a mutual retreat, yet at this juncture, it proves exceedingly challenging. Slytherin and Gryffindor upperclassmen stand face to face, tension palpable, some even exhibiting signs of impending confrontation. As newly formed teammates, Malfoy and Harry find themselves in no better position. These two, who are typically adversaries, seize this opportune moment for conflict, each determined to vanquish the other. This arena has belonged to Slytherin since our arrival at Hogwarts. You reckless Gryffindors should retreat to a more suitable locale, Malfoy declared, standing at the forefront of the Slytherin ranks, a distorted smirk gracing his pale visage, reminiscent of a cat that has pilfered its prey. His gaze, sharp and venomous, fixated intently on the Gryffindors, each word he uttered laced with malice. Provoked by his taunts, Harry transformed into a furious lion, bursting forth from the Gryffindor ranks. "Malfoy, cease your baseless prattle. The competition is imminent, and we all require the space to train. Do you presume Hogwarts is your personal domain?" Malfoy scoffed dismissively, curling his lip in disdain, a sharp, derisive snort escaping him. "Humph, you think you can contend with me? You are nothing but a pitiful orphan, stumbling through the magical world by sheer luck." Struck at the core of his deepest pain, Harry could no longer endure such affronts. How dare he invoke the absence of his parents? Did he not long for their presence? Was he not robbed of the joy of family by that fateful war that claimed his parents and extinguished his hopes for a home? His face flushed crimson, fists clenched in rage, body trembling slightly. "Malfoy, you despicable coward. If you dare, let us settle this with our wands." The surrounding teammates, ignited like a powder keg, gripped their brooms tightly, eyes brimming with a thirst for battle, the air thick with the scent of gunpowder, as if a mere spark could shatter the field into oblivion. "What is the matter, Potter? A couple of words, and you're already riled up? Are you eager to receive a thrashing?" Malfoy taunted, swiftly drawing his wand. Its tip glinting ominously, madness and resolve flickering in his eyes. "It is you who has sought your own demise, Malfoy," Harry retorted defiantly, brandishing his wand. His gaze resolute and icy, akin to a blade poised to strike. The tension between the two factions surged to a critical point, and in the next instant, with unwavering focus, Malfoy bellowed, "Wingardium Leviosa." Chapter 40. To fight to the death. Malfoy skillfully cast the levitation charm, lifting a box high into the air before mercilessly hurling it towards Harry. Sensing the impending danger, Harry swiftly sidestepped, raising his wand and uttering, "Immobilis." The box wobbled momentarily in midair before plummeting down. Their confrontation seemed to have unleashed a floodgate, prompting others to draw their wands and plunge into a chaotic melee. Fortunately, both Harry and Malfoy were merely first-year students with a limited repertoire of spells. Otherwise, their unbridled fury might have turned the encounter fatal. Yet, even without magic, their situation did not improve significantly. The two discarded their wands and tore at their robes, engaging in a primal struggle. Fists flew and kicks landed, their hair disheveled and garments askew. It was only when the astonished onlookers alerted the professors to this chaos that the brawl began to subside. However, while the upperclassmen ceased their skirmishes, Harry and Malfoy remained locked in a fierce contest. Even the arrival of Professors McGonagall and Snape had little effect. Malfoy lunged at Harry like a frenzied beast, fists clenched and whistling through the air as he aimed a blow at Harry's face. Harry, exuding unwavering resolve, sidestepped the ferocious strike with ease and swiftly countered, delivering a punch to Malfoy's midsection. Malfoy yelped in pain, instinctively curling up, but quickly straightened and retaliated with a kick aimed at Harry's legs. Harry nimbly leaped back, yet Malfoy seized the opportunity to tackle him, wrapping his arms tightly around Harry's waist in an attempt to bring him down. Harry struggled fiercely, his feet rooted to the ground, and struck Malfoy in the back with his elbow. Malfoy winced, loosening his grip just enough for Harry to break free. They glared at each other, chests heaving and breaths ragged, their eyes ablaze with fury. Moments later, they charged at one another once more, grappling like two bulls in a fierce contest. The scene, a battle of survival, astonished the professors and upperclassmen alike. "Enough." Professor McGonagall's voice resonated like a thunderclap throughout the arena. "I'm speaking to both of you." With a flick of her wand, a powerful surge of magic erupted like a tempest, forcibly separating the two combatants. This magic, akin to an invisible hand, though devoid of lethal intent, exuded an undeniable pressure. Reluctantly, Harry and Malfoy were pulled apart, neither having gained the upper hand in their clash. Bruised and gasping for breath, the remnants of their previous decorum and gentlemanly demeanor vanished, leaving only disarray and animosity. They glared at one another, their tongues relentlessly spitting venomous insults. "That's enough." Professor Snape's frigid, piercing voice echoed through the air, akin to a chilling serpent slithering past the ears of all present, sending shivers down their spines. He strode swiftly to confront Harry and Malfoy, his gaze sharp as daggers, piercing through them with palpable intensity. "Look at what you have become, students of Hogwarts, brawling like common ruffians in the streets." Simultaneously, Professor McGonagall, her voice trembling with fury, surveyed each team member with a fierce glare, her chest heaving with indignation. "To use magic to attack one another within the school is a grave violation of the rules. You have brought disgrace upon the entire house. 50 points deducted from each of you." Professor Snape then announced, his voice deep and menacing, each word resonating like a heavy incantation, rendering the faces of the team members even more pallid. "The Quidditch training privileges for Slytherin and Gryffindor this week are hereby revoked." Upon hearing the punishment, all the Quidditch players stood as dejected as frostbitten eggplants, their spirits weighed down with disappointment and regret. Meanwhile, Harry and Malfoy were escorted to the office. Inside, the flickering candlelight cast shadows on the walls adorned with portraits of former headmasters, whose painted visages seemed to cast disapproving glances at the unfolding scene. The two professors stood beside a large oak desk, arms crossed over their chests, their eyes filled with sorrow and disappointment as they fixed their gaze on the two disheveled and errant children before them. It must be said, Harry and Malfoy's behavior today was indeed beyond the pale, leaving the professors astonished and exasperated by the challenges of their education. The professors' expectations were simple enough. They did not seek a bond of affection between the two, but merely wished for them to refrain from continuing their violent altercations within the school. However, given the current circumstances, with the two positioned in opposing houses, entrenched in their rivalry, and burdened with considerable animosity, achieving a peaceful coexistence seemed an arduous task. Professor McGonagall was the first to speak, seeing both of them as good children. Even if Malfoy was somewhat arrogant, he hardly qualified as a villain. If she could guide these two children onto the right path, she could not bear to witness them stray further. "You both have deeply disappointed me. To openly brawl within the school, to use magic against one another. Have you completely forgotten the rules? Hogwarts is a place for learning the art of magic and cultivating moral character, not a venue for you to vent your emotions like ruffians on the streets. After her admonition, Snape joined in the scolding brigade. Standing there, his dark robes enveloping his tall and somber figure, his expression dark enough to seem as if ink might drip from it, he scoffed. Utterly foolish. The recklessness of Gryffindor and the arrogance of Slytherin are glaringly evident in your actions. Do you fancy yourselves as great duelists? You are merely two thoughtless children, bringing shame upon yourselves. Yet, the earnest exhortations of the two professors, whether heartfelt or blunt, bore no fruit whatsoever. Harry and Malfoy stood with their necks craned, refusing to look at one another, their faces still etched with lingering anger and stubbornness. Harry's disheveled hair was dust-laden, and a bruise marred his cheek. His fists were clenched tightly, his body slightly trembling, as if he were ready to pounce at the slightest provocation from Malfoy. Malfoy, too, was in a poor state. His tie was askew, a trace of blood lingered at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were filled with resentment and defiance as he muttered under his breath. Just wait, this isn't over between us. The animosity between them seemed like an insurmountable chasm, rendering them incapable of hearing each other's words. Professor McGonagall, witnessing this, felt a surge of frustration. Her head spun with disbelief. Had her students truly devolved into such a state? Taking a deep breath, she steeled herself mentally, suppressing her discomfort, and asked with a slightly softened tone, "Very well. Since you are unwilling to listen to each other, why not share the reason behind this altercation? I refuse to believe you are inherently combative children. Perhaps you have deeper grievances. Speak to the professor. I wish to hear the truth now." McGonagall's warm words were like a gentle breeze, softening Harry's once stony heart. He was not as despondent as he appeared. Yet the presence of someone trustworthy to confide in overwhelmed him. He felt the urge to unburden himself of all his pent-up grievances and sorrow. Biting his lip, his hands clenched involuntarily, his body trembling slightly as he fought to suppress his inner turmoil. After a moment, he resolved to reveal his pain. Lifting his gaze with tears of anger and injustice glistening in his eyes, and stammered, "It's Malfoy. He mocked me for being parentless." Before he could finish, the floodgates opened, and tears streamed down his face as his shoulders shook with muffled sobs. Chapter 41. You deserve to dwell with rats in the gutter. Once Harry began to cry, he could not stop. Over the years, he had endured countless hardships alone, each time yearning and fantasizing about how different it would be if his parents were still alive. He was certain it would be a world apart. With parents, he would be a cherished child, able to confide in them during trials and find protection from bullying. He could afford to be vulnerable, to not always be strong, to indulge, to seek comfort, and to live carefree like other children, even to possess the pride that Malfoy exhibited. The more he pondered, the more aggrieved he felt, and his cries grew louder, transforming from muffled sounds to full-blown wails, as if he were releasing years of accumulated grievances. Witnessing his distress, both professors felt a profound ache in their hearts. Professor McGonagall strode purposefully to Harry's side, enveloping the distraught child in a warm embrace, offering him solace akin to that of a mother. Meanwhile, Snape stood as if nailed to the spot. The words "without parents" struck him like a hammer, reverberating deep within his soul. His gaze instantly became vacant and distant, as if he were ensnared in a profound reverie. Memories of his time with Harry's mother surged forth, emotions long buried and seldom revisited flooding his consciousness like a relentless tide. Once the floodgates of memory were opened, they could not be shut again. Scenes cascaded upon one another, revealing the boy he once was, a timid and reclusive child living in a Muggle village. Whenever he was tormented by other children, Lily would emerge like a valiant warrior, shielding him from harm. Her red hair shimmered with a warm glow in the sunlight, and though her voice was youthful, it rang with unwavering resolve as she chastised the bullies. She was the solitary light in his childhood. Later, they both received their acceptance letters to Hogwarts, and on the train bound for the magical school, Lily's eyes sparkled with dreams and curiosity about the future, while he silently vowed to protect her in this new realm. Yet, fate had other designs. The Sorting Hat divided them into separate houses. Lily was placed in Gryffindor, a symbol of bravery and passion, while he found himself in Slytherin. Thus began an imperceptible chasm that emerged between them. In the early days at school, despite their differing houses, they would still meet during breaks, sharing their joys and sorrows by the lakeside. He would secretly concoct small potions for Lily, aiding her in achieving commendable results in potions class, while she would drag him to witness Gryffindor's Quidditch matches, cheering for her house with fervor. The wind would tousle her hair, brushing against his cheek, a delightful tickle that warmed his heart. However, as time wore on, external pressures and misunderstandings gradually corroded their friendship. Some Slytherin classmates mocked Lily for her Muggle heritage, while Gryffindor students eyed Snape and his complex Slytherin companions with suspicion. Their quarrels became more frequent. Each argument inflicted fresh wounds upon his heart. Yet, whenever he beheld Lily's smile or heard her laughter, those scars would heal in an instant. He knew he could never extinguish the love he held for her. A shift in the scene brought them to the eve of their graduation. It was a night when the stars seemed dim, and Lily found him beneath the moonlight, her eyes filled with confusion and concern. They spoke of the future, of the shadows of war gradually enveloping the magical world, and of their respective choices and stances. He gazed at Lily, longing to confess the depth of his affection, to express his willingness to confront the world for her sake. Yet, those words remained lodged in his throat, and ultimately, they parted in silence, with the moonlight of that night chillingly stark, until that dreadful day arrived. When he heard the prophecy, when he learned that Lily's life was in peril, he knelt before Dumbledore, tears streaming down his face, fervently imploring him to safeguard Lily, willing to pay any price for her safety. Alas, fate proved cruel, and he ultimately lost her. The one he cherished most dearly fell victim to Voldemort's treachery, her life forever frozen on October 31st, 1981. That day became his lifelong agony, the one he wished to forget the most. People often say that losing a loved one is the most excruciating experience, yet he endured this torment year after year, unable to find solace. Every smile of Lily's, every glance, was indelibly etched in the depths of his soul, becoming his sole redemption and support in this dark world. Countless silent nights found him enveloped in yearning for Lily, the bittersweet memories intertwining, causing his heart to struggle endlessly in the abyss of love and regret, unable to escape. Deep down, he had always known he would lose her. Yet, he never truly imagined she would die. How could there be no regrets? In his most sincere, fervent embrace of Lily, he held only her lifeless body. As his thoughts came to a halt, a solitary tear slipped down his cheek, falling to the floor. In a corner unnoticed, he stifled the tears once more. Turning his gaze toward Harry, who was weeping, all his guilt and love surged forth. Despite his disdain for Harry's father, Harry's mother was Lily. He could not allow Harry to suffer any further. Otherwise, even in death, he would face Lily with shame. Suddenly, he whipped his head around, fixing a fierce gaze on Malfoy, his eyes ablaze with unprecedented fury, his lips quivering as he struggled to contain his emotions. Then, like a volcano erupting, he bellowed at Malfoy, "You repugnant little worm. What right do you have to mock others' parents? You merely rely on your so-called pure-blood lineage, living like a parasite, devoid of any true talent, using your venomous tongue to harm others. Look at your pitiful state now, resembling a plucked chicken, thinking yourself noble. Do you believe everything you possess is rightfully yours? You squander your family's reputation, you inept wastrel. Is this the underhandedness you learned at Slytherin? Deriving pleasure from others' suffering? You are a disgrace to the wizarding world. Such a person does not deserve to be at Hogwarts, nor to possess magic. You deserve to dwell in the gutter alongside rats, never to raise your head again." Chapter 42, An Apology to Harry. Malfoy, struck by the sudden tempestuous reprimand from Snape, turned pale as a ghost. His lips quivered, yearning to defend himself, yet the oppressive gaze of Snape silenced him. Gradually, his eyes reddened, tears swirling within their confines before cascading down his cheeks. He stifled sobs, his body trembling, utterly devoid of the usual haughty demeanor he often displayed. Yet, Snape was relentless, his fierce eyes ablaze with fury as he continued, "Crying? Do you still have the audacity to weep? Now you know fear? Where was this trepidation before? You despicable wretch. Your soul is as tainted as the murky waters of the Black Lake. Did you think you could inflict harm upon others and simply walk away unscathed? You are gravely mistaken. I will keep a watchful eye on you, Malfoy, should you dare to transgress the school's regulations or bully your peers again. I shall expel you from Hogwarts, and you will never return. Do you not relish mocking others? From this moment forth, you shall reflect upon how utterly detestable you truly are." At this juncture, Malfoy was utterly inconsolable, unwilling to accept that his professor would turn against him, not only failing to defend him, but siding with that insufferable Potter. He covered his eyes with his hands, his cries echoing throughout the office. Yet, these tears ultimately proved futile, failing to elicit a shred of compassion from Snape. The office reverberated with Snape's venomous tirade, each word piercing like a poisoned arrow. The atmosphere grew stifling, as if an unrelenting storm raged within the confines of the room. "Malfoy, from this day forth, you had better keep your head down. Should I hear even a whisper of you gossiping or bullying your classmates again, I shall toss you into the forbidden forest to be fed to the werewolves, allowing you to experience the taste of being bullied and utterly isolated. Let us see if you can still find mirth in that. Finally, apologize to Harry." With those words, Malfoy could no longer bear the deluge of humiliation crashing upon him. "No, I would rather die than apologize to that insufferable Potter," he shouted, attempting to reclaim his dignity, which felt trampled into the mud. In the next moment, he turned and stumbled out the door, his steps chaotic and frantic, akin to a frightened bird pursued relentlessly by a hunter. In his haste, he inadvertently knocked over a small sculpture in the corridor, the clatter echoing loudly. Yet, he showed no inclination to halt, desperately fleeing from the place that had so thoroughly debased him. The sound of his anguished sobs gradually faded down the long corridor. Yet it lingered in every corner of the office, like a haunting specter that refused to dissipate. Inside the office, a profound silence enveloped the space, broken only by Snape's heavy breathing. He remained rooted in place, his chest heaving as if he had just emerged from a fierce physical confrontation. His eyes remained bloodshot, fixed intently on the doorway, as though Malfoy were still there. Meanwhile, his hands were clenched into fists, the knuckles turning pale from exertion, emitting a cracking sound. While the fury etched on his face resembled molten lava, no longer on the verge of eruption, yet the residual heat instilled a sense of dread. His expression conveyed an unquenchable inner rage, as if, despite Malfoy's escape, he yearned to pursue him and consume him whole. Professor McGonagall was the first to recover from her shock, her brow furrowed, her gaze laden with concern and profound bewilderment. She exhaled softly, the sound resonating heavily in the stillness of the office, as if it bore the weight of her helplessness regarding the chaotic situation before her. She approached Snape slowly, her steps gentle and measured, as if wary of provoking him further. Her lips trembled slightly as she carefully chose her words and said softly, "Severus, enough. Your behavior today has been utterly unbecoming. While Malfoy is indeed at fault, he is merely a child, and such punishment and scolding are excessively cruel and harsh for him. We are educators, and it is our duty to guide them toward the right path, rather than inflict harm upon their spirits through such extreme measures." Professor McGonagall's voice carried a subtle undertone of reproach, but more prominently, it resonated with sorrow and regret. Upon hearing her words, Snape appeared to be struck by a jolt of electricity, his body shuddering slightly. A fleeting flicker of panic and remorse crossed his eyes, as if he had momentarily emerged from the haze of anger and recognized his loss of control. His lips moved as if he wished to articulate a defense, yet ultimately fell silent, closing his mouth weakly. Gradually, he released his tightly clenched fists, gazing at his trembling hands, as if confronting the wild, uncontrolled version of himself he had just exhibited, filled with self-reproach and guilt. He turned away, avoiding McGonagall's gaze, his eyes betraying a hint of anguish and struggle, acutely aware that his recent words had been cruel beyond measure, an undeniable nightmare for a child. All of this stemmed from the tumultuous emotions buried deep within him, intertwined with profound guilt regarding Harry's mother, which at that moment breached the defenses of his reason, prompting such an inappropriate outburst. On the other side, Harry stood frozen in shock, utterly bewildered by the sudden scene unfolding before him. His eyes were wide, filled with terror and confusion, as if the events transpiring were a horrific nightmare. His mouth opened slightly, yet no sound escaped, his mind a blank slate, too overwhelmed to weep, merely standing there mechanically, observing Snape and Professor McGonagall. A tumult of emotions swirled within him. He found himself feeling a flicker of pity and sympathy for Malfoy, acknowledging the immense suffering he had just endured, a burden few could comprehend. Such anguish could indeed crush a boy accustomed to privilege and a strong sense of self-worth. Conversely, his feelings toward Professor Snape were steeped in confusion and fear. The professor, typically cold and stern towards him, today exhibited a reaction that made him feel as though he were confronted by a stranger, a person entirely consumed by rage. He could not comprehend why Professor Snape would erupt in such fury over the mockery of his lack of parents. Although he felt a sense of joy and gratitude for Snape standing up for him, this unusually intense response raised suspicions. Harry could not recall when he exited the office, only remembering Professor McGonagall gently holding his hand, guiding him step by step back to the Gryffindor dormitory. The events of that evening were so convoluted that he found them difficult to digest. Particularly troubling was Snape's loss of control, which left him with the unsettling impression that a significant secret lay hidden beneath the surface, one that must pertain to him. Today, as confrontation merely unveiled the faintest glimmer of that secret, to grasp the entirety of it seemed an insurmountable challenge. That night, sleep eluded Harry. Even in moments of drowsiness, he was ensnared by profound confusion and unease. In his dreams, he found himself once more in that office, reliving those moments. His brow furrowed throughout the night. On the other side, Draco Malfoy faced a situation far worse than Harry's. After his escape, he sought refuge in a corner, unwilling to let others witness his state. His pride would not permit it. Yet, in solitude, he was perpetually surrounded by insults and oppression. The venomous voices echoed relentlessly in his mind, refusing to dissipate despite his efforts. As night deepened and others returned to their dormitories, he wandered aimlessly through the campus like a lost soul. Little did he know, this aimless wandering led him unknowingly to the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 43. The Forbidden Forest. Time passed quietly, and the night enveloped Hogwarts like a vast black satin shroud. The campus gradually fell silent as students returned to the warmth of their dormitories, surrendering to slumber. In the midst of this stillness, Malfoy slowly rose, his gaze vacant and bewildered, meandering aimlessly through the corridors and staircases of the school. Unbeknownst to him, He found himself at the forest's edge. The eerie woods appeared particularly terrifying under the cloak of night, with towering trees resembling monstrous beasts, casting bizarre shadows. Yet, Malfoy, consumed by inner turmoil, remained oblivious to the dangers surrounding him. His feet seemed guided by an invisible force, leading him step by step into this forbidden realm. Occasional unsettling cries and the rustling of unknown creatures traversing the underbrush reached his ears, but he paid them no heed, mechanically advancing forward. His figure gradually faded into the dark depths of the forest, as if swallowed by the endless night, leaving behind an eerie silence. Suddenly, a twig snapped beneath his foot. The sharp crack echoed through the stillness of the forbidden forest, piercing through his muddled consciousness like a bolt of lightning. He halted abruptly, scanning his surroundings, only then realizing he had ventured deep into an uncharted territory. Fear gripped his heart in an instant, his eyes wide open as he sought to retrace his steps. Yet, all around him loomed identical towering trees and dense thickets, the darkness as thick as ink, seemingly intent on engulfing him entirely. Every whisper of the wind, every rustle of leaves resonated in his ears, transformed into the murmurs and footsteps of unseen creatures. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, sliding across his pallid cheeks, while his breath came in frantic gasps, his chest rising and falling violently. Panic seized him. Terror consumed him. Regret washed over him. He yearned to return to his dormitory. He would rather endure Snape's scorn than remain in this wretched place. Where on earth was he? Was there anyone around? I want to go home. I no longer wish to attend school. His lips trembled as he muttered incessantly, his voice hoarse and dry, akin to the feeble gasps escaping a dilapidated bellows, echoing through the desolate forest before being mercilessly swallowed by the encroaching darkness, devoid of any response, as if he were the sole lost soul in this realm, abandoned in a terrifying abyss. Help! Help me! Dad! Woe is me! Who can come to my rescue? He cried out in despair, his voice laden with fear and helplessness, sounding so small and insignificant in the silence of the forbidden forest. With no other option, he could only run. In his frenzy, he dashed about aimlessly, utterly disoriented. Just as he desperately sought a glimmer of hope, his foot was suddenly ensnared by a thick, gnarled tree root. His body lost balance in an instant, and he lurched forward. In his panic, he instinctively reached out to brace himself against the ground, only to encounter a cold, slimy substance exuding a nauseating stench. The texture felt like cold muck entwined with writhing flesh. Malfoy screamed in terror, his cry shattering the stillness of the night, yet it seemed hindered by an invisible barrier. Unable to escape the dreadful forest, he flailed his arms desperately, striving to rid himself of the repulsive entity, his facial muscles contorting in fear, his features nearly collapsing into one another, his eyes wide with horror and disgust. But before he could regain his composure, a thick vine, akin to a lurking serpent, suddenly coiled around his ankle and yanked him backward. Malfoy fell once more, this time scraping his elbow, the sting sharp and immediate, while thorns shredded his clothing, leaving tattered remnants clinging to him. At that moment, Malfoy found himself in a pitiful state. His hair fell messily across his forehead, dampened by sweat and tears, strands sticking to his face. His eyes were swollen, hollow with despair, and his lips were bloodied from biting down hard, crimson droplets trickling down to stain his filthy collar. He curled up on the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably, weeping openly, his cries infused with endless agony. How irritating. I never expected students would venture into the forbidden forest tonight. Perhaps I should take this opportunity to catch up on my studies. As those words fell from his lips, Malfoy froze, paralyzed with fear, no longer daring to move a muscle, nor to utter another sound. He had just hoped fervently that someone might appear here and take him back to school. However, he now regretted that wish, for he should have anticipated that anyone prowling in such a sinister place at this late hour could hardly be a benevolent soul. Moreover, what had that figure just uttered? Was it threatening to consume him? Terrified, he attempted to flee, but as he glanced around, illuminated by the moonlight, he beheld a scene that froze his very blood. There stood a tall, ominous silhouette, quietly bent over the unicorn. The creature, once pristine and shimmering with an ethereal silver light, now lay dull and lifeless. Blood gushing from its neck and pooling on the ground in a horrifying crimson puddle, the acrid scent of blood permeating the air, almost inducing nausea. Malfoy swiftly grasped a dreadful truth. The figure shrouded in black fabric, even obscuring its head, was feasting upon the unicorn's blood. From the words that had just escaped its lips, it was evident that the figure had long since detected his presence. Perhaps it deemed him an inconsequential child, lacking any threat, and thus persisted in its sanguinary endeavor. Yet, the unicorn's blood would inevitably run dry. What then would become of him? Would he perish? Malfoy was engulfed in terror, his eyes bulging as if they might leap from their sockets, his hands instinctively covering his mouth. Yet, he was still but a child, fragile and accustomed to a life of privilege, having never encountered such a horrific spectacle. Despite exerting every ounce of will to restrain himself, The trembling sobs escaped uncontrollably from his fingertips. Voldemort had already heard the desperate cries of anguish and paid no heed to Malfoy, merely a child. Only after draining the unicorn's blood did he slowly rise to his feet. At that moment, his withered hands still dripped with blood, glinting ominously in the shadows with a chilling red glow. The unicorn was dead, the blood spent. Yet Voldemort was not yet satiated. He desired to sample the young wizard's blood, curious if it bore the same exquisite quality as the unicorn's, if it might also serve as a potent sustenance. His gaze fixed intently upon Malfoy, he began to advance, step by deliberate step. With each footfall, it felt as though he bore the weight of 1,000 burdens, crushing the dry twigs and fallen leaves beneath him, the sound echoing like a ghastly specter sharpening its teeth, reverberating through the stillness of the woods. Each noise striking at the frayed nerves of Malfoy, who teetered on the brink of collapse. As Voldemort drew near, Malfoy could distinctly hear the ghastly sound of his chewing, as if savoring the taste of the unicorn's blood, or perhaps relishing the anticipation of his fear. Malfoy yearned to struggle and flee, yet his legs felt as though they were firmly anchored to the ground, weak and powerless. His lips quivered, desperate to produce a cry for help. But only a few feeble whimpers escaped. Suddenly, Voldemort raised his wand with a sudden force, and Malfoy's body was yanked into the air by an invisible power. Suspended in midair, his limbs were tightly bound, rendering him immobile, forced to writhe helplessly as the chains conjured by the curse dug deeply into his flesh. Though intangible, they inflicted excruciating pain upon him. Poor wretch, blame yourself for trespassing into a forbidden realm and witnessing sights you ought not to have seen. With these words, Voldemort's voice descended into a low, raspy cackle, echoing as if it were seeping from the very depths of hell, causing the surrounding trees to tremble in fear. He slightly raised his head, revealing a glimpse of his pale, bloodied chin beneath the hood, marked by savagery. Malfoy, utterly petrified, shut his eyes, resigning himself to fate in that fleeting moment. In his final moments, thoughts of his father, mother, and the peacock at home flooded his mind. It seemed he would not return this night, never to see his parents again, perhaps forcing them to endure the anguish of losing a child. The mere thought twisted his heart with unbearable pain. As for Shu, devoid of his usual mischief, she would likely find life much easier. Yet, he wondered if she would miss her companion in her moments of boredom. Chilling tears fell once more into the earth, his body tense as he awaited the arrival of death. Yet, in the next heartbeat, that fateful voice surged forth again. The creature before him had remained silent, perhaps savoring the spectacle of his impending demise, truly a fiend. How amusing. You were weeping just moments ago, and now you seem prepared for death. But I've suddenly changed my mind. I shan't allow you to die so easily. Before your end, I wish to see if the blood of a young wizard is more delectable than that of a unicorn. What? Malfoy could hardly believe his ears, let alone the brutal fate that awaited him. What was this demon saying? Not only did it intend to kill him, but it also sought to torment him? Would it drain him as it did the unicorn? No, absolutely not. He began to struggle, summoning his last ounce of strength to cry out, "You cannot kill me. My father is Lucius Malfoy, a powerful man. If you take my life, he will not spare you. You will find no refuge in this world." Voldemort listened intently. The sinister laughter momentarily halted, replaced by a mocking raise of his brow. Malfoy, mistaking the silence for fear, remained oblivious to the fact that he was facing Voldemort, a figure who felt no threat from anyone in the magical realm. As for Lucius Malfoy, he recalled the name, a Death Eater, one of his followers. Since this was the offspring of a follower, he decided to show mercy, granting this unfortunate child a swift end and leaving his parents with a complete corpse. How considerate of him, truly a leader who cares for his subordinates. With this thought, Voldemort abandoned the idea of tormenting the young boy, raising his wand to deliver a merciful release to the unfortunate child. In an instant, a malevolent green light erupted from the tip of his wand, akin to a wraith's fatal glow. "Consider yourself fortunate, little imp. To perish by my hand is indeed a stroke of fortune. Avada Kedavra." His voice was cold and cruel, and the moment the words left his lips, the deadly green light surged towards Malfoy's heart. Malfoy gazed at the approaching luminescence, his eyes wide with horror. The shadows of death reflected in his pupils. He thought to himself that it was over. This time, he was undoubtedly doomed. The killing curse was not unfamiliar to him. As a scion of a pure-blood wizarding family, he was acutely aware of its formidable nature. It was one of the 3 unforgivable curses, a potent spell of murder. Yet, amidst his misfortune, there was a sliver of solace. The curse, upon striking its target, would grant instant and painless death. He mused that at least he would not suffer before his demise. His breath quickened in desperation, his heart racing wildly within his chest as he prepared to meet his end. But fortune took an unexpected turn. Just as the unforgivable curse made contact with Malfoy's body, the once vibrant light dimmed abruptly, as if it had collided with an invisible and indestructible barrier. Before Voldemort could comprehend the unfolding events, The pendant at Malfoy's chest erupted in a blinding radiance, far surpassing the glow of the killing curse. Within that light danced mysterious and ancient runes, swirling as if imbued with life, steadfastly repelling the otherwise invincible killing curse. The clash of magic and runes produced a thunderous roar, waves of potent energy radiating outward from the two figures, uprooting trees and sending debris spiraling through the air. Malfoy, having previously closed his eyes in resignation, now opened them, the desire to survive replacing his earlier acceptance of fate. Before him lay the talisman glowing with an extraordinary light, a gift from Shu. It was Shu. Shu had saved him. Overwhelmed with emotion, he wept anew, his heart brimming with gratitude and reliance upon Lin Shu, and he began to call out recklessly, "Shu, save me. I am here. Shu." His voice echoed through the forbidden forest, filled with the exhilaration of a second chance and madness. Meanwhile, Voldemort could no longer find amusement in the situation. He stood frozen, like a statue petrified in place. His eyes, concealed beneath the hood, widened in disbelief and fury. The killing curse had never missed its mark. In his mind, it was the ultimate, unstoppable dark magic. Yet the scene before him utterly shattered that perception. Impossible. This cannot be. He roared, his voice laced with anger and resentment. His body trembled violently with rage, fists clenched tightly, nails digging deep into his palms as blood trickled down through his fingers. He could not fathom how a mere trinket, a talisman worn by a diminutive wizard, could withstand his lethal strike, nor could he comprehend the arcane power of the runes it bore. "Who are you? What manner of sorcery is this?" Voldemort's voice was low and hoarse, as if it were being forced through clenched teeth. His gaze was fixated on the talisman around Malfoy's neck, his eyes piercing with the intent to dismantle. He silently vowed that any bold enough to challenge his authority or impede his path would face utter annihilation. Chapter 45, Avada Kedavra. The life and death race within the Forbidden Forest was unknown to all, and news of it could not penetrate the walls of Hogwarts. At that moment, Lin Shu was quietly meditating. The very air around her seemed to stiffen. Suddenly, a wave of intense unease surged from her chest. She abruptly opened her eyes, a serious glint flashing across her gaze. She understood that this disturbance stemmed from the talisman she had crafted with her own hands, and such a catalyst could only be triggered by the recipient facing mortal peril. As long as life was not at stake, the runic power within the talisman would remain dormant. Yet, the very fact that it was activated signified imminent danger. She struggled to imagine what kind of lethal threat could arise within the confines of the school. Moreover, the recipients of her talismans were limited: Malfoy, Fred, George, and Professor Snape. She had long intended to gift one to Cedric, but their paths rarely crossed, and the thought had slipped her mind over time. Now, with the runes vibrating, the magic within the talisman had been awakened. Whoever was experiencing this life-threatening moment was not someone she wished to witness in peril. Without hesitation, she swiftly formed a spell with her hands and began to chant. As the incantation flowed, her consciousness rapidly established a connection with the runes she had inscribed within the talisman. In the next instant, she leapt from the window without a moment's pause, conjuring a shield in midair as she raced toward the location where the talisman had last resonated. Meanwhile, the professors at the school were not idle. During a routine check, the prefects discovered that Malfoy was absent from his quarters. Given Malfoy's esteemed and unique status as a scion of a pureblood family, any misfortune befalling him would be a burden no one could bear. Thus, the prefects, wary of the gravity of the situation, promptly reported Malfoy's disappearance. Upon learning of his absence, the professors set aside their tasks, their expressions grave as they sprang into action. An air of tension enveloped Hogwarts Castle, as if a tempest were on the verge of breaking. Professor Snape's countenance was as dark as the night, regret and guilt flickering in his eyes. The scene from earlier that afternoon, when he had harshly reprimanded Malfoy, replayed in his mind, filling him with remorse. "It is all my fault. If only I had managed my emotions better," he muttered to himself, his voice hoarse, his hands clenched into fists, nails digging deeply into his palms, leaving indelible marks. Professor McGonagall's eyes were filled with concern, her brow furrowed, and the wrinkles on her face more pronounced than ever. As she hurriedly walked, she continuously reassured her fellow professors. "Do not worry, we shall surely locate Malfoy." Although her voice remained steady, the slight tremor of her lips betrayed her inner turmoil. The professors dispersed, embarking on a thorough search throughout the various corners of the school. Their figures darted swiftly through the corridors, classrooms, and the auditorium, leaving no room or nook unchecked. Some professors quietly muttered spells, attempting to magically trace Malfoy's whereabouts, while others meticulously examined every potential hiding place, their eyes brimming with anxiety and anticipation. As night enveloped Hogwarts, each professor felt an overwhelming weight upon their hearts. McGonagall, too, stood in the castle courtyard, her face etched with fatigue and worry. She had just concluded her search within the castle, yielding no results. and was preparing to venture in another direction to continue her pursuit of Malfoy. At that moment, a whistling sound echoed from above, prompting McGonagall to instinctively look up. She beheld Lin Shu, riding a shield as if she were a meteor streaking across the night sky. Her robes billowed behind her, revealing an unmistakable urgency and determination etched upon her face. The shield emitted a faint glow, standing out vividly against the darkness. And Lin Shu's figure, illuminated by the light, seemed to embody a mysterious and formidable power. A jolt of alarm surged through McGonagall's heart. As a wave of unease washed over her, she anxiously gazed in the direction Lin Shu had flown, pondering, Merlin, why is that child not in her dormitory? What could compel her to fly at such a time? We have already lost one Malfoy. We cannot afford to lose another child. McGonagall felt her heart leap into her throat, calling out a few times, but the evening wind howled, swallowing her voice whole. Realizing she could not summon Lin Shu back, her anxiety intensified. Yet soon, her thoughts shifted to another possibility. Could Lin Shu's haste signify that she was aware of Malfoy's whereabouts? McGonagall steadied her mind, contemplating that given Lin Shu's typically composed nature, she would not recklessly violate school rules by flying above the grounds unless there was a matter of great significance. Whatever caused Lin Shu such distress and prompted her to act so impulsively was undoubtedly of great importance. The pressing matter at hand within the school was undoubtedly linked to Malfoy's situation. With this realization, McGonagall dared not delay for a moment longer. She swiftly retrieved her wand from her robe, giving it a gentle wave, from which a silver owl soared forth. The owl circled in the air, and McGonagall whispered to it, "Go inform the other professors that I have seen Shu flying towards the Forbidden Forest. It may be related to Malfoy's disappearance." Summon everyone to gather promptly. The owl seemed to comprehend her command, taking flight into the night sky. Meanwhile, Lin Shu hastened towards the source of the protective charm's surge of power, her speed remarkable as she reached the skies above the Forbidden Forest in the blink of an eye. At this moment, within the Forbidden Forest, the darkness surged like thick ink, seemingly intent on devouring all hope from the world. Voldemort gazed at the wand in his hand, disbelief etched across his face, his chest heaving with suppressed rage and indignation. Amidst this fury lingered a thread of confusion. His invincible Avada Kedavra had been effortlessly repelled by an unknown force. Although he was currently parasitizing the feeble body of Quirrell, his power diminished to less than half of its former glory. He remained the Dark Lord, wielding dark magic as if it were a living entity, never having faltered before. He could hardly fathom that a force stronger than dark magic could exist in this world. This was an open challenge to his supreme authority, a humiliation that his pride could not bear. Dark magic was the most potent, and it always would be. Everyone must bow down. He would not allow any unforeseen circumstances to arise. Voldemort growled softly, his voice rife with madness and fury. His eyes glimmered with a terrifying red light, fixated on Malfoy, who hung before him, as if he intended to devour him whole. In his mind, his dark magic was supreme, an absolute power over life and death. How could he falter against such a trivial wizard? His hands trembled violently with rage, gripping the wand with whitened knuckles. "I shall see what abilities you possess, little wretch." Voldemort ground his teeth, forcing these words through clenched jaws. The fire of anger blazed fiercely within him, obliterating his patience. He raised his wand once more, and a more dazzling, more sinister green light erupted from its tip. Avada Kedavra. Chapter 46. Old grudges and new hatreds reckoned together. The incantation flowed from his lips, and a green beam, as fierce as a serpent hunting its prey, shot forth with the force of thunder, aimed directly at Malfoy. The air crackled as if cleaved by a razor, and the very fabric of space seemed to contort under the weight of this formidable dark power. This time, Voldemort exerted all the strength of this body. He believed that even if faced with Dumbledore, this blow would be insurmountable. He cackled, his laughter echoing infinitely through the Forbidden Forest, as if he could already envision Malfoy's grim demise, witnessing his dark magic triumph over all sorcery, ascending to the pinnacle of the world. Meanwhile, Malfoy found himself enveloped by the distorted sound, the blinding green light extinguishing any flicker of hope for survival. His complexion was as pale as parchment, lips trembling yet silent. He felt the chilling tide of death's power crashing toward him, nearly freezing his very soul. He yearned to struggle, to escape this terrifying shadow of death, but his limbs lay limp and powerless, as if fear had siphoned all his strength. His heart swelled with despair and helplessness, forced to watch as the lethal green light drew ever closer. In this moment of dire urgency, a brilliant light descended from the heavens like a bolt of lightning. "Who dares to harm my friend? Today, I shall rend you limb from limb, extracting your very essence and making you regret your existence in this world." Lin Shu appeared, her form agile and graceful, akin to a meteor slicing through the night sky. Her hair danced wildly in the tempestuous winds, resembling flames in full blaze, while her eyes burned with a steadfast light, embodying her unwavering commitment to justice and her fearless defiance against evil. In the blink of an eye, she had summoned her weapon, and now, the Shichu Overlord spear in her grasp glimmered with a chilling radiance, reminiscent of the ancient war god's majesty. Shining brilliantly against the darkness, with her feet firmly planted on the ground, she swept the spear forward with great force. The spear's tip collided instantaneously with the lethal green light, erupting in a dazzling display of energy, a powerful wave rippling outward like a tumultuous sea. The surrounding trees trembled violently under the impact, the sound of snapping branches creating a mournful symphony, while leaves cascaded like snowflakes. Swept into the sky only to fall heavily back to earth. Lin Shu's body jolted as an immense shockwave traveled through the spear, causing her arms to tingle, her palms to split, blood trickling down the weapon's length. Yet, her expression remained resolute as iron, her feet firmly anchored to the ground. In her gaze, there was no hint of retreat, only determination and resolve. The long spear stood tall like a majestic mountain, steadfastly resisting the encroaching malevolent force, preventing it from advancing even a fraction. "Ah, your move possesses some merit. I underestimated you. My apologies for my earlier complacency, as the battle now truly begins. Let me reiterate, your feeble attack is utterly insufficient. If this is all you can muster, then prepare for your demise." With that declaration, Lin Shu gripped the spear with one hand, its quivering form seemingly gathering boundless strength. Suddenly, she unleashed her power, a fierce cry escaping her lips as she raised the spear high, striking with thunderous force toward the Dark Lord. This strike encapsulated her fury and might. As the spear's tip cleaved through the air, it seemed as though an invisible giant hand had torn the atmosphere asunder, emitting a hissing sound. The very fabric of space appeared to warp and twist under the weight of her formidable strength, manifesting visible fissures that threatened to collapse at any moment. At the very instant the strike was unleashed, Lin Shu dashed forward like a flash of lightning, reaching Malfoy before the Dark Lord could react. With a swift motion of her spear, a glimmer of cold light flashed as the invisible binds restraining Malfoy were severed. He plummeted, his body losing all support. But Lin Shu, with remarkable agility, caught him securely in her arms. "Malfoy, are you all right?" Lin Shu inquired anxiously, her voice tinged with tremors. As she beheld the myriad of wounds adorning his body, a sharp pang pierced her heart, tears welling in her eyes. Each scar was like a cruel blade, carving into her soul and intensifying her hatred for the dark-cloaked monster that had wrought this suffering. "Shu, you've finally come. I knew you would," Malfoy murmured, relief evident in his voice. "Just moments ago, it was your talisman that saved me. You did not deceive me. The gifts you bestowed upon me are truly remarkable, ensuring my safety." Tears cascaded down Lin Shu's cheeks, as she could hardly bear to see Malfoy in such a state. Now, he lay there, breathless, devoid of his former pride and arrogance, resembling a withered leaf adrift in the air, appearing so fragile that it seemed he might shatter with the slightest touch. "It is all my fault. You always waited for me in the common room, yet I never awaited your return. Had I discovered your absence sooner, you would not have endured such suffering. Do not blame yourself, Shu. It is I who concealed myself and allowed no one to discover my plight. Thus, when danger befell me, I hold no one accountable. Please, conserve your strength for now. Once I vanquish those who have harmed you, we shall seek Madame Pomfrey to tend to your wounds." Their exchange was brief, and Lin Shu's gaze shifted to the figure draped in a dark cloak. From their previous encounter, she sensed the foul stench emanating from the individual, a consequence of her own spell rebounding upon him. Very well. Old grievances will be settled alongside new ones. With that thought, she gently reached out to loosen Malfoy's tie, her movements tender and cautious, as if handling an extraordinarily precious artifact. She slowly wrapped the tie around Malfoy's eyes, tying it into a knot. "Do not fear, Malfoy. I am here with you. Close your eyes for a moment, and I assure you, I shall avenge you." Malfoy hesitated to allow his eyes to be covered, instinctively reaching to remove the cloth. But Lin Shu halted him. "Promise me, Malfoy, do not look. I fear you might have nightmares." Her voice was soft yet resolute, akin to a gentle spring breeze, bringing Malfoy a semblance of warmth and solace. He nodded slightly, acquiescing and refraining from untying the fabric. Once this was done, Lin Shu felt unencumbered. The tenderness she previously exhibited vanished, replaced by an icy demeanor. As she rose, the tip of her weapon scraped against the ground, emitting a sound that sent shivers down the spine, each noise a provocation to the senses. "Your misfortune has led you to cross paths with someone like me. You may not fully comprehend who I am. Although I am a practitioner of the arcane, I am no benevolent deity here to save the suffering. Once, a sect stained with the blood of our outer disciples drew my ire, and at the tender age of 6, I stormed their stronghold, slaying my way to their great hall. Thus, to take your life now is but a trifling matter." Chapter 47. The True Fire of Samadhi. Lin Shu exuded an overwhelming presence, far from the demeanor of an 11-year-old child. Her gaze was frigid, and Voldemort sensed an uncanny kinship within her eyes. In an instant, he understood. Lin Shu had taken lives, just as he had, her hands stained with blood, far from innocent. Yet, this was not the time to dwell on such matters. He was more concerned with the nature of the spell she had employed to breach his dark magic. Moreover, the force of her recent strike was unlike any known incantation within the magical realm. Lin Shu's weapon was formidable, even he had struggled to counter its might. Had he not recently consumed the blood of a unicorn, thereby regaining some strength and energy, he might not have been able to withstand this assault. Voldemort had truly become serious this time, regarding Lin Shu as a worthy adversary, albeit one whose youth was slightly disconcerting. Ah, you are a fine talent, deserving of being nurtured in the right environment. I can wait for you to mature. I am willing to concede to your every demand and offer you boundless opportunities to exhibit your prowess, provided you choose to follow me. Become my ally. Voldemort spoke with heartfelt sincerity, his exaggerated gestures amplifying his words. Lin Shu, however, felt a wave of nausea and incredulity wash over her. Have you just sustained a blow to your head? I am extending an earnest invitation to you. Consider it carefully. A prodigious young lady, I assure you. Should you decide to follow me, you will never regret your choice today. What nonsense are you pondering? Could you perhaps clear the muddled thoughts from your mind before speaking to me? To think you would ask me to follow you, someone of your ilk. I would disdain even to carry your water. Mark my words, your fate today is singular, to perish at my hands, obediently. With that, Lin Shu ceased to heed Voldemort's frenzied ramblings. She gripped her spear tightly and closed her eyes. The gunshot echoed, and she opened her eyes anew. A blaze erupted from her gaze, fiercely illuminating the darkened realm like two blazing orbs. O great deity of the three altars, I beseech your assistance. Grant me the power of true fire. Voldemort, perplexed by her strange antics, was struck dumb when he witnessed the fiery intensity in her eyes. He swallowed hard and clenched his wand, a silent dread coursing through him. He could scarcely believe such power could emanate from a child. What a conundrum it is. If this child were to truly flourish, my grand ambitions may forever remain unfulfilled. Who could stand against her in the future? Realizing this, Voldemort adopted a grave demeanor, resolutely deciding to engage in a desperate struggle. If he could seize this opportunity to eliminate Lin Shu, he would rid himself of a significant inner turmoil. His thoughts were optimistic, but little did he know that just as his decision solidified, Lin Shu was engulfed in flames. The fire danced in shades of blue, red, and yellow, intertwining like serpents of flame around her, exuding a fierce and potent aura that escalated the surrounding temperature dramatically. Merlin, what manner of creature are you? You are the true monster. Remember to broaden your horizons in your next life. Otherwise, you may not even comprehend the nature of your demise and become the subject of ridicule and death. With that, Lin Shu, wielding the Shi-Chu Overlord spear, sprang into action. She raised the spear high, striking down upon Voldemort with the force of a thunderbolt. For the first time, a look of panic crossed Voldemort's face. His eyes, once brimming with malevolence and arrogance, were now wide with fear and disbelief. Faced with Lin Shu's ferocious onslaught, he dared not exhibit even a hint of complacency, swiftly wielding his wand as he muttered incantations under his breath. In an instant, a cascade of black light erupted from the tip of the wand, resembling a horde of clawing demons, lunging toward Lin Shu's spear. This dark magic coalesced into a force that carried a nauseating stench, as if it had emerged from the abyss of hell, striving to thwart Lin Shu's assault. The light exuded a chilling aura, and wherever it touched, the surrounding flora withered and decayed, life's essence seemingly siphoned away in an instant. Yet, Lin Shu's offensive surged like a relentless tsunami, each wave more formidable than the last, granting her opponent no respite. The spear clashed violently with the black magical light, and for a fleeting moment, the heavens and earth appeared to pale in comparison. A deafening roar reverberated through the forbidden forest, the powerful energy waves sweeping outward like surging tides. Trees within a radius of several miles bent and toppled, their sturdy trunks snapping like fragile toothpicks, while leaves cascaded through the air like snowflakes, engulfing the entire forest in an apocalyptic calamity. Harnessing this surge of energy, Lin Shu executed a graceful somersault in midair, propelling herself toward Voldemort like a shooting star. The spear in her grasp glimmered with a deadly brilliance in the darkness, aimed directly at Voldemort's vital points. A look of panic crossed Voldemort's face as his body contorted desperately, seeking to evade Lin Shu's strike. The spear grazed his arm, the sharp tip slicing through flesh, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Simultaneously, the Samadhi true fire on Lin Shu's body spread forth, seizing the opportunity. Voldemort was horrified to witness the flames behaving as if they possessed a life of their own. Once touched, they clung to him relentlessly, impossible to shake off. His wand inadvertently brushed against a flicker of the fire, and in an instant, the Samadhi true fire enveloped it like a ravenous beast. The wand emitted a tormented hissing sound, black smoke billowing forth, accompanied by a pungent, charred scent. How could this be possible? Who are you? Are you human or monster? How could your fire possibly consume a wand? Voldemort let out a desperate howl, his voice rife with terror and despair. He watched helplessly as his wand was devoured by the mysterious flames, rapidly reduced to ashes, leaving him with nothing but a half-burned handle still emitting wisps of smoke. It was at this moment that Voldemort comprehended the true horror of the child before him. It was also at this moment that he realized how foolish his earlier intentions to recruit her had been. A talent such as hers could easily establish herself as a sovereign. How could she ever willingly submit to another? It was laughable that he had deluded himself into thinking he could offer her a better life and choices. Unbeknownst to him, she genuinely found his offers trivial, and she possessed the means to disregard them entirely. At that moment, fear gripped him anew. His body trembled uncontrollably, his gaze filled with despair and helplessness. He regretted ever provoking this child. If only he had fled the instant Lin Shu arrived. If only there could be a what if. He would undoubtedly reassess the strengths of the two and make the most rational choice. Chapter 48. Do you have a brother? Voldemort gazed at the smoking, utterly ruined wand in his hand, the terror on his face swiftly replaced by madness. He let out an inhuman roar, a sound as if it emanated from the depths of hell, filled with resentment and resolution. Despite the destruction of his wand, how could he easily surrender? As the supreme master of dark magic, he resolutely decided to perform his final desperate resistance through wandless magic. With swift movements, Voldemort's hands danced, his fingers twisting like serpents, uttering incantations that spilled from his lips in a string of obscure and incomprehensible spells. In an instant, the air around him seemed to be stirred by an invisible hand. Thickening and oppressive, a wave of black mist rose from beneath him, surging toward Lin Shu like a tumultuous tide. The foul stench permeating the mist caused the grass below to wither instantly, turning into black powder wherever it passed. Upon witnessing this, Lin Shu's eyes flickered with caution. She gripped her Western Shu Overlord spear tightly, its tip lightly tapping the ground, propelling her forward like an arrow released from a bow, charging toward the black mist. The spear in her hand danced rapidly before her, tracing out a series of tight defensive circles that kept the encroaching mist at bay. Each collision of the spear tip with the mist emitted a muffled thud, as if engaged in an intense tug-of-war with the forces of darkness. Seizing the opportunity, Voldemort continued his incantations, thrusting his hands forward with force. The black mist immediately coalesced into several massive black serpents, their gaping maws ready to strike at Lin Shu. The serpents' eyes glimmered with a sinister red light, their bodies covered in a layer of malevolent scales, emanating waves of coldness. Lin Shu, undaunted, shouted fiercely. Her spear surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, aiming directly at the head of a serpent. The spear tip struck true, piercing one serpent, which emitted a shrill cry before dissipating into a wisp of black smoke. However, the other serpents seized the moment to lunge forward. Is this all you can manage? Are we playing house here? Show me some real skill, so I may not mock you, Lin Shu taunted, clearly not regarding Voldemort as a serious threat. She moved like lightning among the serpents, her spear flashing with cold light, continuously striking down serpents that vanished into black smoke. After 2 rounds of fierce combat, Voldemort's complexion grew increasingly pale, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. His breath became labored and heavy, evidently taxing for him to cast spells without a wand. In contrast, while Lin Shu's breathing was somewhat hurried, her gaze remained filled with determination and confidence. The warm-up is over. Honestly, I need to have tested your few tricks. I expected you to possess some hidden cards, but it appears you are merely this. Boring. I shall take your life. As Voldemort watched Lin Shu advance step by step, he wished to make one last struggle, yet he felt his strength waning. At that moment, when despair had enveloped him, a chilling howl of wolves echoed from a distance. The sound reverberated through the eerie silence of the forbidden forest, instilling a sense of dread. Soon after, a pack of agile werewolves surged forth from all directions. Their towering, muscular forms, cloaked in bristling fur, glinted with a ferocious glimmer in their eyes. These werewolves moved with remarkable swiftness, their limbs gracefully bounding across the ground, producing a dull thud as they quickly surrounded Lin Shu like a flash of black lightning. Each werewolf exuded a wild, pungent odor. A nauseating stench mingled with decay that permeated the air. Their eyes glowed with an eerie green light in the darkness, reminiscent of Will-o'-the-Wisps, radiating unbridled savagery and greed. The leader of the pack was exceptionally tall, towering over the average werewolf by a significant margin. Beneath its fur, muscles rippled like waves, exuding a palpable sense of strength. Its claws were incredibly sharp, leaving deep gashes on the ground as it moved. The werewolf leader approached Voldemort, kneeling on one knee, its voice low and reverent. My lord, we have arrived late. With that, it extended its robust arm, effortlessly hoisting Voldemort onto its shoulder, executing the motion without a hint of hesitation. Well done, Fenrir Greyback. You shall take the credit for this. My magical power has yet to be restored, and I can only rely on this mediocre vessel to cast spells. That girl over there is quite peculiar. You must hasten to take me away from here. Yes, my lord. I swear to ensure your escape at all costs. Lin Shu observed the heartfelt exchange between master and servant with an amused expression, emitting a few playful clicks of her tongue. As for the werewolves encircling her, she paid them no mind. She had heard from her professors in the magic class that werewolves were notoriously savage, and witnessing them firsthand was indeed an eye-opening experience. However, she declared, none of you shall leave today. You must remain here with me. Hey, I'm addressing you, the creature in the black robe. Are you hiding your face because your appearance is too grotesque to be seen? After battling for so long, you must be at your wit's end. Where do you think you can flee to now? Huh, little girl, do not be so arrogant. Perhaps you have never heard my tale or known my name, which emboldens you to speak so defiantly. My departure today is merely to spare you for the moment, not out of fear. And let me assure you, when we meet again, you shall not be so fortunate. Lin Shu pinched her ear, incredulous at what she had just heard. She had witnessed defeated foes utter their last words, but never had she seen one attempt to act grandiose in their defeat. Who spares whom? This fellow was amusing. Good heavens. Please, stop talking. It seems you've uncovered your strategy. Are you attempting to make me laugh to regain your footing? Once you finish your little jokes, what shall I watch during the new year? Perhaps you should cease your performance and allow me to keep you as pets for my entertainment during the festive season. Lin Shu brazenly provoked them, and although many of Voldemort's followers struggled to comprehend her words, the notion of being kept as pets was unmistakably clear. Truly, such audacity. If I reveal my name, you shall surely regret your actions today. Pray tell me, I am Voldemort. As the words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the air. Voldemort presumed Lin Shu was intimidated, unaware that her mind was engaged in a translation. Fu Diamo? What a peculiar name to bear. Consequently, in the next moment, she earnestly inquired, do you happen to have a younger brother? At this question, Voldemort was momentarily taken aback. A brother? Where would he have acquired a brother? None. Oh. Then why do you go by Fu Diamo? Voldemort was once again bewildered, failing to grasp Lin Shu's meaning. Their conversation was utterly misaligned, a collision of disparate thoughts. Yet, in an instant, Voldemort realized he could no longer remain in this place, not only due to his apprehension of Lin Shu's prowess, but also because he feared Dumbledore might soon arrive with reinforcements. In the next moment, he issued a direct command to the werewolves. The werewolves, upon receiving the order, became frenzied, recklessly lunging at Lin Shu, sacrificing themselves to buy time for Voldemort's escape. You truly underestimate me. My fifth senior brother commands beasts. I have encountered all manner of creatures since my youth. A mere handful of wolf cubs believes they can impede me? Dream on. Chapter 49. Did the lady grant you passage? Faced with the werewolves, still in their swarming numbers, Lin Shu transformed into a relentless machine of slaughter. The spear in her hands danced with ferocity. With each swing, a tempest of blood and carnage followed. Wherever the spear struck, the werewolves' bodies were effortlessly torn asunder, like fragile straw. In that moment, the air was saturated with the wails and roars of the vanquished werewolves. Lin Shu moved gracefully among them, her gaze devoid of fear or pity, only resolute bloodlust. Her form was both agile and ethereal, the spear in her grasp seemingly imbued with a spirit of its own. Each movement flowed seamlessly, as if weightless. The spear's tip glimmered with a chilling light, piercing the vital points of the werewolves with unerring precision. Those once fierce and savage werewolves now lay before her, as weak as paper, collapsing beneath the might of her weapon, devoid of any means to retaliate. In mere moments, the ground was strewn with the corpses of werewolves, their bodies sprawled haphazardly, blood seeping across the earth, forming a horrific pool of crimson. Meanwhile, at the edge of the battlefield, the werewolf leader Finra Greyback stood anxiously at Voldemort's side. His robust limbs slightly bent, muscles taut, ever prepared to confront any arising threat. Encased in shadows, Voldemort gazed at Lin Shu with a mixture of terror and admiration, soon overtaken by a profound sense of wariness. He never anticipated that this seemingly young girl, after such an extended confrontation, would possess such formidable strength. Dispatching a horde of werewolves with effortless grace, her movements and commanding presence akin to that of a hellish warrior. If he attributed his defeat to his weakened form, unable to wield high-level dark magic, what then of these werewolves? They are indeed formidable beings capable of instilling terror in the hearts of those foolish wizards in the magical realm. Yet, she so effortlessly dispatched them with her weapon. This is utterly unreasonable, far too unreasonable. What manner of monster is she? Voldemort murmured to himself, his voice betraying a barely perceptible tremor. He understood all too well that had it not been for the timely arrival of the werewolf, he would have likely met his demise today. The girl before him was undoubtedly one of the most formidable adversaries he had ever encountered. A torrent of thoughts swirled in Voldemort's mind as he began to reassess his plans and his attitude towards Lin Shu. He realized how foolish and fatal his previous underestimation of her had been. Lin Shu's existence posed a significant threat to his ambitions and schemes. He must recalibrate his strategy, seeking more powerful allies and more effective means to confront Lin Shu. I absolutely cannot allow her to continue her ascent. Voldemort clenched his teeth, a glint of ruthless determination flashing in his eyes. He was acutely aware that if he did not swiftly eliminate Lin Shu, she would soon become a force to be reckoned with, leaving him with no chance of resurgence. Yet, for the moment, he could only retreat, gathering his strength and awaiting the next confrontation with Lin Shu. Soon, the werewolf began to chant an incantation, activating a teleportation spell. In an instant, the surrounding space seemed to warp under the influence of a mysterious force, the air thickening with an oppressive heaviness. A surge of black mist suddenly erupted from the ground, resembling a demonic tide rising from the depths of hell, swiftly enveloping the two of them. Within the mist, eerie electric patterns flickered, writhing like living creatures and emanating a chilling aura. Simultaneously, Voldemort and Fenrir Greyback's forms began to dissolve rapidly. After dispatching the last werewolf, Lin Shu keenly sensed the disturbance emanating from Voldemort. Her gaze shot towards the swirling black mist, her beautiful eyes widening in alarm, ignited by an inferno of fury. Trying to escape? That is simply impossible. Leave your life behind. She emitted a sharp cry, her voice crisp yet imbued with an inexorable menace. Without hesitation, she propelled herself off the ground, like a cannonball discharged from its chamber, hurtling towards Voldemort. Her speed was astonishing, stirring a fierce wind that caused branches to crack and leaves to flutter like snowflakes in her wake. However, she was still a fraction too late. By the time she arrived, the dark magic had already taken effect. Voldemort's body was gradually becoming transparent within the black mist, akin to a vanishing specter. Lin Shu's heart raced with urgency. She could not permit this dark-robed fiend to escape, for she had promised Malfoy retribution. Without a second thought, she extended her right hand and reached out towards Voldemort with all her might. Her arm sliced through the air, producing a whooshing sound. And as her fingertips grazed the black mist, a searing sting coursed through her, yet she did not waver in the slightest. Leave me something. Did I grant you permission to flee? You think good fortune falls from the sky. You shall not claim all the spoils. In that critical moment, her hand accurately seized Voldemort's right arm. She gritted her teeth, the veins on her forehead bulging, her gaze filled with unwavering resolve. With great determination, she exerted herself, disregarding the searing pain inflicted by dark magic, fully embracing her fierce stance. It was impossible for Voldemort to leave unscathed. In the next moment, a chilling scream pierced the air. As Voldemort succumbed to that cry, his face drained of all color, turning as pale as a specter. He began to writhe violently, attempting to break free from Lin Shu's grasp, cursing incessantly, fully aware of the sound of his bones fracturing and the visceral sensation of flesh being torn apart. Yet, Lin Shu's grip was akin to iron, steadfastly securing his arm, rendering his struggles futile. You cannot escape. Come down. Lin Shu's voice was cold and resolute as she summoned the last remnants of her strength and yanked fiercely, accompanied by a spine-chilling crack. Reminiscent of fate's shattering echoing through the forbidden forest, Voldemort's right arm was forcefully wrenched from his body. Blood gushed forth from the severed limb like a torrential spring, splattering amidst the inky haze. Voldemort, nearly fainting from the agony, trembled violently. Before Lin Shu could strike again, the swirling black mist enveloped him and the werewolf leader, vanishing without a trace. Lin Shu's breath surged, her anger boiling as she glared at the spot they had disappeared from, still clutching the severed arm. Her heart filled with disdain. They certainly knew how to flee, akin to a gecko shedding its tail. Count yourselves fortunate. Should I encounter you again, I shall strike you down each time. Voldemort's escape was unexpected, but Lin Shu had more pressing matters at hand. She rushed back to Draco Malfoy. Finding him pale and her heart clenched with concern, all her fury instantly replaced by anxiety. As she approached, she noticed Draco clutching the tie that had been used to blindfold him, his expression frozen in shock. He had witnessed the fierce battle in all its bloodshed. Lin Shu's heart raced. She feared that her fierce demeanor might frighten him, worried that the closeness they had painstakingly built would be jeopardized. With a hint of trepidation and unease in her eyes, she lowered her head slightly, her voice softening involuntarily, as if to avoid startling him. Draco, are you frightened? Her words resonated softly in the stillness of the forbidden forest, tinged with an almost imperceptible tremor. Chapter 50. Slytherins never make promises lightly. Everything that had transpired, including Lin Shu's fierce combat, her effortless slaughter of werewolves, and her brutal dismemberment of the dark-cloaked monster, had been witnessed clearly by Draco. Yet, he was unafraid. For this was Shu, his most trusted friend. She was fighting for him, seeking vengeance on his behalf. Any hint of fear or retreat from him would be a profound disservice to her. Moreover, he was Draco Malfoy, the sole heir of a pureblood family. He may permit himself a fleeting moment of fear, yet he resolutely refuses to remain stagnant in the wake of that fear. Thus, he gazes unwaveringly at Lin Shu. His eyes, clear as crystal, brim with compassion and concern, devoid of the slightest hint of the trepidation Lin Shu fears. Silently, he drags his battered form forward, then opens his arms, his gesture gentle yet impossible to refuse, drawing Lin Shu into his embrace. In an instant, Lin Shu's body tenses, her mind a blank canvas. As if the entire world has paused at that moment. She can distinctly feel Malfoy's heartbeat, powerful and rhythmic, echoing like a drumbeat within her heart. Gradually, her taut body relaxes. She tilts her head slightly, resting against Malfoy's shoulder, her hands instinctively encircling his waist. In this embrace, both experience an unparalleled sense of solace. Seemingly forgetting everything around them, the bloody battlefield, the acrid smoke, rendered insignificant. In this moment, their world consists solely of one another, enveloped in a warm, gentle radiance. Malfoy's embrace offers Lin Shu a warmth and reliance she has never known, while her closeness provides Malfoy with the tranquility and connection he has long yearned for. After a while, Lin Shu gently pushes Malfoy away, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, though her eyes still betray her concern for his injuries. Biting her lip, she softly states, "Malfoy, I understand this is not an ideal place, but I must tend to your wounds first." With that, Lin Shu invokes the healing techniques of the magical arts, channeling her spiritual energy into Malfoy's body. As she recites the incantation, a peculiar luminescence begins to swirl around him, soft and enigmatic, gradually coalescing into ethereal runes. These runes then slowly rotate and intertwine in the air, eventually drifting toward Malfoy. The moment they touch him, it is as if they have found their home, swiftly merging with his skin. A miraculous transformation occurs. Malfoy's once pale complexion gradually flushes with color, and his tightly furrowed brow begins to ease. Observing this, Lin Shu feels a measure of relief, yet she knows her efforts are far from sufficient. With renewed determination, she presses her palms together, closing her eyes in deep concentration, a more potent force surging forth from within her. This time, the luminescence does not merely envelop Malfoy's exterior. It penetrates deep into his marrow and blood, as if seeking every injured spot. Under the nourishment of this power, the damaged meridians within Malfoy begin to mend, and the severed tissues heal at a visibly rapid pace. Sweat beads form on Lin Shu's forehead, cascading down her cheeks, yet she remains steadfast, wholly focused on guiding the spell's energy. Seconds stretch into minutes, and finally, Lin Shu gently opens her eyes, revealing a mixture of fatigue and contentment. She gazed at Malfoy's gradually returning rosy complexion, and a heavy stone in her heart finally fell away. "Well, I dare say that even if Madame Pomfrey were to arrive, she would never discern that you had been harmed." Upon hearing this, Malfoy promptly began to move his limbs. Feeling not a twinge of pain, his previously leaden body felt light as a feather. He had always known that Lin Shu's healing skills were unparalleled, surpassing even those of Madame Pomfrey. "Shu, thank you for coming. You have saved my life, and I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude." "Ah, we are friends. Have you forgotten what I told you? You and I are the best in the world. There is no need for thanks. That would be too formal." With that, Malfoy rose to his feet and enveloped Lin Shu in his embrace once more. This time, feeling revitalized. He was no longer weak, but rather more domineering and possessive. "Listen, Shu, Slytherins do not make promises lightly. However, we are also bound to keep our word. I, Draco Malfoy, vow today to always heed your wishes and stand by your side. Whenever you are in need, I shall be there without fail." "Really?" Malfoy did not expect Lin Shu to tease him in such a serious and solemn moment, and he playfully flicked her forehead. "Malfoy, is this how you treat your savior? Be quiet." "Why?" "Because your chatter spoils the atmosphere. You are a lovely young lady, yet you have a knack for talking too much." "Huh? Do you think your words are melodious? Are you truly disdainful of me?" "We are equally matched, I dare say." As the two playfully bickered, the night deepened. Lin Shu, realizing this, decided to escort Malfoy back to school swiftly. However, as she prepared to leave, she took note of the battlefield surrounding them. The bloodstains spoke for themselves. But more importantly, the once vibrant vegetation had been ravaged by dark magic, leaving only a desolate wasteland. She shook her head, resolving to perform a good deed before departing. With a gentle twist of her wrist, the bracelet she had worn began to emit a soft glow. This was a storage bracelet, a rare and invaluable magical artifact. She murmured incantations, and as the mysterious spell resonated, the scattered corpses of the werewolves seemed to be drawn by an invisible hand, slowly levitating and orderly drifting into the storage bracelet. In the blink of an eye, the once chaotic ground was left with only pools of blood, a testament to the brutal battle that had just unfolded. Though these werewolves were detestable, they were a rare species in the East. If their bodies could be utilized for medicinal purposes or their parts forged into tools, it would allow them to fulfill some residual value. Ensuring their demise was not in vain. Adhering to the principle of leaving no stone unturned, Lin Shu was indiscriminate, gathering whatever she could. After all, one could never know when it might be useful. Once she completed this task, she proceeded to cast the Great Rebirth spell. She slowly closed her eyes, taking a deep breath, as the air around her seemed to stagnate in unison with her inhalation. Then, with her ruby lips parting, she began to chant the incantation. Her voice initially soft yet profoundly resonant, echoing in the desolate space. In the primordial chaos, heaven and earth were born. The essence of life flows, boundless and everlasting. Withering and flourishing, life returns anew. All things revive, and the great path converges. As the incantation escaped Lin Shu's lips, a gentle, pale green luminescence enveloped her, resembling a halo of light that shrouded her in an aura of sanctity and mystery. The radiance intensified, gradually radiating outward, and wherever it spread, the dust seemed to yield to an unseen, formidable force, settling to the ground. Lin Shu then slowly raised her hands, palms upward, unleashing a fountain of light from her fingertips, coalescing into streams of verdant brilliance that extended towards the desolate trees, the lifeless unicorns, and the parched earth. Where the light touched, miracles began to unfold. The once barren trees, stripped of vitality, gradually revealed a hint of green upon their lifeless bark, followed by tender new shoots bursting forth from their branches, growing swiftly into a lush canopy. Meanwhile, the deceased unicorns saw their wounds slowly mend, their emaciated bodies regaining fullness, and their tightly shut eyes gradually opened, rekindling the spark of life within. Lin Shu had indeed expended considerable physical and magical energy that night. Had she not diligently trained in her craft, achieving such mastery would have been a formidable challenge. Indeed, the principle of reciprocity held true, her efforts bore fruit, and she reveled in the rejuvenation of the land. With a satisfied smile, she hastened to Malfoy's side, grasping his hand to summon a shield. Let us return. Last time you took me flying at the Quidditch pitch. This time, allow me to showcase my flying skills. Very well. Malfoy obediently grasped the hem of Lin Shu's robe, standing compliant atop the shield. In an instant, the shield surged skyward like an arrow released from its bow, slicing through the air with remarkable swiftness, stirring a fierce gale in its wake. Alas, during their ascent, a thick, ominous cloud loomed ahead like a moving black mountain. Within the cloud, flashes of lightning flickered, accompanied by the distant rumble of thunder, as if warning intruders of impending peril. Malfoy, it appears we've stumbled upon a hidden surprise. Thunderclouds are a rarity. Do you think if we were struck, we might ascend to immortality? Enough, Shu. The power of thunderclouds is formidable. I barely escaped with my life. You must exercise caution. All right, the fun is over. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Shu inhaled deeply, gripping the hilt of her sword tightly, her gaze resolute as she murmured an incantation. As her words resonated, the shield's velocity surged, akin to a cannonball shot forth, hurtling directly toward the stormy cloud. Just as they were about to make contact, Lin Shu deftly turned her wrist, guiding the flying sword to maneuver gracefully, akin to a nimble swallow skimming the edge of the cloud. Lightning crackled beside them, and thunder roared in their ears. Yet Lin Shu's gaze remained unwavering as she skillfully navigated the shield, evading the perilous bolts of electricity time and again. Having mastered such maneuvers, she remained oblivious to the fact that directly beneath them, Professor Dumbledore and the faculty had just arrived at the Forbidden Forest. Their faces pale with fear as they beheld this astonishing spectacle, their hearts racing in alarm. In their eyes, Lin Shu's actions were akin to repeatedly testing the boundaries between life and death. Professor McGonagall instinctively covered her mouth, her eyes filled with terror and concern. Goodness, this is perilously reckless. These two children seem to disregard their own safety entirely. I believe the school should offer a specialized course to teach them the importance of valuing their own health and safety. Meanwhile, Professor Snape's countenance darkened ominously, yet it was impossible for him to conceal his anxiety. His hands clenched into fists, seemingly poised to rush in and assist at any moment. Headmaster Dumbledore's gaze was fixated on Lin Shu and Malfoy, reflecting a profound concern for their well-being coupled with admiration for Lin Shu's composure in the face of danger. He swiftly raised his wand, murmuring incantations in an attempt to dispel some of the peril surrounding them, yet the distance was simply too great, rendering his magical efforts somewhat futile. Under the anxious scrutiny of those on the ground, Lin Shu and Malfoy continued their arduous journey amidst the flashes of lightning, each second feeling like a brush with death. Yet Lin Shu reveled in the thrill. This is exhilarating, isn't it? Malfoy, we must cease this reckless play. I barely escaped the clutches of that hooded specter, and now I'm at risk of being frightened to death by you. Malfoy, ultimately conceding to Lin Shu's audacity, lamented while tightly gripping her robes, feeling that even this was insufficient, ultimately wrapping his arms around her waist. Just a bit of exercise, Malfoy. Don't you find this exhilarating, like a roller coaster ride? And the best part is, it's free. My father always said that what is free is often the most expensive. It seems there is truth in that. Hearing you claim it's free makes my heart race. Lin Shu pouted, clearly unconvinced. Nevertheless, she refrained from further provoking Malfoy's nerves, gradually stabilizing their flight until they soon descended onto the school grounds. Lin Shu insisted that Malfoy undergo a checkup with Madame Pomfrey, despite his adamant claims of being perfectly fine. Yet she felt he was too frail. Even if his wounds had healed, he still required rest and recuperation. Unable to resist her insistence, Malfoy acquiesced. Meanwhile, Headmaster Dumbledore and the other professors found themselves in a far less leisurely predicament. The moment they spotted Lin Shu and Malfoy soaring in the air, they contemplated a swift return to the school. However, as they prepared to make their way back, a sudden gust of wind swept through, carrying with it a heavy scent of blood, as if the very air could be wrung from the essence of life itself. The color drained from their faces instantly. Dumbledore's previously relaxed brow furrowed with tension, his deep-set eyes flashing with wariness and gravity. I believe we ought to investigate this scent, he murmured softly, his voice laced with the acute intuition honed over years of battling dark forces. Behind this odor of blood surely lay secrets unknown. Professor McGonagall instinctively tightened her grip on her wand, her eyes betraying a sense of unease. As a professor, she had witnessed countless dangers. Yet this particular scent stirred an inexplicable chill within her. Professor Snape maintained an expression as serene as still water, yet his slightly trembling fingers betrayed the turmoil within. His gaze swept the surroundings, seemingly poised to confront any imminent danger. Under the guidance of Headmaster Dumbledore, the group advanced cautiously in the direction of the bloodstains. An eerie tranquility enveloped the forbidden forest, broken only by their soft footsteps and the occasional crack of twigs beneath their weight. Each step was taken with utmost care, as if the very secrets of this land were at stake. Not long after, a scene of devastation lay bare before their eyes. The ground was marred not only by extensive bloodstains seeping into the earth, but also by evident traces of dark magic. Dumbledore slowly knelt, his long, time-worn fingers gently brushing against the blood on the ground. The stains, not yet fully dried, still bore a hint of warmth. He closed his eyes and murmured incantations, his voice low and enigmatic. The tip of his wand flickered with a soft blue light, radiating like ripples across water, conducting a meticulous magical analysis of the area. Professor McGonagall also waved her wand, sending forth beams of golden light that sought to reconstruct the remnants of the battle. Meanwhile, Professor Snape stood to the side, his dark eyes glinting with a chilling light as he softly recited spells, employing his proficiency in the art of dark magic detection to uncover hidden clues. As their investigation deepened, a weighty sense of foreboding settled over them. From the traces of battle, they could almost envision the harrowing conflict that had transpired. The flashes of magic intertwined, and the echoes of battle cries seemed to linger in the air, every mark narrating the ferocity and brutality of the fight. However, soon the professors discerned some perplexing anomalies. In previous encounters with areas ravaged by dark magic, a profound silence had always pervaded, the signs of life thoroughly obliterated, as if the earth itself had been cursed into lifelessness. Yet here, the contrast was stark. From the charred soil tainted by dark magic, tender green shoots defiantly emerged, scattered like stars across the bloody battlefield. Trees, once reduced to mere stumps by the forces of darkness, now began to sprout new branches, their fresh green leaves gently swaying in the breeze, as if showcasing the resilience of life. Just as their minds brimmed with questions, a steady and powerful cadence of footsteps echoed from afar. Instantly, the group became alert, swiftly turning, wands gripped tightly in hand. Approaching with graceful yet vigorous strides was the centaur Firenze, his tall form casting a long shadow in the moonlight. In his eyes lingered profound gratitude and respect. He slightly bowed his head, his forelegs bending in a gesture of the highest reverence customary among his kind. Esteemed Headmaster Dumbledore and honored professors, I believe I have discerned the purpose of your arrival. I can share with you the recent occurrences that took place here. And on behalf of all the creatures residing in this forest, I extend my deepest gratitude to your students. Firenze's voice was deep and resonant, imbued with the unique solemnity of the centaur race. As his words echoed in the air, a sense of bewilderment settled among the listeners. It is well known that centaurs tend to be wary of wizards. They hold their freedom and territory in high esteem, representing a proud and independent race with their own wisdom and way of life. While they typically harbor a degree of respect for a headmaster as exceptionally wise and powerful as Dumbledore, such respect often resembles a subtle camaraderie. Thus, Firenze's recent demeanor seemed rather uncharacteristic, leaving the professors in a state of perplexity. However, their doubts were swiftly dispelled as Firenze began to recount the events that had transpired on this land. His voice ebbed and flowed, sometimes fervent, sometimes somber, as if he were vividly reenacting the harrowing battle before their eyes. He narrated how Lin Shu, in a moment of dire peril, repelled Voldemort's assaults time and again with formidable strength and unwavering courage, all while not forgetting to save the wounded lives amidst the chaos. Those unicorns are among the guardian spirits of our centaur kin, and their demise plunged our entire tribe into profound sorrow. Yet do you know, that kind-hearted young lady, through an unknown spell, managed to rescue such a vibrant life. Tears shimmered in Firenze's eyes as his voice trembled slightly. But that brave young lady is the most beautiful, the kindest, and the best being I have ever encountered. Her incantation encompasses both resistance against foes and compassion for all living beings. Her love blesses the world, and the kindness she has shown will forever be etched in the memory of our centaur tribe. Dumbledore and the professors listened intently. Initially, their faces reflected disbelief. After all, the battle Lin Shu had endured was nothing short of breathtaking, and the descriptions far exceeded their imagination. Professor McGonagall's eyes widened. Her lips parted slightly as if she wished to speak, yet the astonishing tale rendered her momentarily speechless. Professor Snape furrowed his brow tightly, revealing a hint of skepticism. He could hardly fathom that a student could possess such immense power and courage. However, as Firenze's narrative deepened, their expressions gradually transformed. Shock crept onto their faces, each pair of eyes filled with awe and wonder. Dumbledore lifted his gaze slightly, a peculiar light flickering within his eyes, deeply moved by the account. He comprehended the arduous nature of this battle and recognized the immense pressure Lin Shu faced, yet she triumphed through her resilient spirit and exceptional abilities, successfully safeguarding all. Her strength resembled the dawn's first light, illuminating the dark forbidden forest, while her courage stood as an unyielding mountain, indomitable and steadfast. In that most perilous moment, she exhibited no sign of retreat, using her own body to construct a formidable barrier against the encroaching darkness. The voice of Firenze echoed through the forbidden forest, his impassioned tone seemingly intent on proclaiming Lin Shu's greatness to the entire world. When Firenze finally concluded his remarks, a profound sense of pride surged within the hearts of the professors. They exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a shared sense of honor. For Lin Shu was one of their own, a student of Hogwarts, her bravery and kindness, her selflessness and boundless love embodying the very spirit of the institution. A smile of satisfaction graced the face of Headmaster Dumbledore as he gazed toward the school, as though he could already envision Lin Shu's safe return. Through her actions, she defined what true courage and justice entail. She is the pride of Hogwarts, a paragon for all students. Dumbledore spoke with pride, a sentiment echoed by the other professors, who understood that with such courageous students, the future of Hogwarts would undoubtedly be filled with hope. As this brief chapter came to a close, Headmaster Dumbledore and the professors departed the Forbidden Forest, burdened with complex and heavy emotions. Although the events of the night had not resulted in casualties or irreversible consequences, they unmistakably heralded a grim revelation. Voldemort had returned. This news loomed like a great beast lurking in the shadows, casting a relentless pall of fear over every heart. The name of Voldemort pierced like a sharp dagger, embedding itself deep within the souls of every wizard, each recollection accompanied by excruciating pain. The horrific calamities of the past, grim and nightmarish, began to swirl in the minds of all, refusing to dissipate. We must be thoroughly prepared. Dumbledore's deep and powerful voice shattered the oppressive silence, resonating like a great bell throughout the Forbidden Forest. He slowly raised his head, his gaze profound and unwavering, akin to a beacon striving to penetrate the darkness before him. His eyes swept over each professor, conveying not only a profound insight into the impending crisis, but also an undeniable authority and a sense of duty to guide them through the impending trials. The group nodded silently, each expression grave and solemn, as if in that moment, they could feel the shadow of war encroaching ever closer. With heavy hearts, they trudged slowly toward the school, the path shrouded in an oppressive silence, their footsteps echoing in the desolate woods, each step resonating like a weight upon their chests. Upon returning to the school, they were filled with a sense of urgency, hastening toward the infirmary. The door to the infirmary stood firmly closed, as if it were a barrier separating the world within from the outside. Dumbledore gently pushed the door open, the hinges creaking softly, a stark sound in the quiet atmosphere. They beheld Malfoy quietly resting upon his hospital bed. Fortunately, Lin Shu had been treated by Malfoy earlier, his complexion now radiant and his exposed skin unmarred by any injury, which allowed the professors to finally breathe a sigh of relief. At that moment, Malfoy was deep in slumber, and Lin Shu, determined to stay by his side, sat cross-legged on the bed adjacent to his. Upon hearing the creaking of the door, she slowly lifted her head, her gaze meeting that of the gathered crowd. Though fatigue had begun to weigh on her, the sight of so many individuals instantly banished her drowsiness, her eyes widening in astonishment, as if inquiring, "What brings you all here in such numbers?" Could it be that the headmaster and professors, in their advanced age, were short on sleep? This thought flitted through her mind, becoming more convincing with each passing moment. After all, which esteemed headmaster or revered professor would roam the halls at such an hour? It was rather unsettling indeed. Internally, Lin Shu couldn't resist a bit of sarcasm, yet she maintained an outward demeanor of decorum and respect, raising her hand in a casual wave. Her face adorned with a perfectly timed smile. "Hello, headmaster. Hello, professors. Why are you checking on us so late? Your dedication is commendable. But do take care of your health." Chapter 53. He shook the people, quite undignified. Headmaster Dumbledore approached with measured steps, his gaze soft and affectionate, reminiscent of a warm elder watching over a wounded child. "Dear child, you have endured so much. You have accomplished the seemingly impossible. You are our pride," he spoke, his voice imbued with concern, each word flowing like a gentle stream. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall hurriedly moved closer, grasping Lin Shu's hand with warmth and strength. Her tone saturated with tenderness, almost as if she wished to envelop Lin Shu in a comforting embrace. "Indeed, my dear child, you must take good care of yourself. If you feel even the slightest discomfort, even if it's merely an itch on your toe, you must inform us immediately. Do you understand?" As she spoke, her eyes meticulously assessed Lin Shu, akin to examining a precious treasure for any signs of damage. Lin Shu was utterly bewildered by this sudden outpouring of affection. Her eyes wide as saucers, her mouth hung slightly agape, resembling a fish out of water, as she repeatedly attempted to voice her thoughts, yet her throat felt constricted, preventing any words from escaping. It felt as though countless tiny ants were scurrying within her chest, incessantly murmuring, "What is happening here? Why, usually so stern and scholarly? Have the professors transformed into such warm-hearted individuals today? Have they perhaps fallen under some strange enchantment?" Her gaze brimmed with confusion, her eyes darting about in search of clues from the professor's expressions. However, after scrutinizing them for an extended period, she found no indication that they had been bewitched. Moreover, the professor's unwavering focus on her, their gazes so tender it seemed they could draw forth tears, was almost overwhelming. This was truly terrifying. Oh, what on earth was going on? Lin Shu felt reluctant to disrupt the warm atmosphere, yet she couldn't help but feel an overwhelming urge to inquire. "What is this all about? What is happening here? Please wait a moment. I am rather anxious. The principal and the professors are gathered together at this late hour, acting quite peculiarly. It is not an exaggeration. In the stillness of the night, the principal and the professors appeared before her, and the principal spoke to her with such a gentle tone that the scene resembled a bizarre tale gone awry. Lin Shu truly could not comprehend the situation. Could it be that they were all sleepwalking? It must be so, there is no doubt about it. The absurdity of it all only grew in her mind, and her expression became quite animated. One moment her brows were furrowed, the next her lips twitched, and her features contorted in a manner that resembled a person who had unwittingly consumed a foul sock, utterly ghastly. To the uninitiated, it might appear as though she were suffering from the torment of constipation. Professor Snape stood silently to the side, observing Lin Shu's reaction like a statue. His hawkish nose cast a long shadow under the light, rendering his expression even more somber. Noticing her countenance, he pursed his thin lips, realizing that this girl was once again lost in her unfounded musings. Thus, he stepped forward and lightly rapped his knuckles against her head. "Ouch!" Lin Shu cried out in pain, leaping like a startled rabbit. Clutching her head, she looked up at Professor Snape with her large, watery eyes, filled with a mix of grievance and confusion. Regardless of the pain, she adopted her usual posture of being the aggrieved party. "What have I done to deserve this, Professor?" Professor Snape glared at her, his gaze sharp enough to pierce ice. "Stop your frivolous thinking. What nonsense fills your mind daily? If your limbs are in good condition, accompany us to the principal's office. There are matters we need to discuss with you in detail." Lin Shu was reluctant, resembling a child forced to complete homework. Yet, under the unwavering gaze of Professor Snape, which was as unyielding as frost, she had no choice but to comply. She pouted and murmured, "You all seem to need less sleep, while I am utterly exhausted. Can't we discuss this tomorrow, even if the sky is falling?" Despite her numerous protests, she ultimately followed the professors to the principal's office, a place she knew all too well. There, she observed Dumbledore approaching with a steady gait, slowly taking his seat at the expansive desk. He then raised his hand, gesturing to the chair opposite him, looking at Lin Shu with a gentle expression. His voice, deep and resonant, exuded a comforting power. "Please, sit down, my child. Do not be overly formal." Lin Shu nodded and offered a polite smile. She was not particularly anxious. After all, how many times had she been here? As a frequent visitor to the principal's office, she found herself here far more often than her peers, who might not receive such summons even once a year. It was a source of her own exasperation. Perhaps this was the burden of being a genius. As her thoughts spiraled into exhilaration, the voice of Professor Dumbledore resonated once more. "My dear child, the reason for our late visit is to gain a comprehensive understanding of the events that transpired in the Forbidden Forest tonight. This matter holds significant importance, perhaps even grave implications for the entire wizarding world." Lin Shu paused momentarily, taken aback, before enlightenment dawned upon her. It became clear that their late summons was indeed related to the incident in the Forbidden Forest, and everything fell into place. However, a wave of confusion washed over her once again. Why did Dumbledore suggest that this incident bore such weight for the entire magical community? Was it truly that severe? Professor, she replied, I am not entirely certain. To be frank, I went searching for Malfoy tonight, as he had gone missing. Little did I expect to encounter a dark-cloaked creature, poised to strike him. Upon witnessing this, I could not simply stand by. How could I allow someone to bully my friend? That would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, I faced him head-on, and in the end, he fled. It was as uncomplicated as that. Dumbledore found himself momentarily at a loss for words, taken aback by Lin Shu's candidness. How could such a well-mannered child possess such a sharp tongue? This left him uncertain of how to proceed with his inquiries. Furthermore, her seemingly casual demeanor regarding the Dark Wizard created an illusion that Voldemort was easily vanquished. Yet, was the reality truly so simplistic? It was crucial to remember that Lin Shu was merely an 11-year-old child, while Voldemort was a figure that struck fear into the hearts of every witch and wizard. Despite the foundation laid by the Centaur Forenza, Dumbledore and the other professors were reluctant to believe that Lin Shu had triumphed so effortlessly. It was not that they were unwilling. It was rather that Voldemort's notorious name loomed large, having cast a long shadow over their lives. The memories of the past war were still vivid, preventing them from underestimating anything related to Voldemort. After what felt like an eternity, Dumbledore finally spoke again. Ah, my child. Perhaps we have misunderstood. Are you suggesting that you single-handedly repelled that dark-cloaked creature? How can you say that, Professor? She retorted. Your assertion lacks rigor. In fact, as the confrontation progressed, he even called for reinforcements, which was quite unsophisticated. I must tell you, Professor, in the Western magical community, he cannot summon allies to bully me. Otherwise, if we were in our realm, one call from me would render his summons ineffective. Chapter 54, A Query for the Greater Good. Silence. An oppressive silence enveloped the room. Stillness. A deadening stillness hung in the air. As Lin Shu's words settled, Dumbledore and the professors fell silent once more. Was it truly that effortless? They began to question their perceptions. How could Lin Shu portray Voldemort as such an ineffectual adversary? Perhaps he was not merely ineffective, but the best of the worst. The group remained tight-lipped, while Lin Shu remained oblivious to their reactions and thoughts. In that moment, however, an idea struck her. With a swift motion, she caressed her storage bracelet and, without warning or hesitation, retrieved a severed arm of Voldemort that she had previously taken. Her demeanor was strikingly casual. Yet as the severed arm came into view, everyone could clearly discern the lingering wisps of dark magic emanating from it, casting an eerie and terrifying aura under the dim light. Alas, how shameful it is to admit that I let him escape. However, I have retained a part of him. She spoke nonchalantly, her tone as relaxed as if discussing the weather. In an instant, the headmaster's office seemed to be enveloped in a silence so profound it was akin to a silencing charm, plunging the room into a deathly stillness. The air felt as though it had solidified, making it nearly impossible to breathe. Professor Dumbledore's normally gentle and profound eyes widened in shock and disbelief. His usually steady hands trembled slightly, nearly causing his wand to slip from his grasp. Even he, typically so composed, found himself momentarily speechless, his mouth agape, while the lines on his forehead deepened in astonishment. The other professors fared no better. After all, this was Voldemort. In the entire magical realm, few wizards possessed the audacity to utter his name. Yet here was a first-year student, candidly declaring that she had retained a severed arm of Voldemort. How utterly astonishing. Leading the charge was Professor McGonagall, who stood at the forefront of the faculty, her reaction the most pronounced. Instinctively, she covered her mouth, her hand trembling from overwhelming shock, her fingertips paling. Her expression mirrored that of someone witnessing the most unfathomable event, her eyes wide as if they might burst from their sockets. Her gaze was fixated on the severed arm, an amalgamation of terror and disbelief reflected in her eyes, as if she could scarcely believe the evidence before her. Her lips parted slightly, yet only fragmented, incoherent sounds escaped, betraying her bewilderment at this sudden turn of events. Lin Shu observed for a moment, puzzled by the professor's expressions. Was it possible they had never encountered a dismembered human body and found the scene too gruesome? She speculated wildly, yet sensed that the truth of the situation was far more complex. Turning her attention to her most trusted professor, Severus Snape, she was taken aback by his reaction, which was even more intense. He appeared as if frozen in place, his body leaning slightly forward as if compelled to investigate closely. Yet an inexplicable fear held him rooted to the spot. His gaze was fixed on the severed arm, his breathing quickening and becoming labored beneath his hooked nose, while the muscles in his face twitched, revealing his profound shock. His eyes conveyed a tumult of emotions, fear, astonishment, and a subtle hint of respect. What on earth is happening? Is there anyone who could clarify the situation for her? Is there no one to offer her an explanation? Lin Shu waited in silence, her anticipation lingering. But the others remained in a state of shock, entirely unresponsive to her. With no recourse left, she realized that she must rely on herself to unravel the myriad questions swirling in her mind. She silently raised her hand. Much like a student seeking clarification from a professor during class, her demeanor appeared exceedingly obedient, if one were to disregard the severed arm beside her. Principal, esteemed professors, how do you fare? Have I unwittingly transgressed some unspoken taboo? Is it not permissible here to dismantle another's components during a fray? Is even self-defense off the table? You must see that I generally foster amicable relations with my peers. I am not suggesting that I would dismantle anyone's parts in a brawl. I merely wish to convey that in the presence of nefarious individuals, dismantling a component might not be such a grave matter. Lin Shu timidly inquired, fearful that her brief sojourn abroad as an exchange student might inadvertently lead her into legal peril. Oh dear. Retreat, retreat. After a considerable pause, Principal Dumbledore gradually regained his composure, inhaling deeply in an effort to steady himself, his chest rising and falling dramatically, clearly still grappling with turbulent emotions. He then regarded Lin Shu with an expression of indescribable complexity and began to speak. Child, do you comprehend the implications of this situation? Lin Shu squinted. Skepticism etched across her face as she awaited the principal's final verdict. Speak plainly, Principal, and grant me a swift resolution. If I have indeed infringed upon one of your sacred taboos, I shall pack my belongings and depart immediately, or summon my masters to fetch me post-haste. Dumbledore found himself both amused and bewildered. The two were clearly not on the same wavelength, and it was precisely this dissonance that dissipated the previously tense atmosphere. Very well. Child, allow me to elucidate for you. Your concerns are unfounded. Our earlier tension stemmed from the gravity of this individual's identity. Since you have become embroiled in this affair, there is no longer any need for concealment. You must understand that this person is a formidable dark wizard, one whom all fear and seek to vanquish. The fact that you managed to injure him and escape his grasp is indeed fortuitous. Should your deeds be widely known, you would undoubtedly emerge as a great hero within the magical community. However, you must also brace yourself for numerous dangers that lie ahead, including potential retribution from dark forces. Lin Shu pouted, her previously relieved expression abruptly freezing, her face awash with confusion. Her bright eyes widened in disbelief, sparkling with incredulity as if she had just heard the most absurd of jokes. What on earth? A dark wizard? Dark forces? Have I succumbed to hallucinations due to sleeplessness? How can anyone today be deemed a dark wizard? What are the criteria for such a designation? If that cloaked monstrosity can be considered a dark wizard, then surely I could take his place, perhaps even usurp him directly. She pondered aloud. Is it truly the case that the dark forces are so bereft of worthy adversaries? Did this dark wizard bestow the title upon himself? I simply do not grasp the logic here. I speak on behalf of the general populace. Well, to be honest, I am merely curious. Chapter 55. It seems we are not on the same wavelength. Lin Shu's tone was laden with skepticism and disdain. As she spoke, she couldn't help but shake her head, her expression conveying that this was the most absurd and laughable thing she had ever heard. Meanwhile, Headmaster Dumbledore nodded slightly. His brow furrowed deeply, the lines on his face appearing even more pronounced in this moment of concern. Yes, my dear child, his dark magic is profoundly enigmatic, far beyond your imagination. He excels in the use of various dark arts, employing ruthlessly cruel methods, willing to go to any lengths to achieve his aims. The headmaster's gaze revealed a flicker of painful recollection, as if the calamities wrought by Voldemort were vividly before him. However, Lin Shu seemed at a loss for words, immersed in her own thoughts, utterly disregarding the headmaster's words. In her mind, scenes of battling Voldemort replayed incessantly, the figure that had retreated under her assault, ultimately losing an arm to her, could in no way be associated with the fearsome Dark Lord described by the headmaster. Headmaster, are you certain? Have we perhaps mistaken the identity of this individual? Surely, we are not on the same wavelength. The person you speak of cannot be the same as the one I faced. I am certain of it. The more she pondered, the more resolute she became that there must be some misunderstanding, that the headmaster had indeed confused identities. Suddenly, she lifted her head, her eyes reflecting a mix of stubbornness and defiance. I have faced this cloaked monster directly. I know his capabilities all too well. While he possesses some skill, he is hardly formidable. I could effortlessly evade his attacks and counterstrike, forcing him to retreat in disarray. How could such a person be the terror of the entire magical world? It must be a mistake. Lin Shu's tone brimmed with confusion. As she grappled with this perplexing issue, Dumbledore listened quietly to her words, a hint of helplessness flickering in his eyes. He understood that Lin Shu was still too young, having not experienced Voldemort's darkest times, thus lacking a profound understanding of his terror. Child, when you faced him, did he tell you his name? Yes, that was quite memorable. I have never heard anyone with that name. Fudibamo, how utterly dreadful. What kind-hearted person would be named that? Upon this statement, silence enveloped the headmaster's office once more. Lin Shu was somewhat accustomed to it. The absence of response left her feeling rather disappointed. It seemed that no one in the West understood this reference. Headmaster, professors. Based on my conjecture, I believe his parents intended to have another son. Perhaps he was the unloved child at home. Or else he could never have been given such a name. Dumbledore's mouth twitched slightly, utterly perplexed by Lin Shu's train of thought. Yet he obliged her with a question. Oh? Why do you say that? What leads you to believe his parents wished to have another son? Just look at his name. Fudibamo. If he truly had a brother, he would undoubtedly be left with nothing, having to give everything to him. Once again, Dumbledore and the professors were rendered speechless. Not a single one could comprehend Lin Shu's reasoning. It was indeed a lamentable situation. In an instant, Dumbledore deftly redirected the conversation back to its intended course. My dear child, today you are merely fortunate, compounded by the fact that Voldemort is not at the zenith of his power. He is wounded and his soul is unstable. Which is why you managed to triumph, albeit narrowly, the headmaster patiently elucidated. Voldemort's strength is deceptively profound. His mastery of magic has ascended to heights that are nearly unattainable for the average wizard. Furthermore, he commands a legion of devoted followers, the Death Eaters, who are fiercely loyal and act as his enforcers. They wreak havoc throughout the magical realm, leaving behind a trail of devastation. Upon hearing Dumbledore's grave words, Lin Shu exhaled a sigh of resignation, gradually compelling herself to accept this uncomfortable reality. Very well, the Dark Lord is indeed a formidable figure, she mused, acknowledging that the world had transformed into a shape she scarcely recognized. Let it be. I shall simply wash it away and retire for the night. Observing the bewildered yet nonchalant expression on Lin Shu's face, Dumbledore inwardly lamented. He understood that for her to truly grasp the terror of Voldemort, time and experience were essential. My child, you have not witnessed his most frenzied days, hence you cannot fathom the depth of his horror. He has extinguished countless innocent lives, including many distinguished wizards and their families. His very existence is a nightmare for the magical world. The headmaster's voice was deep and resonant, each word echoing a lamentable history. Realizing he might have overstepped in sharing so much with a first-year student, Dumbledore felt a twinge of guilt. In his heart, regardless of Lin Shu's capabilities, she remained a child. Confronted with such a merciless Dark Lord, it was only natural she might feel fear. He chastised himself for speaking so candidly of Voldemort's past deeds, uncertain of the psychological impact it might have on Lin Shu. Fear not, my child, the school shall safeguard you. You need not be afraid of the dark force's retribution. As your headmaster, I will always protect every student within these walls, including the professors, who will serve as your staunchest allies. Lin Shu nodded in agreement, finding solace in his words. Truth be told, she was inherently carefree and, having not personally encountered Voldemort's dreadfulness, she did not dwell on it. Thus, following their conversation, she returned to Madame Pomfrey's infirmary to keep watch over Malfoy, appearing as though nothing weighed upon her mind. Fortunately, Professor Snape had accompanied her throughout the journey, fearing she might be unsettled, and had endeavored to conjure comforting words, all of which ultimately fell on deaf ears. The following morning, Lin Shu boldly indulged in a leisurely slumber until the sun was high in the sky. After all, Professor Snape had granted her a few days of respite, demonstrating his unexpectedly warm-hearted nature beneath a stoic exterior. He believed she had endured unimaginable hardships in the Forbidden Forest, and, thus, willingly offered her this break. Moreover, as Lin Shu had excelled in all her subjects, already reaching a level suitable for advancement, her absence from class would not bear significant consequences. Thus, she basked in the ease of her well-deserved holiday. Yet, while she reveled in her contentment, a series of distressing whimpers emanated from Malfoy. Intrigued by the sound, she leapt from her bed to investigate. What is it, Malfoy? Are you having a nightmare? Do not be afraid, Malfoy. Awaken, for dreams are but reflections. She coaxed gently, guiding Malfoy from the depths of his slumber. The commotion soon caught the attention of Madame Pomfrey, a woman of meticulous nature. Madame Pomfrey noticed the beads of sweat adorning Malfoy's forehead and immediately deduced that the child was unwell. Skillfully, she placed her hand upon his brow, and upon the mere touch, her brows knitted with concern. This is troubling. He is burning with fever. Her voice quivered slightly as, in her capacity as the school nurse of Hogwarts, she had encountered numerous ill and injured students. Yet Malfoy's condition instilled a profound unease within her. It seemed that the source of his ailment was far from straightforward. Chapter 56. The Vastness of Heaven and Earth, the Primordial Universe. Although Madame Pomfrey could not yet ascertain the origin of Malfoy's fever, she swiftly turned and hurried to the apothecary cabinet. Her gaze flitted rapidly among the myriad of potion vials, and she swiftly selected several elixirs before returning hastily to Malfoy's bedside. She combined the potions in a small cup, stirring them gently to achieve an even mixture, then sat beside him, carefully lifting his head with one hand while the other held a spoon, gently bringing the concoction to his lips. Child, drink this, and you shall feel better. she implored softly, her tone tender yet laced with urgency. However, Malfoy seemed ensnared by some dreadful force, his jaw clenched tight, and despite Madame Pomfrey's relentless efforts, he could not swallow the potion. The liquid trickled from the corners of his mouth, soaking his collar. Soon, Malfoy's body began to tremble subtly, and he uttered incoherent murmurs, his voice steeped in fear and despair. No, no, don't come near. Don't seize me. I don't want to go. I'm not going anywhere. Help me, save me. He suddenly cried out, flailing his arms in the air as if desperately fending off an invisible adversary. Madame Pomfrey promptly set the cup down, grasping Malfoy's shoulders with both hands in an attempt to soothe him. Lin Shu had been observing silently from the sidelines. Her brow furrowed, her eyes filled with confusion and trepidation. She sensed that Malfoy's condition was exceedingly peculiar. To be plunged into such a severe nightmare and fever merely after returning from the Forbidden Forest was no ordinary ailment. Madame Pomfrey had never encountered such a perplexing case in her medical career. She had treated countless patients and was well versed in the myriad ailments of children. Yet, in this instance, she found herself utterly at a loss. The symptoms clearly indicated a fever-induced seizure and nightmare, but his temperature was alarmingly high, and the antipyretics appeared to have no effect on him whatsoever. What shall we do? She uttered, weariness and helplessness permeating her tone. Upon hearing her words, Lin Shu pondered momentarily, as if an idea had struck her. Without hesitation, she sprang into action. She leaned down cautiously, gently prying open Malfoy's eyelid to examine him. His eyes were dull and lifeless, the vacant expression starkly contrasting with the vibrant clarity typical of a healthy individual. This subtle yet pronounced difference further solidified Lin Shu's suspicions. Madame Pomfrey, please hold on for a moment, Lin Shu stated, her voice steady and clear amidst the tension, despite its softness. Upon hearing this, Madame Pomfrey halted her frantic movements, looking at Lin Shu with a face full of confusion and a glimmer of hope in her eyes. He's lost his soul. Lost his soul? This notion struck at the very core of Madame Pomfrey's understanding. Yet faced with a situation that left her feeling helpless. She could not take any risks with the child's safety, even if it involved concepts she had never encountered. If it could aid the child, she was willing to explore and learn. Child, you say Malfoy has lost his soul. What exactly does that entail? Such a concept has never been articulated in our magical community. How severe is this condition? What must we do? Lin Shu remained composed, addressing Madame Pomfrey's inquiries with clarity. Indeed, Madame Pomfrey, in our Eastern culture, it is believed that a person possesses 3 souls and 7 spirits. The 3 souls consist of the celestial soul, earthly soul, and human soul. The celestial soul governs thought and wisdom, shaping our perceptions of the world and influencing our cognitive processes. The earthly soul pertains to human emotions and the subconscious, encompassing our deep-seated joys, sorrows, dreams, and fantasies. The human soul primarily oversees our actions and memories. All that we experience and remember is intrinsically linked to it. Madame Pomfrey furrowed her brow, striving to assimilate these novel concepts, instinctively leaning closer to Lin Shu, anxious not to miss a single word. Observing her reaction, Lin Shu continued her patient explanation. As for the 7 spirits, each possesses a distinct role. For instance, the watchdog spirit is responsible for vigilance, alerting one to impending danger. The digestive spirit relates to the absorption and processing of nutrients, sustaining the body's fundamental functions. The reproductive spirit influences aspects of sexuality and reproduction. The thief-repelling spirit aids the body in fending off maladies, safeguarding health. The non-toxic spirit regulates endocrine and metabolic functions, while the purging spirit eliminates negative emotions and impurities from the body. Lastly, the breath spirit is closely intertwined with respiration and regulating one's breath. Madame Pomfrey listened intently, her eyes reflecting a blend of realization and surprise. Yet, how did this relate to Malfoy's condition? Lin Shu sighed softly, her gaze shifting to the still sleeping Malfoy. Malfoy is currently ensnared in a nightmare, unresponsive to any attempts to rouse him. Upon inspection, I discern that he has lost one of his spirits. I still need to determine which one precisely, but it is evident that this missing spirit has plunged his mental state into chaos, adversely affecting his bodily functions, which explains his persistent fever and ensuing coma. Madame Pomfrey slowly nodded, her mind awash with admiration for Eastern practices. So what methods should we employ to rescue Malfoy? Madame Pomfrey, do not be troubled. Such occurrences are not deemed significant in our realm. It is not uncommon for young children, with their souls still unsettled, to exhibit such phenomena. As for the remedy, it is simply a matter of summoning the lost soul of Malfoy. With a deep breath, Lin Shu began to move her hands rapidly, her fingers gracefully weaving intricate seals. Before invoking the summoning, she needed to ascertain the state of Malfoy's soul through her arts, ensuring a more cautious and assured approach. As she performed her gestures, a mysterious and ancient aura slowly permeated the infirmary, a manifestation of the Eastern mystical power known as Dongxian. A soft golden light emanated from Lin Shu's hands, enveloping Malfoy like a delicate veil. Under this luminescent shroud, Malfoy's body ceased its violent struggles, yet his eyes remained tightly shut, lost in unconsciousness. Lin Shu focused intently, her brow furrowing slightly as she meticulously sensed the feedback from her spell. Through the profound examination of Dongxian, she confirmed that Malfoy had indeed lost a portion of his soul, a crucial factor that rendered him trapped in a nightmare, unable to awaken. She then began to prepare a series of items that Mrs. Pomfrey could not comprehend, moving swiftly, and before the nurse could inquire further, Lin Shu gently parted her lips and softly recited the soul-summoning incantation. Heaven and earth, mystical and profound, the universe vast and boundless. 3 souls scattered, 7 spirits adrift. I summon with this art, restoring them to their rightful place. Heavenly soul, radiant and bright. Earthly soul, deep and serene. Human soul, orderly and true. Spirits guard their domain. Urgent as the law commands, swiftly return the souls to their home. The incantation resonated within the still infirmary, each syllable imbued with boundless power, echoing outward like sound waves. As she chanted, Lin Shu's hands moved with agility, her fingers weaving the peculiar seals with finesse. A faint luminescence flickered at her fingertips, connecting to 7 oil lamps, causing their flames to blaze ever more brightly. Next, Lin Shu grasped a bronze ancient mirror, its surface weathered by time, exuding an air of mystery. As she chanted, she directed the mirror towards the southeast and proclaimed, "Souls, return. Souls, return." A soft halo emerged within the mirror, swirling and expanding, as if it were capturing something elusive. Subsequently, she placed a bowl of clear water upon the table. Extending her right hand, she gently traced her fingers across the surface, reciting, "Clear water" as a guide. The soul may follow. Yin and yang converge, restoring stability. As she executed this gesture, ripples danced across the water, shimmering with a faint light. Once these preparations were complete, she formed another seal with her hands, this one more intricate, her movements swift and interlaced, while her chant grew increasingly urgent, beneath the 9 nether, above the azure sky. Lost souls, heed my call. Return swiftly, do not linger in uncertainty. As the final incantation resonated through the air, the flames of 7 oil lamps surged dramatically towards the heavens, while the halo within the ancient bronze mirror intensified, and a faint silhouette gradually emerged from its depths. Lin Shu's gaze remained fixed on that ethereal form, her lips fervently whispering, "Return, return." The essence belonging to Malfoy floated delicately in the air, hesitating momentarily before it began to drift towards the interior of the room, ultimately merging with the body of the unconscious individual lying upon the bed. "Well, Madame Pomfrey, it appears to be accomplished. The process was quite smooth. Now we merely await Malfoy's revival." Lin Shu exhaled a sigh of relief after successfully summoning his spirit, and began to gather her belongings. Accustomed to Madame Pomfrey's continuous accolades, she was caught off guard when Professor Snape's figure materialized silently behind them. In truth, he had been present for some time, witnessing the extraordinary spectacle of Lin Shu's soul summoning. He had observed with his own eyes as a transparent fragment of Malfoy's soul integrated into the still form before him, resembling a ghost yet distinctly different from one. Moreover, a person only becomes a ghost after death, and since Malfoy was not truly deceased, the notion of him transforming into a specter was unfathomable. Thus, what precisely was the essence he had just witnessed? At this moment, his eyes widened in disbelief, filled with shock and incredulity. Within the vast expanse of the Western magical realm that he had navigated for years, he had mastered spells, potions, and magical artifacts. Yet the enigmatic techniques Lin Shu employed transcended his understanding entirely. He stood there, motionless, perhaps unprepared to advance further, or perhaps ensnared by his own tumultuous thoughts. In truth, he had arrived that day burdened by a complex emotional state. Memories of his harsh criticisms and scathing remarks towards Malfoy flooded his mind, evoking a pang of bitterness and guilt. He was acutely aware that Malfoy, as a scion of a pure-blood family, bore the weight of familial expectations and honor from a young age. During his tenure at Hogwarts, he faced not only the rigors of academic demands, but also the pressures exerted from various quarters. As the head of Slytherin House, he ought to have shown this child greater compassion and support. Yet, due to his own biases and obstinacy, he inadvertently inflicted considerable harm upon Malfoy. In a moment of emotional upheaval, he had reduced him to a mere shadow of worthlessness, an act that was truly inexcusable. With such sentiments clouding his heart, he resolved to apologize to Malfoy, hoping to offer warmth and encouragement upon his awakening. However, it was precisely this decision that led to his current state of bewilderment. He vividly recalled the instant he entered the infirmary when the extraordinary sight before him captured his complete attention. He had watched Lin Shu perform those arcane gestures and utter incantations he could not comprehend, leaving him profoundly shaken. At that moment, an unformed thought flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning. If this extraordinary magic could summon back the lost soul of Malfoy, might it also bring Lily's spirit back to the realm of the living? Once this thought took root in his mind, it blossomed uncontrollably like wild grass, growing rampant and impossible to restrain. Lily, the name he cherished in the softest recesses of his heart, the one he devoted his life to protect and yearn for. Her visage, her kindness and warmth had never blurred in Snape's memories, not for a single moment. At this instant, his longing for Lily surged like a torrential tide, completely engulfing him. It felt as if an invisible hand clutched his heart tightly, causing him pain so profound that breathing became a struggle. He found himself ensnared in an unprecedented turmoil and conflict. On one hand, his yearning for Lily was deeply ingrained in his very being. Every night, he encountered her in dreams, yet upon waking, he was met only with endless darkness and solitude. He craved to see her once more, even if just to behold her smile or hear her voice, even if it were merely her spirit. This desire blazed within him like an unquenchable flame, threatening to consume him whole. On the other hand, as a seasoned wizard, he understood that the cycle of life and death is a natural law. Meddling with the fate of souls could lead to a cascade of unforeseen consequences. Not only could it inflict irreparable harm on Lily's spirit, but it might also disrupt the world's existing balance, leading to greater calamities. His rational mind cautioned him that such thoughts were perilous and mad, not to be acted upon. His hands unconsciously clenched into fists, the veins on the backs of his hands protruding from the strain. His brow furrowed deeply, the lines on his forehead twisting into a complex knot, while the muscles of his face twitched slightly, betraying his inner anguish and conflict. His gaze was filled with struggle and confusion, at times resolute, at others hesitant, at moments pained, yet occasionally glimmering with hope. He yearned to ask Lin Shu to help him fulfill this nearly insane wish, but when the words hovered on the tip of his tongue, he swallowed them back with great effort. How could he broach the subject with Lin Shu? Should he confess that he had once loved a girl who had passed away many years ago, and that he wished to summon her spirit with her power? Such a request sounded utterly absurd and inconceivable. Moreover, he knew little of Eastern magic. He was uncertain if Lin Shu would be willing to assist, and even more so, whether she possessed the capacity to bear the consequences of such a request. No, I cannot do this, Snape silently admonished himself. I must not allow my selfishness to entangle others in danger and turmoil. Yet, when Lily's smile resurfaced in his mind, his resolve began to waver. Perhaps there still exists a glimmer of hope? If only I could see Lily once more, even if just for a fleeting moment. I would be willing to pay any price. He stood there, motionless, like a statue frozen in time. Lin Shu regarded him with a furrowed brow, puzzled. And after a brief moment, Snape maintained his stance, showing no sign of movement. Lin Shu could no longer tolerate the situation. What on earth were they all doing? Professor Snape appeared to be in a daze. This was unexpected, given his formidable magical prowess. Who could possibly ensnare his soul? If it were due to fear, that seemed even less plausible. Thus, dismissing this unlikely conclusion, Lin Shu began to suspect that perhaps Professor Snape was suffering from early-onset dementia. Oh no. The very thought of this conclusion startled her, her esteemed professor. Although he looked older, he was only 31 years old. Was it not rather cruel to suggest dementia at such a tender age? The more she pondered, the sadder she became, nearly dissolving into tears. A sense of unease enveloped her heart as she desperately contemplated remedies for dementia, while her feet swiftly carried her toward Professor Snape. Professor, in your 30s, you should be in your prime. You cannot be unwell, she exclaimed. How could I possibly endure without you? A teacher for a day is a father for a lifetime. Professor, I shall certainly find a way to save you. Chapter 58. You're going to kill him with your filial piety. Lin Shu's wailing was so loud that it seemed as if Professor Snape were on the brink of death. It was her cries that jolted him back to reality, scattering his previously complex and sorrowful emotions into disarray, dissipating the pain he had displayed. Shortly thereafter, he was met with the sound of her sobs once more. Professor, you cannot be unwell. If anything were to happen to you, what would become of us? She lamented. Dementia is not an insurmountable ailment. I will treat you. I will treat you. Snape, listening with a furrowed brow, was utterly bewildered by his overly devoted student. Truly, her excessive concern was overwhelming. He stood there, momentarily dazed, as this absurd child had already leaped to the conclusion of his dementia. What on earth occupied her mind? With a look of incredulity, Snape regarded Lin Shu. His brow furrowed deeply, and a faint twitch of his lips revealed his exasperation. You do not wish for my well-being, he remarked. Lin Shu, momentarily stunned, realized he was still able to speak and think, and there was no drooling. It seemed her professor's condition was not as dire as she had feared. With proper medication and care, there was hope for recovery. Thus, she responded without hesitation, Of course I do, Professor. I only wish for your recovery. Do not forget, I am your most favored student. All the trouble I have caused has been mended by you. I can certainly distinguish our closeness. The more she spoke, the more nauseating it became for Snape. He wished he could seal her lips. Yet again, he mused, how had such a good child developed such a mouth? Oh, you wish for my recovery? Yet you claim I am senile. Are you attempting to ruin my reputation? More than anything, Professor, we must not shy away from the truth. I recently observed you standing here, motionless and silent for an extended period. This is a precursor to dementia, as your mind appears to be devoid of thought, resulting in such a stasis. Snape rolled his eyes in exasperation, not out of a desire to maintain his composure, but rather because he found it utterly impossible to do so. This child truly embodies the notion that a moment without discipline leads to chaos. A surge of fervor rushed to his head, the veins on his forehead pulsing subtly, while his chest heaved violently, as though he could scarcely restrain the fury boiling within. Shulin, you are undoubtedly the most absurd and outrageous student I have ever taught. The sight of you ignites my ire. Heed my warning. As long as you refrain from your antics, I shall remain free from dementia until the age of 120. If you doubt me, live to see 120 and witness my resilience. I can no longer endure this. If I do not discipline this child today, I might as well share her surname. In the next moment, Professor Snape's voice escalated sharply, piercing the air like a finely honed blade. Shulin, from which moldy corner of your mind did this ludicrous notion spring? I, Severus Snape, am to succumb to dementia? Are you secretly hoping for my sudden amnesia, so that you can wreak havoc in my potions class, transforming my classroom into a chaotic den of magical refuse? The familiar formula struck a chord. Seeing Professor Snape still adept at rebuking was a relief for Lin Shu. It seemed her fears were unfounded. Professor Snape was not afflicted with dementia. Oh, how I frightened myself. Lin Shu offered a sheepish smile towards Snape, striving to mask her embarrassment. Snape was nearly driven to madness by Lin Shu's infuriatingly reckless demeanor. He paced back and forth, his hands gesticulating in the air as if attempting to disperse his pent-up frustration. How could I have a student as foolish and obstinate as you? Has a troll bashed your head? You lack even the most basic judgment. I observe that your recent potions assignments have been alarmingly effortless. Perhaps it is time to assign you some particularly challenging tasks to awaken your senses, such as collecting a dozen bat spleens from Nocturne Alley or seeking unicorn tears deep within the Forbidden Forest, and perhaps engaging in conversation with those irritable centaurs? Upon hearing this, Lin Shu found herself contemplating the feasibility of such a suggestion. You know, Professor, I have yet to visit Nocturne Alley. I wish to go. You wish to eat nonsense. Snape halted in his tracks, his eyes nearly bulging with fury as he glared at Lin Shu, his chest heaving as he struggled to regain his composure. You could drive a saint to madness. He then gritted his teeth and continued. Should you ever entertain such absurd thoughts again, I shall transform you into a toad and toss you into the Black Lake to feed the giant squid. But that would have to be a pink toad. Go away. Very well, Professor, goodbye. With that, Professor Snape turned and departed, his steps hurried and heavy, each stride seemingly a release of his inner wrath. Lin Shu watched Snape's furious retreat, her mouth slightly agape, yearning to utter something in explanation, yet Snape offered her no chance. Do not let your absurd notions pollute my ears any further, Snape bellowed without turning back, his voice reverberating off the walls of the infirmary. Is the professor still expected to concoct potions for you, perhaps to ward off senility? I mean prevention, so do not misconstrue my words. Speak another word, and I shall transform you into a black toad, vividly black, and make you a hideous creature. Can't handle it, can you? Lin Shu pouted, secretly astonished by Professor Snape's peculiar taste. Vividly black? She found herself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, an irate Snape had already reached the end of the corridor. Leaning against the wall, he closed his eyes and took several deep breaths, attempting to calm his agitated spirit. That insufferable girl. How could she be so infuriating? More exasperating than even the most mischievous Gryffindors. He recalled Lin Shu's nonchalant and obstinate demeanor and felt a new wave of anger surge within him. Did she dare to question my mental acuity? Am I so aged? The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Unable to resist casting a fierce glare back at the infirmary, as if Lin Shu still stood there provoking him. No, I must distance myself from her, otherwise she will surely be the death of me. Straightening his dark robes, he resumed his usual stoic facade, although the lingering flush of rage on his forehead betrayed his inner turmoil. At that moment, as Snape turned to depart, he silently resolved to assign Lin Shu a formidable array of potion tasks in due time, to teach her a lesson and prevent her from indulging in such trivial nonsense. A faint smirk crept onto his lips, barely perceptible, as he strode purposefully towards his office, leaving behind an empty corridor that echoed with the sound of his receding footsteps. Chapter 59, You're Messing Up My Hair. After Snape's departure, Lin Shu remained by Malfoy's side. Before long, Malfoy's eyelids fluttered gently, like leaves swaying in a light breeze. And after some time, he slowly opened his eyes. The newly awakened Malfoy wore an expression of confusion and disarray, as if he had yet to fully extricate himself from a profound dream. His gaze wandered through the infirmary, familiar white sheets, shelves brimming with potions, and the faint scent of antiseptic gradually soothed him. Awake? You certainly have had your share of misfortune. Thank goodness you are with me, or you would be in dire straits. Have you angered the fates? Or perhaps there is something amiss with your ancestral grave. You ought to consult someone, otherwise your day will only continue to spiral into bad luck. Upon seeing him awake, Lin Shu began to chatter incessantly, pouring out every conjecture she could muster. After all, based on Malfoy's recent experiences, he truly was an exceptionally unfortunate child. No other unfortunate souls combined could match his level of misfortune. Malfoy, however, could not quite grasp Lin Shu's words, filled with terms he did not understand, yet he relished listening to her speak, even if it was mere prattle. He would continue to listen intently. After a considerable period, he regained full control over his body. With great effort, he focused his gaze upon Lin Shu. And in that fleeting moment, it was as if he had found a beacon of light in the darkness. A tumult of complex emotions surged within him. A blend of relief for surviving a harrowing ordeal and profound gratitude towards Lin Shu. His gaze seemed intent on etching her visage deep into his heart. He parted his lips, attempting to articulate something, but his throat felt as if it had been sanded down, dry and harsh, producing only faint, breathy sounds. Summoning all his strength, he slowly lifted his arm, the motion laborious and sluggish, akin to swimming through water. Enough. Do not rush. Grant your body some time. You are unaware of the peril you faced this time. You lost a fragment of your soul, and now that it has returned, you must allow it a moment to reintegrate. Indeed, Malfoy managed to utter a syllable, his voice raspy as though sandpaper were being dragged across it. With keen intuition, Lin Shu poured him a glass of water, propping him up slightly and gradually feeding him. After half a glass, Malfoy felt a measure of relief in his throat. His body also felt significantly better, especially with the soothing fragrance emanating from Lin Shu, akin to a healing balm. I am fine now, Shu. I owe you a debt of gratitude far too many times, but I must thank you once more. Had it not been for you, I would have truly perished, perhaps doomed to wander that accursed place forever, becoming a lost soul to frighten the timid Gryffindors daily. He struggled to conjure a smile, attempting to lighten the atmosphere. Yet the remnants of his ordeal lingered in that expression. Rest assured, Malfoy, with me around, you are safe. I have never encountered anyone more reliable than myself. Indeed, let me tell you, in that abyss, my soul fled to the forbidden forest, surrounded by fog, ominous and chilling. I ran desperately, my legs nearly giving way. But I could not find an exit. The ominous shadows of the trees loomed over me, as if they were ready to consume me. In that moment, I thought it was over. I would never return. His recounting was vivid, his eyes still reflecting the remnants of fear. Then, he fixed his gaze on Lin Shu, his gratitude intensifying like an unfathomable depth of water. Suddenly, inexplicably, he summoned the strength to sit up and enveloped Lin Shu in a tight embrace. They had shared many such embraces before, and Lin Shu had grown accustomed to them. Yet this time, it felt different. Malfoy held her with such fervor, as though he wished to meld her into his very being. It was as if he had clutched a lifeline, terrified that if he loosened his grip, this hard-won tranquility would shatter like fragile glass. Malfoy, you're choking me. I can't breathe. Shu, I truly thank you. I am fortunate to have you. If you truly wish to thank me, then release me, you brute. I shall not. Malfoy was resolute. He would not easily relinquish her. To him, Lin Shu was far more precious than the rarest treasure. Unless he were to perish, he would follow her for the rest of his days, accompanying her wherever she might go. How ungrateful, Malfoy. Release me at once. You are not only choking me, but also tugging at my hair. I swear. You must have pulled out several strands. How could this be? I have been exceedingly cautious. You see, when you refrain from speaking, you still refuse to let go. Yet when you do speak, you deny it. How presumptuous of you. Reluctantly, Malfoy released his grip, but upon gazing at Lin Shu's countenance, an uncontrollable grin spread across his face, the corners of his mouth curling upward. Initially, I had prepared a plethora of words of gratitude, anticipating a rather sentimental scene. Yet, the delightful atmosphere was utterly ruined by you. Huh. You encircle my neck, tug at my hair, and now you dare to provoke Malfoy. What a rogue you are. Had I known you would behave this way, I would have deliberately taken my time to rescue you, allowing you to linger in that wretched place a tad longer. Upon hearing this, Malfoy feigned anger. Ignoring his recent awakening and lingering weakness, he suddenly seized Lin Shu's wrist. Before she could react, he yanked her back, causing her to topple onto the bed. Malfoy's movements were swift and decisive. In the blink of an eye, he had her pinned down. He positioned his hands on either side of her body, leaning slightly forward until their faces were mere inches apart, their breaths intertwining. His gaze held a mixture of annoyance and a barely perceptible tenderness as he fixed his eyes on Lin Shu and said, "Speak those words again, if you dare. Truly, it is a case of the tiger falling to the plains and being bullied by dogs. Were it not for your current frailty, I would certainly retaliate. So what if I take advantage of you? You were the one who claimed you would leisurely come to my aid. Would I have bullied you otherwise? Very well. So the truth is turned on its head, is it? Then I shall declare that from now on, all matters concerning you shall be approached at my own leisurely pace. Let us see who is in a hurry. As those words slipped from his lips, Malfoy's gaze deepened, and they remained locked in mutual scrutiny. An intricate tension enveloping the air around them. Malfoy drew even closer, so much so that Lin Shu could perceive her own reflection in his eyes. Suddenly, she felt her heart race visibly, yet she gritted her teeth, unwilling to yield. Just then, a gentle breeze wafted through, stirring the curtains by the bed and disheveling a stray lock of hair that fell delicately across his brow, softening his otherwise austere visage. Lin Shu found herself irresistibly drawn to that wayward strand and instinctively reached out to tuck it behind his ear. Listen, if you dare to dawdle, I shall haunt you even as a ghost, he warned. As the atmosphere grew increasingly charged, as if poised to ignite, footsteps echoed down the corridor of the infirmary. Lin Shu immediately pushed Malfoy away and sat up, swiftly adopting a demeanor of poise and decorum. Moments later, the door creaked open. To her astonishment, the visitors were none other than Harry and Ron, who were typically at odds with Malfoy. Chapter 60, My Head Hurts. Harry and Ron stood at the threshold, sunlight casting a halo around them, their silhouettes stretching long upon the floor. In an instant, Malfoy's expression soured. He glared at Harry, his eyes filled with confusion and malice, as if they were two venomous daggers, viciously aimed at Harry, threatening to pierce him through. Ah, and your lackey Weasley. What brings you here? You are not welcome. Malfoy's voice pierced the air, sharp and laced with animosity, akin to a furious beast defending its territory. Upon hearing these words, Ron's temper flared instantly, his face reddening like a ripe tomato. He stepped forward, the soles of his shoes scraping against the ground with a grating sound. Who are you calling a lackey, Malfoy? He retorted, his neck craned and his voice raised. Who do you think you are? Just a pathetic wretch who relies on your family's name and clings to ancestral glory. Without the Malfoy name, you probably couldn't even cast a proper spell. You might as well be scrubbing toilets at the Hog's Head. Ron had always been intolerant of Malfoy's mocking tone, and in this moment, he was particularly incensed. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white, his eyes wide and furious, glaring at Malfoy with a look that seemed to ignite flames, ready to strike at any moment. Malfoy, already on edge, had narrowly escaped peril the previous night and had endured the torment of losing his soul. He was particularly sensitive to being labeled a mere family-dependent fool. Thus, the atmosphere grew even more charged. Malfoy's expression darkened instantly, akin to the ominous sky before a storm. He shot up from his chair, the legs screeching against the floor. You red-haired country bumpkin, Malfoy bellowed, and feeling unsatisfied, he unleashed a torrent of vitriol. Look at what you're wearing. Those rags must have been stitched together from old rags by your mother. And your chaotic brood of siblings. The entire Weasley family resembles a nest of chattering rats living in that crumbling shack. Only someone as ignorant as you would think you're impressive. As he spoke, Malfoy exaggeratedly waved his hand in front of his nose, as if the mention of the Weasley family had conjured an unpleasant odor. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly oppressive, and Lin Shu felt utterly drained amidst the tension. What had she gotten herself into? Both sides were her friends, and aiding either would be a precarious endeavor. Furthermore, the feud between Malfoy and Harry and Ron was not something that could be resolved with mere words. Even if she intervened, she would only be inviting trouble upon herself. These two factions seemed unlikely to reconcile. She could only pray that some semblance of reason remained on both sides, hoping the situation wouldn't deteriorate further. Ideally, she wished the battlefield wouldn't encroach upon her, for she could not bear it. However, fears often manifest into reality. In the next moment, Harry's gaze shifted away from Malfoy as if avoiding contagion, his brow furrowing in concern as it landed on Lin Shu. Shu, he said, his tone inadvertently tinged with care, I actually came to look for you. Why didn't you attend class today? Is something the matter? It feels like ages since I last saw you in class. Hermione misses you too. Perhaps we should arrange a gathering sometime. As he spoke, he subtly stepped forward, his eyes filled with concern as he attempted to scrutinize Lin Shu from head to toe, ensuring her well-being. In truth, Harry had not come without purpose. The news of Malfoy's disappearance had caused quite an uproar the previous night, leaving the professors searching high and low for answers. One could hardly remain oblivious. Moreover, the timing of Malfoy's disappearance was rather coincidental, occurring just after their altercation. To be honest, when he first learned of Malfoy's absence, the image of their heated argument from the previous afternoon flashed through his mind unbidden. Malfoy's scathing remarks about his lack of parents still echoed in his ears, each word piercing his heart like a sharp needle. Yet, he was not so malevolent as to feel indifferent. If Malfoy were to be permanently lost or come to any harm because of this, he would indeed feel guilt. After all, it was a matter of life, and he could not simply turn a blind eye. Thus, he had come today not only to seek Lin Shu, but also to ascertain Malfoy's condition. However, upon observing the situation, he realized he had perhaps overreacted. Malfoy remained as arrogant and aloof as ever. What could possibly be amiss? He found it almost absurd to worry about Malfoy. Once he confirmed that Malfoy was indeed fine, his patience for him waned. And he treated Malfoy as if he were invisible, dedicating his full attention to Lin Shu. He had just expressed his hope that Lin Shu would spend more time with their friends rather than solely orbiting around Malfoy. This sentiment stirred a sense of imbalance within him. Little did he expect that Malfoy, noticing Harry's attention towards Lin Shu, would feel a surge of anger flare up within him, the flames of fury igniting to a furious blaze. His gaze turned suddenly vicious, reminiscent of an enraged wolf. Fixated on Harry, as if silently rebuking him. What madness has possessed you? Have you been rendered foolish by your time in Gryffindor? Who do you think you are? Shu is one of us, a Slytherin. Even if you fail to make friends, you ought not to encroach upon our territory. Malfoy's voice trembled slightly with rage as he leaped from his bed, darting to Lin Shu's side like a gust of wind, arms outstretched as if to erect an impenetrable barrier between her and Harry. Lin Shu, observing the sudden tension between the two, let out a heavy sigh, her shoulders drooping, eyes reflecting fatigue and resignation. She understood their temperaments all too well. They were akin to two barrels of gunpowder, certain to ignite upon meeting. Alas, another day when the stars had not aligned. Another scene of chaos. What had she done to deserve such torment? Enough was enough. Please, stop fighting. I can't take it anymore. My head is pounding. In that moment, it felt as though she had aged a decade, caught between two opposing forces, drained of vitality. As if she had surrendered entirely to despair, impervious to the turmoil surrounding her. Meanwhile, Harry's side had two individuals engaged in a verbal battle. Truly to their advantage in this exchange. Ron stood resolutely behind Harry, unable to contain his indignation upon witnessing Malfoy's domineering demeanor. Malfoy, do refrain from being so unreasonable. Harry is here to see Shu, which has nothing to do with you. You have no authority to drive away anyone from her side. Even if Shu belongs to Slytherin. She is still a part of us all. Do not presume to control her. Malfoy turned his menacing gaze towards Ron. A sardonic smirk curling at the corners of his lips, a smile colder than the biting winds of winter. Weasley, be silent. This is not a place for your prattle. A mere sycophant. Your master has yet to speak. Why should you bark? He swiftly redirected his ire towards Harry, his eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. Potter, cease your pretense of benevolence. Yours is the most hypocritical of facades. Do you truly believe that being a so-called savior grants you the right to dictate to us Slytherins? Furthermore, if it weren't for you, I would not have faced peril last night. You are the most ill-fated individual in all of Hogwarts, having caused so much misery. You still stand here with such audacity. Harry's expression darkened, his once pale complexion now tinged with a faint flush, a clear manifestation of the anger simmering within. He met Malfoy's gaze unflinchingly, his tone laced with palpable disdain. Malfoy, I have no inkling of what you endured. Moreover, on what grounds do you attribute all the blame to me? If you have grievances, we can seek out a professor right now. And do you fancy yourself a monarch? Believing everyone must bow to your whims? You are merely a spoiled brat, rampaging about, convinced of your own significance, when in truth, you are nothing more than a farce. As he spoke, Harry slightly lifted his chin, his eyes gleaming with provocation, resolutely returning Malfoy's glare. Chapter 61. When will these days come to an end? The confrontation between Harry and Malfoy escalated, their tempers spiraling out of control. Meanwhile, Lin Shu discerned an unsettling undertone in their exchange. Why did Malfoy insist that Harry was responsible for the life-and-death ordeal of the previous night? What had truly transpired? The more she listened, the more disquieted she became. Her delicate features contorting with concern as she darted her gaze between the two, as if seeking the thread to unravel this discord. Just as their argument threatened to reach a fever pitch, Lin Shu stepped forward, extending her hands to interpose between them, and declared firmly, Enough. Stop. You both must cease this quarrel. There is something amiss, and I demand to know the truth. Her voice resonated with authority, echoing through the narrow corridor. Abruptly halting their discord, both Malfoy and Harry were taken aback by this sudden interruption, turning to Lin Shu, their eyes still smoldering with unresolved fury. Furrowing her brow, she glanced back and forth between them. Neither of you wishes to clarify this for me? I am utterly perplexed by what has transpired. You must elucidate everything for me. Was last night not merely an accident? Her eyes were filled with confusion and urgency, clearly brimming with a thirst for understanding regarding the inexplicable quarrel. Harry shot a fierce glare at Malfoy, inhaled deeply, and endeavored to calm his tumultuous emotions. His voice emerged low and deliberate, tinged with a hint of anguish, as if each recollection was a profound torment. Yesterday afternoon, Malfoy had hurled venomous words at me, calling me a child without parents and asserting that I had no right to be at Hogwarts. A flicker of pain and anger crossed Harry's gaze. I could no longer contain myself. He could say whatever he wished about me, but he must never insult my parents. Thus, I engaged him in a fierce confrontation, leading to my removal to the office by the arriving professors. Later, upon grasping the situation, the professors rebuked him, and he stormed out in a fury, leaving me entirely unaware of what peril he might encounter. Malfoy, upon hearing Harry's words, sneered derisively, his expression one of disdain. "Oh, how dare you speak? Were it not for your pitiful act to elicit sympathy from the professors, directing their wrath solely upon me, ruthlessly trampling my dignity alongside them, would I have fled?" His voice quivered slightly, laced with indignation and resentment, as he began to lament to Lin Shu. "Shu, do not listen to his fabrications. Those from Gryffindor are the most adept at theatrics, capable of transforming black into white. They always present themselves as pitiable and harmless, while their cunning is as venomous as a serpent's bite. Do you realize? This wretched act of portraying oneself as a victim is masterfully executed, even deceiving Professor Snape." Malfoy's eyes brimmed with malice as he fixed his gaze upon Harry, as if intent on reclaiming all that he had endured. Professor Snape was misled by his woeful facade, prompting him to vociferously berate me, deeming me a worthless failure who tarnished the Malfoy name, likening me to a rat in the gutter. I truly could not comprehend why. Despite being the one who fought back, I alone faced reprimand. In that moment, I genuinely believed I was facing my demise, and all of it was due to him. Had it not been for his actions, why would I endure such treatment from Professors Snape and McGonagall? Therefore, at the core, this debacle lay squarely on his shoulders. He is nothing but a treacherous, despicable villain. I, Draco Malfoy, shall remain his eternal adversary. Lin Shu listened intently, her mind already forming a basic judgment of the unfolding events. This matter was undoubtedly absurd. Malfoy's attack on Harry's parentage was undeniably wrong. However, Professor Snape's excessively harsh reprimand was also misguided. It is not that reprimanding one's students is inherently wrong, but his words bore a level of insult that could inflict profound harm on an 11-year-old child. Thus, Lin Shu quietly exhaled, organizing her thoughts in her mind, contemplating how to deftly diffuse the situation. After a moment, she spoke. "Malfoy, I can truly empathize with Harry's vulnerable state at that moment. Your insults regarding his lack of parents were exceedingly excessive and cruel. Do you understand? Such words are akin to a blade, capable of deeply wounding another's heart." After she spoke, there was a slight pause, and a trace of sorrow flickered in her eyes. "In truth, I too am without parents. Having grown up within the confines of my master's household, my master, along with my senior and junior siblings, have shown me great affection and care. The overall measure of love I have received is not lacking. Yet, if someone were to bring up my orphanhood before me, I would still feel discontent. I can empathize with Harry's sentiments. Such an act is an unforgivable transgression. I believe you should apologize to Harry for your thoughtless words." Lin Shu's voice was gentle, yet imbued with strength, each word resonating in Draco's heart. He felt a pang of sympathy for Lin Shu, unaware that she too was without parents. Had he known earlier, he would have refrained from mentioning such distressing matters in her presence. After all, his enmity with Harry was profound. Whether the conflicts increased or diminished mattered little. "I'm sorry, Shu, please do not be sad. Being without parents is of no consequence. My parents can also become yours. I shall write to them shortly, asking them to accept you as part of our family, and henceforth, no one shall dare speak ill of you. As for that wretched Potter, his orphanhood is a mere fact, and I have merely spoken the truth. Where lies the wrongdoing in that?" His gaze remained filled with disdain and revulsion for Harry, starkly contrasting the tenderness and caution he had shown towards Lin Shu. Lin Shu was momentarily taken aback, her lips parting and closing in astonishment, at a loss for words in the face of such a situation. Was she to take pleasure in her esteemed position within Draco's regard, or to mourn for Harry for a fleeting moment? "Draco, your blatant bias is too conspicuous. You clearly discern right from wrong. Your treatment of Harry is excessively targeted. Moreover, Draco, as a scion of a noble pureblood family, you ought to possess a greater understanding of the importance of respecting others. Everyone carries their own burdens. Thus, you must not use Harry's loss to inflict harm upon him." Draco, feeling a sense of indignation, lowered his head and averted his gaze from Lin Shu, a flicker of discomfort crossing his face. Yet he stubbornly retorted, "So what? Potter has always opposed me at every turn. Why should I afford him respect?" "Very well, Draco, I understand the myriad conflicts between you and Harry, but that does not justify your cruelty towards him. I trust you grasp many fundamental truths, so I shall refrain from being verbose. I know that reconciliation between you and Harry is improbable, but we are still children. Must our conflicts truly escalate to life and death proportions? I think not. Therefore, we ought to learn to temper our emotions. Even if you harbor disdain for someone, they are your classmate. You may choose to ignore him, but there is no need to seek his ruin or continuously wield his pain as a weapon against him. Consider this. If others were to mock or insult you due to your family background or any other reason, would you find solace in that?" Draco shuddered slightly, seemingly moved by Lin Shu's words. After a moment of silence, he gradually raised his head and met Lin Shu's gaze, saying, "All right, Shu, in light of your counsel, I shall restrain my emotions moving forward and refrain from mentioning his lack of parental figures but only to this extent. Lin Shu exhaled a heavy sigh. It is indeed a challenge, a considerable step forward. She felt as though she were not attending school, but rather navigating the complexities of human relationships. After all, she is still but a child. When will this phase of life conclude? Harry observed the scene quietly, his eyes reflecting a mixture of surprise and gratitude. He had not anticipated that Lin Shu could persuade Malfoy to refrain from uttering those hurtful words. Harry approached Lin Shu and said, "Thank you, Shu. You are truly remarkable." However, despite his gratitude for her mediation, he could never bring himself to forgive Malfoy. He believed that the enmity between himself and Malfoy would remain unresolved for a lifetime. For harm is harm. To forgive Malfoy for a mere change in demeanor would be a betrayal of his past self. Chapter 62. I am not a coward. Following Lin Shu's efforts at reconciliation, the atmosphere finally lifted from its previous stifling gloom. Although Malfoy and Harry did not shake hands in reconciliation, at the very least, they would no longer engage in violent conflict. After accomplishing this, Lin Shu felt an immense sense of achievement swell within her. Yet, the matter was not concluded. She turned and unhesitatingly grasped Malfoy's hand, her determination inexplicably imparting a profound sense of security. Malfoy, taken aback by this sudden gesture, moved forward but could not conceal the confusion etched upon his face. "Shu, where are you taking me? Is it really necessary to rush? I've been lying in this infirmary all day, and I haven't even styled my hair. I refuse to go out like this. I am a young master. I cannot abandon my image." "Oh, you look dashing. As long as one is handsome, even in a burlap sack, they will turn heads. Why concern yourself with such trivial details when you are so exquisitely charming?" As she spoke, Malfoy's lips curled into a triumphant smile. As if he were vying for the sun's company, his heart soaring with delight at the thought that his handsome visage required no embellishment to earn Lin Shu's praise. How handsome he was indeed. The more he pondered, the more elated he became, so much so that he ceased to notice the direction they were heading. It was not until they had walked for quite some time without reaching their destination that he finally inquired, "Surely not, Shu. Didn't Team Madame Pomfrey instruct me to rest properly? Why are you dragging me such a distance? Where are you taking me?" With determination, Lin Shu continued to pull Malfoy forward, turning her gaze upon him with fierce resolve as she declared, "We are going to find Professor Snape. We must seek an explanation. Although your insult to Harry was inappropriate, your punishment should not be severe. He cannot belittle you so. Find Professor Snape?" Malfoy's eyes widened instantly, more massive than copper bells. His expression akin to that of someone who has encountered a specter. The shock morphed swiftly into terror, and his voice trembled as if frozen, quaking uncontrollably. His feet felt as though they were ensnared by a binding spell, firmly anchored to the ground. "Are you possessed by a boggart? How could it possibly hear us? Moreover, if we provoke him, I fear I might be transformed into a pitiful toad by his curse." Lin Shu, however, did not falter in his stride. His demeanor grave and earnest as he spoke with heartfelt conviction. "Malfoy, even if Professor Snape does not heed our words and turns you into a toad, I shall reverse the spell." He continued, "If justice cannot be found with Professor Snape, we shall seek the wisdom of Headmaster Dumbledore. Despite being his favored pupil and holding a deep admiration for him, he must be held accountable for his mistakes. Professor Snape's scornful curse was excessive, thoughtless, and severely wounded your pride. You cannot simply endure this humiliation. I must advocate for your honor. Furthermore, if there exists a misunderstanding, our approach may reveal his underlying motives. In any case, you must trust my judgment in this matter. It is foolproof." Malfoy closed his eyes, yearning to faint on the spot. "Oh, legs, do not move. Just let me swoon. Listen, Shu, I cannot comply. We are the best of friends, yet on this issue, I must diverge from you. Farewell. Do not jest. This is a grave matter. We must defend our rights." "Very well, Shu, I concede that you are right. But I shall write to my father and let the adults resolve this. I truly do not wish to face Professor Snape's countenance. Have mercy on my tender heart, and spare me this time." Malfoy, in a haughty manner, halted and turned his head away, resembling a petulant child, his tone brimming with obstinacy. Yet, within, he was ensnared in profound conflict, as if two little voices were vehemently quarreling within him. Once upon a time, when he first stepped into Hogwarts, Professor Snape, as the head of Slytherin House, commanded an aura of mystery and power in his flowing black robes, utterly captivating him. In his heart, Professor Snape was an idol, as formidable as a superhero. Who could have foreseen that the events of last night would unfold like a nightmare? The professor's merciless belittlement and curses pierced his self-esteem like a barrage of sharp daggers, leaving it riddled with wounds. From that moment on, his perception of Professor Snape plummeted from the heights of admiration to the depths of disappointment and sorrow. The anguish in his heart was profound. Now, with Lin Shu proclaiming his intent to stand up for him, Malfoy felt a sweetness akin to honey enveloping him, a joy unbounded, for someone was truly on his side. Yet, the mere thought of facing Professor Snape again filled him with the trepidation of a timid mouse confronting a cat, his heart brimming with resistance. Professor Snape's acerbic demeanor lingered in his mind, and the mere recollection of those cutting remarks sent shivers down his spine, as though those words were frigid serpents slithering across his being. As the scion of the Malfoy family, how could his pride, which resembled that of a peacock, allow him to seek reconciliation with Professor Snape so readily? He perceived such an act as tantamount to surrendering to an adversary, a notion too humiliating to bear. No, he resolutely decided against it. He had no desire to encounter that contemptible face again, nor would he grant him the opportunity to belittle him further. He resolved to write to his father immediately, to convey that he was not to be trifled with. Lin Shu, witnessing his obstinacy, found herself at a loss. She could only grasp his hand once more, patiently urging him, "Malfoy, evasion will not resolve our issues. We must confront them with courage. While informing our parents may be a solution, they cannot be with us at all times. We must face certain challenges alone at Hogwarts. Besides, perhaps this time, Professor Snape has already recognized his error." Huh, for him to admit fault? That would be more challenging than making Filch laugh. "I refuse to go. I absolutely will not," Malfoy retorted, forcefully shaking off Lin Shu's hand and retreating several steps, his expression replete with defiance, as if he were being asked to consume a slug. "Malfoy, be brave. I am here with you. I assure you, if Professor Snape fails to acknowledge his mistake, I shall stand with you in unwavering solidarity. I will no longer be his favorite student. I shall cease attending detentions, and he can find someone else to brew potions. Malfoy, did you hear? I would go to great lengths for you, but you must not cower like a turtle. I, Lin Shu, do not associate with cowards." At her words, Malfoy's eyes widened in disbelief, his previous reluctance replaced with a surge of fervor. Lin Shu had gone to such lengths for him. He truly ought not to be timid. After all, it was merely Professor Snape. What was there to fear? Not only was he unafraid, but he could also confront Snape directly. He could not allow Lin Shu to perceive him as anything less than a true man, especially as he was in the right this time. "Lin, let us go. We shall inform Snape that I am no coward." Chapter 63. Take it easy. Lin Shu understood that for someone like Malfoy, a little provocation would be the most effective approach. Instantly, the pride of the young master within Malfoy was ignited, and even though he was reluctant, he could not admit to being cowardly. Lin Shu secretly chuckled to herself, a subtle smile gracing her lips, revealing a hint of triumph. She grasped Malfoy's arm and quickened their pace. The two hurried along the dimly lit corridor, their footsteps echoing through the silent castle, reverberating in Malfoy's anxious heart. Before long, they arrived at the door of Professor Snape's office. Malfoy's heartbeat quickened abruptly, as if it were about to burst from his chest. He instinctively swallowed hard, gripping the hem of his clothing tightly, his palms clammy with sweat. Lin Shu took a deep breath, and then raised his hand to push open the tightly shut door. With a creak, the door slowly swung open, and an ancient scent of musty tomes enveloped him. Professor Snape sat at a large desk, entirely absorbed in grading assignments. His distinctive aquiline nose cast a long shadow in the flickering candlelight, rendering him even more austere, reminiscent of an enigmatic sorcerer in a mystical forest. Lin Shu exchanged a glance with Malfoy, and they cautiously stepped inside. Initially, they intended to wait until Professor Snape concluded his tasks before delicately broaching the previous unpleasantness, intending to articulate the harm inflicted upon Malfoy. However, it appeared that Professor Snape had already sensed their arrival. He slowly lifted his head, his gaze piercing like that of a hawk as it swept over the two, as if he could discern their intentions at a mere glance. Before Lin Shu and Malfoy could utter a word, Professor Snape set down his quill and sighed softly, shattering the silence. "Malfoy, I believe I owe you an apology." His voice was deep and calm, yet it stirred turbulent waves within the confines of the small office. Malfoy's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a canvas of incredulity, his mouth agape as if an egg could fit within. Stammering, he managed to exclaim, What did you say? Professor, am I hearing this correctly?" He had arrived filled with trepidation, envisioning countless scenarios along the way, fully prepared for another stern reprimand from Professor Snape, even rehearsing retorts in his mind. Yet, he never anticipated that the professor would take the initiative to apologize. Professor Snape rose and slowly approached Malfoy, his demeanor softened, the usual severity replaced by a touch of remorse. "That afternoon, my words were excessively harsh, and I caused you harm, which is not befitting of a professor. I hope you can forgive me. Perhaps my recent potion experiments have not been going well, and I let my frustration spill over onto you. That was my fault." Professor Snape sought a versatile excuse, striving to obscure the indiscretion of that day, setting aside the truth of whether his agitation stemmed from potion failures. The current unfolding of events was indeed exceptionally optimistic. Malfoy stood frozen, his mind a blank slate, his eyes brimming with confusion and astonishment, as if questioning whether he was ensnared in a dream. After a lengthy pause, he stuttered, Professor, are you truly apologizing to me? I thought you would utterly suppress me because of that wretched incident." As the words lingered in the air, Professor Snape pressed his lips together. "Malfoy, a student of Slytherin House, had always held a unique place in Snape's heart. In truth, had it not been for Lin Shu, the prodigy before him, Malfoy would have been Snape's most favored pupil. From the moment Malfoy set foot in Hogwarts, Snape had taken note of this astute child. In class, Malfoy consistently grasped the intricate theories of magic swiftly, his responses clear and insightful, showcasing a magical talent that far surpassed that of his peers. In the course of their daily interactions, Professor Snape could perceive the respect that Malfoy held for him. Whether it was the reverent greeting exchanged in the corridors or the focused demeanor displayed during lessons, these gestures conveyed to Professor Snape the child's acknowledgement and esteem. On one occasion, during potions class, Snape accidentally knocked over a vial of precious potion, and with remarkable agility, Malfoy swiftly caught it, preventing a disastrous spill. In that moment, the concern and tension reflected in Malfoy's eyes did not escape Snape's attention. However, that afternoon, matters concerning Lily, the one person he could never come to terms with, filled his heart with anguish and fury. Driven by such emotions, he lost all control, and his hurtful words struck Malfoy like merciless blades. Recalling the shock and pain etched on Malfoy's face pierced Snape's heart like 1,000 needles. He understood the profound harm his words had inflicted upon the child, a wound that would likely leave an indelible shadow in Malfoy's heart. Malfoy, please believe that my words were insincere. I feel compelled to make amends for my transgressions. In truth, even if you had not come to me, I would have sought you out to discuss this matter. I shall take responsibility for my actions and words. I wish to know how I might heal the damage I have caused you. This is of utmost importance to me. If you know a way, please do not hesitate to inform me. I sincerely wish to make amends. Malfoy's gaze was filled with confusion and bewilderment, his mind a blank canvas. Utterly unsure of how to respond to the situation at hand. Internally, he felt as though countless fawns were colliding within him, a tumult of anxiety, surprise, and emotion intertwining. He had never anticipated that Professor Snape would speak to him in such a humble manner, nor had he envisioned finding himself in such a scenario. Professor, I accept your apology, but I seek nothing in return. If possible, I hope that when conflicts arise between Harry and me in the future, you might stand by my side. After all, I am a Slytherin student, am I not? It would be best if you deducted more points from Gryffindor to teach that insufferable Potter a lesson. As Malfoy spoke with increasing fervor, the initial restraint on his face gradually faded, replaced by his usual slightly spoiled demeanor, his hands gesticulating as he poured out his grievances. Lin Shu, standing nearby, listened in stunned silence, her expression marked by exasperation. Gently nudging Malfoy with her elbow, she offered a reluctant reminder. Malfoy, composure. You've laid your heart bare. Do take care. Goodness, are you really trying to sway the professor against other students? This is absurd, truly absurd. Chapter 64, Brothers Stand Strong. Professor Snape quietly listened to Malfoy's entreaties, and to his surprise, a hint of tenderness graced his usually stern countenance. In that moment, Malfoy appeared to Snape like a petulant child, candidly revealing his thoughts without guile. That innocence and purity endeared him to Snape. As Malfoy finally came to a halt, panting like a magical artifact drained of its power, Professor Snape pondered briefly before speaking. Malfoy, I comprehend your perspective. However, as Miss Shu has articulated, it is not within my purview as a professor to assist you in targeting your fellow students. Instead, I shall offer you the opportunity for private tutoring, akin to what Miss Shu receives, where you may come to my office daily to learn the intricacies of advanced potion making, thereby enhancing your magical prowess. Given your innate talent, with diligent cultivation, you are destined to shine brilliantly within the realm of magic. As Professor Snape spoke, he gently caressed the cover of an ancient potion book resting on the table, seemingly envisioning Malfoy excelling in the magical domain. He believed this to be an excellent means of compensation, fostering a closer relationship with Malfoy while genuinely aiding in their development. Yet, upon hearing the term tutoring, Malfoy's expression abruptly solidified, the once vibrant glimmer in his eyes dimmed, replaced by sheer terror and resistance, as if confronted by the very presence of Voldemort. Lin Shu, observing from the side, stifled her laughter, her lips curling uncontrollably upward, nearly reaching the back of her ears. Suddenly, a burst of laughter erupted from her, ringing like a liberated bird escaping a cage, shattering the tranquility of the office. The unexpected sound disrupted the silence, causing even the flickering flames of the candlestick to tremble in fright. While laughing, she pressed her hand firmly against her mouth, her knuckles whitening from the force. Yet the laughter continued to spill forth like a torrent, unstoppable. Her shoulders shook violently, nearly bending her over with mirth. I apologize, I cannot contain myself. Finally, there will be a poor soul to share in the tutoring with me. Ha ha. Silence. Do stop laughing. Compose yourself. We are still in the professor's office. One cannot create such a ruckus. Meanwhile, Malfoy, upon hearing the mention of tutoring, felt his voice shift. Tutoring? The very notion struck him like the most terrifying revelation imaginable. He felt a buzzing in his head, on the verge of collapse. In his mind, the prospect of tutoring loomed far more dreadful than facing Professor Snape's reprimands. Vivid images of countless nights spent tormented by tedious magical theories and intricate spell exercises flooded his thoughts. As if he could see himself trapped in a room filled with books, endlessly transcribing magical formulas onto parchment. "Professor, I haven't fed my owl. I must take my leave," Malfoy stammered, genuinely intent on escaping, only to be forcibly returned to his seat by Professor Snape. Malfoy's expression contorted into a grimace, his features twisting in distress. "I suddenly feel that you need not apologize to me. Truly, I was mistaken. I do not wish for tutoring. I long to return. I assure you, I shall never cause trouble again. Even if Harry provokes me, I will endure. I implore you, do not make me attend tutoring." His eyes were filled with despair, longing to flee the confines of the office at that very moment. Wishing to turn back time and retract the words he had just uttered. Regardless of the circumstances, he was resolute in his refusal to attend supplementary classes. The prospect of such lessons was more terrifying than the antics of Peeves. He would rather linger in the Forbidden Forest. Malfoy's determination was unwavering, convinced that if he resisted sufficiently, Professor Snape would rescind his decree. Little did he know that Professor Snape paid him no heed, having voiced the notion of supplementary classes. There was no escaping his fate. Lin Shu observed silently from the side, striving to regulate her emotions, though she had truly done her best. Once she managed to stifle her laughter, she leaned slightly toward Malfoy, imparting her wisdom from experience. "Supplementary classes are akin to confinement, my friend. Hold strong. I stand with you. No longer shall I be solitary, nor shall I feign strength, for my resolve has emerged." Malfoy, upon hearing her words, shot her a fierce glare. A mixture of anger and helplessness reflected in his eyes. He then exclaimed in frustration, "Why must I be so unfortunate? I thought I would gain some advantage. Yet I have fallen into the abyss of supplementary classes. Was this part of your grand design? Did you bring me to seek out Professor Snape merely to ensure I accompany you in these lessons? Not at all. It was quite the unexpected twist. Accept your fate. In truth, supplementary classes are not entirely dreadful, though, well, you shall discover that for yourself." Professor Snape, observing their lackadaisical demeanor, felt a pang of disappointment. He furrowed his brow, his expression growing increasingly grave. With a somber cough that resonated powerfully within the office, he proclaimed, "Enough. Silence, all of you. This is for your benefit, yet you fail to appreciate the opportunity at hand. Know that you too are the only ones in all of Hogwarts afforded such a privilege. What is there to complain about? The study of magic requires relentless accumulation and refinement, and you should feel fortunate to have this chance for advancement." Lin Shu nodded in agreement, but the corners of her mouth, which she could not suppress, betrayed her true feelings. Malfoy, in stark contrast, slumped despondently over the table. Resembling a wilted plant, his expression devoid of hope. The haunting descriptions Lin Shu had shared about supplementary classes echoed relentlessly in his mind, filling him with trepidation and dread for the days to come. He could not fathom how it had come to this. Hadn't he originally sought an explanation from Professor Snape? How had he managed to ensnare himself? What kind of benevolent soul would equate supplementary classes with recompense? He declared that this was no remedy, it was torture. His silent accusations bore no fruit, for Snape's word was final, leaving no room for negotiation. In the next moment, Professor Snape addressed him directly. "Very well, Malfoy. This matter is settled. Return to your dormitory and prepare diligently for the upcoming lessons. You know precisely what I mean. Ensure you preview the material so that you do not fall behind our pace. By the way, Shu, remain here. Malfoy may leave." Malfoy cast a glance at Lin Shu, perplexed as to why Professor Snape would choose to keep her behind, but he simply attributed it to matters pertaining to their studies, thus giving it no further thought. At that moment, his primary concern was the remedial lesson. He needed to return to the dormitory to thoroughly absorb the material, lest he succumb to despair and metaphorically collapse to the ground. With a resigned shrug, he trudged away from the office, casting glances over his shoulder, occasionally letting out low sighs that seemed to announce his tragic plight to the world. Lin Shu stood still, watching Malfoy's retreating figure, a subtle smile gracing her lips. However, her attention was soon drawn to Professor Snape, who remained in the office. A flicker of confusion crossed her mind as she pondered whether she had inadvertently caused any trouble recently. Why was he keeping her here? "Professor, do you require my assistance?" Chapter 65. You strike me with a great blow. Just as Lin Shu began to speak, she was abruptly interrupted by Snape's sudden turn. Unfortunately, his motion was so smooth, and with her proximity, the hem of his black robe swished across her face. "Oh dear, what an unexpected misfortune," she exclaimed. "Do be more gentle, Professor. You've struck me quite hard. Do you not feel it?" Upon hearing her words, Snape turned towards her. The complex emotions of longing and turmoil that had filled him were swiftly swept away, leaving much of it behind. He then noticed Lin Shu covering her left cheek, and a hint of embarrassment flashed across his features, akin to a child caught sneaking candy. his ears flushing crimson from the tips to his cheeks. Ahem. What a dramatic display. Surely, you do not speak with the grace befitting a lady. Your reaction resembles that of one who has been struck by the wing of a dragon. Besides, who told you to remain stationary? My turn was hardly swift. Standing still as you did, it cannot wholly be my fault. Have you not mastered the simplest of evasive maneuvers? Or have your reflexes been consumed by frivolous magical jests? In truth, he was aware that his reasoning was somewhat flimsy, yet his customary authority and pride restrained him from readily conceding a mistake. Naturally, he would not shy away from more significant errors like those made by Malfoy. Such trifles, however, were easily dismissed. Lin Shu found herself momentarily taken aback by his audacity. Listening to Professor Snape's obstinate words and observing his feigned composure, despite the evident fault in his stance, she nearly rolled her eyes in disbelief. At that moment, her mind was racing with 1,000 thoughts, one of which teetered on the edge of being voiced. Professor, have you perhaps entered your twilight years? How long have you been in this unreasonable and obstinate state? If it truly is a matter of age, let us not shy away from seeking a remedy. I could assist you in concocting a potion for early prevention. As her words settled in the air, Snape's expression darkened instantaneously, akin to the sky before a tempest, heavy with ominous clouds. What? Did that little imp just imply menopause? A rush of hot blood surged into his brain, causing his face to flush crimson, veins to bulge on his forehead, and his eyes to widen like enormous copper bells, ablaze with furious ire. Menopause? You dare to suggest I am in menopause? Have you perhaps delved so deeply into the study of potions that the vapors have clouded your mind? It seems your thoughts are far from scholarly. Fixated instead on these absurdities to provoke me. Snape bellowed, his arms flailing as his robes swirled violently, resembling an enraged bat in flight. Do not entertain any notions of magical accomplishments in your future. With that mouth of yours, you'll likely find yourself selling jokes in Hogsmeade after graduation. Perhaps you'll even attract a gaggle of rascals like yourself. He continued his acerbic tirade, disregarding his dignity as he vented his pent-up wrath. At merely 31 years of age, how could he possibly be in the throes of menopause? The very thought infuriated him. TSK, TSK, TSK. It is glaringly evident. Palpitations, dizziness, dry and sagging skin, an increase in wrinkles, an appearance older than one's years, pronounced emotional fluctuations, an anxious and depressed professor. I genuinely believe you ought to take this seriously. Is there any traditional medicine available here? Perhaps I could take your pulse? Though I must warn you, my skills in pulse diagnosis are rather rudimentary. Observing Lin Shu, who appeared earnest in her concern for his health, Snape felt as though his lungs might burst from indignation, his heart racing with the fervor of a tempest, as if it might leap from his chest at any moment. His breaths became rapid and labored, each exhalation akin to expelling flames. He pointed a trembling finger at Lin Shu, but mid-sentence, he was suddenly swept away by a wave of dizziness, his surroundings blurring into obscurity. A sharp clang echoed as his wand slipped from his grasp, falling to the ground. Following closely, his body swayed perilously, resembling a desiccated tree battered by a storm, unable to withstand any longer. Lin Shu's eyes widened in terror as she witnessed this scene, her mind momentarily blank. "Professor!" she shrieked, instinctively rushing forward to support him with all her strength, gently guiding him back to his seat, averting a potential disaster. "Good heavens, Professor! Are you truly this unwell?" she exclaimed. "Do not worry, I have a remedy. I shall prepare a potion for you overnight. Please, wait for me, Professor." Once seated, Snape fervently endeavored to regain his composure. Upon seeing Lin Shu, he felt an overwhelming urge to reprimand her, wishing to expel this unfortunate child from his office, barring her entry forevermore. "Silence. I apologize for disappointing you. Your professor is quite well, and I would be even better without your incessant irritations. At times, I seriously question why your Eastern sect would send you as an exchange student. Is it that your original school no longer desired you, hastily casting you aside?" Meanwhile, far away atop a mountain peak, an elderly man with hair as white as snow sneezed several times in succession, perplexed by the sudden disturbance. He instinctively turned towards the west, a look of confusion in his eyes. Curious. Who just insulted me? Surely it cannot be. With doubts weighing heavily on his heart, he resorted to a divination technique, and upon interpreting the omens, his countenance altered dramatically. The ethereal demeanor he once possessed evaporated, leaving behind a visage steeped in sorrow and fatigue, resembling a forlorn elder with a flickering candle of life. Oh dear. How is it that this little rascal consistently finds himself in trouble? Surely, this time he won't be sent back by that group of magic practitioners. This cannot be allowed. The mountain peak is scarcely large enough to accommodate his antics. Alas, continuing in this manner is unsustainable. Perhaps it is time to offer some gifts instead. Meanwhile, on this mountain, Lin Shu remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil. Yet she retained her confidence, for she was not the castaway described by Snape, banished because her sect could no longer contain her. Such notions are utterly absurd and alarmist. Although she may not be universally adored, her youthful charm and playful nature made her immensely popular within the sect, with everyone eager to engage with her. Professor, are you jesting? My presence here is a testament to my exceptional talent. Individuals of my caliber are rare, so you should take delight in my company. Not so fast. If you're not enjoying this moment, the reality is quite grim. Speak honestly with me, without fabrication. When you were studying in your realm, did your so-called master ever truly smile? Prompted by this inquiry, Lin Shu found herself in contemplation, resting her chin on her hand. She reminisced for a moment before realizing that her master indeed seemed to lack a fondness for laughter. Professor, my master is much like you. He simply does not have a disposition for mirth. You both share a resemblance, though my master, having achieved profound mastery, appears far younger than you without a wrinkle in sight. Silence. What of wrinkles? Do they impede you in any way? I am tasked with managing 7 grades, for houses, and 28 classes of students. Additionally, I must find time to brew potions for Dumbledore and handle matters in the infirmary that cannot be disclosed. Ultimately, I am left to clean up your messes. And you dare to comment on my wrinkles. Do you not feel any remorse? Such a workload? Truly, you must be the chosen one among beasts of burden. What vendetta do you hold against yourself to subject yourself to such turmoil? Is this chaotic class truly unavoidable? Professor, your prowess is nothing short of groundbreaking, Lin Shu sincerely praised, viewing Snape as an unstoppable force. Who else could possess such dedication and work ethic? Ultimately, it was Dumbledore who stumbled upon a treasure, reaping immense benefits. However, despite her genuine admiration, Snape found no solace in her words. At this moment, every utterance from your lips is unwelcome. Closing his eyes, he endeavored to divert his attention, resisting the urge to gaze at Lin Shu. Once he regained his composure, he recalled the significant matter that had compelled him to retain her presence. Initially hesitant to speak, he now felt emboldened to express his demands, considering it a form of compensation for the vexation caused by the little rascal. Chapter 66, Money Matters and Emotional Bonds. Severus Snape had never envisioned a day when he would be so thoroughly exasperated by one of his students that he would lose control of his emotions. Yet, in a peculiar manner, this experience was somewhat liberating. It was not that he harbored any masochistic inclinations, but rather that it allowed him to tangibly embrace the sensation of being alive, to feel the vibrancy of existence pulsating through him. The pervasive lethargy of his everyday life seemed to momentarily dissipate. As the dizziness wrought by his anger gradually subsided, his gaze deepened, becoming heavy with a somber intensity. As if shrouded by a dense fog of despair, he approached his desk with measured steps, resting his hand upon its edge, bowing his head slightly, his knuckles turning pale from the strain. Unbidden, the visage of Lily materialized in his mind, a radiant smile, sparkling eyes, seemingly within reach, yet irrevocably separated by the chasm of death. Her passing was akin to an indelible scar, eternally etched into the fabric of his heart. Countless silent nights had been spent tormented by this anguish, rendering sleep elusive. How he longed to see Lily once more, even if only for a fleeting moment, to hear her voice, to behold her smile. For him, such a reunion felt like a distant dream. Snape recalled the scene in which Lin Shu had attempted to summon souls for Malfoy, that image flickering like a faint glimmer of light in his otherwise dark existence. From that moment, a bold yet reckless thought began to take root in his mind, the desire to summon Lily's spirit. He lifted his gaze, resting it upon Lin Shu, his lips parting slightly before hesitatingly closing once more. He grappled with how to articulate his thoughts. The memories of Lily were the most profound secrets buried deep within his soul, tender places he had fortified with layers of armor, reluctant to share with anyone. His heart was a battleground of conflicting emotions. On one hand, an overwhelming yearning for Lily surged within him, compelling him to take risks. On the other, he was gripped by the fear of exposing his secrets, of confronting painful memories, and of succumbing once again to the endless cycle of guilt and regret. Time stretched unbearably. Each second elongated infinitely. The office was so quiet that the crackling of the candle flames echoed starkly in the silence, an incongruous sound in the stillness. Lin Shu cast furtive glances at Professor Snape, her mind awash with confusion. She could not fathom why he had suddenly become so silent and peculiar. His brow was furrowed, his eyes betraying a complexity of emotions she had never witnessed before: pain, struggle, and a hint of barely perceptible hope. At last, it seemed that Professor Snape had made a momentous decision. He slightly raised his head, fixing his gaze directly upon Lin Shu with a resolute intensity. In a voice low and hoarse, he uttered, "I wish to summon a very important person. I wonder if it is feasible." His words emerged from the depths of his throat, tinged with a barely detectable tremor. His expression conveyed a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. Fixated on Lin Shu's response as if her answer would determine the course of his fate, Lin Shu simply raised an eyebrow, seemingly unperturbed. Even if Snape kept her around for such trivial matters, why did he hesitate for so long before speaking to her? Was she truly so ungrateful? Surely not. Summoning souls is a straightforward task, especially given that it was a request from their esteemed professor. She would undoubtedly execute it flawlessly, with unwavering determination. Summon. If she wished to summon, she could do so at any moment. Professor, that expression of yours, resembling someone in discomfort, is not due to shyness in addressing me. Is it? You truly are something. Why maintain such distance between us? If this were to leak out, it would seem so distant and disheartening. Professor, in the future, feel free to speak up. There's no need for pretense between us. We can be candid. Upon hearing this, Snape was momentarily taken aback, his eyes shining with disbelief. In truth, he had merely fantasized about this matter, lacking any certainty that it could be realized, and he never anticipated Lin Shu's agreement would come so effortlessly. Moreover, her words revealed her profound familiarity with such affairs, indicating her expertise. Clearly, summoning souls was a mere flick of her wrist. How could Snape not be thrilled? How could he not feel exhilarated? He opened his mouth slightly, wishing to articulate something, yet found himself momentarily speechless. Joy surged through him like a tidal wave, overwhelming him entirely. His heart raced as if it could leap from his throat. Images of reuniting with Lily flooded his mind, her familiar smile and gentle voice seeming so close. He could even envision how he would express the longing and regret he had harbored over the years when Lily's spirit appeared before him. This elation left him feeling almost euphoric, as if he were floating above the clouds, the ground beneath him seeming less tangible. Lin Shu, witnessing her headmaster's exuberant demeanor, felt a pang of embarrassment. Really? It's merely a summoning, not a call to a deity of wealth. Is it worth such foolish delight? She simply did not understand. The world of adults is far too complicated. Soon, Snape recognized his own lapse in composure, a fleeting look of embarrassment crossing his face. He bit down hard on his tongue, forcing himself to regain his calm. Lowering his head slightly, he gently rubbed his forehead, attempting to mask his earlier rapture. He took a deep breath to steady his wildly beating heart, and when he raised his head again, his expression had returned to its usual seriousness and depth, though a barely perceptible glimmer of excitement lingered in his eyes. Clearing his throat, he endeavored to make his voice sound calm and steady. My dear child, what specific items are required for the summoning? Could you provide me with a list? I shall gather everything at once. Of course, if you require anything, feel free to let me know. I would not wish for your assistance to go unrewarded. How about I compensate you appropriately? Lin Shu waved her hand dismissively. Oh, discussing money is rather disheartening. Besides, within the techniques I practice, there exists a method to transmute stone into gold. I barely have room for all the gold in my dormitory. Such mundane possessions are of no concern to me. It would be better to have Professor Snape remember me favorably. Upon her rejection of Professor Snape's offer of compensation, she abruptly realized the implications of his earlier words. What was that initial phrase? Did he refer to her as a good child? Goodness gracious, how astonishing. Her curiosity intensified. Whom was he attempting to summon? It seemed he had uttered such insincere words. She could hardly fathom that one day she would be deemed a good child. This was more surreal than a dream. Professor, may I inquire, does this individual hold significant importance for you? You have previously called me names such as Little Rascal and Debt Collector, even delving into numerous Eastern texts to craft my nicknames, which I remember vividly. Yet today, in that fleeting moment, I became a good child in your eyes. This was utterly unbelievable. I am eager to commence. I long to discover who could lead you to abandon your principles and boundaries. In Chapter 67, A World Apart, Lin Shu's playful banter unexpectedly triggered a reaction from Snape. His face flushed crimson, a rare display of embarrassment from one so typically solemn, even revealing a hint of shyness. Surely, it must be shyness. Lin Shu furrowed her brow, questioning whether her eyes deceived her. The next moment, Snape lowered his head slightly, attempting to evade her teasing yet inquisitive gaze. He never anticipated that his momentary lapse would be so deftly seized by Lin Shu, only to be met with such levity. Fortunately, his long hair fell like a curtain, effectively concealing his current discomposure. Ahem, my dear child, do temper your curiosity and focus on your studies, he chided. Lin Shu pouted, her features contorting into a vibrant display akin to a spilled palette of colors. Could it be? Was Professor Snape truly feeling discomfort? This behavior was perplexing. If someone were impersonating him, she would readily believe it. Who could possibly have enchanted her professor? Hey, whoever this spirit is, come down and leave my professor be. And spare my eyes as well. Thank you. Professor, are you alright? You seem possessed. Are you certain you are still yourself? How can you prove your identity? Lin Shu, are you unwell? Have you lost your mind? Ever since you battled that giant, you seem to have taken on its traits. Perhaps it clamped your head while you fought? As she spoke, Lin Shu gently patted her chest. This felt right. It was indeed her professor, not an imposter. Relief washed over her. All right, Professor. I am convinced of your authenticity. Snape shot her an exasperated glance, the embarrassment he had felt moments ago vanishing entirely. He was now solely focused on the task of summoning Lily, quickly steering the conversation back to the pertinent matter. We have digressed. Let us confirm what items are necessary for the summoning. You are aware, I possess little understanding of your Eastern metaphysical practices. Hence, I require ample time for preparation. There is no need for a professor. I have plenty of resources at my disposal, and if they remain unused, they will merely gather dust. I shall take full responsibility for this matter. You need not worry at all. Simply entrust it to me. However, whom are we attempting to summon? Is the individual coming to our school, or shall we offer our services at their location? Upon hearing Lin Shu's inquiry, a flicker of confusion crept into Snape's mind. Could it be that the act of summoning spirits is contingent upon location? Dear child, does it truly matter where it is conducted? Where do you believe it would be best? I am uncertain. Ultimately, the effectiveness remains the same regardless of location. Then let us proceed at the school. Very well, Professor. Please notify the individual to come here. When I have no classes, I shall attend to this matter. After speaking, Snape found himself once again immersed in bewilderment. How does one call the individual forth? If he possessed the ability to summon them, why would he seek assistance from others? Wait. I believe there is a misunderstanding between us. I meant to convey that I lack the capability to summon them myself. My purpose in seeking your assistance is indeed to call forth their spirit. Do you comprehend, dear child? If I were able to summon her, we would not need to go through such elaborate means. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu's eyes widened in realization, and in an instant, she grasped the profound implications of her professor's words. Ah, Professor, you mean to say we are summoning the spirit of the deceased? Snape solemnly nodded in affirmation. Lin Shu exhaled a sigh, realizing that she had misconstrued the situation entirely. She had thought the individual was merely unconscious from fright, akin to Malfoy, requiring external assistance to reunite their spirit. However, it turns out this entire endeavor was to summon the spirit of the departed. The nature of this task was entirely different. The carefree smile that had adorned Lin Shu's face vanished without a trace, replaced by an expression of complexity and gravity. Her eyes reflected a mix of astonishment, concern, and contemplation, her brow furrowed as though ensnared in a formidable dilemma. Professor, why did you not mention this sooner? Her voice involuntarily rose, tinged with a hint of reproach. Summoning the spirits of the living and the dead is a chasm apart. As she spoke, she paced back and forth, gesturing animatedly with her hands, attempting to convey the seriousness of the situation to Professor Snape. If this were in the East, perhaps through some arcane metaphysical methods, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Lin Shu narrowed her eyes, her gaze revealing a complex array of emotions. Within our Eastern metaphysical system, there exists a unique practice that can indeed summon the spirits of the deceased. By harnessing one's own spiritual energy as a conduit, employing specific incantations and hand gestures, one can open a passage between the realms of yin and yang, attempting to communicate with the beings of the underworld. However, numerous considerations must be addressed, such as how long the deceased has been gone, whether they have entered the next cycle of reincarnation, or if they are enduring punishment in the underworld. These are all pressing matters that require thorough understanding and resolution before there is any hope of retrieving the spirit from the depths of the netherworld. Her voice resonated with a deep, magnetic timbre, each word seemingly imbued with a mysterious power that lingered in the air. However, this was the Western world, and the realm of the dead from my side pays no heed to your affairs. I am uncertain about where your departed souls go after death or to whom they belong. I have never engaged in such matters before and lack experience. Lin Shu paused, lifting her gaze to meet Professor Snape's eyes, which were filled with a sense of helplessness and confusion. Moreover, this was the magical realm, where the fates of wizards after death were even more enigmatic, perhaps beyond my comprehension. She shook her head slightly, her expression growing increasingly grave. I truly do not possess the certainty required to summon back the soul of a deceased wizard. Upon hearing this, Professor Snape's complexion drained to a pallid white, devoid of color. His body trembled slightly, and the hopeful glimmer in his eyes was replaced by a flicker of panic and despair, as if all hope had been brutally ripped away. His lips quivered, akin to leaves in the wind, yearning to utter something, yet silenced by the dread and disappointment choking his throat. His hands clenched tightly together, knuckles whitening from exertion, as though he were desperately grasping at the vanishing threads of hope. Witnessing Professor Snape in such a state stirred unease within Lin Shu. He had implored her to assist him, and she was determined to lend her utmost support. Yet she understood the intricate complexities and stakes involved, which she needed to elucidate to him. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, she continued, Professor, summoning the souls of the living, merely retrieving lost spirits, is comparatively simpler. We need only to ascertain the location of the dispersed soul and utilize appropriate spells or metaphysical methods to draw it back. Her voice softened somewhat, yet retained an undercurrent of concern. However, summoning the deceased pertains to an entirely unknown realm. We cannot ascertain whether the departed souls are willing to return, nor do we understand the regulations governing that domain. Additionally, it may invoke unforeseen dangers, potentially awakening certain arcane curses or attracting malevolent forces. Each word she spoke was heavy, resonating like a tolling bell in Professor Snape's heart. Chapter 68. Unconsciously, one cannot forget. Professor Snape listened in silence, his eyes betraying a glimmer of confusion and helplessness, akin to a child lost in darkness. He had always believed that once Lin Shu agreed to the summoning, he would once again see Lily, not realizing how complex and challenging the situation would prove to be. Regret and self-reproach flooded his heart. Why had he not sought to understand these circumstances sooner? Why had he so hastily ignited his hopes? He felt as if he were a wanderer groping through the dark, having just glimpsed a sliver of dawn, only to be instantly engulfed by an abyss of shadows. Professor, I know how deeply you wish to see that person. Lin Shu's tone softened considerably, her eyes reflecting a blend of determination and compassion. Let us proceed this way. I pen this letter back to the esteemed mentors, seeking counsel. For within the ranks of my elders lie many who possess a wealth of knowledge far surpassing my own. Perhaps some may hold the key to our predicament. However, dear Professor, temper your hopes, for while I am willing to embark upon this endeavor, I cannot guarantee its success. Her voice was gentle yet resolute. Though the path ahead was fraught with uncertainties and peril, she could not bear to witness Professor Snape in such despair. She recognized that the depth of his obsession and distress for this individual must be profound, suggesting a bond of considerable significance. This instinctively evoked within her a line of poetry, 10 years of life and death, so vast and obscure, unthought of, yet hard to forget. Meanwhile, Professor Snape lifted his gaze, calmly regarding Lin Shu, a glimmer of unshed tears sparkling in his eyes. His heart was a tumult of emotions, transitioning from initial elation to a sudden chill of disillusionment, akin to a roller coaster of despair. He dared not harbor excessive hope, yet a faint flicker of anticipation remained, his last vestige of faith, buoyed by memories of Lily. Thank you, my dear, he spoke, his voice hoarse and deep, as if shaped by the passage of time and suffering. Regardless of the outcome, I am grateful for your willingness to try. His eyes brimmed with gratitude and resignation, aware that this might be his singular opportunity. Even if hope seemed a mere wisp, he was loath to relinquish it. Silence enveloped the office, broken only by the crackling of candle flames, heralding the commencement of this uncertain adventure. Professor Snape's tumultuous emotions refused to settle as his thoughts drifted to the one he cherished most dearly, silently praying for a miracle, yearning for the chance to see Lily once more. Meanwhile, Lin Shu pondered various potential methods, recalling passages from the books she had perused in the past. However, she was not of this realm and lacked the means to verify their authenticity. It was said that in Christian doctrine, upon death, souls ascend to either heaven or hell. This is easily comprehensible. Those who devoutly worship God, adhere to the tenets of faith, and act with kindness, ascend to heaven after death. Heaven is depicted as a realm replete with love, peace, and divine radiance, an eternal abode in the presence of God, where souls experience everlasting joy, devoid of pain and sorrow. Conversely, those who defy divine will, commit sins, and die unrepentant find their souls condemned to hell, a place of torment, flames, and unending agony, serving as punishment for their transgressions. In the realm of Greek mythology, however, death leads one to the underworld, governed by Hades, a vast and somber subterranean domain. Souls, upon crossing the river Styx, enter various regions of the underworld. Among these is a paradise reserved for those favored by the gods or possessing noble virtues, where they may enjoy a relatively tranquil existence. However, there are also regions of suffering, such as Tartarus, a chasm where the most malevolent beings, including the Titans, are imprisoned, and where souls endure torment. Beyond this, some believe that after death, souls may ascend to Valhalla, the paradise depicted in Norse mythology. There, the souls of warriors engage in daily combat training, feasting, and await their chance to fight alongside the gods during Ragnarok. Those ordinary souls who lack the privilege to enter Valhalla may find themselves in other realms of the underworld, such as Niflheim, Cold, and Eerie. In summary, records from the Western world are inconsistent. Even if there are methods or abilities to retrieve souls, the specific destination remains unknown, rendering the task quite challenging. Upon exiting Professor Snape's office, Lin Shu immediately set about addressing this matter. Upon returning to her dormitory, she began to compose a letter. In her correspondence, she meticulously detailed Professor Snape's request and the predicament she currently faced, earnestly hoping that the elders of her sect would provide assistance. After completing her letter, she reviewed it carefully. Subsequently, utilizing a specific formation unique to her sect, she transmitted the contents of the letter back to her order. What followed was a prolonged period of anticipation, yet Lin Shu felt quite confident. In her view, aside from herself, the members of her sect were quite dependable. Therefore, once her letter was received, she was certain that they would pool their knowledge and share what they knew. Even if they were unable to offer a solution, they would undoubtedly consult relevant texts. In any case, it would be thoroughly addressed, and she felt no urgency. In stark contrast, Professor Snape was not so composed. He grew increasingly distracted, often miscommunicating content during lectures due to his wandering thoughts. As he stood at the podium, addressing a group of students while explaining the intricate preparation of potion ingredients, his mind would involuntarily drift away. His gaze would become vacant, as if all that lay before him had ceased to exist, with only the haunting image of that which captivated him occupying his thoughts. Lin Shu had privately approached Professor Snape numerous times, urging him not to worry, to remain patient. Yet, her comforting words proved ineffective. Over time, she began to lose hope. On this particular day, Lin Shu found herself once more in Professor Snape's office, ostensibly under a form of confinement. This confinement, however, was merely her assisting Professor Snape with grading assignments, as he had been unable to settle his own tumultuous thoughts, resulting in an accumulation of student essays. Whenever she had the opportunity, she would take on a portion of the workload. Truly, she was a devoted student, and she couldn't help but admire that Snape had such a diligent disciple. Moreover, as Professor Snape remained unmarried and childless, she spent her days accompanying him, offering guidance, and fulfilling not only the role of a student but also that of a confidant, allowing him to express his thoughts and emotions without reservation. Shu, has your sect not responded to you yet? Lin Shu had lost count of how many times Professor Snape had posed this question. Such inquiries seemed to arise every 5 minutes, accumulating to nearly 100 by the end of the day. In response, Lin Shu felt somewhat numb. It was advisable to allow the professor a bit more time. This matter could not be rushed, as it was not part of our usual operations. I suspected that the elders in my sect would also need to inquire further. Before she could finish her thought, a surge of profound perception ignited within her heart, signaling that her sect was conveying a message. What a coincidence, just as I mentioned it. Here it comes, Professor. Chapter 69, let us get on with it. This utterance stirred a tempest of emotions, heightening Professor Snape's already intense anxiety. He moved about the office like a caged beast, his black robe billowing violently with each hurried step, a physical manifestation of his inner turmoil. His gaze, magnetically drawn, frequently landed on Lin Shu, filled with anxiety and anticipation, as if she were his sole beacon of hope in the darkness. Then, almost instinctively, his eyes darted away to the corner arranged with the communication array, revealing a deep yearning and unease. The matter of summoning Lily's spirit felt like a heavy yoke, binding tightly around his neck, inflicting torment upon him every moment. What news do you have? Child, what has your sect revealed? At that moment, Lin Shu was still perusing the text. It was not that she was slow, but rather that Professor Snape's urgency was palpable. Even as she rapidly scanned the words, it seemed insufficient to satisfy him. Steady yourself, Professor, do not panic. I am not finished yet. Just allow me a moment longer to absorb it. This is your native language. How long must you take to decipher it? Almost there. Upon hearing Lin Shu's words, Snape settled into silence. He was like a startled bird, afraid to make the slightest sound. He stood rigid, his heart seemingly halting for a moment before racing wildly, each beat feeling as though it would burst from his chest. His eyes widened, bloodshot and fixated on the array. Though he could not comprehend the floating script above, he remained transfixed alongside Lin Shu. It was as if that script was the only gateway to his redemption, his breaths becoming shallow and labored, each inhalation an effort to grasp at the waning hope. Professor, Lin Shu finally spoke, her voice shattering the suffocating silence. Snape refrained from speaking, patiently awaiting her next words. His hands unconsciously clenched into fists, knuckles whitening from the pressure, as if he could grasp the imminent answer. His throat felt ablaze, yearning to voice something, yet the tension and fear within him rendered him mute, leaving him to fixate on Lin Shu with eyes filled with longing and trepidation, as if she were the judge holding the ledger of life and death. My sect has news. I know, speak quickly. Why are you still panting? Who taught you to speak like this? You are driving me mad. Calm yourself, Professor. Allow me a moment to organize my thoughts and consider how to convey this to you. Hurry up, he inquired with great urgency, his voice slightly trembling with excitement, infused with an almost imperceptible quaver. His gaze was filled with anticipation, akin to a raging inferno that threatened to consume him whole. It was as if every utterance from Lin Shu's lips would determine the pivotal moment of his destiny, deciding whether he could once again encounter the one who haunted his dreams. With Lin Shu's hesitation and contemplation, the tension within him, already taut like a drawn bowstring, escalated to a heightened state of anxiety. He felt his heart leap into his throat, leaving him in an utterly disoriented state. He took a significant step forward, the floorboards groaning beneath his weight, as if resonating with the turmoil of his emotions. Lin Shu was acutely aware of his trepidation. However, the message relayed could only serve as a reference, for the elders of the sect had not unequivocally confirmed its accuracy. She could only look up at Professor Snape with a furrowed brow, her eyes reflecting a complex tapestry of emotions, sympathy for the professor intertwined with an apprehension of the unknown. Taking a deep breath, as though summoning her courage, she spoke slowly. The elders have conveyed that the fate of a wizard's soul after death remains shrouded in mystery. and their knowledge is limited. However, they mentioned a potential lead referencing an ancient Western legend about a mysterious entity known as the Gateway to the Spirit Realm, sometimes referred to as King's Cross Station, which may be linked to the souls of the departed. Yet, the very name seems to evoke the idea of a mere transit point. Moreover, the elders have indicated that this place exists in a liminal state between life and death. How long souls linger there, and whether they possess any freedom, remains unknown. So, you understand, don't you, Professor? I cannot be certain that the person you seek would remain in a transient location. Snape listened intently, his eyes flickering with a myriad of emotions. Sparks of hope danced alongside shadows of fear. The visage of Lily involuntarily materialized in his mind, the one who had once bestowed upon him boundless warmth and hope. He silently prayed that this clue might serve as the bridge for their reunion, allowing him to mend the regrets of the past. Yet, he was also plagued by inner turmoil. King's Cross Station, he murmured softly, his voice laden with confusion and conflict. On one hand, he dreaded the prospect of yet another fruitless pursuit, fearing that after harboring such hope, he would once again plunge into the depths of despair, a pain he could no longer endure. Yet, on the other hand, Lily's image remained vividly etched in his heart, her laughter, her gentleness, indelibly imprinted upon his very soul. As long as there existed the slightest possibility, he could not bring himself to relinquish hope. His hands clutched the edge of the table tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain, as if such a grip could seize that elusive glimmer of hope. His heart wrestled with agony. Rationality whispered that this might merely be a fanciful dream, yet emotion compelled him to pursue it recklessly. What then? Should he do if this was not but an unattainable desire? He spoke softly, his voice tinged with a hint of despair. I fear I shall once again succumb to that endless agony. He did not elaborate further, yet Lin Shu could sense the turmoil of fear and confusion within him. After a prolonged silence, Professor Snape slowly turned around, his gaze laced with hesitation as he cautiously regarded Lin Shu, as if testing the waters. Do you believe? His voice rasped, that we can locate this so-called King's Cross Station? Might it merely be an ethereal legend? His eyes brimmed with a yearning for answers, while simultaneously dreading the possibility of hearing Lin Shu's denial. A slight furrow appeared on his brow, his expression one of pain and inner conflict. I have already lost far too much, he murmured, his tone heavy with an unspoken burden, as if revealing the darkest secrets of his heart. I cannot endure the anguish of loss once more. But if I do not even attempt it, how can I find peace? His gaze revealed a resolute determination, a willingness to forge ahead despite the knowledge of potential harm. Lin Shu profoundly understood Professor Snape's complex emotions and recognized that his persistent seeking of her counsel was, in truth, an appeal for support, a pillar upon which he could lean to persist. Professor, why overthink it? Let us act. What does it matter if it succeeds or not? Let us proceed, for otherwise, you shall remain ensnared in this endless dilemma, and that serves no purpose. Life is long, and if one attempt fails, there are always others. We must possess a measure of confidence. I certainly do. After all, I have ventured into the underworld to retrieve souls. I refuse to believe that merely changing the venue will render me incapable of accomplishing my goals. Let us resolve to undertake this endeavor with unwavering resolve. Chapter 70. The Journey of Yin and Yang. The matter of summoning souls, after much deliberation, was finally set in motion. To this end, Lin Shu and Professor Snape undertook extensive preparations. Outside the castle of Hogwarts, there lay a little-known, deep valley, perpetually shrouded in mist, where sunlight struggled to penetrate and an ethereal chill lingered. On this night, Lin Shu and Professor Snape stealthily made their way to this secluded spot. Professor Snape's dark robes flickered in and out of visibility within the fog, his eyes filled with tension and worry, casting occasional glances at Lin Shu, his steps heavy as though each one bore the weight of profound inner conflict. Lin Shu, however, wore a look of utmost concentration, fully aware of the gravity of their undertaking and the torment that plagued Professor Snape's heart. She methodically began to arrange the items she had prepared for the summoning ritual. Meanwhile, Snape stood silently by, his demeanor grave as the sky before an approaching storm. His hands instinctively clenched and released beneath his robe, the turmoil within him akin to an unraveled tapestry, impossible to untangle. Gazing at Lin Shu, his lips trembled slightly, and he ultimately could not restrain himself. Are you truly certain that this course of action poses no danger to your life? Do you assure me that you will not come to harm? His voice quivered, laced with an unmistakable fear and concern in the stillness of the valley. Lin Shu exhaled a heavy sigh, then turned with a sense of resignation to face Professor Snape. Her gaze conveyed both understanding and determination as she spoke softly. Oh, my dear Professor, you have asked this question countless times. I have already made it clear that there is nothing. If it were dangerous, I would cease immediately. Furthermore, this endeavor is akin to an arrow released from the bow. There is no turning back. Since you are so insistent, now that we are on the brink of action, do not waver. It is quite troublesome for me to procure these items from obscure corners. So please step back and leave the ensuing matters to your most formidable and gifted disciple, Shu Shu. After listening to Lin Shu's boastful declaration, Snape furrowed his brow. Yet the concern etched on his face remained unabated. Ultimately, he stepped forward, his eyes filled with struggle and anguish. However, this is a forbidden matter intertwined with life and death. A slight misstep could yield disastrous consequences. I cannot allow my selfishness to place you in jeopardy. Should you suffer any harm as a result, I would be burdened with guilt for eternity. His voice trembled, each word seeming to emerge from the depths of his heart. Lin Shu was at a loss for words, her brow furrowed, and she felt an urge to express her frustration. A certain expletive hovered on her lips, challenging her restraint. Come on, we have everything prepared, the venue is set, and now you wish to tell her to abandon the endeavor? What nonsense. Professor, perhaps you should retreat to a cooler place. I am determined to summon something today. It matters not what, but I must achieve something, or all my efforts will be in vain. The more she contemplated, the more resolute she became, stepping past Snape to continue her actions. Ah, Professor, kindly step aside and refrain from offering your opinions. Simply be a quiet, wrinkled beauty. Snape had intended to say more, but upon hearing Lin Shu's words, he found his throat constricted as if choked by an unseen force. After a long pause, he finally regained his voice, slowly lifting his head. The struggle in his eyes gradually replaced by a newfound determination. He took a deep breath and said to Lin Shu, if you are truly certain, then let us commence. But please, exercise utmost caution. Should any danger arise, halt immediately. Do you understand? His voice still bore a hint of tremor. Yet it was infused with a sense of resignation and hope. Lin Shu, unfazed, nodded and even pushed him a bit further away. She then began to prepare the area, reciting ancient incantations as her hands moved swiftly, unleashing streams of spiritual energy from her fingertips to clear away the withered branches, leaves, and debris, revealing a pristine surface in the blink of an eye. Next, she retrieved specially prepared vermilion ink that shimmered with an eerie glow in the dim light. With a brush in hand, Lin Shu danced the bristles across the ground, inscribing summoning runes. The lines of the runes were intricate and mysterious, each stroke embodying her profound mastery. As the runes gradually took shape, an ancient and powerful aura began to permeate the air. Upon completing the runes, Lin Shu commenced arranging the materials. She took 2 candles, one red and one black, and placed them at either end of the runes. The red candle represented the vitality of the living realm, while the black candle symbolized the dark energies of the netherworld. She gently snapped her fingers, and a surge of spiritual energy flowed forth, igniting the yin-yang candle in an instant. The flames flickered and danced, casting a shimmering light that wavered in the mist, as if forging a bridge between the realms of yin and yang. Subsequently, she firmly planted the soul-calling banner in the center of the runes. Crafted from black satin, the banner bore symbols that appeared to flow gently in the wind, producing a rustling sound, as if beckoning lost souls. Each step she took was executed with utmost care, for she had reached a critical juncture. She placed a strand of Lily's hair beneath the soul-calling banner. The hair glimmered with a faint golden hue in the soft light, embodying Professor Snape's endless longing for Lily. At last, Lin Shu arranged the offerings around the spirit altar. Fresh fruits, pure white flowers, and plump grains were meticulously aligned. These tributes not only honored the deceased, but also aimed to balance the forces of yin and yang, ensuring the smooth progression of the soul-calling ritual. With preparations complete, Lin Shu approached the nearby stream, cleansing her hands and face with the crystal-clear water while softly reciting the incantation to purify her heart and soul, banishing her own distractions and impurities. Upon returning to the site, she lit incense burners at the 4 corners and inserted the soul-calling incense. Wisps of fragrant smoke spiraled upward, carrying an air of mystery that enveloped the valley, gradually obscuring the surrounding scenery and rendering the entire space increasingly enigmatic. Professor Snape stood a short distance away, intently observing Lin Shu's every movement, his hands instinctively clenching, nails digging into his palms. His heart was tormented. He yearned desperately to see Lily once more, even if only her soul. Yet, he was equally apprehensive about Lin Shu facing unforeseen dangers during the ritual. His gaze was rife with conflict and struggle, lips trembling slightly, his heart gripped by an invisible hand. In the next moment, Lin Shu positioned herself before the soul-calling banner, her feet shoulder-width apart. Taking a deep breath, she swiftly formed the soul-calling seal with her hands. Her eyes closed tightly, her aura gradually becoming heavy and mysterious. She then began to chant the soul-calling incantation, yin and yang, reverse journey, let the soul return. From the depths of the 9 hells, a path shall open. By my seal, I summon your spirit. Come swiftly, do not linger. The incantation resonated powerfully across the clearing, seemingly transcending the boundaries of yin and yang. As the incantation flowed forth, the surrounding yin energy surged like a tumultuous tide, swirling madly around Lin Shu and the soul-calling banner. The flames of the yin-yang candle leaped violently, their brilliance intensifying, as if engaged in a fierce dialogue with the forces of the underworld. Professor Snape watched in rapt attention, his heart racing as if it would leap from his throat. His body trembled slightly, his eyes fixed on the soul-calling banner, eagerly anticipating the appearance of that familiar figure. However, as each moment passed, despite the fervent reactions of the soul-calling banner, no spirit emerged. The thickening yin energy enveloped the clearing, as though countless unseen eyes were watching from the darkness. Lin Shu's brow furrowed, her expression revealing a mixture of confusion and determination. She could not fathom why this soul-calling had encountered such obstacles. At that moment, a radiant light gradually illuminated before Lin Shu. The brilliance intensified, eventually taking the form of a colossal door. A sudden shock coursed through her heart as she gazed at this portal, an inexplicable feeling surging within her. She quickly realized that this might indeed be the fabled gateway connecting life and death, the very existence linked to the King's Cross platform. If her intuition served her right, this was a mysterious passage between the realms of yin and yang, and perhaps, stepping through it would yield unexpected discoveries. However, she felt it was not yet the time to take such a daring leap. Lin Shu preferred to proceed with caution. Taking a deep breath, she refocused her energy, attempting to summon Lily's spirit through the door. Her hands swiftly formed intricate seals, and the incantation once again echoed from her lips, firm and powerful, as if seeking to transcend the boundary between the two realms. Yet, no matter how fervently she tried, there was still no response from beyond the door. Lily's spirit did not return as she had hoped. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, the very air around them seeming to solidify. Professor Snape's face reflected despair, his body trembling slightly as his hope dwindled away. In contrast, Lin Shu, after a moment of contemplation, felt a fierce flame ignite within her gaze. She was inherently a person of audacity, bold in thought and action. The resilient spirit within her propelled her to make a swift decision in this critical moment. She had yet to traverse the western realms of heaven and hell. The unknowns of this world were boundless, and if the opportunity arose, why should she not explore? The chance lay before her, and with fervor coursing through her veins, she felt compelled to seize it. She understood that success hinged upon this singular effort. Should she fail to grasp this opportunity, Professor Snape might never again see Lily. The process of summoning spirits had thus far proceeded smoothly, and she was certain that if she did not approach that door, even after 100, 1,000, or 10,000 attempts, the outcome would remain unchanged. The crux lay in that door, the mystery resided within it. Just then, she sensed a powerful and enigmatic force drawing near, beckoning her forth. Without hesitation, a resolute glimmer crossed her eyes as she made her choice. She inhaled deeply, preparing for her soul to transcend and guide the departed. She recited the incantation, her consciousness gradually separating from her body, as a translucent spirit emerged slowly from her crown. This ethereal figure radiated a gentle blue light, bearing an uncanny resemblance to her own visage, yet imbued with an air of otherworldliness. The spirit drifted toward the densest concentration of yin energy, navigating through layers of mist, poised to enter that enigmatic door. No, wait. Stop. Snape's voice trembled with fear and concern, nearly overwhelmed by the unfolding scene before him. This is too dangerous. You mustn't go. Yet Lin Shu did not falter. Her spirit turned to meet Snape's gaze with unwavering determination before resolutely stepping toward the mysterious door, her form swiftly vanishing into the brilliance. Professor, one cannot bear to part with the child while trying to ensnare the wolf. Allow me to enter and observe before making any further decisions. Snape was driven to a frenzy. He yearned to ascertain Lin Shu's condition immediately. However, Lin Shu had strictly instructed that during the ritual, no one and nothing was permitted to enter her formation. Thus, Snape could only wait anxiously, resolute in his determination not to jeopardize Lin Shu due to his own ignorance and recklessness. On the other hand, Lin Shu, upon crossing the threshold of that mysterious door, felt her soul drift aimlessly, enveloped by an icy chill that threatened to freeze her essence. She quickly summoned the protective flames of Samadhi, which offered her considerable relief. Without a moment's hesitation, she ventured deeper into the unknown. As she traversed further, the surroundings began to transform. Presently, she found herself in a realm shrouded in thick fog, where eerie cries echoed ominously, the sounds sharp and jarring, piercing her soul like daggers, evoking a profound sense of dread. Yet, Lin Shu was no naive girl unacquainted with the world. In her estimation, could this place truly rival the terror of the Eastern Yamahal? Compared to her homeland, this was mere child's play, a trivial affair unworthy of concern. Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, an assortment of peculiar creatures emerged, obstructing her path. Leading the group was a colossal beast that surged forth from the mist. Its mountainous form was cloaked in an eerie, deep blue, covered in hardened scales that glimmered with a sinister luminescence under the dim light. A third vertical eye on its forehead shone like a beacon, radiating a chilling red glow that discouraged direct gaze. It opened its cavernous maw, revealing sharp fangs, and unleashed a torrent of yellow-green toxic gas that surged towards Lin Shu like a relentless tide. Where it passed, the fog was instantly tainted a nauseating dark green, and the ground was corroded, emitting a hissing sound. However, Lin Shu remained undaunted, her eyes reflecting unwavering resolve and courage. With her left hand deftly forming a seal, she recited an incantation: "Spirits of heaven and earth, heed my call, shield of dispelling evil, protect me well." In an instant, a transparent barrier forged from spiritual energy enveloped her, its runes shimmering with a faint golden light. The toxic gas collided with the shield, boiling and dissipating like oil splashing into water, accompanied by a series of crackling sounds. Simultaneously, she swiftly summoned her Western Chu Overlord spear, gripping it firmly in her right hand. With a light spring from her feet, she launched herself towards the beast like an arrow released from its bow. "Overlord, breaking the formation," she shouted, as the spear was infused with potent spiritual energy, its tip resembling a radiant meteor that penetrated the beast's toxic form, aiming directly for its throat. Yet, before she could regain her footing, a smaller but remarkably agile creature suddenly lunged at her with a piercing scream. This creature resembled a gnome, endowed with 4 arms and adorned with golden earrings and a string of red necklaces, which shimmered ominously in the darkness. It emitted a shrill sonic wave, interspersed with numerous toxic barbs that rained down upon Lin Shu like a torrential downpour. Lin Shu's gaze sharpened, and with her left hand, she once again formed a seal. "Spirit wind, howl and disperse the evil sounds." As the incantation left her lips, a tempest erupted from thin air, swirling around her and engulfing the sound waves and spikes emitted by the monstrous entity, shattering them into oblivion. Seizing this advantage, she immediately pressed her offensive. The sovereign spear danced rapidly before her, its shadow weaving an impenetrable net of defense. Then, with a sudden burst of energy, she thrust the spear forward, unleashing a lance of spiritual power that shot forth like a dragon breaking through the sea, hurtling towards the creature. Upon seeing this, the monster frantically waved its arms in a futile attempt to defend itself, but the spiritual lance's might was overwhelming, penetrating its defenses and striking its chest. In its final moments, it could only emit a piercing wail before its body was sent flying backwards, dissipating into a cloud of black smoke. Chapter 72. The yellow flower you seek is already withered. Lin Shu relished the thrill of battle, a bloodthirsty glint flashing in her eyes. Though ignorant of the true nature of her foes, she welcomed the opportunity to hone her skills. Regardless of their essence, they would all meet their demise beneath her spear. Stretching her limbs, her gaze fell upon the remaining creatures that barred her path in the distance. Since they were so lacking in wit, they would meet their end. No need for subtlety. Let them come all at once. As her words settled, the monsters seemed to comprehend her intent, charging at her under the leadership of 2 others. One of them, soaring through the air, resembled a colossal black eagle, its wings spread wide like a rock. It bore long brows upon its forehead, its upper body blue and its lower body yellow. Cunning and treacherous, it exhaled billowing black smoke, enveloping Lin Shu in an instant, attempting to disorient her. Within that smoke, countless eerie eyes flickered, instilling the sensation of being trapped in a nightmare. Simultaneously, another leader monster sprang forth from the ground, its entirety a fiery orange hue. Armed with sharp claws, 2 tufts of fur running from its brows down its spine, and a small tuft of whiskers beneath its chin. Wherever it tread, the ground erupted into a sea of flames, akin to a streak of orange lightning darting towards Lin Shu. Lin Shu smirked coldly, contemplating the cooperation of these monsters. They possessed a modicum of intelligence. How intriguing. Yet, alas, it was still insufficient. Her eyes radiated confidence and indifference as she swiftly formed another seal with her left hand before thrusting it forward. Purging flames of the world, incinerate the darkness. In an instant, countless flames erupted from her hand, blazing fiercely amidst the black smoke, instantly dispelling the creature's dark exhalations. The flames illuminated the surrounding darkness and cast a glow upon Lin Shu's resolute visage. However, this was merely the beginning. As the saying goes, to capture a thief, one must first capture the king. Once she vanquished these monstrous leaders, she was certain no specter or demon could impede her progress. Determined to conclude this swiftly, she gripped her spear in her right hand and fearlessly charged towards the lone remaining leader. Sovereign Fury Strike. The sovereign spear, imbued with immense power, descended with ferocity. Her speed was astonishing, and her strikes were fierce. In just one round, a deafening roar erupted as the Overlord spear struck the monster with tremendous force, embedding it deep into the ground, rendering it immobile. Seizing the opportunity, she thrust the spear forward, ending the creature's life with precision. She then raised her gaze to the remaining monster leader in the sky, taking a deep breath. It was time for this to conclude. To perish beneath my gun is your privilege. With that, she firmly grasped the Overlord's spear, channeling all her spiritual energy to its tip. Heaven and earth, grant me a strike, vanquish evil and extinguish darkness. As she uttered the incantation, the brilliance of the Overlord's spear intensified, akin to a sun on the verge of eruption. In that fleeting moment, she hurled the spear skyward with lightning speed, imbued with cataclysmic power, aimed directly at the monster. This creature was likely the most intelligent among them, having developed a semblance of sentience. In terror, it attempted to flee, but Lin Shu would not grant it such an opportunity. Her spear of spiritual energy followed relentlessly, striking its target in an instant. A thunderous explosion resonated as the monster was obliterated, disintegrating into countless fragments that vanished into the air. Lin Shu landed firmly on the ground, the Overlord's spear in hand, her hair dancing in the wind. With the monster leader slain, what fear could the remaining minions possess? She charged forward, navigating effortlessly through the throngs of monsters, casting her spells with unwavering accuracy, each strike finding its mark. In an instant, radiant flashes illuminated the chaos. The cacophony of spells intertwining with the monster's howls, plunging the entire space into turmoil. With indomitable will and formidable spiritual power, she carved a bloody path through the horde. Soon, beneath her feet lay a scene of devastation. As she pressed onward, the number of monsters dwindled, and at long last, she glimpsed a faint glimmer of hope at the end of this mist-laden realm, a weak light flickering in the distance. Without a moment's hesitation, she quickened her pace, racing toward that beacon. As she ran, the brilliance of her spiritual energy shone ever more brightly, a beacon in the darkness illuminating her path. The wind whistled past her ears, as if cheering her on, her hair swirling wildly, mirroring her excitement for the impending adventure. At this moment, her focus was solely on that light, her resolve as steadfast as a mountain, radiating an indomitable spirit. As she plunged into the radiance, she felt herself enveloped by a gentle yet potent warmth, as if cradled by invisible hands. Suddenly, the light before her flickered violently, unveiling a breathtakingly different world. How to describe this place? Words escaped her. It was a sight unlike anything she had ever encountered, everything so unfamiliar yet wondrous. If one had to articulate it here, everything was orderly, as if meticulously curated by unseen forces. The streets were wide and immaculate, the ground polished to a mirror-like sheen, reflecting the drifting white clouds above. The architecture lining the streets is a captivating tapestry of diverse styles. Some exude an ancient elegance, while others, with their flowing lines, radiate an air of mystery. They are arranged in a harmonious disarray, resembling a fantastical metropolis. The shops along the street stand shoulder to shoulder, their windows dazzlingly bright, showcasing a cornucopia of exquisite items. Among them are innovative, vibrantly colored garments, each seemingly crafted by masterful designers. There are also an array of peculiar trinkets, their forms ranging from mythical creatures to abstract shapes that baffle the mind. Additionally, some objects are entirely unfamiliar to Lin Shu, emanating a unique luminescence. In the distance, platforms are scattered, with people navigating between them in a ceaseless flow. Some rush by, clutching what appear to be letters or packages, their expressions fraught with urgency, as if they are pressed for time. Others stroll leisurely, adorned with serene smiles, absorbing the beauty of their surroundings. This scene, so reminiscent of the vibrant world Lin Shu knows, almost leads her to believe she has returned to the realm of the living. Were it not for her presence in this enigmatic place, with a blend of curiosity and caution, she advances slowly, her gaze sweeping across the surroundings like a searchlight, her heart brimming with questions and wonder, reminiscent of a child who has stumbled into a treasure trove. However, when she directs her attention to the shop signs and platform inscriptions, her smile abruptly falters, replaced by a profound bewilderment. The characters seem vaguely familiar, yet entirely beyond her comprehension. They appear to be composed of peculiar symbols, winding and twisting in ways that exude an aura of ancient mystery, starkly different from any language she has encountered before. What is this place? Where have I ended up? I can't even read. Lin Shu exclaims in frustration. Is there anyone here? Lily. Is there anyone named Lily? Do you know Severus Snape? Anyone? I'm searching high and low for you, Lily. This is maddening. Chapter 73, Uncertainty. Ask again. After her desperate cries yield no response, Lin Shu finds herself utterly alone, ignored by the bustling crowd. She scans her surroundings, seeking clues in the expressions and actions of those around her, yet each person is consumed by their own world, entirely oblivious to her, as though she were a transparent specter, invisible in this realm. Staring at the vibrant yet disconcertingly unfamiliar scene, a sense of confusion washes over her. The atmosphere is eerily silent, devoid of the usual clamor and street vendors' calls. The expressions of the people are calm and serene, as if an invisible barrier has kept all worldly troubles at bay. Could this be the fabled paradise of the West? Yet, it differs vastly from her imaginings. No winged angels danced in the sky, nor did radiant celestial light illuminate every corner, and the air was devoid of that awe-inspiring, sacred atmosphere. With a heart full of doubts, she cautiously approached a platform, eager to examine the mysterious symbols up close. She slowly extended her hand, gently touching the edge of the platform. It felt warm to the touch, identical to the texture of a platform in the tangible world. The people upon the platform remained engrossed in their own pursuits, occasionally casting hollow, indifferent glances in her direction, as if she were merely an ephemeral illusion. Lily, can you hear me? If you can, please respond. It's not easy to have come this far to find you. I am entrusted with this task. A matter of loyalty. Do come out quickly, or Professor Snape will surely shed tears from his eyes at not being able to see you. Though Professor Snape hasn't spoken of your relationship, I suspect there is indeed something between you two. Oh, don't be shy, Lily. Come out and join me for a stroll in the mortal realm and meet my dear Professor Snape. I assure you, a glimpse of him will be worth your while. He has aged considerably, with many more wrinkles, and hasn't washed his hair. You will encounter a most intriguing Severus Snape, an experience you certainly won't regret. Her words echoed in the eerie stillness surrounding her, her throat parched, and the sound of her voice startled a few strange birds that flitted away from an unknown origin. At that moment, she caught a glimpse of a figure leisurely approaching from the corner of her eye. Her heart skipped a beat, and she halted abruptly, her eyes widening in astonishment as she fixated on the silhouette. As it drew nearer, Lin Shu discerned that it was a girl. The girl possessed a mane of fiery red hair, dazzling and vibrant, resembling a flame dancing in the wind. In the sunlight, it reflected a brilliant warmth. Her locks were soft, smooth, and slightly curled, cascading casually over her shoulders, with a few playful strands falling beside her fair cheeks, accentuating her snow-like complexion. Her eyes were a clear emerald green, akin to the tender leaves of spring, yet deep and luminous like a tranquil lake, radiating intelligence and gentleness. Could this be Lily? The thought barely crossed Lin Shu's mind before she swiftly dismissed it. Impossible. She was far too young and strikingly beautiful. This girl could be the daughter of her professor. It could not be her. Eliminate that possibility. Moreover, if Lily and her professor truly shared a romantic connection, then this enchanting girl could not possibly be Lily. What kind of beautiful girl would be interested in her professor? It was evident that they did not align. Dismissing the notion, she bypassed the girl and continued onward, calling out Lily's name. Time was of the essence. Opportunities like this were fleeting. Once this village is past, the opportunity shall be lost. If you do not emerge soon, I shall take my leave. At that point, should you long for Severus, you will find him beyond reach. Oh, Lily, how troublesome you can be. Searching for you has proven futile. My previous efforts were in vain. Your elusiveness is truly vexing. Very well. Perhaps fate has conspired against us. If you do not appear shortly, I shall indeed return home, only to witness my professor weeping bitterly, which is a thought that exhausts me. Lin Shu voiced her grievances with each syllable, speaking without restraint as if compelled by an uncontrollable impulse. In this unfamiliar realm, her words went unheard, and she felt liberated in her candor. Little did she anticipate that, in the very next moment, the red-haired girl would reappear, standing resolutely before her, eyes fixed unwaveringly upon her like a wooden post, silent as the grave. Lin Shu felt uneasy under the girl's gaze and scoffed quietly, thinking how rude it was to obstruct her passage on such a broad road. How absurd. Yet, she deemed it unnecessary to quarrel with the specter, choosing instead to circumvent her, treating the ghost as though she were mere air. However, the red-haired specter clung to her like an unwelcome shadow. As Lin Shu moved 2 paces forward, the ghost materialized once more, blocking her path with an uncanny precision. Lin Shu was no longer willing to entertain this impertinence. How much ruder could she possibly be? She decided to test the limits of this ghost's obstinacy. The moment she shifted left, the specter mirrored her movement. When Lin Shu darted to the right, the ghost followed suit, as if choreographed to perfection. Irritation welled within Lin Shu, and she shot a glare at the specter, quickening her pace to push past. Yet the ghost, agile as a monkey, leapt in front of her once more, arms outstretched, effectively sealing off her escape. Frustrated, Lin Shu stamped her foot, hands on her hips, her face flushed with indignation as she shouted, "The road is wide. We can each take our own path. Why must you block me? Do you have the disposition of a crab? What is it that you truly intend? You are hindering my search for Lily. I must say," she continued, "your manners are quite lacking for a spirit. You possess an appealing visage, yet your demeanor raises grave concerns." As her words hung in the air, Lin Shu furrowed her brow, and the standoff persisted. Before long, she noticed the corners of the red-haired ghost's mouth twitching upwards, as if amused by the unfolding scene. "What is it that amuses you? Do you revel in chastisement? Ah, little one, you are truly entertaining. Have you never considered that I might be the Lily you seek?" Such a jest was hardly welcome. Lin Shu rubbed her ears, fearing she had misheard. She scrutinized the red-haired specter once more. Indeed, she was youthful and beautiful, bearing no resemblance to anyone connected to her professor. Then how do you intend to prove that you are Lily? You were just saying that Severus Snape sought me out. Coincidentally, I have a friend by that very name. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu felt a flicker of doubt. It was uncommon for foreigners to share names. Uncertain, she resolved to inquire further. Pray tell, what does your acquaintance known as Snape look like? Ah, he is rather slender and gaunt, possessing a pair of deep, obsidian eyes, a prominent nose with sharp contours, and thin lips that lend him an air of somberness. Yet, beneath that exterior lies a truly admirable individual. Upon finishing her description, Lin Shu found herself uncertain. Listening to her own words, she realized it bore a striking resemblance to her professor. One last inquiry. Does the Snape you know wash his hair? What sort of question is that? Does it matter whether he washes it or not? He has always maintained a pristine appearance. How could he possibly neglect such a thing? Well then, my dear lady, it seems you have mistaken your man. No, wait. It is I who have erred. No, we have both made a mistake. Farewell, until we meet again. I must be on my way and cannot linger in conversation. With that, Lin Shu departed, her retreating figure resolute and unyielding. The red-haired ghost was left bewildered. Had they truly made a mistake? Wait a moment, young lady. Shall we not make another attempt? I believe we have much more to discuss. Do not give up. Chapter 74. Greetings, teacher's wife. Do not bother, sister. It is evident you are not the Lily I seek. Let us part amicably. I shall walk my own path while you traverse yours, and our debts shall remain settled. Upon uttering these words, Lin Shu felt a peculiar discomfort. This proclamation made her appear rather callous, as if she had broken a young girl's heart and sought only to evade responsibility. How apt that was. A shiver coursed through her. No. She must refrain from indulging in romantic novels in the future. They were filled with nonsensical tales that had corrupted her sensibilities. With a slight grimace, she resumed calling out for Lily, feeling a bit inadequate. She even cast an amplification charm upon herself. Ah, how splendid. She was confident that as long as the ghosts possessed normal hearing, her cries for Lily would resonate throughout a 10-mile radius. Perfect. I shall relay this to Professor Snape. She is quite reliable. However, her moment of bravado was fleeting, as she was soon interrupted by a ghost, to be precise, a familiar one. The red-haired spectre, indeed, was the very same. Not even the wind had disturbed her tousled locks as she reappeared before Lin Shu. What's the matter? I am Lily. Are you in shock? Why is it so difficult for you to believe me? I truly am the Lily you seek. Otherwise, after all this shouting, wouldn't someone else have responded? Perhaps they have hearing issues? Lily pursed her lips, remaining silent for a lengthy moment. Lin Shu, confused, felt as if she saw a look of disbelief etched upon the ghost's face. Child, you must listen to me. You are quick to question the hearing of all the ghosts here, yet have you ever doubted yourself? Such confidence, when faced with perplexing matters. Why not to first examine oneself? Wow, I must admit that is a beautiful mindset, yet perhaps you should reflect upon your own shortcomings. Just this once, I implore you. Your self-assurance may be a touch excessive. Lin Shuqing scoffed lightly, dismissing the notion with a gesture that suggested she was unwilling to listen, akin to a ghost reciting incantations, provoking the spectre opposite her to contemplate death once more. However, the female spirit, unperturbed by hesitation, swiftly conveyed a plethora of valuable information. I truly know Severus Snape. We were childhood friends. Both of us graduated from Hogwarts, he from Slytherin, and I from Gryffindor. Oh, how interesting. You don't say? It aligns perfectly. I indeed hail from Hogwarts. Could you be the Lily I've been searching for? If only you had mentioned sooner that you too are a Hogwarts alum. Lily closed her eyes briefly, feeling a mix of joy that this foolish girl finally believed her, yet exhaling in exasperation. Good gracious. Is this how Hogwarts students behave nowadays? Blaming their inadequacies on the uneven paths of life? Nevertheless, this was not the moment for such musings. She needed to inquire why this child had ventured to such a place, which was hardly a realm for the living. From the very first glance at Lin Shuqing, Lily felt an inexplicable attraction, as if fate had woven their paths together. Remarkably, she was the first to notice Lin Shuqing amid the crowd, to hear her voice. No longer numb, no longer a mere puppet existing in this realm, uncertain of her destination or the actions of the next moment. With Lin Shuqing's arrival, her consciousness began to awaken. It was as though she had been reborn, endowed with her own intellect and discernment. Past memories, which had begun to fade, surged back to her in a tidal wave, revealing her true identity. She was convinced that this was no mere coincidence. There must be a mysterious force at play beyond her understanding. Thus, she resolved to uncover the truth. Child, do not doubt. I believe there are no such things as coincidences in this world. I must be the person you seek. Oh, forgive me, the spirit you seek. Might I inquire as to why you have come to this place? Have you also perished, summoned by Professor Snape to seek me? Goodness, do not speak such nonsense. Who has died? I aspire to ascend. I came here to guide your spirit. As for Professor Snape, he is my mentor, and he has been driven nearly to madness by longing for you. I thought to lend a hand since I possess a means to assist. Finding you has proven quite arduous. I shall not undertake such monumental tasks again. It is exhausting. Now that we have established this understanding and you acknowledge yourself as Lily, let us depart. I shall lead you to reunite with my professor." As she spoke, Lily licked her lips, genuinely taken aback, a flicker of discomfort crossing her face. What did it mean that Severus Snape was nearly driven mad by his thoughts of her? Was it appropriate to voice such sentiments? What on earth was Snape planning? How could he speak such embarrassing truths to a child? It might lead to misunderstandings. After all, she was a married woman. Severus Snape has indeed become increasingly frivolous. By the way, dear child, since you possess such knowledge, do you happen to know how my son is faring? His name is Harry Potter. My poor child. He was but a year old when I passed away. I wonder if he has grown up safely, and has Voldemort resurfaced once more? Is there anyone to protect my son? At this moment, Lin Shu's eyes widened in astonishment, as if they could contain 2 eggs, her mouth agape in shock. Standing frozen, as though petrified by a powerful curse. Her thoughts galloped wildly like an unbridled steed, crashing through this astonishing conjecture. No, this cannot be. She needed to collect her thoughts. She comprehended all these inquiries, yet why did they coalesce into such an incomprehensible puzzle? Furthermore, she was indeed Harry's mother. What? Wait a moment. Are you truly Harry's mother, by blood? Lily was rendered speechless by this question. Surely this child must have some sort of misunderstanding. How could one question another about their motherhood in such a manner? If not by blood, would it be by affinity? How absurd. Of course, she was his biological mother. She bore him herself. Oh my. I apologize for my earlier indiscretion. Good day, dear teacher. I extend my sincerest apologies for my impudent words and actions. Please, do remain still while I bow before you. If you remain unsatisfied, I shall bow again. Witnessing Lin Shu's grand display, Lily was left momentarily perplexed. What was this child rambling about? She was inquiring about her son. What was Lin Shu saying? Addressing her as teacher. What teacher? Who is this teacher? In that fleeting moment, Lin Shu's mind was awash with intertwining threads of insight, leading her to a reasonable and probable conclusion. It was evident that Professor Snape held profound regard for Lily, even harboring an obsession regarding this summoning. Such a composed and aloof individual could hardly possess an obsession for anything mundane. The truth could only be one. It was love. The so-called hero finds it difficult to navigate the trials of love, and Snape was no exception. Hence, there blossomed his deep-seated affection for Lily, a sentiment she had witnessed throughout. Moreover, Harry and Professor Snape shared certain subtle resemblances at various moments, solving this mystery. Harry was undoubtedly Professor Snape's son. Undeniably. This revelation was crystal clear to her. No wonder Snape was so protective of Harry after a confrontation with Malfoy, unable to bear seeing his own son wronged. What a situation this was. She would have to remind Malfoy upon her return not to cross paths with Harry again. There would be no pleasant outcomes. After all, he had someone backing him. How astute she was. This monumental secret remained unknown to others, yet she alone possessed the knowledge. Upon returning to school, she would surely carry herself with newfound confidence. Truly, amidst a world inebriated, she alone stood sober. Fortunately, she had just been astute enough to promptly address her as teacher's wife. Otherwise, given her earlier skepticism and probing nature towards Lily upon her arrival, had she returned home. And if Lily were to seek a moment of indulgence from Professor Snape, her subsequent life of confinement would surely have been fraught with difficulty. Alas, it seems she has indeed grasped the essence of this education. It appears that social niceties prevail wherever one goes. Rest assured, teacher's wife, Harry is my steadfast friend. He is currently, like myself, a first-year student at Hogwarts. Oh, and by the way, he has been sorted into Gryffindor, a house renowned for its bravery and valor. He has even made an exceptional entry into Quidditch. Truly remarkable. You must not have seen him since he was a child. It is quite simple to arrange a meeting. Just step outside with me, and you shall see him immediately. If time permits, I could even arrange for a family reunion dinner for the 3 of you. No need to thank me, teacher's wife. We are all comrades here. No pretense is necessary. It is merely my duty. Upon concluding her speech, Lin Shu took a moment to catch her breath. My goodness, delivering such a lengthy discourse had exhausted her. Had it not been for her robust lung capacity, she might have succumbed to her own words. However, as Lin Shu wore a confident smile, she noted that Lily's expression was one of tumult. Initially, upon hearing her son Harry mentioned, she was overcome with excitement, eagerly absorbing every detail about him. This was her child. She felt a profound sense of guilt towards Harry. Years ago, when Voldemort invaded Godric's Hollow, she and Harry's father, James, fought valiantly, but were ultimately slain by Voldemort, unable to witness Harry grow up in health and happiness. She thought to herself that Harry must have endured much suffering over the years. He must have felt immense sorrow. She reflected on her inadequacies as a mother, and tears unwittingly brimmed her eyes. Though she was a ghost unable to shed tears, the pain within her was palpable. Yet amidst her sorrow, she found herself compelled to inquire softly about something Lin Shu had mentioned. If time allowed, would they truly have a family reunion dinner? James had perished while protecting them. and he should have felt no regrets or obsessions. Thus he did not linger as a ghost, nor did he appear at King S Cross Station as she had. Perhaps he had completely moved on, or possibly even reincarnated. In any case, it seemed impossible that they would ever share a family meal in this lifetime. Lily could not fathom why Lin Shu would make such a statement. Had she somehow located James? How could that be? The more she contemplated, the more her heart raced with alarm, her emotions becoming increasingly agitated and unsettled. Child, you just mentioned a reunion for our family of 3. Could it truly be so? Naturally. Just look at your son Harry attending Hogwarts, and your husband Severus teaching there. All you need to do is step outside with me. And a reunion with them is but a moment away. Who told you my husband is Severus Snape? That is utterly absurd. Who imparted such a notion to you? Was it that Snape? Must I be deceased for him to fabricate tales about me? Lin Shu raised an eyebrow, realizing a misstep had occurred. What a situation. Her husband is not Professor Snape. Could it be that Harry is an illegitimate child? No, that seems unlikely. Could it be that Professor Snape is a love rival? Or perhaps unrequited love? A devoted admirer? A mere backup? Her imagination ran rampant, and in a brief moment, she conjured a grand drama of love and hatred, spanning 70 episodes. The Temptation of Lily, a ghostly love unfinished. Snape's 33 Days of Heartbreak. The Untold Story of the Soul Fairy. Titanic, the ill-fated white moonlight. TSK, indeed, art springs from life. This is simply exquisite. She felt like a lively creature in a melon patch, jumping about in sheer excitement. Dear teacher's wife. Actually, do not call me teacher's wife. It is indeed my fault for being overly concerned about Harry, failing to ponder the meaning behind your words. I recall you mentioned being Professor Snape's prized pupil, so it seems you referred to me as teacher's wife with that intention in mind. Did Snape teach you this as well? I did not marry him before my death, and naturally, I cannot do so afterward. Oh, a misunderstanding. Lin Shu felt like slapping her own mouth. Truly, why must she say everything aloud when she could have kept her thoughts to herself? Now look what happened. She might have caused a significant blunder. What if her professor truly harbored feelings for Lily? Her meddling could very well alert Lily in advance. How could they deepen their bond now? What a transgression. Better to dismantle 10 temples than to ruin a single marriage. Oh, her professor. Unfilial student, I am so sorry. To think you are still single at 31, and now that you've finally developed an attachment, it's jeopardized before you even had the chance to introduce her. Woe is me. She decided to confine herself in shame. Ah, dear Lily. Everything that transpired was a misunderstanding. I was merely speculating without the full context. I tend to have a rather empty mind and often think whimsically, so please do not take offense. In fact, I just recalled that Harry was quite lacking in confidence when he was chosen for Quidditch. We took him to see his father's trophy then. His father was an outstanding seeker. It's all my fault for the time that has passed. I completely forgot about those things. However, my professor truly cares for you. During the time I was preparing to summon souls, he was utterly distracted, but he never spoke to me about any of the details. Nor did he ever mention anything negative about you. Everything that happened was a figment of my imagination. I apologize. Please do not think ill of my professor. Regardless of what feelings exist in this world beyond life, it is always the one who remains alive that suffers more. Moreover, he is quite attentive to Harry. Though he is strict in potions class, his intentions are genuinely well-meaning. After Lin Shu spoke, she felt a sense of admiration for her own eloquence. Who else could rival such oratory? She almost wanted to bow to herself, and without hesitation, she declared herself the greatest deceiver of Hogwarts. In that final moment, she managed to restore Professor Snape's reputation with unparalleled swiftness. No one uttered a word upon witnessing her. She is indeed a cherished student. As anticipated, when Lily absorbed Lin Shu's heartfelt words, her previous anger swiftly dissipated, replaced by profound emotion and gratitude. Her childhood companion, her first love, had never let her down. Even in death, he continued to protect her children with unwavering dedication. Children, let us hasten our departure from this place. I long to reunite with them, to see Snape, to see Harry, to meet my beloved kin in this world. Understood.